I'm richer than the richest man in the world. Chapter 1, Give me $10 trillion for my pocket money? Stormy night. Lightning and thunder outside. The house was dark. A little lowly hugged Lin Feng's arm and looked at him pitifully. Brother, I'm afraid. Lin Feng felt out his cigarette case, drew a cigarette out, shook his hand and lit it up. Little friend, I'm more scared than you are. Aren't I the only one stepping inside this dormitory? Who are you? The little lowly let go of Lin Feng's hand and let out a light laugh. I'm the system that the host has been longing for. As the words fell, little Lori turned into a ray of light and entered Lin Feng's mind. Phew, the sky was slightly bright. Lin Feng touched the sweat on his head. Was just dreaming? So realistic. Hello host, that wasn't a dream just now. Lin Feng, hello host, welcome to activate the Divine Magnate sign-in system. This system will serve you wholeheartedly in the future. Lin Feng shook his head and pinched his thigh again. Hiss, hurts like a, not a dream. Did you really activate the system yourself? You're really a system? I can activate the system too? That's right, because the host has been reading novels for a long time. The heavens have decided to give the host a creation. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into his mind and once again saw that little lowly from last night's dream. This system of yours, does it have any functions? Is it like the novels I've read, where the opening gives me tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars or something? Smaller. Lin Feng lifted the quilt and took a closer look. Which is smaller? System. I mean the host's pattern is small. What's a few tens of millions? This system will give the host a bigger surprise. Ding. Detected that the host has just activated the system, presenting the host with a newbie gift pack. Is it time to open the newbie package? Lin Feng nodded. Open up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining pocket money of $10 trillion. It has been deposited for the host in the top black card in the International Union Bank. The black card has been placed on the table for the host. Hint, this black card has the highest level of authority. The host does not have to worry about any limit problems. Anytime, anywhere. Want to spend? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a double enhancement of physical function and face value. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting one chance to become the schoolgirl's benefactor. A series of system beeps rang out, and Lin Feng was still a bit unresponsive. A few moments later, Lin Feng picked up the black card on top of the table and bound his various accounts. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million. 1 million, 1 billion, 1 billion, 100 billion, 100 billion. Oh my god. System, are you sure this is pocket money? Where is there $10 trillion of pocket money? Host, it's small. Lin Feng lowered his head once again, and after confirming, system, is there something wrong with your eyes? System, I am saying that the host's pattern is small, and in the future money will be merely a number for the host, so it is not an exaggeration to say that $10 trillion is pocket money. After a few more moments, Lin Feng slowly accepted the $10 trillion. He then continued to look at the remaining two rewards inside the novice gift pack. Double enhancement of bodily functions and face value? Lin Feng looked at himself inside the mirror. He hadn't worked out for a long time. The muscles that had gradually disappeared were back again. And it was a perfect body type that belonged to a kind of wearing clothes to be thin and taking off clothes to have meat. There is also the face value. Lin Feng originally belongs to the school grass level looks. In the first school military training time confession wall above also appeared a lot of confession Lin Feng's people. After being strengthened, Lin Feng didn't even have the slightest problem with a direct draft debut now. Finally, Lin Feng landed his eyes on the last item in the novice gift package, becoming the schoolgirl's benefactor. Without waiting for Lin Feng to ask a question, the system jumped the gun and gave an explanation. Become the benefactor of the school beauty. Qizhou University's #1 school beauty Su Yushu's father suddenly fell last night, hitting the back of his head and entering the hospital, and is now in urgent need of $500,000 in medical expenses. Su Yushu's family's condition is already very poor, not to mention $500,000. Even if you take out $5,000 at once, it's still very reluctant. So the host has the opportunity to help Su Yushu and become her benefactor. Current location of Su Yushu, in front of the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor of Qizhou People's Hospital. System warmly prompts, please host to depart as soon as possible. Lin Feng immediately put on his clothes and prepared to go to the hospital. After going out, Lin Feng locked the door of his room. The remaining 3 roommates in the dormitory had all gone out for internships and hadn't stayed in the dormitory recently. After leaving the school, Lin Feng, how to say, is also a person with $10 trillion. Go out of course is to take a taxi, but maybe now the time is a little early problem. The whole 10 minutes there is no one to take the order. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to go to the bus stop and take the bus. More fortunately, the bus could also go straight to the hospital. And the bus that Lin Feng was going to take came just as he walked to the station. After getting into the car, Lin Feng found a seat in the back and sat down. In the car, Lin Feng opened his shopping cart. What's the first thing to do when you have money? Of course it's to buy all the things I wanted to buy before but didn't have the money to buy. Fruit 13 Pro Max 1 TB. 12,999. Buy. Get one of each color. Far Peak Blue, Graphite, Silver, Gold. Fruit Computer MacBook Pro top of the line. 26,499. Buy. Buy 2. One to watch shows and one to play Plants vs. Zombies. Alien laptop top of the line. 44,999. Buy. Buy 2. One to play games and the other to follow along. Sony WH-1000XM4 headphones. 2099. Buy. It's so cheap. Buy 7 and change them 1 day a week. 7 days a week. Fruit Tablet Pro. Top of the line. 5G version 2 TB. 18,499. Buy. Buy 12 and watch 12 episodes at once when you watch the show to save time. Limited edition sneakers. 12,999. Buy. Buy 30 pairs. 1 pair a day. 30 days a month. No repeats. Hasselblad camera. 358,888. Buy. Buy 3. Although Lin Feng does not take pictures, but just want to buy. The hand puppet I've always wanted to buy. 1,099. Buy. Buy 10 pounds. And if you can't fit it in your house, buy another house and dedicate it to it. Lin Feng consumed a meal with an abnormal amount of pleasure in his heart. In the end, after doing the math, Lin Feng spent $3,207,800 for such a short time. Do the math again to figure out what percentage of the $10 trillion this money represents. Based on 3 million slash 100, 000 million. It is approximately equal to 0.0000033, equivalent to 1 in 3 million. When you do the math like that, it seems like it's not even a drop in the bucket. Even if Lin Feng did nothing for the rest of his life and spent money playfully every day, he simply couldn't spend it all. And that's without taking interest into account. If we consider the interest rate, at 5% a year, the interest generated by $10 trillion a year is $500 billion. That translates to $41.67 billion per month, $1.38 billion per day, $57 million per hour, $950,000 per minute, and $15,800,000 per second. That meant that for every 2 strokes the seconds went by now, Lin Feng had $30,000 in his pocket. Just now buying something Lin Feng spent about 5 minutes and spent more than $3 million. But in those 5 minutes the interest alone came in at $75 million. Thinking of this, an incomparably pleased smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. It's the feeling that you can't spend it anyhow. The feeling is in a word. Awesome. After emptying the shopping cart, Lin Feng opened his backpack and took out a somewhat old notebook from inside the bag. This notebook was the grudge book that Lin Feng had kept from middle school until now. Who says protagonists don't hold grudges? After having the system, the anger that Lin Feng had suffered from the past, he was going to get it back one by one. Turning to the first page of the notebook was the first name Lin Feng wrote down. Chapter 2, I'll pay for the surgery. The first name on the top of the notebook was Lu Shua. He was Lin Feng's junior high school desk, but also a roommate. At first the relationship between the two is still okay, although not very good. But there is not much contradiction. But Lu Shua, this person, is a kind of typical reason that led Lin Feng to put Lu Shua on the top of the grudge book. Is a time when Lin Feng's mother bought a pair of shoes for Lin Feng. It was a pair of imitation shoes, and it was a kind of very low-grade imitation. Later on, after that kind of shoe became widespread, someone named it Stinger. At that time, Lin Feng didn't know anything about the brand of this kind of shoes, so after his mom bought new shoes for him, he wore them to school with joy. On that day, after Lu Shua discovered Lin Feng's shoes afterward, a very exaggerated smile appeared on his face. Then he clapped his hands for the whole class to be quiet and brought Lin Feng to the top of the podium. Quiet everyone. The eyes of the whole room converged towards Lin Feng. Look at the pair of shoes under his feet. There's even a hook on top of the pair. Is this Nike? This should be called an assassin, right? Ha 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 ha. At that time, this incident caused a lot of psychological damage to Lin Feng, and also led to a period of time when Lin Feng had a very low self-esteem. Although in the current Lin Feng's eyes, It was a trivial and insignificant matter, but when placed on his own body during his junior year, it was not a trivial matter. So revenge is inevitable. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved into an arc as he continued to look at the notebook. The second name on the notebook is. Just as Lin Feng was flipping through his notebook, the system suddenly chimed again. Ding! Host, don't forget to sign in today. Oh, every day host will have a chance to sign in. Each sign in will have different surprise. Oh. Lin Feng froze and suddenly remembered that at the time when the system was first activated it did seem to be called the godly signing system. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the system space. Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, obtaining 51% of the shares of Huarong Group, a Fortune 500 company, as well as 100% of the voting rights. The host has taken substantial control of Huarong Group. In order for the host to better control the Huarong Group, the system has specially prepared a personal secretary, Lu Xin, and a professional manager, Zhang Lei, for the host. As his consciousness sank out of the system, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Huarong Group? It's too familiar to be familiar with. As a local of Qizhou, Lin Feng was naturally no stranger to Huarong Group. As a leading enterprise in the city and the entire Shanbei province, Huarong Group covers a wide range of industries and has a market capitalization of more than $100 billion. The biggest dream of the graduates of Qizhou University, where Lin Feng is from, is to be able to work for Huarong Group. Lin Feng internship originally considered the Huarong Group. The results of the resume is like a stone sinking into the sea. Did not receive a reply. But now Lin Feng had transformed himself into the full controller of Huarong Group. The world. It's just so magical. It wasn't long again before the next stop on the bus arrived. Bus No. 25 reminds you that the China World Trade Center has arrived. Please get on the bus at the front door and get off at the back door. Please swipe your card when you get on the bus. And at the next stop, Qizhou People's Hospital. When the bus opened its doors, a whole bunch of people came up immediately. Drops. Senior card. Drops. Senior card. Drops. Student card. Get in the car, please. Up came a whole bunch of people, mostly elderly, and the few empty seats left on the bus had owners. But the last old lady to come up was ultimately late with the last empty seat. Seeing the old lady standing, Lin Feng just wanted to give up his seat. But before he could move, a man next to the old lady stood up and waved at her. Auntie, come sit on my side. I'm getting off at the next stop. The old lady sat down with a smile on her face and climbed into conversation with the young man who gave up his seat. How old is the child? 26. Egu, that old brother, you look so young. You don't even look like you're 40. The kid is 26. The guy who gave up his seat. Lin Feng sat in the back of the car and saw that the young man's face was clearly remorseful. The old lady didn't continue the small talk when she saw that the lad stopped answering. Thank you, old man. Then, the boy's face darkened. You're welcome. You should be thanked. Many people on the bus couldn't help but laugh. After about 5 or 6 more minutes, the Qizhou People's Hospital station arrived, and Lin Feng got out of the car with the black-faced young man and walked into the hospital's door. After entering the hospital, Lin Feng followed the prompts given by the system and arrived at the entrance of the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor. Just after arriving, Lin Feng saw the figure that he had run into many times in school, Su Yushu. At this time, Su Yushu's eyes were red, and there were teardrops and dark circles at the corners of her eyes, and her face was pale. Obviously she had cried many times to get the look. Before Lin Feng could approach, a nurse walked up to Su Yushu. Is Su Xingui's family? Now the patient's condition is very bad. The operation is now very uneventful. Now need to mobilize the equipment of the second hospital to come over. Have you raised the surgical fee? Su Yushu's face revealed a panicked look. I haven't. The nurse was a bit anxious. Why haven't you paid for so long? At that time when the patient was just sent over because of the emergency situation, so did not let you pay the fee to carry out the operation. And now if you do not pay the fee, the new equipment of the second hospital is no way to transfer over. This operation will not be able to continue. Your father. I have borrowed as much money as I can, but I really haven't raised $500,000 yet. Can you give me a few more days of grace? First give my dad an operation? Su Yushu was already on the verge of crying. The nurse shook her head. Girl, I am also a child of a poor family. I understand you very well, but this kind of thing is not something I can decide, and there is no way to mobilize the equipment to come over without paying the fee. At most until this afternoon. If you cannot pay the fee, it may be that your father's life will be. Alas! Su Yushu face written with despair. She borrowed all the money of relatives. but only raised less than $50,000 away from the surgery fee of $500,000, even less than 1/10. Is it possible to see your father lose his life because there is no way to continue the operation? Just as Su Yushu was in despair, a tall figure blocked her front. I'll pay for the surgery. Nurse, take me to the payment place. Chapter 3, Swipe $1 million. Su Yushu's complexion gave a start as she looked towards this tall figure that was blocking her front. Lin Feng turned his head and his eyes met Su Yushu's. Su Yushu wanted to say something, but her mouth was covered by Lin Feng's fingers. I'll talk to you later in the day. I'm going to pay my bill first. Nurse, take me. When the nurse saw that someone could help Su Yushu pay the bill, her heart was also happy. She was also very sympathetic to this beautiful girl. Follow me. The place to pay is on the first floor. Before Su Yushu could react, Lin Feng had already left after the nurse. The place to pay the fee was on the first floor, but when Lin Feng passed by the second floor, he saw a familiar face inside one of the rooms, the young man who gave up his seat on the bus. A doctor in a white coat was rubbing his stomach. What do you feel now, young man? The boy murmured. I feel someone touching my stomach. Doctor. What happened next? Lin Feng didn't know. He had followed the nurse to the payment office on the first floor. Su Xingui's surgery costs 500,000 yuan. In addition to the cost of mobilizing equipment from the second hospital to come, adding up to 580,000 yuan. This side of the card. Lin Feng took out his black card and asked before swiping it. This patient shouldn't be able to be discharged immediately after the surgery, right? He should be hospitalized for a period of time for observation, right? He should have to pay the bill by then too, right? The nurse froze. She didn't expect Lin Feng to ask this. Yes, Su Xingui's condition is very serious. It's something that must be kept in the hospital for observation. Then let's swipe more. As the cost of hospitalization and observation after his surgery, and the follow-up treatment, let's swipe $1 million. More refund and less compensation. Okay? Yes sir. No problem. With a stroke of the black card, $1 million quietly slipped away. Su Xingui's surgery can continue to do. Lin Feng returned to the third floor and returned to Su Yushu's side. I've already solved the problem of the surgery fee. Don't worry about it. By the way, get acquainted. My name is Lin Feng. I'm also from Qizhou University. Lin Feng politely extended his hand. Seeing this, Su Yushu also put her hand on Lin Feng's hand and then quickly withdrew it. Hello, my name is Su Yushu. Just now you said the surgery fee. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. I finished paying for the surgery. Your father can continue with the normal surgery. Looking at you last night you should have been frightened and didn't rest well, right? Now the surgery can continue normally. You should also take a rest. The nurse who had just been there also smiled and said, Girl, thanks to this young man, he's already paid for the operation and the expenses for convalescence after the operation. You've really met a kind person. As soon as the nurse's words fell, the panic in Su Yushu's demeanor had eased. It was a look of anxiety that had finally been relaxed for a long time. Nurse, my father really can do the surgery normally? It's true. The second hospital has now mobilized its equipment over, and I believe that if things go well, we'll be able to get off the operating table about this evening. Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, but soon, she realized why Lin Feng wanted to help himself. Lin Feng saw Su Yushu's eyes were red and there were dark circles under her eyes. She was a bit distressed. She busied herself and said, Did you not sleep the whole night last night? Su Yushu nodded. Last night around 11 o'clock my father suddenly fell and knocked into the corner of the cabinet. He fainted at that time. Then I called 120 to take him to the hospital. After that I was on the phone all night to raise money. Lin Feng took out a tissue from his bag and wiped the tears from the corner of Su Yushu's eyes. Now that the money problem has been solved, find a place to rest. Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng's action of wiping her tears and combined it with Lin Feng helping her pay for the surgery and the words he just told her to take a break. She started to think the wrong way. She thought that the rest in Lin Feng's mouth was to find a hotel where the two of them could go and have sex. That's what he needs to pay for to help pay for the surgery himself. There is no love in heaven without a reason, and there is no hate without a reason, and there is no one who will help you without a reason. When Su Yushu was raising money for the operation before, she had also thought of borrowing money from some people who were chasing after her, but she knew that once she accepted those people's money, accordingly, she would have to pay the due price, such as becoming their girlfriend, or more directly, going to a room. So Su Yushu had never gone to those people to borrow money, but just now when the nurse said that Su Xingui's surgery was going to be too late, The idea of borrowing money from those people had popped up. Even the idea of committing suicide after borrowing money had come to her. But before she could carry it out, Lin Feng had appeared. Lin Feng saw Su Yushu frozen in place. His heart was strange. He reached out and waved his hand in front of her. Hey, are you sleepy? You can't sleep here even if you're sleepy? Let me help you find a room. Lin Feng's words made Su Yushu confirm even more what she had just thought in her mind. Well, then, help me find it. Su Yushu's voice trembled. And if one looked closely, one would find that her thighs were shaking. A situation that would only occur if she was extremely nervous. Lin Feng didn't notice these circumstances. He went to the nurse and asked about the current ward availability. Sir, the general wards inside the hospital are not spacious right now. There are only a few empty beds left, so it's not recommended to use them if you're not a patient. But the advanced beds are very spacious, and only less than a third of them are occupied. Lin Feng nodded. Senior sickbay it is then. Sir, this is the room key. It's on the 4th floor in room 404. Lin Feng took the key and felt a bit weird. Is this in a hospital? How come it feels a bit like a room? After a light laugh, Lin Feng took the room key and returned to Su Yushu. There's still plenty of high-class wards inside the hospital, so you can rest here for now. Come on, it's on the 4th floor. Su Yushu bit her lips. Her eyes didn't dare to look directly at Lin Feng. Her hands were placed in front of her, grabbing the corner of her coat. Inside the hospital? Lin Feng froze. Where is it if not inside the hospital? It just so happens that there are spare wards here. It's just a rest anyway. By the time your father finishes his surgery at night, you'll be almost done resting. Su Yushu clenched her fists as if she was making some important decision, and tears flashed again from the corners of her eyes that she had just wiped. After about a minute, Su Yushu let out a breath and closed her eyes before quickly opening them again. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she squeezed out a forced smile. Let's go. Lin Feng stroked his chin and looked at Su Yushu very strangely. Su Yushu's reaction just now was very unusual. Lin Feng's mind raced, then his eyes widened. You wouldn't be craving my body, would you? Chapter 4, What a good picker. Lin Feng covered his chest with both hands. Don't think anything. I won't let you get me so easily. Su Yushu? Su Yushu, who just now had a face of determination, as if she was going to the execution ground, was at the moment with a head full of question marks. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out. I'm looking for a ward to let you rest, simply to let you rest, not to sleep with you. What's going on in your head all day? Here's your key. Ward 404 on the 4th floor. Go. I won't follow, lest you think I'm a pervert again. Su Yushu took the key, a little dazed. Not everyone is that horny, although I'm horny too. I'm a horny man with principles. A horny man with principles wouldn't take advantage of someone's danger and bully them. After Su Yushu went to rest inside the ward, Lin Feng sat down for a while, then continued to study his revenge notebook. Currently needing revenge. There are mainly 3 people. One is Lu Shua, one is the high school class president Li Haoyu, and the last one is Prince Hao. In addition to the need for revenge, there is also the love that was not pierced by the high school and the same table. All the regrets now, I want to make up for all of them one by one. One by one then. First one. Lu Shua. Junior high school classmates for now has graduated from college. Lin Feng years have been relatively long ago. Now Lin Feng, even Lu Shua's contact information are no longer. So Lin Feng called his personal secretary of the board of directors. A group this big. It shouldn't be hard to check something, right? I'm Lin Feng. Is this Secretary Lu Xin? Mr. Lin, it's you? What are your orders? The voice on the other end of the phone was a full-on imperial voice, making Lin Feng sound like he wanted to conquer. I'm trying to find out something about someone. Can you do that? Who does Lin Dong want to investigate? What are you investigating and to what extent? Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, the person I want to check is called Lu Shua. I now want to know where he lives now, whether he goes to school or works, and what his family does. Lin Dong, you need to provide a little more detailed information. The name Lu Shua is more popular. Just within the people I know, there are 3 Lu Shua. Lin Feng also realized this. Then I'll go to the company and explain to you the details of that Lu Shua I'm looking for. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng got up and left from the hospital. Su Yushu's contact information he didn't leave. There would definitely be a chance to meet in the future. Besides, not leaving contact information in this way also allows Su Yushu to better remember Lin Feng in her heart. After calling a special car, this was only once quickly picked up by someone. After about 20 minutes, Lin Feng arrived at one of the landmarks of this Qizhou, the Huarong building. This whole building is the property of Huarong Group. Unlike some small companies that can only rent 1 or 2 floors of an office building to work, this whole building, all belonged to Hwarong Group. After stepping into the Hwarong Group, now at the peak of the work season, the building inside the people really quite a lot. Lin Feng gave Lu Xian a phone call, then found a place to sit down. However, Lin Feng hadn't just sat down for a long time when it seemed like there were several pairs of eyes staring at him. Immediately afterward, a woman in revealing clothes and heavy makeup stepped on her high heels, leaving a da-da-da-da sound on the floor. The woman was dressed in a short black dress with a curvy and very sexy figure. Lin Feng also skimmed the woman a few times out of manly instincts, but then Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. That sexy woman was actually walking towards him. Handsome, are you alone? Lin Feng frowned. Why are you cursing? You're the one who isn't human. Sexy babes. Lin Feng's sentence directly disrupted the woman's rhythm. Slightly organizing herself for a moment, the woman continued. Handsome man, I mean, are you sitting here alone waiting for someone or something else? Lin Feng looked the woman up and down. What do you want to do? The woman smiled faintly. The sound of high-heeled shoes clattering continued to ring out. Circling around behind Lin Feng, a hand resting on Lin Feng's shoulder, leaning down slightly, her mouth coming up to Lin Feng's ear. If you're free, do you mind playing with me? I'll do whatever you want. Lin Feng instantly got up, his eyes staring tightly at the woman. You really listen to me and everything? The woman smiled softly and licked her lips, running her fingers up her neck and across the surface of her collarbone. Of course I do. I'll do whatever you want me to. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Great. Then you come with me. My second grandpa happens to be missing a mover today. 50 bags of cement is worried about no one to move it. If you find a porter at least 600 and 800, you can help me a lot. Then it's not too late. Let's hurry. My second eldest is waiting. Lin Feng immediately yanked the woman's hand and was about to leave. The woman was confused. Are we in the same dimension? Is there something wrong with my ears? Moving cement? I've been dressed like this, scratching my head in front of you for a while, and you want me to move cement? Hey, 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 let go of me. I'm not moving cement. You let go of me, ah hey. Why is the strength so big? Big brother, I just came over to ask for a date. It's not so bad, right? Please, let go of me. My hand is red. Not a moment later, Lin Feng let go of the woman's hand and bared his teeth and laughed. I was just joking with you. With a small body like yours, you must be carrying immovable cement as well. The woman let out a long breath and rubbed her wrist, which had been clutched red by Lin Feng. In shock, almost had to be hauled off to move cement. But the woman hadn't relaxed for a while. Lin Feng's next words made her even more scared. It's true that you're not fit to carry cement with such a small body, but looking at your shoulders, your arms, and your thighs, it's a pity that you don't go to picking up manure. There aren't many people like you who are good at picking up these days. If you don't pick, God will not tolerate it. The woman's eyes met with the smiling Lin Feng, and she immediately felt a chill on her back. Then she let out a cry of surprise and took off her high heels to run. My mamma mia. Lin Feng looked at the woman's back as she ran away and rubbed his chin. TSK, 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 this body, this running speed, it's a real pity not to pick. Hey, are you really not going to think about it? It's really a shame if a genius like you gets buried. I pick your grandma's paw. Lin Feng smiled and went back to where he had just sat down. And somewhere on the second floor, there was a woman who had been watching Lin Feng, and it wasn't long before the genius who had just picked on the turd returned to the woman. Chapter 5, $800,000. 1 month with me. Sister Wei. Isn't that guy not quite right in the head? One moment he says he wants me to move bricks for his second great master. The next moment he says I'm a genius at picking. It's a pity I don't go to pick. With a sniffle and a tear, the woman told the story of what had just happened downstairs. The woman who was addressed as Sister Wei's mouth spread a smile. Fun. Really fun. It's been a long time since I've met such a cute and interesting little handsome guy. Whether he's single or not, I'm eating it up. Ah Jiao. Let's go. Go meet him again. Sister Wei, have you thought it through? I really feel that there's something not quite right in his head. Ah Jiao carried her high heels with a bitter face. Li Wei skimmed him. That was because they saw you dressed like a chicken and deliberately tricked you. Ah Jiao froze. Do I dress like a chicken? Levi pointed to a few people around. You guys, does she dress like a chicken? It sure looks like it. These aren't even regular chickens. They're proper old roasted chickens. Chickens have to learn how to dress from you. Obtuse angle. Li Wei looked at Ah Jiao. See, everyone is very unanimous about you. Let's go. I'm going to meet that little handsome guy myself. Lin Feng sat downstairs and looked at the time, thinking how come Lu Xian hadn't come down yet. But just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, Li Wei came towards Lin Feng with a bunch of people in great numbers. Someone in the surroundings saw this situation and shook their head slightly at Lin Feng. Did you guys see that? Sister Wei has a new target? It's such a pity for such a gorgeous little handsome guy. I don't know which department of the company this is from. Alas, don't care which department. I believe it won't be long before I have to leave. Do you still remember the former Xiao Zhang from the marketing department? He accompanied Sister Wei for 2 days and then resigned, and cursed before he left. Who doesn't know Xiao Zhang in the whole company? It's good enough to last 2 days. I heard that Sister Wei uses steel wire balls. Keep your voice down. If Vi hears you, you won't get any better. Lin Feng looked at the crowd of Sister Wei who were walking over. Then he saw a familiar figure in the crowd. You who? If it isn't Sister? Have you come to your senses? I'd say so. It's a real pity that you're so well endowed not to go picking dung. Elbow. I'll take you to pick. Ajiao already had a psychological shadow over Lin Feng and hid behind Li Wei, not daring to look directly at Lin Feng. She was afraid that Lin Feng would pull her away again like he just did. She doesn't want to pick. Li Wei crossed her arms in front of her chest. Little handsome, just now my sister teased you. Don't mind it. It's actually me who wants to get to know you. Lin Feng looked Li Wei up and down. She was about 40 years old, but she was well maintained, so she might actually be a bit older. Li Wei was wearing a gray lady's suit, the lower body attire tender with a short skirt, black silk and high heels. This suit is a lot. The worst part is the upper chest, which is not comparable to a joke's, but I guess it's not warm either. Lin Feng looked at her suspiciously. Get to know me? Li Wei nodded. Yes, introduce yourself. I'm Li Wei, the finance director of Huarong Group's headquarters. Are you from Huarong? I've never seen you inside the company before. I'm, sort of, from the Huarong Group. So tell me straight, what do you want? Li Wei let out a light laugh. Good. Dry. I like your kind of talk and do things are dry little handsome. As long as in the key things above don't be so dry, then everything is good to discuss. Let me get this straight. I noticed you just after you came in. You're handsome. You have a great body. And most importantly, your earlobes, they're huge. I like it a lot. Li Wei even licked her lips as she spoke, looking at Lin Feng with intense desire in her eyes. Lin Feng flashed a trace of nausea. Auntie, how old are you? I'm not even as old as you when I multiply my age by 2, right? It's also fortunate that I didn't eat in the morning, otherwise I would have to vomit my breakfast. Although Lin Feng's attitude was bad, Li Wei didn't care at all. Obviously she had seen this bad attitude of Lin Feng not once or twice. Young man, I know you're scoffing at what I'm saying right now, but I'm going to make you regret it. Snap. Li Wei clapped her hands and the 2 people behind her took out a box and brought it to Lin Feng to open. Inside was a neat pile of bills, eyeballing a couple 100,000 at least. Li Wei had a winning smile on her face. Handsome, how hard is it to make money in this world now? How much can you get paid now? Thousands or tens of thousands? Here is a whole 800,000. How long does it take you to work hard and earn? And how long does it take to save? Nowadays, prices and house prices are so high that it is possible that when you have worked hard for decades, you will eventually realize that you have not earned as much as the increase in house prices. The world is so realistic and cruel. So when people live in this world, they must fully utilize their advantages. Just like Ajiao. She's Thai enough. That's her advantage. She fully utilized it. Come on, Ajiao. Tell this little handsome guy how much money you can earn in a month now. Ajiao proudly walked out and flung her hemisphere. A month. At least 70, 000 to 80, $000. If there are more bonuses, there's more than $100,000 a month. Li Wei smiled and looked at Lin Feng once again. Little handsome, people want to make the first bucket of money. Must seize the opportunity. You now meet me. Your opportunity comes. You're handsome and your body should be good too. As long as you stay with me for a month, the $800,000 in here will all be yours. Even if you perform well, not only this $800,000, but following up, I have a lot of benefits for you. You have to think about it carefully. Lin Feng sighed slightly. He calculated an account. 800,000. Their own $10 trillion of interest every minute on 950,000. Now in this Li Wei said an estimated 2 minutes of words. The interest earned 2 million. She now said to take 800,000 packets of their own month. I have a detailed secret? Li Wei still didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking at the moment. She still had a winning expression. You don't have to rush to give me an answer. I'll give you 3 minutes to think. Just at this moment, the elevator door of the executive-only elevator opened, from which a stunningly beautiful woman in an OL outfit with raging waves stepped out. After Lu Xin came out of the elevator, she hurriedly ran towards Lin Feng's side. Being late for your first meeting with the chairman, you'll have to apologize to Lin Dong properly in a while, because it was arranged by the system. So although Lu Xin hadn't seen Lin Feng, Lu Xin had imprinted Lin Feng's appearance in her head. In no time, Lu Xin arrived in front of Lin Feng, who was surrounded by Li Wei's group. Dong Lin, sorry I'm late. Immediately after that, Lu Xin turned around again and looked at the gathered group of Li Wei. What are you doing here? Idle, are you? No more work to do? Lu Xin changed the image of a small secretary in front of Lin Feng just now, speaking with the momentum of a superior. Just one sentence made Li Wei's group of people almost scared out of their wits. Chapter 6. What kind of hood are you? Secretary Lu. We didn't do anything, just casually chatting. Wait, what did you just call him? Lu Xin frowned and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Dong, do you know them? Lin Feng had a smile on his lips. Just met. This Ms. Li Wei, right? I heard she's the company's finance director? That's awesome. She just took $800,000 and said she wants to adopt me for a month. Secretary Lu, do you think I should say yes or no? Lu Xin didn't hold back, but was actually directly exasperated and laughed. Lin Dong is the new chairman of the company, and is also the largest shareholder of Huarong Group nowadays, with more than 80% of the voting rights in the board of directors. And you're saying that you want $800,000 to support Lin Dong for a month? Li Wei, is what Lin Dong said true? Li Wei's forehead was crawling with sweat above, and her back was already all drenched in sweat. Lu, Secretary Lu, I don't know. No? You mean if the person you met today wasn't Lin Dong, but an ordinary employee, you wouldn't be at fault? There are already many employees in the company who have told me about your harassment of employees. I already called the police yesterday, and now I'm worried about not having any evidence. And today you've come to my door. You dare to molest the chairman. How dare you? Security, get them all under control. The police will be here in a moment. Immediately after, several uniformed security guards subdued Li Wei's group. How many young employees of the company you have hurt? You should have a number in your own heart. Wait to accept the sanction of the law. At the same time, because of your criminal behavior, you, Li Wei, have been fired by Huarong Group. The company will also pursue your responsibility if the subsequent negative impact on the company's image is caused by this matter of yours. Take them away and wait for the police. None of this gang is innocent. Lu Xin was worthy of being a figure under one person in the group, controlling the whole scene with a few words, and the aura displayed on her body was not at all comparable to someone like Li Wei. Afterwards, Lu Xin turned around. Her body's aura collected and relaxed. Facing Lin Feng, she was just a smiling little secretary. Lin Dong, are you satisfied with this treatment? Lin Feng nodded slightly, then remembered something and called out to the security guard. Wait a moment first, Big Turd's sister, come out for a moment. An expression of delight instantly appeared on Ajiao's originally desperate face, breaking away from the security guards and coming to Lin Feng. Lin Dong, are you calling me? Look at my body. Am I a good hand at picking? Ryushin? What's all this? What had happened to Lin Feng downstairs during the little while he was late? Have you been involved in anything that old did? Tell the truth, or lying to me will end badly. Ajiao looked at Lin Feng's icy cold eyes and couldn't help but fight a cold war. Lin Dong, I just joined the company last month. I just followed Li Wei this week. I haven't done anything. Today is the first time. I wanted to do a good job, but it turned out. Ended up almost getting dragged to pick up a turd. Just followed Li Wei to make $70,000 to $80,000 a month? Lin Dong, I just bragged about it all. My monthly salary is only $8,000. Lin Feng. Thinking for a while, Lin Feng looked at Lu Xin. If she ends up finding out that she didn't do anything, she doesn't need to be fired for now. It always feels like keeping her will be useful later. Thank you Lin Dong. If Lin Dong needs Ajiao, Ajiao is always at Lin Dong's beck and call. Even if we let Ajiao sleep with Lin Dong now, Ajiao will definitely not refuse. Lin Feng, you say another word and I'll send you to pick right now. I won't talk anymore. Take your time Lin Dong. After letting the security guards take Li Wei's group away and hand them over to the police, Lu Xin dispersed the people around her, and all of a sudden only Lin Feng and Lu Xin were left downstairs. Let me take you to your office, Lin Dong, and we'll also talk in detail about the person you're investigating. Lin Feng nodded. Let's go. You lead the way. Lin Dong, you follow me? Take the elevator for executives. You can go straight to the 33rd floor. That's where your office is located. The two walked into the elevator one after the other, and after waiting for the doors to close, Lin Feng stood behind Lu Xian and kept sizing her up. When the elevator reached about the 20th floor, Lin Feng finally spoke. Secretary Lu, I have a question I want to ask you. I just don't know if it's appropriate. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Lin Dong, you say this. You have any questions, just ask them. I will tell them all. I won't have to hide anything from Lin Dong. I have to ask. What hood are you in? Lu Xian froze. Then her face flushed slightly and she dodged Lin Feng's gaze. I'm an e-cover. E-cups? Really? Of course it's true. Lin Dong, where would I lie to you? Liuxin simply turned her head. Don't look at Lu Xian in front of outsiders, a domineering secretary of the board of directors image. Voice is also imperial sister this party. But Lu Xian has never been in love. And even the opportunity to talk to the opposite sex is not much. So Lin Feng's words made her blush and she didn't dare to look at Lin Feng. I didn't expect you to be an e-cover, Lu secret. I still don't believe it somehow. Show me. Lin Feng spoke out of turn. Lu Xian's face was shy like a red apple, and she stammered when she spoke. Completely inconsistent with the image of the overbearing secretary of the board of directors downstairs just now. Lin Dong, it's not too good, right? What's not so good about it? Didn't you say it was an e-cup? Can't you just show me? Why are you blushing? The blush on Lu Xian's face had spread to her neck, and her hands were overwhelmed with nowhere to put them. Lin Dong, inside the elevator, there is surveillance. Monitoring? You take out your driver's license out to see what you care about monitoring. East license is to drive a motorcycle. Did not see that you still like to ride a motorcycle. Lu Xian seemed to be petrified on the spot. Lin Dong, you just said the photo is a driver's license. What else? What do you think it is? Lu Xian was speechless on the spot. This is also ing social death. Lin Dong said it was a driver's license. I thought it was a driver's license. Ding! Just then, the elevator arrived, and Lu Xian walked down the elevator as if she were fleeing, the blush on her face not yet gone. Looking at Lu Xian's back as she ran out of the elevator, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. It's really looks like I'll be blessed in the future, having such an personal secretary. Immediately after, Lin Feng also got off the elevator and followed Lu Xian into a huge office. Chapter 7, Sleepy. The chairman's office of Huarong Group is big, and if you ask how big it is, then it is at least as big as All in all, it's just a very nice kind of big. The whole office is about 200 square meters, which is bigger than most buildings. Inside the office there are 3 rooms. An office room where you just enter to process documents, a study, and a bedroom. The background wall of the office room is decorated with a geometric structure, while the center part is dominated by ink and water. The most conspicuous place inside the whole room is just in front of the door, hanging a pair of characters, immediately sealed. The decoration of the ceiling adopts a monolithic ceiling, which is simple and beautiful. The middle part of the top is recessed and designed as a hollow structure, which is very artistic. Rubber-colored flooring contrasts with the entire log-colored space and enhances it. On the left side of the entrance door, there is a sofa and table, which is the meeting area, with a tea set on it. And finally, the most important thing in the whole office room, the desk. This desk, like this office, is one word: big. Most importantly, this desk is specially customized. From the direction of entering the door, there is not the slightest difference with the unusual office. But if you sit on top of the boss chair in front of the desk, you will find that underneath the desk, there is a vast free space. What's the point of having such a wide open space, you ask? It can't be what you think it is, can it? The author is just an innocent child who doesn't know what you guys are thinking. Moving inward from the office room was a study, with shelves filled with all sorts of books, ranging from world-famous books, to martial arts novels, to autobiographies of famous people, and so on. Lin Feng looked around and said that his favorite among the bookshelves had to be one of them. It's called Crazy. What do you call $10 trillion pocket change? I'm sure the people reading this book are talented, right? In addition to the office room and study, the office is also equipped with a bedroom, so that if you are tired of dealing with official business, you can rest at any time. And the bedroom also has a bathroom, toilet, everything. Best of all, the bedrooms are soundproof. Lu Xian led Lin Feng around the entire inside of the office, and at the moment the redness on Lu Xian's face had completely disappeared. As a professional board secretary, this is her professionalism. After strolling around, Lin Feng sat on top of the boss chair. After sitting down, Lin Feng looked around, selectively ignoring the stool on one side and the sofa over there. This office even has only one chair inside. Secretary Lu. Although I'm the boss and you're the secretary, I've never engaged in the set of oppressing my employees. So it's definitely not possible for me to sit and you to stand. But since there's only one chair in here, you can sit on my lap. Lu Xian glanced at Lin Feng and then at the stool next to him, inwardly surprised at Lin Feng's ability to bull asterisk. But even if Lin Feng was bull ting, Lu Xian wouldn't be the slightest bit offended because she was set up to trust Lin Feng 100%. Even if Lin Feng wanted her to die right now, she wouldn't hesitate. Dong Lin, you're so considerate of your subordinates. Then I'll be respectful. Lu Xian straightened her OL dress. Then with one arm around Lin Feng's neck, she sat sideways on Lin Feng's lap. What was that? We were going to talk about again? Lin Feng felt a bit disorganized in his thoughts. Although Lu Xian was calm on the surface, she was also very nervous in her heart. It was the first time she had ever acted so intimately with a member of the opposite sex. It's like, yes, it's to talk about finding someone. Liu Xin replied. Yes, it seems to be looking for someone. Who is it? Isn't Lin Dong someone you're looking for? How could you forget that too? Oops, I'm in my 20s. I'm getting older and my memory is a bit bad. Lin Feng blurted it out. I seem to remember that Lin Dong told me that the person he was looking for seems to be called Lu Shua? Right, that's the name. It's Lu Shua. However, Lin Feng immediately followed up with a turn of phrase. Suddenly I don't feel so anxious about finding someone. Right, it seems to be late. Are you sleepy? If you're sleepy, go to the bedroom and take a rest. Lu Xian froze, as if she understood what Lin Feng's words meant. It's close to 10 o'clock, even though it's 10 o'clock in the morning. But if Lin Dong says I'm sleepy, then I must be sleepy. Lin Feng waved his hand. Since you're sleepy then don't hold on. Hurry up and go inside your room to sleep. As a boss who is sympathetic to his subordinates, I will never allow my employees to show up to work in a lackadaisical manner. Lin Feng spoke righteously, living up to the image of a good boss. Lu Xian stood up from Lin Feng, stretched and yawned. Oh my dear staff, aren't you sleepy? Why don't you go to bed yet? I'm a good boss. I never do things that oppress my employees. Even if it's work time and you want to sleep, you can sleep anytime. I'm very open-minded. Lin Dong, it's not that I don't want to sleep. You don't know. I'm a person who has been especially afraid of staying in unfamiliar environments since I was a child. Not to mention something as private as sleeping. I've always slept with dolls since I was a child. And today there are no dolls. And it's thundering outside. So I'm scared. 10. You're spacing out on the bull asterisk. When did I have thunder? Do you have to use me as a reason? I don't want to lose face? Even though Lu Xian was a royal appearance. But when she spilled her guts, it really made Lin Feng a bit unbearable. Lin Feng held on to Lu Xian's hand. Don't be afraid. Don't worry about sleeping inside. I'll guard you outside and act as a door guard for you. Don't say that it's thundering outside. Even if there are demons and ghosts, I won't let them in. Lin Feng spoke righteously. Lin Dong is so nice. Then I'll go to bed and sleep. After Lu Xian entered the house, Lin Feng stood guard outside the house alone, not taking a step inside. I don't believe it anyway. Zizu People's Hospital. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yusen slowly opened her eyes. The sky was slightly dark. Looked at her cell phone. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Yusen hurriedly got up from the bed. Then after briefly folding the quilt, she walked out from inside the ward and returned to the entrance of the intensive care unit. Nurse, my dad's surgery should be almost done, right? It's almost over. About another hour or so. The surgery went well, and the patient's body won't have any after effects as long as he recuperates after the surgery. So nurse, the guy who just paid the bill, do you know where he is? That chap, you say? He seemed to be up to something, and he left not long after you went to rest. Gone. Gone? Su Yusen felt a little empty in her heart after waking up without seeing Lin Feng. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 8, and scrupulous bosses pit me against McDonald's. So did he leave any contact info or anything? The nurse shook her head. No, he casually paid over $500,000 in medical bills for you, and paid an extra several $100,000 as a convalescence fee for Su Xingue after his surgery. And you don't even have his contact information? You don't know him? Su Yushu froze. She and Lin Feng had met a few times inside the school before, but it was only to stay in the meeting, She really didn't have Lin Feng's contact information. She didn't expect Lin Feng to leave without even leaving anything after helping her. It was as if Lin Feng had just appeared inside her world, as if he had been sent from heaven to help himself. Will you come back? If not, come back. Where should I look for you? Su Yushu's heart was empty. Lin Feng's figure couldn't be dispersed in her mind. As Lin Feng thought, not leaving contact information was more useful than leaving it. After about an hour, the lights in the operating room dimmed. The doctor walked out from inside, and Su Yushu rushed over. Doctor, how was the surgery? Is my dad doing okay? The surgery was a success, and thanks to the timely arrival of the equipment from the second hospital, as long as we follow up with good recuperation, there will be no problems. Su Yushu was delighted in her heart. Thank you, doctor. After the surgery was done, Su Xingui still needed some time to wake up, and it was as if Su Yushu had put down a big stone in her heart. In the time waiting for Su Xingui's anesthetic strength to pass, Su Yushu always often looked at the stairs. Every time the stairs someone came over, she wanted to see that tall figure. But there has been no 33rd floor of Huarong building. Lin Feng was still standing in the doorway and Lu Xian was lying inside the house. Lin Dong, I just took a nap and I'm especially tired from the sleep, so I guess I won't be able to go to work today, Lu Xian said in a sultry voice. Lin Feng smiled. He also didn't expect Lu Xian to sleep for quite a long time. It was 10 o'clock in the morning when it started, and by the time it was over, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Liuxin touched her stomach. I'm so tired from sleeping just now. I'm hungry. Lin Feng's stomach had just protested several times already as well. He hadn't eaten since the morning, but right now Lin Feng was working as a doorstopper and couldn't get away. It was a bit unrealistic for Lin Feng to leave now to buy breakfast. Why don't we order a takeout? Lu Xian blankly glanced at Lin Feng. Then does Lin Dong intend to have someone else deliver the stuff to his bedside? Or does he intend to go outside without a piece of clothing to get takeout? Just as Lin Feng was contemplating how he should get his meal on, he suddenly remembered someone. Ajiao, whom he had just met downstairs. Should he ask her to buy some rice and bring it up? After Lin Feng gave Lu Xian his thoughts, Lu Xian lifted the quilt upwards. Do we really have to let her deliver the food? I don't see that person as being tight-lipped. Or if you have an assistant, have your assistant send up some food? Your assistant isn't an outsider. Where do I have an assistant? Don't look at me now, the status seems to be quite high, but I'm still just your private small secretary. Really, speaking of the position, it is very low. Only the chairman of the board of directors. You have a lot of power. I'm a fox and a tiger, but the position level is there, and there can't be an assistant yet. What do you care what rank or not? You often accompany me in the future. Surely you can't deal with the company's affairs as often as before. In the future, recruit a few more assistants. Things are letting the assistants do it. Just like me. Things are letting the secretary do it. Nothing. Lin Dong, you're bad. I came to the company to work. Now it's office hours. Do I count as being lazy? Why isn't it a job now? You can have the whole company from now on. The two chatted and forgot about being hungry again. And by the time the two remembered again, it was 6 in the afternoon. During this period, the two talked a lot. There are about the company's things. The company knew to carry out some of the business about the supermarket and so on, and about smoking things. Lin Feng from the former most often smoked cigarettes as the White General, and so on and so forth. The two talked a lot about some of these keywords. After this time, the two of them were indeed too hungry and no longer entangled. Lu Xian directly found Ajiao's phone number inside the company's information and asked her to buy something as soon as possible and send it to the chairman's office on the 33rd floor. Ajiao is also really sharp. Not more than 15 minutes after the phone call, he ran into the office with several bags. Lin Dong, I got burgers, pizza and fried chicken. Where are you? Bring it in. It's in the inside bedroom. Lin Feng's voice came out. Ajiao hurriedly walked into the bedroom carrying the food, and when she just entered inside the bedroom and saw Lu Xian, Ajiao's eyes widened and she hurriedly turned around. I didn't see anything. Come on. I didn't intend to defend you if I let you in. Put the food on the bed. Ajiao slowly turned around and closed her eyes at first, but after closing them, she soon realized that she couldn't see. Aren't you crap? So finally decided to keep one eye open and put all the food on the bed. What are you doing with only one eye open? Reporting to Lin Dong, reason told me that I couldn't look, but curiosity drove me to want to look. So under the struggle between reason and curiosity, there was the appearance of me turning a blind eye now. Lin Feng, Lu Xian. Okay. Eyes open. You can look however you want. By the way, what department of the company are you in now? Finance department, just recently converted. You're out of the finance department from now on. Lin Feng hadn't even finished speaking. Jiao cried out with a wow at that moment. The unscrupulous boss bullied the little employee. Obviously just in the morning he said he wouldn't dismiss me. It turns out that he wanted to finally pit me against a meal of McDonald's. Ah, Lin Feng, don't howl. Who said to dismiss you? In the future you won't work in the finance department. Lu Xian is going to recruit a few assistants recently. In the future you'll be one of her assistants. The salary will be doubled. Jiao howled for half a day, her eyes still dry. Lin Dong, you really? Can you really double your salary? Can I still lie to you? Do a good job from now on. And don't make a fuss. Lin Dong, rest assured. Lu's secretaries, rest assured. I Shou Chuanjiu must do a good job. In the future, Lin Dong, you point where I hit. I will never say anything. Alright, go out first. Right. How much did it cost to just buy all this food? I'll transfer it to you directly. Lin Feng picked up his cell phone. What is Lin Dong saying? What's the point of paying for something like this? I'm not a stingy person. This meal, counted as my treat for you. Lin Feng was speechless. TMD, if you hadn't just yelled at me for being an unscrupulous boss to pit you against McDonald's, I really would have believed it. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 9, Lin Miao Miao. Okay, you're out. I'll notify personnel of your position change in a few minutes. Jiao smiled brightly. Okay, Lo Lin Dong. You guys continue to do yourselves. I'll go first. Just as Jiao had just reached the door, Lin Feng suddenly farted. It wouldn't have been a big deal about this one fart, but Jiao suddenly stopped and turned around. Sorry, it was me who had a bit of a tummy upset. And that fart just now was from me. It has nothing to do with Lin Dong at all. As soon as the words left her mouth, she also gave Lin Feng a high emotion smile back. Lin Feng? Ryushin? Are you really going to decide to make her my assistant? I kind of regret it. She doesn't seem to be in her right mind. When Jiao heard this, she instantly became anxious. Lin Dong, Secretary Lu, I have a normal brain. I recently followed a blogger. I've been learning about high emotional intelligence, and it says that if one's leader does something embarrassing, one should take the initiative to come forward and take the embarrassment on one's head. But there's only 3 of us here. Who are you talking to? Lin Feng tortured her soul. Jiao also froze, as if, has a point. You go away and read less of these weird bloggers in the future. But of course, it's possible that it's not just people blogging. And whose problem is that? Ajor pursued. Lin Feng. My problem. Alright, there you go. Jiao hadn't even figured out why it had become Lin Feng's problem on her way out. When Jiao left, Lin Feng continued to talk to Lu Xian about the company. Currently Lin Feng didn't understand a lot of things and needed to ask Lu Xian. I believe you. Day 2. Lin Feng slept straight through to the middle of the day. If it wasn't for the fact that he was woken up by the ringing of the phone, if no one had disturbed him, I'm sure he could have slept straight through to the afternoon. The discussion about the company was a little late yesterday. Lin Feng sleepily picked up his cell phone and connected the call with his minuscule consciousness. Hello? Lin Feng, did you rob a bank? Just how many things did you buy? The express delivery at home is already almost too much to set up. The voice of Lin Feng's mother, Zhang Yu, on the other end of the phone caused Lin Feng to instantly wake up. Mom, what did you just say? What delivery? You ask me? Didn't you buy the stuff? Now all of them are sent home. 4 iPhones 13 Pro Max, and several computers, a dozen tablets, headphones, cameras, and shoes, hats, have filled up your room all over. Where did you get the money to buy all these things? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He remembered. When I emptied my cart yesterday, I left the delivery address at home, and I didn't realize that this arrived just a day after I bought it. So it was a godsend. Wait, now doesn't seem like the time to think about that. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. When he bought it yesterday he didn't even think about how to explain it to his family. What should I say? Say you activated the system? The system gave itself a $10 trillion allowance? Saying that will probably get you sent to psychiatry, right? If you're sent to a mental institution, trying to prove that you're a normal person in the middle of a bunch of psychopaths is not a simple task. No matter what you say, the doctors will dismiss you as psychotic gibberish. Hey, speak up. Where the hell did you get the money? Don't scare your mom. You can't do anything illegal. In his haste, Lin Feng suddenly had a flash of light inside his head and thought of a reason. Mom, don't get excited. I did buy all those things, but I earned all the money to buy the things, and I wanted to wait until recently to give you guys a surprise. but I didn't realize that I forgot to change the address when I bought the things. Son, you tell mom the truth. Are you doing something illegal? Don't worry. Mom won't report and expose you. Tell mom which bank you robbed. Did you let the surveillance camera catch it? You can't be photographed. Lin Feng's face was full of black lines. He seriously suspected that he inherited this comical character from Jiang Yu. Mom, you have an amazing attention span. You've robbed a bank and you're still concerned about whether I'm photogenic or not. You bare child. Hurry to tell mom the truth. In the end, which bank was robbed? Robbed how much? Is it too late to run away? Will our family be able to live a rich life in the future? Mom, you look forward to me alright. I didn't rob a bank or do anything else illegal. I earned the money for the things I bought. Lin Feng said loudly. You earned it yourself? I visually estimate that you can't buy these things without millions of dollars. And you don't even have an internship yet. So where are you going to go and make millions of dollars to go? You tell you. If you really do something illegal, you must not run away. Never do a smuggling ship to leave and then turn to Burma, Laos, Cambodia. Jiang Yu obviously didn't believe it and was convinced inwardly that Lin Feng had robbed the bank, and was already planning to run away in his mind. Is it possible to go to a foreign country on a smuggling ship? The kid's dad is still at work, so it looks like we need to hurry up and call him back and run away together as a family. Mom, in fact, tell you the truth. I just went to college when I followed others to speculate on the stock market. At that time by speculating on the stock market to earn a sum of money, and then later gradually have experience, and then slowly the money accumulated more than $1 million. Then I heard a tip that the executives of a company were going to short their own company and the stock price was going to drop wildly, and the executives wanted to wait until the stock hit rock bottom to buy it back, and I was sniffing out a great opportunity. So I used all the $1 million I had on hand to buy stock in that company when it hit rock bottom. Sometime after I bought it, the stock of that company went up just a little bit, and I thought I was being scammed. So I didn't pay attention to it anymore until recently, when I realized that the stock I bought at that time had already doubled a few thousand times, and because I haven't been operating for the past few years, I'm now the largest shareholder of that company, and your son is now worth over $1 billion. Jiang Yu was silent for a few seconds on the other side of the phone. Son, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? A few days ago I cashed out a portion of my money, about a few $100 million, and I was thinking of telling you guys after I bought the house, but I forgot to change the address after I bought something yesterday. So what are you buying all this stuff for? Can you use so many computers, cell phones, tablets, headphones by yourself? Lin Feng coughed a few times and quickly thought of a reason. I'm not making money. I'm planning to buy some gifts for a few of my housemates, so I bought more. Oh, then it's time to buy more. Jiang Yu tentatively accepted Lin Feng's statement. Right, I almost forgot. You hurry home, pack up those expresses. Did Miao Miao tell you that she's coming back today? Lin Feng's eyes snapped. Sister Miao Miao, are you serious? When will you be back? She said she'd be there today about this afternoon and that she'd have dinner at the house today. Then I'm going home now. Lin Feng quickly hung up the phone. His emotions still hadn't slowed down from the excitement of Lin Miao's return, as Jiang Yu had just said. The reason why Lin Feng was so excited was naturally because of Lin Miao, his half-sister's sister. Chapter 10 Anchor. There's someone behind you. Lin Miao was the child Lin Feng's eldest uncle. Lin Yan, picked up from inside a garbage can when he was 45 years old, and because of his congenital inability to procreate, Lin Yan had never married. After picking up Lin Miao, Lin Yan discovers that Lin Miao is sick and needs surgery, which is probably why she was abandoned. So Lin Yan sold his house to give Lin Miao an operation, and fortunately, the operation was successful. At that time, when Lin Miao was abandoned, she was less than 4 years old, but she had already begun to remember things, so she had also always known her identity. But the good times didn't last long. When Lin Miao was 10 years old, Lin Yan died because of a car accident. That year, Lin Feng was 7 years old. Since then, Lin Miao has been a member of the family. Lin Feng was 7 years old. Lin Miao was 10 years old, and the two had spent 8 years together. During these 8 years, Lin Miao was like a caring big sister. She could be described as incomparably doting on Lin Feng, though not related by blood. The two are better than the usual biological siblings. Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu also did not, because Lin Miao is not biological and patriarchal. On the contrary, they are very good to Lin Miao, so the family's relationship is exceptionally good. Lin Miao had thought that she and Lin Feng would be able to live like this forever, but the change came in the year of Lin Miao's college entrance exam. After Lin Miao's college entrance exam, A group of people appeared inside Lin Feng's house. Those people said they were Lin Miaomiao's real parents and came to identify with Lin Miaomiao. It was her grandmother's family who abandoned Lin Miaomiao at the time, and they didn't know it at the time, thinking they were lost, so they've been searching for her all these years. It wasn't until Lin Miaomiao's own grandmother was on her deathbed that she told the truth about what happened. In the end, after discussions between the two parents, the final result was that Lin Miaomiao returned to her biological parents. But because Lin Miaomiao had already reached adulthood, her biological parents could not restrict her from returning. When Lin Feng was leaving, he was very reluctant to let go of Lin Miaomiao, and when they were parting, Lin Miaomiao flopped down next to Lin Feng's ear and agreed that she would definitely come to see him in the future as long as she had time. Lin Miaomiao also did not break her word. On average less than 2 months will come back to live a few days. And when Lin Feng went to college, but also every summer and winter vacation often live at home to accompany Lin Feng. Lin Feng had also long since decided in his heart that in the future, he would be a lifelong family member with Lin Miaomiao. That's why Lin Feng was so happy when Zhang Yu said that Lin Miaomiao came back today. Recently, Lin Miaomiao hadn't come back for several months because she was busy with work matters, and the last time she came back was during the New Year. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he realized that there were dozens of extra text messages from couriers inside his phone, as well as a message from Lin Miaomiao to himself. Little Feng, I'm going back today. Wait for me honestly at home. Lin Feng immediately replied, I'll wait for you to come back. I'll go and make up your bed right now, even though you won't be able to use it. You'll come to sleep in my room every time in the middle of the night. After replying, Lin Feng put his cell phone aside, got dressed, and stretched. Yesterday, because of overtime work, today Lu Xin has not yet gotten up. Lin Feng left her a note, said that he was going home. Yesterday overtime work hard, gave her a few days off, any time to work. After leaving the note, Lin Feng called Ajiao again and asked her to take care of Lu Xin, after which he took the elevator down and prepared to go home. While inside the elevator, Lin Feng made today's check-in. Sign in. Ding. Signing in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the world's limited edition Pagani Zonda tricolor, valued at $16 million, or about 100 million renminbi. The vehicle has been parked in the underground parking lot of Huarong Mansion for the host, and the vehicle key has been put into the host's pocket, in order to let the host have a better driving experience. Additional proficient level driving skills are given. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. A Pagani sports car? Worth $100 million? That sounds pretty good. That being said, as a godly tycoon, it really isn't appropriate to not have a proper car. It's just right now. There's no shortage. Lin Feng directly rode the elevator down to the underground parking lot, and as soon as he got out of the elevator, Lin Feng saw the light blue beast that seemed to be shining from afar. However, when Lin Feng approached he realized that there was someone next to the car, and it seemed to be an anchor. At the moment the Pagani Zonda tricolor is next to a little Lolita who is live streaming with a selfie stick. Brothers on the air bud, guess what I saw? I really kinda can't believe my eyes. The sports car it's so cool. Here, let me adjust the camera and show Brother Mo. By Cherry Rua was a small anchor. There were only 200 people inside the live broadcast room, and there weren't even many pop-ups in the first place. But when she pointed the camera at the Pagani in front of her, the pop-ups were instantly hilarious. Lonling King Fortune. Luxury car Anchor, can you send me one? I am a student. Joe Bilo, daughter of the void, up there. Don't say you're a student. Not even if you're poison in the. Is there a brother in the studio? Do you know what kind of car this is? How long will I be able to afford it with a monthly salary of 3,000? Ming people do not put dark farts, upstairs do not worry. You this salary or think about how not to starve to death. Or set a small goal. Borrow from the sky another 500 years. Worlds no. One gotcha, 500 years is far from enough. Gotcha is here. Hurry up and kick me up. If I'm not mistaken, the car in front of the anchor is a Pagani Zonda tricolor. Limited to 3 units worldwide. Shameless water word count author June. The price of this car is $16 million. Equivalent to 100 million renminbi. Just now that poison in the brother. You earn 3,000 a month. 36,000 a year. About earn 2,777 years can earn enough. Clip chest cookie, good lord. 2,777. Qin Shi Huang's grandfather wasn't even born yet. And you have to start working. The world's first brother to know, this Pagani price is expensive. But its performance and value retention level is also fully worthy of its price. It is powered by a naturally aspirated AMG 7. 3LV12 engine, which accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.4 seconds, from 0 to 200 km per hour in 9.6 seconds, and has a top speed of more than 350 km per hour. Like the acceleration, the Zonda Sync's braking response time is also amazing, with 100 to 0 km per hour taking only 2.1 seconds, and 200 to 0 km per hour taking only 4.3 seconds. 4.3 seconds. World's number one understander, who wouldn't want to get their hands on a performance beast like this? $100 million is worth every penny. It's not particularly expensive. Poison in the $100 million? That's not particularly expensive. Are you listening to people? I have to work from the generation of Qin Shi Huang Tai Tai Zhu grandpa to be able to afford things. You put aside here and tell me that it is not particularly expensive? Sun Shang Xiang Soap, your discussion seems to have scared the anchor a bit, who has taken several steps back. Since the pop-up screen Lively, by Cherry Rua has been curiously staring at the pop-up screen to see. After reading it is also tisk tsk, and rushed back several steps. Did not expect that they casually encountered a car is worth 100 million. Bro Mo. You guys are scaring me a bit. If I just rub this car, I guess I'll be living the rest of my life paying back the money, right? Just then, a pop-up popped up. Poison in the anchor, be careful. Someone's circling back. There's someone behind you. He's getting closer. Chapter 11, 3 words to make the system give birth to the atmosphere. Poison in the anchor, be careful. Someone's circling back. There's someone behind you. He's getting closer. Clip chest cookie, anchor watch out. Someone's circling back. There's someone behind you. He's getting closer. Asterisk 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 comes to life, anchor be careful. Someone's coming around the back. There's someone behind you. He's getting closer. Handsome to the point of being cut, anchor be careful. Someone's circling around. There's someone behind you. He's getting closer to you. By Sakura Rual looked at the screen full of pop-ups and thought it was the water friends joking. Not thinking it was a joke, because she had been fooled before in the past. Not long ago she was live streaming from her house when someone on the pop-up said that the cabinet in the back had moved. And then right after that the pop-ups were a water full of words reminding her that the cabinet had moved. It caused by Sakura Rua to be scared for a while before the pop-ups finally explained that they were lying to themselves. Bro Mo. Trying to fool me twice with the same trick isn't going to work. He. Poison in the anchor, we really didn't lie to you. Don't believe you turn your head to see. That person is standing right behind you, just 10 centimeters away from you. Seeing how seriously the pop-ups were talking, by Sakura Rua thought that it couldn't be true, so she turned back to take a look. It didn't matter what she saw. It almost scared her out of her soul. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The selfie stick in by Sakura Rua's hand was thrown straight out, and she herself took several steps back, hiding behind the Pagani. Lin Feng saw by Cherry Rua's reaction and couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that such a cute girl being surprised is also shouting you won't still poop, right? Hurry up and say you won't, right? Shira Sakura Roru? Why are you behind me and trying to scare me on purpose? The screen of my cell phone is broken. By Cherry Rua hurriedly picked up the selfie stick and cell phone on the ground and wiped the dust on them. I didn't mean to scare you. It was you who scared yourself, okay? I obviously didn't do anything and you just ran away. Lin Feng had an innocent face. So, then why are you standing behind me for no reason? And so close to me? You're in my way. You've been standing there and not moving. I'm going to go over there. I can only stand behind you and wait. Lin Feng spread his hands. I'll believe the hell out of you. The road is so wide here, and I'm not standing in the middle of the road. So how can I block you? But you're standing next to my car door. How can I drive if you don't move away? Lin Feng smiled. By Sakura Rua's eyes widened. This is your car? Lin Feng pulled out the key and pressed it. The Pagani's taillights flashed twice, and all was said and done. The inside of by Sakura Rua's live broadcast room became even more lively. Poison in the, did you meet the owner of the car? Can you do me a favor and ask that car owner if he accepts men? I really want to get in his passenger seat. Or a bra. More point defense, I am also a male. I also want to. The anchor also helped me to ask, but can not eat alone. I have a very low bottom line. I can accept anything. *T doesn't change. The rest of you get out of the way. Boss, look at me. I'm a female. I can be salty or sweet, lowly or imperial, or even male or female. I can do anything. Did you break your cell phone by dropping it just now? Also, why are you guys talking so weird? Don't you even want to lose your dignity for the sake of money? What's wrong with the world? Small knife pulling assholes, can't even not want money for the sake of dignity, right? Anchor also helped me ask. I mail. Old. Mom. Daughter-in-law ran away. The anchor must not fall. If the anchor must fall because of money, please be sure to take me with you. Balling Up. By Cherry Rua swept her phone. She didn't pay attention to the various pop-ups begging her to hook Lin Feng up. She only saw the crack on her phone and half the camera popping up. Bro Mo. My cell phone is broken. That's it for today's live broadcast. I'm going to go fix my cell phone. After saying that, By Cherry Rua intended to turn off the live broadcast, but Lin Feng interrupted her. Wait first. By Cherry Rua looked at Lin Feng blankly. What's wrong? What platform are you live streaming on and what's your ID name? Lin Feng came over to By Cherry Rua's side and skimmed the ID of her live broadcast, Little White Student. I'm partly responsible for your phone breaking, so let's swipe you a slight gift. Just to fix your phone. Lin Feng took out his cell phone, opened Douyin, and casually charged 1,000,000 jittery coins. Entering By Cherry Rua's live room, he found the most expensive of the gifts, Carnival, and swiped 33 in a row. A carnival of $3,000 required 30,000 jitter coins, and Lin Feng didn't stop until 1,000,000 jitter coins weren't enough. Touching By Cherry Rua's little head, he pinched her little face again. The money for the brush gift will be taken as money for me to compensate you for your cell phone. After saying that, Lin Feng got into the car and took off in a rumbling sound. It wasn't until after Lin Feng left that By Cherry Rua reacted. It seemed like he had just swiped a lot of gifts for himself, and also, pinch yourself in the face? I can't believe I didn't fight back just now. Lin Feng drove away with a deep hide, although he did not leave By Sakura Rua's contact information. But there was no hurry. Just like last time in the hospital, Lin Feng didn't leave Su Yushu's contact information. It's more impressive not to stay than to stay. I believe that it won't be long before Su Yushu will make all kinds of inquiries to come to his WeChat. The same was true for By Sakura Rua, who would reach out to her in the future on Shakeology. Su Chen rubbed his chin in the car, feeling a bit like a scumbag now. Ha, host, you are not a scum. You just had your heart broken by someone in the past, and now a different fragment of your heart has fallen in love with a different person. You are still fundamentally different from a scum. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the system to be quite good at it. System, I keep forgetting to ask you, can you become a real person and come out from inside my head? What does the host want? It's not possible to be horny. It's not possible to be horny. Lin Feng. Well, do not tease the host. In fact, yesterday the host in the dream to see that is the true body of the system. Only now the host does not have the ability to put the system out of the ability. As for when you can realize, please look forward to. Doesn't seem like much to look forward to. Materialized or not doesn't seem to have much appeal. Little A cover. Ridiculous. Lin Feng spat. System? Host, you explain what you just meant by that? What are you talking about? What do you mean? A little A cup is ridiculous? Why don't you say anything? System, voice, 60s. After successfully pissing the system off, Lin Feng realized to exit the system as if it was nothing and continue to drive. 3 words that gave birth to an atmosphere in the system. What does it mean to be a good person? Lin Feng like this after doing good things, waving his hand without leaving a cloud, is a good person. The system should be thanking itself, right? In about less than half an hour, Lin Feng drove back to this home where he had lived for more than 20 years, the Marginal Life Community. Chapter 12, When you're rich, you have to work even more. After driving into the Marginal Life Community, Lin Feng deliberately drove very slowly. As the saying goes, not returning to one's hometown when one is rich is like walking in the night with a brocade coat. Being rich and not pretending to be rich would be like having a naked beauty sitting next to you and you merely flaunt the fact that you have clothes. As Pagani slowly drove into the small area, this cool sports car immediately attracted everyone's attention, unknowingly gathering at least dozens of people around. Since when do we have cars like that in our neighborhood? That looks like a sports car, doesn't it? I think so. The chassis is so low, but it doesn't look like it's a big brand by the label. Do you recognize it? I don't recognize it either. I guess it's a miscellaneous brand. It's still not comparable to those Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Porsche. Lin Feng didn't know about the comments of the people around him at this moment. After he parked his car, he walked out of the car with a smile on his face. He had thought that after he came out of the car it would be a flurry of people around him, and then after seeing that it was him he would brag about it, and finally scramble to marry his own daughter to him. But when he came out of the car, he realized that the situation didn't seem to be quite the same as he had thought it would be. Goo, it's Little Feng. Just now I saw who I thought it was. So it's you. Lin Feng looked towards the source of the voice. It was Auntie Zhao, who he had known since he was a child. She had also been inside this neighborhood and had lived there for decades. Auntie Zhao, you're out walking after dinner again? Yeah. When did you buy a car? Little phone? Or a sports car? Although it looks like just a miscellaneous brand, but you are still going to school to be able to buy a car is also really impressive. The smile at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth gradually solidified. Miscellaneous. Miscellaneous. Pagani. Miscellaneous. Little phone. Don't blame Auntie for talking too much. You young people like sports cars. Auntie can understand that. But although this kind of car is nice to look at, it's still not very practical in the end. Not as comfortable as a sedan. Yeah, it just drove so slowly into the neighborhood. And the horsepower isn't quite like a sports car. So if it's new, it's better to think about it carefully. It would be better to have a Mercedes or a BMW with that kind of money. Little phone. Listen to my great aunt's advice. Sell this miscellaneous brand. Down payment a Mercedes-Benz. My son-in-law drives a Mercedes-Benz. It is comfortable to sit. Lin Feng searched around in the crowd, but in the end he didn't find the know-it-all he wanted. Lin Feng inwardly gulped. Why other protagonists driving wherever they go will not lack of understanding brother to introduce the model of the car. The price. To their own here there is no? It's obviously a $100 million Pagani, but it's made to look like it's not even a Mercedes anymore. Woohoo! Lin Feng squeezed out a smile, and after dealing with the many Amazons, he lost his head and went upstairs. This pussy failed to pretend. Lin Feng's home on the 5th floor is the top floor. Now this kind of weather at the end of March is good. Not cold or hot. If the summer in July and August, the home does not open the air conditioning is simply no way to stay. It's not even as hot outside as it is inside. It's like a steamer. Lin Feng also thought about it when he was going upstairs. He had to hurry up and change his house. Pushing open the door of the room, Lin Feng's dad, Lin Tianya, and his mom, Zhang Yu, were sitting on top of the sofa and had been waiting for Lin Feng for a while. Dad. Mom. I'm home. After Lin Feng entered the door, he called out towards the sofa, then changed his shoes and sat on the sofa as well. Son, your mom said you robbed a bank. Should we run now or at night? Pust. The water Lin Feng had taken half a sip of sprayed out at once. Cough cough cough. After coughing violently for a while, Lin Feng looked at Zhang Yu with a bewildered face. Mom, what did you tell my dad? Zhang Yu's face flushed slightly. When you just called me, didn't I think you had gone to rob a bank? So at that time, I called your dad, and then you explained inside the call. But I forgot about calling your dad. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. There wasn't a single member of his family who didn't think outside the box. So mom, you haven't explained since dad got back? Zhang Yu nodded sheepishly, then turned to Lin Tianya in confusion. So you've been thinking that your son robbed the bank since you entered just now? Then why were you sitting on the sofa with me so calmly just now? You didn't even ask a question? Lin Feng and Zhang Yu turned their gazes to Lin Tianya at the same time, waiting for him to give an explanation. Lin Tianya hands a stall. I heard you on the phone inside the small maple robbed the bank immediately after the return. Even a second did not dare to delay. But I just entered the door. I saw you calmly sitting on the sofa, next to a pile of courier. You also smile from time to time. I thought you were also involved in, waiting for me to run away. That I still ask what? Directly sitting on the sofa above. Waiting for the small maple does not. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. Lin Feng. Zhang Yu. Lin Feng covered his face. Dad. Mom. You guys don't expect me to be good at all. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? Of course I know. I've seen it since you were little. You're an ambitious person. That's why I'm not surprised that your mom said you robbed a bank. In this world now, if you want to move up in the hierarchy, you can only go by the sword. Lin Tianya's words directly gave Lin Feng a whole won't. After a long slowdown, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Let's pretend those things just now didn't happen. I'll re-enter the house for a bit. Let's start over. After the re-entry, things were finally no longer full of oddities. And Lin Tianya and Zhang Yu accepted Lin Feng's reasoning and the fact that Lin Feng had become so rich. Dad. Mom. I gave your card inside each transferred 100 million. You usually have what you want to buy but confined to the price did not buy. I'll buy it. The house in the near future I will also go to see. The car. You go directly to the Force store to see. See satisfied directly swipe the card to pick up the car on the line. Lin Tianya and Zhang Yu looked at each other and counted the numbers on top of the bank card balance again. In a very excited mood. Then in that case none of us will have to work in the future? Lin Tianya said with a smile. However, Lin Feng stood up and shook his head slightly. Dad. This kind of thinking is wrong. Can you stop working just because you have money? I once had a classmate. Their family's assets amounted to tens of billions of dollars. But everyone in their family went to school and went to work. Those who go to school don't miss a day of school. Those who go to work don't come in late or leave early once. Think of them and then think of you. Don't you feel ashamed? An expression of shame surfaced on Lin Tianya's face. Fong, you mean to say that no matter how much money you have, you can't forget your roots or the most basic work? That your friend's family is so rich yet they still work one job after another? That's the secret to them being able to stay so rich? No. I meant to say that if you don't work, who do you pretend to be when you have money? Lin Tianya. Chapter 13, Did I Meet a Liar? Lin Feng laughed. I was just joking. Now you guys are considered to be wealth-free. You can go to work or not. You can go if you want to. You can go if you don't want to. Or I can directly acquire your unit. If you really acquired the company. A few days ago when I scolded the company's co-workers to see me change into a boss. How embarrassing. Fair enough, so do what you want. You don't have to be tied down by life now that you're rich anyway. Immediately after Lin Feng's family cleaned up the house, a large pile of express delivery all organized. Lin Feng half of the house space is filled. After packing up the express boxes, Lin Feng directly opened a few of them. Cell phones, tablets, computers, headphones, sneakers, cameras, a set of all complete. After replacing all his devices with new ones, Lin Feng prettily lay on his bed and played with his new cell phone. Just as Lin Feng had just laid down on his bed, a friend request came in on WeChat, and the avatar was a girl. Lin Feng stroked his chin. It can't be Su Yushu, right? Finally got someone to ask for my contact information? It's pretty quick. Let's have a good chat with you then. Jing passed your friend request. Now you can chat. Jing, hello, do we know each other? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Why was this Su Yushu's opening statement weird? Did he think he knew her from before to pay for her surgery? But you should introduce yourself first. Otherwise how will people know who you are? Maple Leaf, you added me. And now you're asking if we know each other. Jing, I don't know that I suddenly have your friend inside my phone. Maybe this is fate. Right. Since it's so fateful, let's get to know each other. My name is Jing. What's your name? Little brother? Lin Feng suddenly got up. This chatting routine doesn't seem to be Su Yushu, but rather like a tea seller girl? I met a liar? Lin Feng's expression changed from one of dawning realization to one of incomparable excitement. Finally, I've met a scammer again. I haven't met a scammer for a long time, and I can have a nice chat with a scammer again. Hey, Jing, right? Let me meet you. Maple Leaf, my last name is Ni. My name is Dam. You can just call me Dam, or you can call me by my nickname, because I fell down easily since I was a kid. That's why my nickname is Fall. You can call me Dam or Fall. There was a moment of silence on the other side, but a quick response. Jing, little brother, you have a very special name. If you don't mind, how about I call you Brother Ni? Maple Leaf, no, I mind. You can call me Dam or Drop, or if you really don't want to be called either of those, you can call me by my stage name. Jing, brother still has a stage name. It's awesome. What's your brother's stage name? Maple Leaf, since I have a dream of becoming a singer since I was a child. I practiced diligently on weekdays and often contacted the pronunciation. Do you know what is the most appropriate sound to practice when practicing pronunciation? Jing, wow, brother knows so much. In the future, brother will be able to become a good singer. Hurry up and tell your sister. Maple Leaf, when I was practicing pronunciation I practiced the yay sound most often. So I gave myself the stage name Yay, so you can call me Yay from now on. There was silence across the room again for a moment. This time a long time longer compared to the last time. About 2 minutes. But the other party should have felt like they had already started talking and didn't want to give up on Lin Feng as a target. So 2 minutes later, Jing still messaged back. Jing, then I'll call you by your stage name from now on. Yay. Maple Leaf, good boy. Quietly, yeah, what do you do for a living? Maple Leaf, my mom is the village mayor's daughter, with 6 acres of land in her name, and a good chance of inheriting my grandpa's estate in the future. The money my mom can share, conservatively estimated, 20,000. Maple Leaf, and my father is even more powerful. Is the village inside the only high school graduate genius? Identity is also extremely noble. I believe you have heard of in the cattle family home one hand over the sky of the egg grain fertilizer factory, right? Now every year the fertilizer factory's profit is at least 40,000. Maple Leaf, and I, known as the prince born with a grain of, just owned the 3rd tractor in the entire village 2 days ago, and I wouldn't dare to say that I'm the richest person in the world. Right, but strength isn't blown out of proportion. And as you can see from what I've just said, strength doesn't allow me to keep a low profile. This time, the quiet silence was far longer than the last 2 times, and at one point, it even made Lin Feng think that the opposite party had ignored him. 15 minutes later, Jing finally replied. Jing, so you are so rich Jing will be poor. Has been following my grandfather to live. Now rely on grandpa's tea plantation life. Just now as my grandpa shouted me out to pick tea, I took advantage of grandpa's not pay attention to the return of the message of yeah. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. How many grandfathers do you have anyway? This way should I call her grandpa if I should call her old brother? After letting out a laugh, Lin Feng continued to chat with him, and he also knew that it was time for her to get to the point when talking about the tea garden. Maple, you're a tea picker, aren't you? Jing, yeah, I picked tea with my grandpa years ago. Yeah, you're not looking down on me, are you? Maple, of course I will. Ha, not only do I despise you, I want to laugh at you. You live with your grandfather, so you don't have parents? Your mom is dead, and your father is gone? This kind of tea-selling liar Lin Feng cursed without the slightest psychological burden at all. Although the name is Jing, but the opposite side of the cell phone is likely to be a stingy man or stingy woman. No, it is likely to be a group of stingy man and stingy woman. This kind of liar died out Lin Feng does not bring a point of sympathy. If you sympathize with them, who's going to sympathize with the people they scammed out of their money? Surprisingly, Lin Feng has just scolded the opposite side directly back in seconds. It seems to be eager to cheat money after entering into the topic. Jing, I grew up without my parents and have been living in the countryside with my grandfather. And yeah, what you just said made me so sad. Maple, you grew up without parents? Are you an orphan then? Hello, orphans. Jing, if you keep talking like that Jing will get angry, furious expression. Maple Leaf, can you get both parents back even if you're angry? Well, now call you an angry orphan. In the back, Lin Feng also paired it with an emoticon of, in a hurry. The degree of mockery pulled full. Split line. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 14, Molesting the Liar. Jing, if you keep talking like that Jing will get angry, furious expression. Maple Leaf, can you get both parents back even if you're angry? Well, now call you an angry orphan. The opposite side was silent again, presumably exasperated enough, this time for half an hour's time. Half an hour later, Jing reckoned she wanted to try one last time. Jingles, yay. Do you have a girlfriend? Maple Leaf, yes. Why do you ask? Jing, I really envy your girlfriend can find you such a good boy? Unlike me, is the countryside, has been no one wants, crying expression. Maple Leaf, see, it's true that you're an orphan. No one wants it. Ha. Quiet, I hashtag percent asterisk hashtag you and hashtag. Quiet. 60s. Quiet, you hashtag and hashtag at and. Quiet. 60s. Lin Feng took a look at this battle. Good guy. 2 60-second voices. Although he knew that it was definitely cursing inside, Lin Feng was curious if this person he was chatting with was a stingy man or not. So he clicked in and listened. Nice guy. Not a bad guess at all. And by the sound of it, at least 40. Ugh. Can't these scammers scam the whole package now? For example, if you send a voice to find a cute girl too, maybe someone will believe it. After that, Lin Feng decided to have a final chat with him. Maple Leaf, okay. I'm very happy after scolding you just now. According to the principle of equal exchange, I'd better buy you a few boxes of tea. Quietly, are you serious? Maple Leaf, of course it's fake. You believe this? If you're going to be a liar with this IQ, you might as well be a cutie pie. You'd make more money by begging for food. Immediately after that, Lin Feng pulled her black, and then was in an unbelievably happy mood. Favorite thing about these scammers is that I'm especially happy after every cordial and friendly interaction with them. I wish I could interact with these people every day. After blacking out Jing, coincidentally, another friend request popped up. It's not a liar this time. It's Su Yushu. Hello Lin Feng student. I'm Su Yushu. Yesterday you helped me advance my father's surgery fee. Thank you so much. You left after I woke up yesterday. I asked for a long time before I got your WeChat. Can I agree to be friends? I will pay you back the surgery fee later. Thank you so much. With such a paragraph written above the application memo, Su Yushu was indeed worthy of the character that had circulated during her college years. If Su Yushu was only good looking on the outside, Lin Feng wouldn't like her, and would merely go for the kidneys, not the heart. But now it seemed that Lin Feng hadn't misjudged Su Yushu. decisively agreeing to Su Yushu's friend request. Lin Feng also wrote her a large paragraph. Hello Susan, you don't need to return the money to me. If you must want to do something about it, then have a good life. I actually paid attention to you when I was in college. At that time it might have been because you were good looking, but gradually I realized that you were more than just good looking. Your heart, it was pure. Even though you are inside the dye bowl of school, you are still able to clean yourself up, and I'm not helping you to get something from you. Only if you live a good life in the future, I'll be relieved. Su Yushu, but the surgery cost is not a small amount. You not only helped me to advance the surgery cost, even the money for the surgery follow-up recuperation you also advanced the money. How can I not repay your great kindness to me How can I not repay your great favor to me? I must return this money to you. Seeing that Su Yushu looked like she wouldn't stop until she paid back the money, Lin Feng had an idea in his mind as his eyes turned. Lin Feng, you're determined to pay me back, aren't you? Su Yushu, yes, benefactor. I'll find a company to intern with right away, and after I receive my first paycheck, I'll pay you back the rest of the money I have left after my living expenses every month from now on. Lin Feng, so have you found an internship company yet? Su Yushu, not yet, but I'll look for it when my father's condition stabilizes. Lin Feng, if you go for an internship, you should go to Huarong Group, right? After all, your grades are so good, it would be a shame if you didn't go to Huarong Group. Su Yushu, my current plan is to intern at Huarong Group. Lin Feng, if you're planning to go to Huarong Group, we can be companions. I'm also planning to go to Huarong Group for internship. Su Yushu, really? That's great. If it goes well, we'll be co-workers from now on. Starting with the topic of interning together, Lin Feng and Su Yushu talked for a long time. Even during the lunchtime meal Lin Feng kept holding his cell phone. The relationship between the two had also gotten a lot closer from some of the chats they had had today, but ultimately it was still stuck in the friend kind of closeness. Lin Feng didn't care. A girl like Su Yushu would not be Su Yushu if she expected to be flirted away in one chat. As he chatted, Lin Feng fell asleep while lying on the bed. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Feng turned around in his bed and slowly opened his eyes when a person suddenly appeared beside his bed. Who? Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, followed by instantly widening his eyes, his sleepiness disappearing. Sister Miao Miao? Lin Feng's entire body sat up violently and got up from the bed. When did you come? Sister Miao Miao? And you didn't tell me to get up? Lin Miao Miao looked at Lin Feng with a doting face. I've just arrived as well. I didn't call you because I saw you sleeping soundly. There's no need to rush. If you're still sleepy then go on sleeping. I'm not sleepy. Seeing you, Sister Miao Miao, makes me instantly not sleepy. Lin Feng's face was filled with a happy smile. He and Lin Miao Miao had been spending time together for several months and hadn't seen each other. Now it was hard to see each other. Could he not be happy? Lin Miao Miao straightened her chest and said with a proud face, come on, take a look. Can you see any difference between me and a few months ago? Lin Feng's gaze fell on top of his breasts. Sister Miao Miao, you ate papaya? Hey, I've been having papaya for dinner every night for the past few months. How's that working? Useful, yes, but that's not the most useful. Do you have anything more effective? Lin Feng laughed and came over to Lin Miao Miao's ear and whispered softly. Lin Miao Miao gave him a blank look. Just know how to be poor. Then the two reminisced a lot about the old days. After some jostling and reminiscing, Lin Feng and Lin Miao Miao both had happy faces. Lin Feng, who was tired of playing and lying down, suddenly remembered something. Where are Mom and Dad? They're not outside, are they? Our house isn't soundproof. We just spit on them. Lin Miao Miao knocked Lin Feng's head. What are you thinking about? If they were at home, would I have dared to talk to you about this? When I first came here, I suggested that we go out to eat at night. So they went out to book a restaurant. Only then did Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. But on second thought, then so it's just the two of us inside the house now? Lin Miao Miao pursed her lips. What do you want? Let's talk some more. Chapter 15, Transferring $1 billion. About close to 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Lin Miao Miao finally went out after dawdling for half a day. After going out, Lin Miao Miao held Lin Feng's arm in a very intimate manner. The people inside the neighborhood were also used to the action between the two. After going downstairs, Lin Feng patted Lin Miao Miao's arse. Wait for me for a while, I'll go and drive. Have you gotten rich lately? Bought a car? Just now I saw that big pile of express delivery in your room. Just focusing on other things I forgot to ask you. You really got rich? Lin Feng waved the Pagani key inside his hand. Of course, in the past it was Miao Miao who supported me. Now it's time to switch over. Lin Feng then told Lin Miao Miao about his process of getting rich from stock speculation with prepared reasons. Lin Meow Meow froze for a while. Little Fong, are you serious? You really have several $100 million now? Lin Fong opened his phone's bank card balance and handed it to Lin Meow Meow. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Lin Meow Meow hummed. You've been lying to me a lot. Remember last summer vacation? Saying that it was just a kiss and that was it. What happened? Lin Fong hemmed and hawed and laughed. Actually, it's not a lie to say that. It's not called kissing if you don't kiss on the mouth. Smooth talker, plus now that he's so rich, I don't know who he's going to wreak havoc on in the future. Lin Fong immediately raised one hand. I swear, even if I'm a scourge in the future, I'll be the first to scourge you. Meow meow. After all, rabbits don't refuse the grass by the side of the nest, so sooner or later they'll come back to look for it later. After lightly hitting Lin Fong, Lin Meow Meow gave him a blank look. Okay, don't be smooth talker. Mom and Dad have been waiting for a long time. Just now at home has been delayed for quite a long time. Hurry up and go. Then my princess, please get on. Lin Fong made an inviting gesture. After the two of them got into the car, Lin Meow Meow was astonished. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Pagani limited edition one, right? It's not cheap. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll get you one just like it. The world is really unpredictable. Previously, I have been worried about you later earn money is not enough to spend how to do, but also you in the bank inside the deposit a sum of money. Every month will be to that bank card remittance of money into. Originally waiting to think in your graduation after you. Did not expect that you are now casually as a few $100 million. It seems that I saved that sum of money is not to be used. Lin Meow Meow generalized. Lin Fang's heart warmed. Lin Meow Meow really couldn't say anything about him. Once upon a time when she hadn't left home yet, the first thing she thought of when there was something delicious to eat was to feed herself. And the first thing she thought of when there was something fun to play with was to play with herself first. Now that I'm working, I'm still thinking about saving money for my future. And I have no regrets in my life for having such a good sister. Myrtle, can I see that bank card you deposited money on for me? Here you go. It's a coincidence that the last 4 digits of this bank card happen to be your birthday. At the time when I first finished it I really thought it was destined. Lin Fong took the bank card whose last 4 digits were his birthday. How much money is in this card now? It's about $200,000. This is the 4th year I've been saving. Every year when my second father gives me my allowance I save a little bit and deposit it into this card. I remember I also asked my second father at that time the local bride price is generally how much. He said that the general bride price is to 300,000. When I just saved up money was still thinking, must save enough 300,000. So that you marry me. Now I think I should have thought too much at that time. As long as I was willing, where is the need for a bride price? So then the money is considered money I'm saving for your future. Lin Fong played with the bank card, memorized the card number, and then transferred 999,980,000 into it, putting it all together. Then returned the card to Lin Meow Meow. I just transferred some more money to the card, just to make up a whole number. You take it back, as my future bride price to marry you. How much did you transfer? $800,000? Didn't I just say that? As long as I like it, I don't need any bride price. My mom and dad over there are also very open-minded. Those old-fashioned feudal remnants are not needed at all. Lin Fong smiled. If you don't need it, then consider this money as the pocket money I transferred to you. Anyway, I've already transferred it to you. It's not 800,000. You can open your cell phone bank and check. Lin Meow Meow was also curious in her heart, but after checking she directly froze in place. The long string of numbers on that cell phone was so dreamy that she rubbed her eyes several times, but the numbers on the phone remained the same. Little Fong you, this is for me to turn. It's not much, counting the $200,000 inside your original card. I made up a whole number. 1 billion. If you want to buy anything in the future, just buy it directly. Lin Meow Meow wanted to shrug it off, but Lin Fong directly blocked her mouth in a domineering manner. I'm giving it to you, so take it. If you don't take it, I'll get angry. Lin Meow Meow was in a bit of a trance for a while. That Lin Fong, who he had always treated as a child, had grown up in every sense of the word. Okay, I'm going to drive. You can empty your cart now. You saw that big pile of delivery boxes inside my room just now. That's the loot I emptied my cart with. Saying that, Lin Fong started the blue beast under his feet and rumbled as he drove in the direction of the hotel. After driving for a while, the traffic in Qizhou really didn't disappoint Lin Fong. Clogged. When Lin Tianyat and Jiang Yu had just called Lin Fong, he had used a traffic jam as an excuse. and he hadn't expected to really encounter a traffic jam now. Just when the traffic jam was boring, Lin Nyamya took out her cell phone and handed it to Lin Feng. Recently found a new job. These people send me messages every day. Some have confessed to me several times. Working in a department is not quite convenient to delete. Or you help me talk about it. Lin Feng directly took the cell phone. Anyway, the traffic jam was boring. So let's talk. Not to mention that Lin Feng likes to chat with people the most. In reference to the scammer in the morning. Wang Fugue, hello Myo Myo. Allow me to greet you on this new day. I still like you a lot today. Lin Feng, thank you. Wang Fugue, I really like you. Lin Feng, I really thank you. Li Ming, are you free today? Can we go to a movie? Lin Feng, but it's almost 6 o'clock now. So if we finish eating again, it'll probably be very late to watch it, right? Li Ming, so is it impossible to go back after the movie? Bad laugh. Lin Feng, yeah. Forget it then. Chapter 16, The Chatty Zhan Lei. After Lin Feng smiled and took care of the first two, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and continued to click on the chat box of the third person. The man's name is manhwa, and he sounds very cultured. Mervin, do you mind if I just call you Myo Myo from now on? Lin Feng, of course I mind. He. I know there are a lot of people are chasing after you. Among them there is no lack of rich people. But I'm not the same as those people vulgar at all. I'm a reader. I've read the 4 great masterpieces no less than 10 times. If you don't believe me, you can casually come up with a question. As long as it's something inside the 4 great masterpieces, I'll definitely be able to answer it correctly. Oh, really? That's for sure. And if I can't answer one of them, I'll eat poop upside down. Well then, may I ask, if the Monkey King has a child with Lindayu, will the one that comes out be a man or a monkey or a rock? Mervin, what did Chow Chow say to the Tang monk when he went to Liangshan? Mervin, does Sima Yi like Lu or not? Why hasn't Wu Chang'an published any books lately? What did Lu Guanzhang worship when he was in the peach garden? Guangong? What are the days of Lin Dayu's physiological period? Is Erlang God Yang Jian's third eye single or double? Does Taishan's Bagua furnace burn coal or gas? What size is the monk's robe? Mervin Watson. Finally, in Lin Feng's layers of questions, Mei Wenhua silently logged out of WeChat, probably feeling ashamed. He was followed by a man named Zhang Wei, who was very loudmouthed, saying that he had memorized the entire criminal law, the civil law, and called himself the Grand Master of Laws, and said that he could be consulted on any matter. Lin Feng took a look. Good guy. Such a big mouth? It would be a shame in this life not to go through with it then. If a pig's kidneys are weak, are its loins still tonic? May I ask if being arrested on the way to surrender is still considered surrender? May I ask if a pregnant woman hitting someone is considered a gang assault? May I ask if my second uncle's military service affects my imprisonment? If a person's grandfather is a traitor, his maternal grandfather is an interpreter for the devils, his third uncle is a bandit, and his second aunt's husband is a loan shark, can he be a soldier in this situation? Zhang Wei was silent, and then, there was no more. Immediately after that, Lin Feng treated the rest of Lin Miao's suitors as he did, and waited until the front was finally no longer stuck in traffic before returning the cell phone to Lin Miao. After Lin Miao took the phone, she directly deleted all of the contacts in a large wave inside the phone. How did you delete so many people at once? Lin Feng asked curiously. Just now Lin Miao that had deleted at least dozens of people one after another, and hadn't stopped until Lin Feng asked. They are all newly added Soon co-workers. In the past, because they worked together, so I didn't refuse when they added me. And now that I've decided to quit, there's no need for these co-workers to continue to stay and go. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It's good that you resigned. You don't need to work now. I remember you told me once upon a time that your dream was to globe-trot one day, right? You can go if you have time these days. Lin Miao deflated. You still remember everything I casually said before. Ha, that's for sure. I'm Myriad's sister's sweet little brother. I want to kiss and hug and raise my head high. Humph. With such a sweet mouth and oily tongue. I don't know who I learned it from. Lin Miao deflated her mouth. I testify that it's all because mom and dad taught me well. You're still proud of yourself? I'll tell mom and dad later. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. It's fine. I'll say it in front of mom and dad as usual. And you're not scared when mom and dad hear you? Wouldn't that be more exciting? Lin Miao? Not long after, Lin Feng drove into the address given by Lin Tianya and Zhang Yu, which was a very famous local private restaurant in Qizhou. In the past, Lin Feng's family had often come here to eat, so gradually this place had become an exclusive place for the family to eat after Lin Miao's return. The name of the restaurant is Seed Yuhin and it specializes in light small dishes. If it's his first time here and he sees the cheap prices at the top of the menu and only orders a few dishes, I'm sure he'll be dumbfounded when he waits for the food to be served. Because every dish here is a very small portion. Almost every person in the family will bottom out after a few chucks. After Lin Feng parked his car, he and Lin Miaomia walked through the front door on their arms. Lin Tianya and Jiang Yu had already opened the box and were waiting. After the four of them were seated in unison, the food slowly came up, and the family was happy. The smiles on their faces were all from the bottom of their hearts. Inside the general manager's office on the 33rd floor of Huarong Group, Zhang Lei is holding his cell phone at this moment, with a sad face. If there are employees of the company here at this moment, they will definitely be dumbfounded by Zhang Lei's expression at this moment. Zhang Lei, who usually had an expression like a robot and never showed his sadness or happiness on his face, now even showed a sad face. Zhang Lei looked at the red exclamation mark on the chat box of his cell phone and let out a long sigh. Am I really not suitable for online dating? I feel like there's nothing wrong with chatting about this. So why did you just delete me? The screen goes to the chat screen. The chat between Zhang Lei and the girl across the street is as follows. Girl, I'm telling you, I felt like I was going to die last night. It felt like there was a power drill inside my stomach. Zhang Lei, electric drill? You've also been drilled by an electric drill? Before? I'm just a description. I'm on my aunt. They say that women on their period tend to be cranky, and now it seems like they were right. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. I was in pain until 2 o'clock yesterday and I still have residual pain. Did it hurt until 2 o'clock sharp? Is that so amazing? It stops at the right time? Is there an on-off switch? A girl's construction is really amazing. You're out of your mind. My stomach hurts so much when I come to my aunt and you're still talking nonsense here. Do you know that my quilt and pillow were wet last night and my head was covered in sweat? You're not comforting me now and you're still talking about whether there's a switch or not. That's serious. Ha! Good thing I didn't. Get out. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not her friend. Please send a friend verification request first. The other party verified through. Before chatting, just as Zhang Lei was worried, a phone call came in and interrupted his emo. Zhang Lei's expression instantly changed as if what had just happened hadn't happened at all, and he returned to the expression of that company's general manager. Secretary Willow, what's up? I met with the chairman today. Lin Dong wants to check a person's information. Originally I was responsible for doing it, but I have something to do today. This matter will be given to you. I'll give you the chairman's number. You come to contact Lin Dong. Okay, I'll send the number and I'll get right on it. Chapter 17, you want a parking space? You can have it. After Lu Xin sent Lin Feng's number over, Zhang Lei immediately contacted Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was eating, walked out from inside the private room and picked up the phone. Lin Dong, I'm Zhang Lei, the general manager of Huarong Group. Secretary Lu told me that you're looking for information about someone. She doesn't have time today, so she gave me this task. Lin Dong, who are you looking for? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He had almost forgotten that he wanted to investigate Lu Shua. Originally he went to the company yesterday to let Lu Xin investigate Lu Shua, but when he arrived at the company, he was fine. He got high and forgot about the main event. It was a good thing that Lu Xin didn't forget about this matter even though she had some trouble moving around in bed. The name of the person I'm looking for is called Lu Shua. Elementary school is in Chunfeng Elementary School. Junior high school is in Qizhou No. 2 Middle School. His home seems to be in Lincheng, Qizhou. Is this the only information that can be found? Zhang Lei immediately responded, Lin Dong. This information is still a little less. May not be accurate. Do you still have the rest of the clues? Such as his cell phone number or the number of the document, or photos and other clues? Lin Feng murmured. Cell phone number? Photos? Is a photo from 7 years ago okay? It could be. As long as that person hasn't changed particularly much, helpful in finding it. Well then, I'm sending you the picture now. It's a middle school graduation picture. Lin Feng didn't hang up the phone directly, but found his junior high school graduation photo from inside his QQ collection, circled Lu Shua alone, and then sent it to Zhang Lei. I sent it. See if you got it? Roger that. I'm going to check it out now, and if it goes well, I'll probably have the results first thing in the morning. Zhang Lei spoke and worked cleanly, and Lin Feng was very satisfied. Okay, go ahead and do it, and just notify me directly when you have the results. After hanging up Zhang Lei's phone, Lin Feng re-entered inside the private room. The family of four talked and laughed, and the time passed in silence. After dinner, Jiang Yu and Lin Tianya went to the mall. Jiang Yu said that the previous shopping mall looked at a lot of clothes. At that time did not bother to buy. And now want to buy all of them. Jiang Yu knew that Lin Feng and Lin Miaomia had a good relationship. So this also gave them the opportunity to spend time alone. Buying clothes, she and Lin Tianya went just fine. The two young people, wherever they wanted to go, they decided on their own. After Jiang Yu and the two of them left, Lin Feng looked at the map and there happened to be a movie theater nearby. Why don't we go watch a movie? There seems to be a good movie that came out recently, so it's just as well that we continue chatting afterward to go and discuss the problem. Lin Miaomiao tilted her head to look at Lin Feng. Discussing problems? Discuss what problems? Is it the kind of problem I'm thinking of? Lin Feng smiled. What problem are you thinking of? Lin Miaomia took a step forward and said with a smile. I'm thinking of the same kind of thing you have in mind. So we're on the same page, aren't we? What are you waiting for? I'm buying movie tickets now. Forget it, don't go to the cinema to watch the movie. I'm tired. Find a hotel. Go to watch it inside the hotel. The seats in the cinema are uncomfortable for me to sit on. I'm used to lying on the bed to watch it. Okay, then, I'll listen to you. Immediately afterward, the two drove to a nearby hotel without delay. But in the middle, Lin Miaomiao got off the bus. She said she was going to buy an item and told Lin Feng to go first. Lin Feng asked her what she was there to buy. Lin Miaomiao only left him with a mysterious smile. You'll know in a moment. Lin Miaomiao's words made Lin Feng's heart itch and filled with curiosity. With a belly full of curiosity, Lin Feng drove fast and rushed to a nearby hotel, not realizing that Lin Feng had just driven the car into the hotel when he saw two ghostly people, a man and a woman, discussing something at the door. Lin Feng's body was strengthened by the system, so his hearing was also very sensitive, even through the glass. Originally Lin Feng can hear also is not interested in other people's things, but when heard those two people talk about the target is their own, Lin Feng instantly came to the interest of the loose throttle. The car speed instantly slowed down. That a man and a woman two people's conversation Lin Feng also listened to a clear. Brother, are you really sure you want to do this? Those $200 are all we have right now. Are you sure it'll work? $200 won't be gone if we eat a few meals? If we don't use these $200 to earn money we won't even have a penny in a few days. But, now we have no way back. Now the most important thing is to earn enough money to run abroad. Otherwise those debtors will find us sooner or later. We have done all the things we swindled in the past. This little thing, what are you still worried about? There's no time to hesitate. Wait for me here first. Keep an eye on this Pagani. The ones who drive this kind of car are the richest. Wait for me to take care of the Porsche over there. Then we'll deal with this Pagani together. Okay, then brother be careful. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a smirk. An intense curiosity welled up in his heart. Is this a robbery or something? Through the car window, Lin Feng saw the man among the two men pinching two red bills in his hand, strutting towards a Porsche that had just stopped. He knocked on the window of the Porsche, said something, and threw in the $200 in his hand in a humiliating manner. Immediately after that, a bunch of banknotes were also thrown out from inside the Porsche, directly smashing on the boy's face, after which a few people inside the Porsche got out of the car cursing and walked into the hotel. The boy prettily picked up the bills on the ground and gestured to the girl at the gate. After which the two converged and walked towards Lin Feng's car again. Lin Feng smiled, understanding the two men's tricks. Just as Lin Feng had just parked his car, two people came. The boy wrapped his arms around the girl and rushed at Lin Feng with his nostrils, knocking on Lin Feng's car window with an arrogant look. Hey, who told you to park here? Don't you know that this parking space is the one that young master I have my eye on? Take this money and go find another parking space. I'm not poor. Take the money and hurry. With that, the boy threw all the piles of bills in his hand into the car. Looking at the number, it should have thrown in all the money that Porsche had just thrown at him. The two arrogantly looked at Lin Feng, expecting him to explode and then hit people with money. But Lin Feng had a calm face. Want this parking space? Ha, here you go. There are so many empty spaces anyway. Thanks for this money. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers, so I'm rolling in it for you guys. Chapter 18, New Rewards for Signing Up. The boy and the girl were dumbfounded and stood straight in place, not slowing down until Lin Feng drove the car above another parking space. A few moments later, Lin Feng parked his car and picked up all the money he just had and counted it. It was close to 2,000. Lin Feng even waved his hand towards the two when he was leaving. Thank you. That's really generous. The boy hurried after him. You stop. Lin Feng turned back with a smile. What? Is there something else? Is it that you want to give me some more money? The boy was silent for a moment, barely squeezing out a smile, and said through clenched teeth, "No, it's fine." After walking into the hotel, Lin Feng didn't bother with those two small crooks anymore. Listening to their words just now, the two had swindled others before, so Lin Feng didn't have any psychological burden to pit them. Walking to the front desk, Lin Feng directly opened a presidential suite and then sent the room number to Lin Miaomia. It wasn't long before Lin Miaomia came back, carrying a box. "What's in here? You wouldn't have snatched another daughter-in-law back for me, right?" Lin Feng had just finished showering and came out from inside the bathroom. Lin Miaomia gave Lin Feng a blank look. "What are you thinking? If you want another daughter-in-law, go find one yourself. What I'm packing here is serious stuff." Lin Feng couldn't wait to open the box to see how decent the stuff inside could be. Just after opening the box, Lin Feng's eyes widened. The real scripture. A wide variety of discs of some of the classics of the past, with a preponderance of Eastern ones. This was Lin Feng's favorite, and several of these teachers were the first to support Lin Feng every time a new movie came out. This can all be art. A true work of art. Looking at Lin Feng's surprised look, Lin Miaomia smiled lightly. "Isn't it complete? Isn't it very enjoyable? I remember you used to love watching all kinds of movies. These discs are enough for you to watch for a long time." Lin Feng excitedly hugged Lin Miaomia. "Sister Miaomia, I love you. I've been collecting these for a long time. Consider it a belated New Year's gift. I can't get enough of this gift. Let's pick from this when we watch the movie later. It's all classics. Any one of these can be watched over and over again. Well then, let's watch the one of Mama Noji-sensei later. I like that one better." "Okay, listen to Sister Myrtle. I'm going to take a shower first. You go and put on the disc. Remember not to put it on the wrong one. We'll watch it together later." "Right. Don't forget to make a phone call to say so. Just tell them that we went to the internet cafe for an all-nighter, and that we won't be going back today," Lin Miaomia instructed. "Got it. I'm all light on my feet, and feel free to call me if you feel the need for a scrub." Lin Miaomia blankly glanced at Lin Feng and directly closed the bathroom door. "Just know how to be poor. I don't need a bath rub." The two were usually used to bickering, so Lin Feng didn't care as he fiddled with the movie discs on the floor. These movie discs can be broadly categorized into two types. This type, and that type. Laughing, Lin Feng lightly screened that classic motion picture on top of the hotel's TV, then sat down on the bed and enjoyed these gems of human art first. About half an hour later, Lin Miaomia also finished her shower and came out. "Aya, why don't you wait for me? Didn't we agree to watch it together? Hurry up and pause it. Back it up. I want to watch it from the beginning." Fine. Back up and start at the beginning." Lin Feng also became a rare spoiled monster. The two watched the movie until the latter part of the night before falling into a deep sleep because they were so sleepy. Day 2. Yesterday's movie is still playing on top of the TV. Yesterday the two of them watched a total of 4 classic movies, and it was a rewarding experience. I didn't fall asleep watching it until close to 3 in the morning, and I didn't even have time to turn off the TV. By the time Lin Feng woke up, it was already 1 o'clock at noon. Lin Feng glanced at his cell phone after waking up. There were a few messages from Su Yushu and 2 calls and text messages from Zhang Lei. After a cursory scan, Su Yushu was asking when she would come to Huarong Group for an internship, and the resume she had submitted had already passed, so she was going to go for an interview today. Zhang Lei then sent himself a message from Lu Shuo. Lin Feng didn't reply right away. He got up from the bed, moved around a bit and called out to Lin Miaomia. "Isn't the little lazy pig getting up yet? Sorry about that. I'm going to sleep all day today. I'm exhausted," Lin Miaomia said in a daze. "So are you still eating? Eat. I'm starving." Lin Miaomia got up straight away. When it's time to eat, it's time to eat. Sleeping and all that is not as important as eating. Lin Feng called the front desk of the hotel and asked the waiter to send over a meal for 2 people. The two quickly replenished their strength. While eating, Lin Feng's consciousness entered the system space, and the number of check-ins for today was refreshed again. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the poisonous milk skill. Poison milk, words spoken by the host using this skill will have the exact opposite effect. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. This was a good thing. The sign-up bonus is finally here in a good way. Currently signing up for rewards anything that money could buy. Lin Feng didn't like it. Money currently Lin Feng was not lacking at all. 10 trillion was already rich. Now he was looking forward to some rewards that couldn't be bought with money. This poisonous milk skill is just as good as you can't buy with money. With this, in the future, whoever offended Lin Feng, he would have to bless the family of the person who offended him with peace and happiness. Whoever helped Lin Feng would wish him bad luck every day. Like that sounds weird. Lin Feng's eyes fell on Lin Miao who was eating at the side. Lin Feng happened to want to try out his new skill. So in his mind he mumbled, use the poisonous milk skill. Lin Miao will get more and more tired after eating. She won't have any spirit at all. And she won't even be able to walk. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 19 xin, do me a favor. Lin Miao, who was eating, suddenly felt the fatigue in her body was slowly disappearing. And her waist, which was a little sore just now, didn't even hurt now. When Lin Miao swallowed the last mouthful of rice, all her tiredness was swept away. Her waist was not sore. Her hands did not hurt. And she just felt doubly energized. After moving her body, Lin Miao's face was full of amazement. The meal just now is too amazing. I'm not even tired at all after eating it. Is there some kind of divine magic medicine added in here? Originally I wanted to eat and then sleep. Now it seems that I don't need it at all. Lin Feng was surprised in his heart that it was so effective. Then wouldn't he be invincible in the world just by talking? But just as Lin Feng was thinking about it, there was a sound from the system. Host, please note that the poisonous milk skill is not as powerful as the host imagined. The more small things, the feedback of the poisonous milk skill is faster and more obvious. The bigger the things that the host milked, the time limit of the effect will be correspondingly longer, and the effect that comes from the feedback will also be weakened. Lin Feng nodded slightly. So it was like this. Come to think of it, if everything was really like what had just acted on Lin Miao, then one would really be completely invincible. If one day a moody person blesses the earth to get better and better, and tomorrow it's a lucky day, then wouldn't it all be over? Although the role is not as good as he thought, but Lin Feng is also very satisfied. The role of big things is not big, but in some small things to disgust others is not bad. After Lin Feng and Lin Miao had eaten, because they were no longer tired, the two of them didn't continue to sleep, but instead started to clean up their room. Although it was possible to just walk away and then leave it to the hotel's housekeeping to do these things, Lin Miao insisted on doing it herself. Sister Miao, why don't you just let the cleaning ants clean up these things? What kind of person comes out to stay in a hotel and cleans it up themselves? Lin Feng spat. Just know how to be poor. Hurry up and clean up. Can't I sympathize with the cleaning ant? Lin Miao glared at Lin Feng. The two of them had been packing for close to an hour and had put everything that needed to be packed away into garbage bags. After cleaning up, after the two came out of the hotel, Lin Feng remembered that Su Yushu went to Huarong Group for an interview today, and Zhang Lei found out about Lu Shua's information and thought about going to Huarong Group. So Lin Feng asked Lin Miao to go and look at the house with Lin Tianya Jiangyu, and after looking at it, Lin Feng will just go and pay for it directly. Lin Feng, on the other hand, drove to Huarong Group alone. Before driving, Lin Feng replied to Su Yushu's message. I just overslept. What time is your interview today? Is it too late for me to get there? The message had just been sent out, and Su Yushu replied almost in seconds. Did you stay up late yesterday? Staying up late is not good for your body. Try not to stay up late in the future. I've just arrived at Huarong Group now. The interview is at 3 o'clock. There are still more than 40 minutes left. Then I'll come to you now, just so you can impart your experience to me after the interview as well. Okay, then I'll meet you in front of the office. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then replied, I haven't left yet. I might arrive a bit late. Don't delay your interview. You'd better not come to the door. Your interview is important. If I get to the company before 3 o'clock, I'll send you a message. Aha, well, then message me when you get there and I'll meet you. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the tone of Su Yushu's chatting with himself was a lot closer compared to yesterday, and the relationship between the two of them was one step closer. It looks like I have to go to the company early to give the company's employees a heads up that I'm going to have an extra status in the company from now on. In turn, after making up his mind, Lin Feng fastened his seatbelt, kicked the gas, and drove in the direction of Huarong Group. After about 20 minutes, Lin Feng parked his car in the underground parking lot and then took the elevator directly to the 33rd floor. Inside the chairman's office, Lu Xian and Ajiao were lying on the sofa in a kazoo-like manner, and the small table on the side was filled with snacks. Lin Feng pushed the door in. The two men had a jolt. Then a look of surprise appeared on both their faces. Lin Dong, you're back? Lin Feng saw that Lu Xian's walking was still a bit less agile, so he unleashed the poisonous milk once again. Blessed Liuxin is now in immediate pain and can't even stand. Her whole body has no strength at all. Her spirit is depressed, and she has no appetite. Kindness blessing immediately took effect. Lin Feng in the hotel blessing Lin Miao did not pay attention to his own words in his heart. a halo appeared in the top of Liu Xian's head, and then slowly integrated into Liu Xian's body. After the halo entered, Liu Xian's face improved with the naked eye, and her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Dong, you may not believe me when I say it. As soon as I just saw you, I felt that my whole body was not uncomfortable anywhere, and I was not tired anywhere. Lin Feng smiled. I can actually do magic. As soon as you get close to me, all the tiredness in your body will be swept away and turn into a full of vigor. Liu Xian's eyes widened. Lin Dong, you know magic? You really believe I can do magic? Of course, as long as it's what Lin Dong said, I believe it. Liu Xian had seen Lin Feng's magic with her own eyes, so she naturally believed it. By the way, this time I came to see you about something very important. Ajiao was a little fidgety on top of the couch when she heard that the two were going to talk about something important. Am I walking? Or not? If we go, will it be noisy for them now? If I don't leave, if I accidentally overhear any confidential conversation, I won't have to silence myself, will I? In the end, it was Lin Feng who gave her a look, and only then did Ajiao quietly slip away as if she was relieved, and closed the door for the two of them. After Ajiao left, Lin Feng finally revealed his plan. Do I need you to do me a favor? I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 20 Zhang Lei's Internet Love. After Lin Feng gave Liu Xian his idea of playing the role of an intern in the company to get close to Su Yushu, Liu Xian first pondered over the feasibility of the plan, but then she realized that she was going to be jealous today. Although in her heart there was no emotion of revulsion in the face of Lin Feng having another woman, instead she felt it was very normal, but the rebellious emotion in her heart told her to be pouty and jealous. Immediately after that, Liu Xin pouted and twisted her head with a grunt. Su, carrot. Lin Dong wants to pick up a girl and still asks me to help you. I'm jealous. Lin Feng smiled faintly and pinched Liu Xian's little face. You're really a snacker. Ryushin? Lin Dong, you are bad. Humph. Not help you. You go to Zhang Lei to arrange it. Humph. Angry. Humph humph. Liu Xian pushed Lin Feng out from inside the office and returned to the bedroom. Lin Feng deflated and could only go to Zhang Lei's office in a grayish manner, but just pushed open the door of Zhang Lei's office, but found that Zhang Lei was looking at his cell phone with a sad face. Zhang Lei looked at his cell phone and watched it so intently that he didn't even notice that Lin Feng pushed the door in. Lin Feng quietly walked behind Zhang Lei, then suddenly tapped Zhang Lei's shoulder. Zhang Lei stood up with a jolt, then regained his composure after seeing that it was Lin Feng. Lin Dong? When did you come in? I just came in. What were you just looking at? So absorbed? Zhang Lei smiled awkwardly. Nothing. It's not a work thing. Lin Dong, did you come over to see that Lu Shua's information? Lin Feng waved his hand. There's no rush first. I came to find you this time for something else. Lin Feng quickly stated his plan to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei nodded slightly. Do you mean for me to give orders throughout the company? Lin Dong, so that all the people in the company will pretend not to recognize you? It's easy to give an order, but there are too many people in the company. It's hard to guarantee that no one will leak the information out. Lin Feng stroked his chin. There were close to several thousand people at the headquarters of the Huarong group of companies, and when there were many people, their mouths were mixed. Trying to keep everyone's secret is really not an easy task. After a moment, Zhang Lei continued. I suggest that Lin Dong, your identity as an intern in the company should not be spread on a large scale within the company, and only let a small portion of people know about it. The fewer people who know about it, the smaller the possibility of your identity leaking out. When you come to the company in the future, try to cover your face, wear a mask and a hat, and try to downplay your appearance within the company. It just so happens that originally there weren't particularly many people within the company who knew that you were the chairman of the board. Lin Feng nodded. Good idea. Then go arrange it. Right. Isn't there an interview today? Zhang Lei froze. I'll go ask the HR department now. No need to ask. Directly tell the personnel department. Today's interview there is a called Su Yushu. Let the personnel department do not make it difficult for her. Tomorrow we'll notify her to go into the job. In addition to the entry after her salary and benefits to all raise a standard, in order not to let her new and different, and her internship at the same time all in accordance with the same standard as her. Okay, Lin Dong, I'll get on with it. When Zhang Lei went to notify, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 2:55. So Lin Feng sent a message to Su Yushu, telling her to prepare for the interview, and that he might be stuck in traffic on the road and would be a little late. Su Yushu replied in seconds. She should have been looking at her cell phone waiting for Lin Feng's message. Aha, well, take care on your way then. I'm off to my interview. 9th floor of the company. Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng's chat box and revealed a shallow smile, then clenched her fists as if she was cheering herself up. It has to be okay. The interview must pass. Immediately after that, Su Yushu turned off her cell phone and walked inside the house where the interview was taking place. Zhang Lei acted with thunder and lightning, quickly sent the message to the heads of several departments, and then notified the personnel department that Su Yushu should not make things difficult during the interview, and directly recruited in. After finishing his business, Zhang Lei returned inside his office and Lin Feng was sitting on Zhang Lei's chair. Lin Dong, I've done everything you ordered. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll come over tomorrow to go through an interview process. Then I'll go straight to work the day after tomorrow. Where have you arranged my position? Lin Dong, your position is an intern secretary in the secretarial department. The superior is Zhou Chuanzhou. This is the advice given by Secretary Liu. The secretarial department is also the department that Secretary Liu just proposed to build. The location is on the 32nd floor. You can take the elevator dedicated to executives, so that you see fewer people. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Lu Xian was really a knife mouth and tofu heart. Her mouth said she was angry and didn't care, but her body was still very honest. Ajiao has turned out to be her own top dog. I wonder what her face will be when she finds out. Okay, let's do that. After that, Lin Feng suddenly changed his words. Right, just now when I just came in your office, you were full of sadness. What was it about? I seemed to see you being deleted at that time? Zhang Lei's face showed an awkward expression. Yes, Lin Dong, I won't hide it from you. I'm in an online love affair, but as a result, this time I was deleted just after I started chatting. Lin Feng instantly became interested. You're in an online relationship? You're the general manager of Huarong Group. Not to mention you're only just 30 years old, and you're quite handsome. Do you still need to have an online relationship? Lin Dong, you don't know. I've been in love a few times before, but except for that one time in high school which was very pure, every other time someone else was looking for me with a purpose. Some for money, some to make me do things for her. So I've always wanted to be in a relationship that doesn't have any interests mixed in with it. So since about half a year ago, I've been trying online dating. So how's your online dating turning out? Zhang Lei face like a bitter melon. Once did not succeed. The most time only talked about a month and a half. The results of the last or to delete me. Today's this record. Only just chat a few minutes on the deletion of me. You give me the con. How you guys talk? Zhang Lei handed Lin Feng the chat page of his cell phone. Hello, my name is Zhang Lei. I'm glad to be your friend. After reading the first sentence, Zhang Lei cried. Lin Dong, you see that it's okay for me to greet, right? No problem indeed. Move on. Hello, my name is Li Yiliang. Your name is so special. I think I've heard it somewhere. Come to think of it, it's from a song. Unity is Li Yiliang. Unity is Li Yiliang. The other party has turned on friend verification and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first in chat only after the other party has verified and passed. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 21, It's Her. Lin Dong, wasn't I thinking that I just meant to make a joke to better draw closer? As a result, she just deleted me directly. Zhang Lei was aggrieved like a 150-pound child, and there was no trace of the thunderous general manager appearance just now. Lin Feng forced himself not to laugh. How many times have you been deleted in total now? Haven't counted, but it's been at least a dozen times. You showed me all the chats before they were deleted. Zhang Lei found various screenshots and handed his cell phone to Lin Feng. Baby, we've been talking for so long. Isn't it about time we met? Zhang Lei, good. I'd like to see what you look like, too. In that case, why don't you come to my house tonight? I don't want to be a virgin anymore. You still believe in horoscopes, but you can't change things like horoscopes. The other party has turned on friend verification and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first in chat only after the other party has verified and passed. Zhang Lei, are you home yet? You should be tired from traveling for a few days, right? I'm still on the train. Geez, I hate sleeping on the train. It's all over the place. Then next time I'll buy you a standing ticket. You shouldn't be able to sleep standing up. The other party has turned on friend verification and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first in chat only after the other party has verified and passed. We've been chatting for almost a month now, and we happen to be in the same city. Do you want to come out and meet? It just so happens that recently there is a pretty good movie, eh? Zhang Lei, yeah, but this movie has very few shows. Today there is only a 10 o'clock show. It's 12 o'clock after the movie. By then there are no cars on the street. What if I can't go back? That's it. Then don't go. You're right. The other party has turned on friend verification and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first in chat only after the other party has verified and passed. Zhang Lei, I'm not working today. I think it's okay for us to meet? I also want to meet you too. But I'm not free tonight I have to have dinner with my dad B. And your dad? Compared to eating? Then your dad can't beat you. I remember you told me last time that you had 3 big bowls of rice in one meal. Ha 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 ha. I'm talking. Eat with me. Daddy, eat. Are you out of your mind? The other party has turned on friend verification and you are not her friend yet. Please send a friend verification request first in chat only after the other party has verified and passed. Lin Feng held back from laughing after reading it. Lin Dong, what do you think the problems are? I feel like I've been deleted somehow, and I've tried my best to learn from every lesson. Lin Feng touched his chin. In fact, this can't be completely blamed on you. Some of the things you said were not particularly appropriate, but it wasn't so bad that you were deleted. In fact, I feel that you're a little bit skewed on this road of online dating. Going crooked? What do you mean? Mr. Lin, since you're trying to find unadulterated feelings of interest, you can actually look back. Like you just said you had a relationship in high school. Are you still in touch with that her? As Lin Feng's words fell, Zhang Lei suddenly fell silent. A few moments later, Zhang Lei seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were actually flooded with tears inside his eyes. Lin Dong, in fact, I can't forget her until now. High school we broke up because of early love was found by the school, and then called the parents. At that time I was too weak. If I was a little tougher at that time, maybe that relationship can still continue. But, Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei, so he silently used the poisonous milk skill in his mind. I wish Zhang Lei's future relationship path will be straight dead, and he and his high school girlfriend will never get together and will miss each other forever. After the poisoned milk, Lin Feng spoke, do you know when the best time to plant a tree is? Zhang Lei raised his head and looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. What are you asking for, Lin Dong? The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. And secondly, now. The best time for you to go get her back is in high school. And this time, it's now. Zhang Lei froze, his eyes looked out of the window, and a smile hung at the corner of his mouth, remembering the bits and pieces of his former girlfriend. But then he deflated. But, she and I have not been in touch for a long time before. I remember when I was in college, there was still her QQ at that time, and then I looked at her space every day, and then she may have known it, and then she blocked me, and now it's been years again. And maybe she has all been married may also say. How do you know she must be married if you don't go and find out? She might be just like you now, single and still have you in her heart. If that's really the case, wouldn't it be too bad for you guys? Lin Feng continued to persuade. Zhang Lei was still hesitating when Lin Feng directly handed him his cell phone. Do you still have her contact info? Come on, be bold, contact her. Zhang Lei took the cell phone, but was slow to move. Lin Dong, why Don? You forget it. I still can't do it. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei with hatred. What are you afraid of? If she really got married or had a boyfriend, wouldn't you simply give your blessing? I still don't want to face it. If I really personally learn from her mouth that she has someone else by her side, I will break down. Zhang Lei let out a long sigh. Lin Feng also sighed when he saw this, although he hadn't experienced what Zhang Lei had gone through. He understood. Since Zhang Lei was unwilling, Lin Feng didn't continue to push him. Everyone has everyone's choices and you can't force them. But just as Lin Feng decided to give up, Zhang Lei's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Feng skimmed the name on it, the U. Zhang Lei also saw that name on top of his cell phone. And for a moment, his eyes seemed to be tightly hooked by that name. In that instant, Zhang Lei seemed as if his soul had gone out of his body. His eyes were empty and his entire body froze. Lin Feng hurriedly pushed him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Only then did Zhang Lei slow down. Lin, Dong Lin, it's her. That girlfriend of yours from high school? Right. I'll never forget that name. Then hurry up and answer the phone or you'll hang up later. As an afterthought, Zhang Lei picked up the phone in a panic, then turned on the speakerphone and uttered in a trembling voice, "Hello." Across the room as if with a sob. I want to borrow some money from you, can I? Chapter 22, I'm holding you in case you get lost. Can you lend me some money? I'm really out of ideas. The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously crying, and his voice was muffled, so Zhang Lei's heart seemed to be tightly gripped. After slightly relieving himself, Zhang Lei spoke. What happened? How much does it cost? My father's business has been cheated. More than $1 million have all been rolled away. Now the debt collectors have lived in the house does not go. I have contacted all the people who can contact. I really have no way out. Where are you now? Those debt collectors didn't do anything to you, did they? Zhang Lei asked anxiously. I'm fine now. Our family is now living inside the basement of my uncle's house. For the time being, no one has found us yet, but those debt collectors are too well informed. The place where we lived a few times before has been found. In fact, I can't blame others. They all invested quite a lot of money into it at that time because of their belief in my father, the most of which was more than $800,000. I was really desperate and wanted to borrow some money from you for an emergency. You don't have to worry about the money now. Just send me the address and I'll be right there. After Zhang Yu said the address with a sobbing voice, Zhang Lei hurriedly hung up the phone and didn't even have time to say hello to Lin Feng and directly rushed out of the office. Lin Feng hurriedly called out to him, "Don't be in too much of a hurry. The way you look now, I don't think it's suitable to drive at all. It's at least an hour or more to drive there for her. Let your driver take you there. What will she do if something happens to you on the way? Safety first, got it?" Zhang Lei nodded heavily, then bowed to Lin Feng. "Dong Lin, thank you." "Why thank me? You remember, there are regrets, and the best time to make them up is before they happen. And secondly, now, go on, don't keep her waiting. I'll pay for it, and I'll make up the holes for all those people who were cheated." "No, Dong Lin, I'll pay for this money myself." Zhang Lei was resolute. "We'll talk about the money later. Hurry up and go. I'm waiting to drink your wedding wine." Zhang Lei didn't say anything and turned around to get on the elevator. Lin Feng eyed Zhang Lei's departing back and revealed a smile. It's a lot of merit to bring a couple of people who missed out back together. Shortly after Zhang Lei left, Lin Feng received a call from Su Yushu. Su Yushu's tone carried surprise. I passed the interview, and HR told me to come to work tomorrow." "Really? That's great. I have good news for you. I just got a notice for me to go for an interview tomorrow as well. If tomorrow's interview goes well, we'll be co-workers from now on." "Really? You got into the interview too? So are you at the company now?" "I'll tell you what the interviewer asked me today." "What floor are you on?" "I'm coming to you now." Lin Feng took the executive elevator from the 33rd floor and went down to the first floor first, then went up to the regular employee elevator. Inside the elevator, Lin Feng purposely put on a hat and mask to try not to be recognized. Although there are not many people who know themselves inside the company now, most of them are the people who have seen themselves that day in the hall where Li Wei wanted to bag herself to watch the fun. But now, since Lin Feng had made up his mind to go to the company as an employee, it was necessary to reduce the possibility of him being recognized. There weren't many people inside the elevator. Besides Lin Feng, there were two groups of people, both girls. One of the girls standing in front of Lin Feng's left side towards the girl next to her. "Why do you think people's physiques are all so weak nowadays? When I was playing ball with my friends yesterday, I accidentally slammed into the back of one of my friends, and he even fainted straight away. He's still lying inside the hospital. Probably frail. Is the guy okay?" "No big deal. Woke up after being out for a couple hours and the doctor said it was nothing serious. Luckily the smash was a little off." "That's good. By the way, I don't remember you playing basketball. Did you play soccer?" "No, I play shot put." "Girl next to me?" And the two girls in front of Lin Feng's right are also good candidates to be funny girls. "Xiao Bei, you have a flexible brain. Help me analyze. Just now I told the supervisor, can you let me leave work earlier? I want to go home and sleep. The supervisor said let me dream. Do you think he agrees to let me leave work earlier or not?" Bei touched the girl's head. "Jia, you might be able to go to bed earlier every day from now on." "Really? That's what the supervisor meant?" Lin Feng held back his laughter and got off the elevator. Once there were more people inside the company, what kind of talent could be encountered? It's like the old saying, a big bird can enter any forest. What's wrong with that old saying, Yako? Forget it. Whatever. Going to see Su Yushu, Lin Feng walked around a corner, took off his mask and hat, and saw from afar the Su Yushu who was the most dazzling wherever she went. Today's Su Yushu wore a lady's suit, and although the fabric didn't look very good and had a cheap feel to it, Su Yushu's face value brought this cheap suit to a temperament where it didn't belong. Su Yushu, in order to today's interview, also deliberately put on a makeup, hair sharply tied. Spring breeze, good people smile. Lin Feng in the moment of seeing Su Yushu or a little trance. We meet again. Although the exchange was smooth inside the phone, Su Yushu couldn't help but feel a little nervous when she saw Lin Feng again. "Hello again. You look better today than last time." Lin Feng smiled. Su Yushu blushed slightly and found a topic after a long time. "Let me tell you what the interviewer asked today. Then don't just stand here. When I came here I saw that there's a cafe across the street from the office. Why don't we go there and have a coffee while we talk? Yeah, I'll buy you coffee. Let's go then. Lin Feng naturally took Su Yushu's small hand, and when the two people's hands just touched for a moment, Su Yushu froze in place. What are you doing? Su Yushu's face quickly flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye, the redness gradually spreading from her cheeks to her neck. Lin Feng had a serious face. You don't know where the cafe is, so I'll take you there. Su Yushu for a moment surprisingly could not tell whether Lin Feng was deliberately playing dumb or really had pure intentions. He wanted to pull his hand out of Lin Feng's hand, but Lin Feng clutched it tightly. She could not move in the slightest. I'll just follow you. I don't need you to lead me. Lin Feng tilted his head. That's not good. How do you look good? What if I don't hold you and you get snatched by someone else or get lost? Listen to me. Just hold it. Chapter 23, looking at each other without words, but with 1,000 lines of tears. Su Yushu didn't know how to refute Lin Feng and could only let him hold her hand. And because it was the 4th floor, Lin Feng didn't choose to take the elevator, but held Su Yushu's hand and walked down the stairs. Su Yushu, like a little daughter-in-law, beeped and was led by Lin Feng out of the company building, crossed the road and walked to the cafe across the street. Just walking to the door of the cafe, Su Yushu stopped her steps and said weakly, Here, can you let go of my hand now? Lin Feng still had a smile on his face and casually babbled, This cafe is huge. What if you get lost inside? It's better if I hold you. Su Yushu was thus pulled into the cafe by Lin Feng. Just after going in, Su Yushu whispered, Chatting on the cell phone, you're not like this. Meeting changed. Lin Feng stopped walking, turned around and looked at Su Yushu. What did you say? Su Yushu was like a small child caught doing something wrong. Her eyes fluttered and her hands and feet were unnatural. I didn't say anything. Didn't say anything? I heard it all. And I'm punishing you for buying me dinner after my successful interview. Remember? I was actually going to buy you a meal if you didn't say anything. Okay then. Then the punishment from earlier is cancelled and becomes a punishment for letting me hold your hand for the rest of the afternoon. Su Yushu. After the two walked into the cafe, they instantly attracted the attention of a large portion of the people inside the cafe. The men are so handsome and the women are so beautiful. It's just so eye-catching. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Feng ordered a latte and a caramel macchiato. Su Yushu was coming to the cafe for the first time and was very unfamiliar with the various names. So after Lin Feng finished ordering, she came over to Lin Feng's side and asked in a whisper, What's a latte? What a strange name. Why latte? Lin Feng smiled. Su Yushu herself didn't realize that the current her was very dumb and cute. A latte is actually milk, translated from the Italian latte, and a latte is milk and coffee mixed together. Su Yushu nodded slowly. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Feng and Su Yushu's whispering was somehow heard by a clerk at the front desk, and the clerk, who was already jealous of Su Yushu's beauty, said sourly, What kind of coffee do you drink if you don't even know this? Lin Feng frowned and looked at the clerk. What did you just say? If you don't know what a latte is, you don't deserve to come in and spend money in your store, right? That's what you just said, right? That clerk was startled and waved his hand in a panic. No, sir, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that just now. So what do you mean? Please explain it to me. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. The clerk was stumped for words. Lin Feng propped up his hands. Call your store manager over here. Since you can't give me an explanation, let your store manager come and explain it to me personally. The clerk was thoroughly intimidated, and she knew that if she let the store manager come in, she wouldn't have a good time. Sir, I apologize to you. I'll give you a free bill for your consumption today. I'll buy you a drink. Can you not look for the store manager? My family still depends on me for this job. The clerk is also a liar and a liar and a liar and a liar and a liar. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly. Just what she said. A glance false. It's hard at home, isn't it? Well then, I won't be looking for you, store manager. I'll just wish you a smooth life all the way from now on. Smooth winds, smooth waters and smooth fortune. The clerk's hanging heart finally dropped. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You're such a good man. Thank you for being so generous. No need to thank you. There's nothing to thank you for. Lin Feng said indifferently. Indeed, there was nothing to be thankful for. Because of those words just now, Lin Feng had used the poisonous milk skill. Just then, Lin Feng's coffee was also ready. The receptionist piled on the smiles and handed Lin Feng the latte and caramel macchiato. Your coffee. Sir, these 2 coffees are on me. No need. Isn't your family in trouble? With this money, you'd better subsidize your family more. Lin Feng held Su Yushu's hand and walked towards an empty spot in a corner inside the store. Just after 2 steps, Lin Feng suddenly stopped and returned to the store clerk. By the way, let me ask you something. Has anyone ever told you that you look beautiful today? The clerk was very surprised, thinking that it was her beauty that attracted Lin Feng. In his heart, he was still thinking that the original plot inside the idol drama really existed. She hastily covered her face and said, "Not yet." Lin Feng smiled. It does seem like no one is willing to lie. Good luck meeting someone who can lie tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Feng turned around and walked towards his seat, leaving behind the clerk with a cloudy face. After taking his seat, Lin Feng finally let go of Su Yushu's hand. The two started talking about the interview and ended up talking about hobbies, songs, movies, food, etc. And apart from not getting too intimate, the two weren't too different from an ordinary couple anymore. Happy times are always short, so that's why you're fast? Without realizing it, the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was already a bit dark outside. Su Yushu looked at the sky. It was time to go back. Lin Feng offered to send Su Yushu home, but was rejected by Su Yushu. Besides, Lin Feng thought for a second. He was about to play the role of a small employee of the company. Driving a Pagani was indeed not very appropriate. Now Lin Feng portrayed the image in front of Su Yushu as a child of an ordinary family. Except that he had recently made a fortune doing business with a friend, probably a few $1 million, and because he was more kind, that's why he advanced Su Yushu's surgical expenses that day. It's really not a good idea for the average family to drive a Pagani. After seeing Su Yushu leave on the bus, Lin Feng just wanted to go back to the company when there was a sound from the system. Ding! Zhang Lei and his first girlfriend have met. Does the host want to watch their reactions when they meet? Lin Feng froze. How do I look? Fly over there now? No! The system can open God's perspective for the host. This is considered a benefit that the system gives to the host. That's a good feeling. Turn it on. As soon as the words fell, a light screen about the size of a TV screen appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes, and on it was none other than Zhang Lei and his first love, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stood at the entrance of a dilapidated neighborhood. Zhang Lei got down from his car and slowly walked towards Zhang Yu. At a distance of about 3 or 4 meters from Zhang Yu, Zhang Lei stopped. Zhang Lei's eyes were already full of tears, and Zhang Yu's teardrops fell from the corners of his eyes. Love at 16 or 17. A decade has passed and both are in their 30s. At this moment, all the thoughts, regrets, excitement, and joy in the hearts of the two turned into tears in their eyes. The two of them just looked at each other with no words, only 1,000 tears. Chapter 24, Buying It All. After watching for a while, Lin Feng took the initiative to have the system turn off God's view. It's good to know that Zhang Lei got to Zhang Yu safely. Zhang Lei would take care of the next things. And it was not good for Lin Feng to continue prying into their privacy. Just when Lin Feng was about to go back to the company, Lin Miaomio sent him a message saying that the house had been looked after. The deposit had been paid, and the family was waiting for Lin Feng to go over. Lin Feng slapped his head and remembered that he seemed to have let Lin Miaomio go to look at the house with his parents before he went back to Huarong Group. Lin Feng returned a call to Lin Miaomio and asked for the name of the property, then immediately went to the underground parking lot to drive. The name of the property is Maplewood Hills. It's one of the top properties in the local area of QI. Around 6 o'clock, Lin Feng rushed to Maple Forest Landscape. 6 o'clock is usually the time for the sales office to get off work, but at this moment, Maplewood Landscape is still brightly lit. Without the slightest intention to get off work, Lin Feng walked into the sales office, and just as he came in, he saw Lin Miaomio and the three of them sitting on a sofa on one side, and the three beautiful salesgirls were piling up smiles to accompany them. After Lin Miaomio saw Lin Feng arrive, she hurriedly stood up and gave Lin Feng a big hug. "Brother, you can finally come. We browsed several properties in the afternoon and picked out a lot of house types before finally confirming this one." Zhang Yu and Lin Tianya are used to hugging each other. What's wrong with a hug? The staff here is also very nice. Originally they were already going to get off work at this time, but because of this order of ours they purposely extended their time off work. Zhang Yu said, "Hello sir, I'm the sales of the Maplewood Hillside sales office. My name is Li Xiaotong. You can just call me Li. May I ask if you still need to take another look at the house?" Li Xiaotong's attitude is very respectful. Sales are all like this. As long as you buy a house, you are the master. There are even some real estate sales that specialize in thanking homeowners with dumplings. Some of the salesmen are responsible for neighborhoods where maybe half the neighborhoods are warring factions. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the three of you. "Lin Miaomio, did you guys go see it? Are you satisfied?" "Quite satisfied, but I still think the price is a bit expensive." You just made money. Isn't it a bit too big a step to buy such an expensive house? Jiang Yu was really shocked when she heard the sale saying that the price of the house was more than 100 million at that time. However, Lin Feng naturally didn't care about the price. Mom, you don't have to worry about the money. Since you've all seen it and are happy with it, I'm going to skip it and just swipe my card. Li Xiaotong was smiling, and this single became her boost of several $100,000. Sir, this house is the current king of our maple forest landscape. The total price is $180 million. Just now this lady has already paid a deposit of $10 million. Do you want to pay the full amount now? Our real estate is a kind of activity. After you pay the deposit you can experience inside the house for about 2 weeks before you pay the rest of the fee. Lin Feng waved his hand. No, just swipe your card directly. It's only over 100 million. There's no need. Well then, just a moment sir. I'll go prepare the contract for you. Li Xiaotong left with a smile on her face, and at the same time ordered a few people to serve Lin Feng's family a few more cups of tea and coffee, small snacks and other things. Right after Li Xiaotong left, there was a sudden sound from the system. Ding! It is detected that the host once had a dream of becoming a charterer when he was young, and now triggers the task of realizing his childhood dream. Realization of a childhood dream, the host packages all the now vacant houses in Maplewood Hillside and rents them out. Mission reward, a double cashback card for house purchase. The money spent by the host to buy all houses can be directly doubled back. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It seemed like it was still the system that understood him. I did used to have that dream myself when I was a kid. At that time, Lin Feng thought, if he had dozens of houses to rent out and remove, and then he didn't have to work or go to school every day, and spent his days drinking, wouldn't it be great? Now there's a real chance to realize it, and you get double the money back for the money you spend. It's really two good things rushed together. After his consciousness came out of the system, Lin Feng arrived in front of Lin Miao Miao's trio. Mom, Dad, Sister Miao Miao, I have a new idea. I think buying one house is a bit low. Why don't we buy a few more? That's fine. One set is indeed a bit insufficient. If you get married in the future you can't continue to live with us, right? Just now that set will be taken as your future wedding room. Then buy another small set. Jiang Yu said. Mom, I didn't mean that. I'm going to buy more. Not a set. How many sets do you want to buy? What's the point of buying so many? Renting them out? Lin Feng smiled slightly. I want to buy the whole neighborhood. What? All three were shocked. You're not kidding, are you? Buying an entire neighborhood? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Feng incredulously. Of course I'm not joking. In fact, let me be honest with you. This property will appreciate a lot in value in the coming period. So I'm not actually buying a house. I'm investing. Lin Feng made up a reason and couldn't convince the three Jiang Yu without a reasonable excuse. Where did you get the information that it's going to go up in value? Is the news fidelity? Lin Tianya looked at Lin Feng with a skeptical gaze. Originally, several people didn't believe Lin Feng's words. But in the end, Lin Feng's words made all of them change their minds. The house is also a fixed asset anyhow. After buying it, even if it can't appreciate in value, it won't crash. And in the future, even if I'm broke, at least there's still a neighborhood house. Don't you think so? Convinced by this theory of Lin Feng's, several people finally accepted Lin Feng's crazy idea of buying an entire neighborhood. It didn't take long. Li came back with the contract. Sir, this is the purchase contract. Take a look at it. If there's nothing wrong with it, you can just sign it. Lin Feng didn't take the contract directly. I've changed my mind about buying a house. Li Xiaotong's expression lurched, thinking it was because Lin Feng didn't want to buy it. Is there a problem, sir? Or is there something unsatisfactory about our service? If you say it, we will do our best to correct it. Every house here is very precious. If you give up today, someone else may book it tomorrow. Li Xiaotong's attitude was still respectful. She didn't think that Lin Feng had blackened his face if he didn't buy. She still had basic professionalism. However, Lin Feng shook his head. No, no, no. It's not that I'm not going to buy the house I just bought. I want to buy more. Want to be a chartered house. Li Xiaotong mood in just a few tens of seconds experienced ups and downs. Just the heart of the disappointment immediately swept away. You're buying a set. Sir, how many empty houses are left in the neighborhood? Ha! Chapter 25, see for yourself how much money I have in my card. Li Xiaotong had a head full of questions. What did you say? Sir? I said how many unsold houses are there inside your neighborhood right now? Li had a premonition in her heart, but she couldn't believe something so outrageous. Sir, you come with me? The top of this sandboard can show the house that has no owner yet in Maplewood Hillside. Li Xiaotong came to the side of the sand table and pressed something underneath it. Then the lights above the sand table suddenly turned off. 2 seconds later, scattered lights began to light up. The villa area was lit up piece by piece because it had just opened not long ago, and the high-rise side was lit up, although not as much as the villa area, but there were more than half. Sir, the ones that are lit up are houses that don't have owners yet. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Okay, I'll take them all. Go prepare the contract. Okay sir, I will go. Now. Li Xiaotong suddenly got stuck in the middle of her sentence. The shocked expression stayed on her face for more than a minute. Sir, what did you just say? I said I'll take all these lighted ones. What? Don't want to sell? No sir, I didn't mean that. I don't have the luxury of deciding this matter. You wait a moment, I'll go get the manager. Li Xiaotong let out a long breath. She instinctively thought that Lin Feng was here to cause trouble, but the $10 million deposit they had taken out when they had just bought the king of the building had already arrived. Would someone who can just hand out $10 million make a joke like that? But if Li Xiaotong were to choose between the two options of Lin Feng messing up and Lin Feng really wanting to buy all the remaining houses to believe in, she would choose the first one without hesitation. Fenglin Shanshui is not an unusual neighborhood. It is a property that can be ranked in the entire Qizhou and even the entire Annan province. At the time of the opening, the average price of Maplewood Hills houses was over 30,000 per square meter. Recently opened shortly after the villa area, the price of the house is a new high. The lowest price is over $150,000 per square meter. It is a proper high-end home, but it was such a high-end neighborhood that Lin Feng said he wanted to buy all the remaining houses? What's this if not mischief? If it was the rest of the people, Li Xiaotong might have just let the security guards kick them out. But Lin Feng had just paid a deposit of $10 million, so he obviously wasn't a person of ordinary wealth, so she had no choice but to let the manager handle it. After about a few minutes, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses above his ears hurriedly rushed to the sales office lobby, led by Li Xiaotong. The manager arrived in front of Lin Feng. The manager ran all the way and was already panting when he came to Lin Feng. It took several minutes of gasping before the manager finally opened his mouth. First, sir, my name is Song Xin. I'm the manager of the sales office of Maplewood Shanshui. If you have anything to say directly to me, just say it. Lin Feng told Song Xin again about wanting to buy all the remaining houses in Maple Forest landscape now. Song Xin's face smiled imperceptibly. Obviously, he also subconsciously thought of Lin Feng as coming to make trouble. Sir, I'd like to double check with you. Are you really going to buy all of our remaining houses? Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Yes. How many times have I already said that? Can't you understand the words? Sir, you probably don't quite understand the positioning of our Maplewood Shanshui. We are one of the top upscale properties in the entire Annan province. The average price of the high-rise is currently around 30,000 per square meter, and the average price of the villa area exceeds 200,000 per square meter. The remaining houses now are at least several hundred? Have you really thought it through? Lin Feng was a bit impatient. Do you think I'm here to cause trouble? Song Xin had a professional smile on his face. You're joking, sir. I just want to remind you, if you want to buy all the remaining houses, you will need a very large sum of money. Even if it's all in installments, the bank may not be able to eat such a list. You'd better reconsider. The meaning inside Song Xin's words is also very obvious. Do not believe that Lin Feng has so much money. Even if it is a loan, the bank will not give you a loan. Lin Feng smiled lightly. Song Xin and Li Xiaotong's reaction was considered normal. After all, anyone who rashly said they wanted to buy an entire neighborhood would be taken as bragging. People won't believe it unless they come up with something substantial. Just like the protagonists in some novels, they wear some shabby clothes every day to go out to all kinds of high-end places, with the beautiful name that cheap clothes are comfortable to wear. I can believe you. Expensive clothes aren't always good, but cheap clothes are definitely not too good. With the price out there, how much better will the material of the clothes be? So a protagonist like that gets mocked, half of which is to blame on the villain and the other half on the protagonist himself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly also remembered. Since he had money, he had not shopped at the mall to buy some new clothes, or wear the previous clothes. Only in the past, Lin Feng bought clothes that weren't stall goods, and Lin Feng's face value was too high. So even ordinary clothes could be worn on Lin Feng's body to bring out the temperament. Isn't that where the immersion comes in? Facing Song Xin's disbelief, Lin Feng directly took out a card. This card is not the black card with $10 trillion. That card Lin Feng will not use directly. Our first transferred part of the money to the rest of the card before spending. After all, 10 trillion is just too appalling. If that long string of zeros had been seen by others, they would have thought that Lin Feng had directly robbed the money printing plant. So Lin Feng prepared a few cards. One card had $10 billion in it. One had 2 billion. One had 1 billion. And one had 5 million. Different cards can be used in different venues. Now Lin Feng was taking out the $10 billion card. You should have a POS machine here, right? Check how much money is in this card. Then we'll talk about whether I have enough to buy a house. Song Xian suspiciously took the card in Lin Feng's hand as he began to drum in his heart. A guess appeared in his mind. It couldn't be that Lin Feng was really rich, could it? As soon as the speculation popped up, he immediately dismissed it. To take all the remaining houses in Maplewood Hillside right now, Song Xian roughly calculated that he would need at least $5 billion or more. Don't look at the rich list now above the rich easily worth tens of billions of hundreds of billions of dollars. But if you let a billionaire worth 100 billion to take out 5 billion cash flow at once, he 80% is not to take out. That was why Song Xian was so distrustful of Lin Feng. Anyone who can get $5 billion out of it won't be buying a house. While prices are still rising, the chances of another significant price increase are almost equal to zero. $5 billion put in the financial field a little manipulation. The return is definitely higher than buying a house. Song Xian didn't refuse to Lin Feng's request. He asked Li Xiaotong to bring the POS machine. But the next moment, Li Xiaotong's face changed. Chapter 26. What? Can't I be here? Snap. The POS came off Li's hand and fell to the ground. Li Xiaotong also looked like she was frozen in place. Song Xian frowned. What's going on? Doing something furtive? Why don't you pick it up quickly? Li Xiaotong stiffly turned around and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Jing, manager, this card inside. Song Xian had a bad feeling in his heart when he saw Li Xiaotong's appearance. What happened to the card? Song Xian hurriedly inquired. Li Xiaotong took a deep breath, then directly barred the POS machine on the ground to pick up and hand it to Song Xian. Manager, you see for yourself. This card inside. There is a lot of money. Song Xian's heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly hung in the air when he heard Li Xiaotong's words. No way. How is that possible? With trepidation, Song Xian took the POS. Then his eyes fell on the numbers on it. Hiss. Song Xian almost lost his breath. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, billion, finished, 10 billion. There is a whole $10 billion in this card. This showed that Lin Feng completely had the strength that he said he had. Buying the entire rest of Maplewood Hills can be a breeze. What's more, someone who can take out $10 billion of cash flow at once would not be an ordinary person? Song Xian then thought about his attitude just now. Although he hadn't uttered a word of mockery, explicitly or implicitly, he had never believed that Lin Feng was telling the truth. If a person of such stature wanted to casually target himself, then he would probably be finished for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Song Xian was trembling. His back was already completely drenched in sweat, and the slightest bit of sweat was coming out from the top of his forehead. First, sir, your card. Song Xian tremblingly handed the card back to Lin Feng, then sat on his butt on the ground, as if he had already seen his miserable end inside his eyes. Lin Feng took the card and looked at him condescendingly. Now believe I have the money to buy a house? Phase, I believe. Song Xian's face was like a dead gray. Then why don't you go prepare the contract? I'm getting impatient waiting. Get it done quickly and you guys can get off work faster too, Lin Feng said indifferently. Song Xian's eyes widened, not expecting Lin Feng to be so unintentional about targeting himself. You, sir, don't blame me for not believing you earlier. You don't believe me, but at least you don't have a bad attitude. Not to mention that anyone who puts out the word that they're going to buy an entire upscale neighborhood is going to be disbelieved by everyone else. And you're kind of doing everything you're supposed to do. Although Lin Feng held grudges, he was by no means an unreasonable person. If Song Xian had just made a mocking remark to himself, he might have gotten a little angry and ended up buying the house without wanting to let him handle it. But what Song Xian did was nothing out of the ordinary. So naturally Lin Feng wouldn't deliberately hold a grudge. Song Xian was as if he had been released and wiped the sweat from the top of his forehead, and his hanging heart finally dropped. Life is so up and down. Sir, thank you. Thank you. People like you really deserve to be rich. I'll go and prepare the contract and paperwork for your purchase. Right at this moment, 2 more people came in at the door of the sales office. Song Xian saw this and hurriedly walked over, bowed and apologized. 2 people? I'm sorry, our property is no longer accepting guests now. Please forgive me. Not taking any more guests? What? You're afraid I can't afford it? Is this how you treat your customers? Obviously the door is still open, but you're pushing customers out. The store is big in deceiving customers, right? Song Xin hurriedly tried to explain to him. Sir, you misunderstood. It's actually because. Before Song Xin finished speaking, the man suddenly looked in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng? Why are you here? The man then looked at Song Xin. Didn't you say that you no longer accept guests? Then who is he? Isn't he a guest here or is he still a salesperson here? The sound at the door also attracted Lin Feng's attention. He looked at the person at the door and narrowed his eyes. Young Ho Man? Interesting. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved up. The world was really interesting. Lin Feng waved his hand at Song Xin before walking to the door. What? Can't I be here? Lin Feng, can you afford a house here? The most expensive house here costs $5 million, right? With the little money your parents make. If you want to buy a house here, borrow another 500 years from the sky first. Zhang Haowen tilted his head and looked at people through his nostrils. Next to him stood a woman in a light blue skirt with what looked like a pound of chemicals on her face. This woman Lin Feng also recognized, called Chang Wenwen. And like Zhang Haowen, she was Lin Feng's high school classmate. At that time, Chang Wenwen even confessed her love to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng rejected it. So Chang Wenwen became infuriated and got together with Zhang Haowen. Figuring that at the time Zhang Haowen was a gangster inside the school and wanted Zhang Haowen to teach Lin Feng a lesson. However, the creation of people, Zhang Haowen. This punk is followed by a big punk inside the school under the hands of Fengzhan. And that big punk Fengzhan is Lin Feng's hardcore. Since middle school, Fengzhan had been on good terms with Lin Feng. So Chang Wenwen and Zhang Haowen came to Lin Feng in a flaunting manner and finally left in a sorry state. That's why Zhang Haowen didn't deserve to be in Lin Feng's grudge book. He didn't deserve it. From in Lin Feng, after eating a defeat, Zhang Haowen in front of Lin Feng is like a transparent. After graduating from high school seems to hear the news that Zhang Haowen's family inside the luck of the draw. The family demolition of the house. All of a sudden divided into several sets of houses plus a few million. I didn't expect that after being rich, I still haven't kicked Chang Wenwen away. So it seems that he is still an infatuated person. Lin Feng came in front of Zhang Haowen and smiled lightly. What? From what you're saying is that you want to buy the house here? Zhang Haowen had a hideous smile on his face. Lin Feng, I'll even tell you. I just came over to buy a house today. Did you think you were good just because you knew a few gangsters in high school? Outside of school you're nothing. Do you really think you're a big shot when you're in school? Now that you don't have money, you're at the bottom of the social ladder. You're the bottom of the social ladder. You're the bottom of the ladder. Yes, you study better than me. You are better looking than me. You are more powerful than me inside the school. But now that you have graduated, when you are in the society, all those halos you used to have are all. Only money is the king now. I have money. You don't have money. You're nothing in front of me. Zhang Haowen's face had a hideous expression on it, and he said a whole lot in one breath, as if he had exploded years of grievances. On the side, Chang Wenwen also seemed to have poured out all of her full of grievances. It's a good thing I wasn't with you before. Look at you. Now you're nothing but better looking? What else? Even if you graduated from Qizhou University, what's there? Haowen is now accepting business from his family, and is able to buy a house in Maple Forest Shanchue? And look at you. You're nothing. Facing all kinds of finger pointing from the two of them, Lin Feng spread his hands. I say you guys, at least ask me what I'm doing here, right? Aren't you afraid of getting punched in the face like before in high school? Chapter 27, what do you know? Single dog. I mean, you guys, can you at least ask me what I'm doing here? Aren't you afraid of getting punched in the face like you used to in high school? Lin Feng had a helpless face. Just now he was spitting on the oddball protagonists and retarded villains inside some oddball novels. And in the blink of an eye he had met them himself. It's really speechless. But Zhang Haowen and Chang Wenwen really attached themselves perfectly to the persona of the descending wisdom villain, and didn't let Lin Feng down at all. It's really stupid. What are you doing here? What can you do here? You can't afford a house here, so you must be working here. Ha 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 ha. Chang Wenwen covered her mouth and laughed arrogantly. Lin Feng waved his hand at Song Xin. Tell him why he wasn't allowed in just now. After Song Xin received Lin Feng's instructions, he nodded and came in front of the two Zhang Haowen. He also read the relationship between Lin Feng and Zhang Haowen and could see that Lin Feng didn't like the two of them. Lin Feng didn't hold him accountable just now for having eyes to see. Hello sir, just now when I said I couldn't entertain the two of you, there is indeed a reason. Just now all the remaining houses we have here have been bought by this gentleman, so we don't have any spare houses left. As Song Xian's words fell, Zheng Haowen directly laughed out. You're blinding the cutie here. And, you've taken all the vacant houses in your neighborhood? Can you believe it? How many houses do you have left? If there's only one left and he happens to buy it, is that also called all-inclusive? Ha 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 ha. Zheng Haowen remained unconvinced, always believing what he believed. Song Xian replied lightly. Of course not. There are still about less than 200 sets of large flat floors left in the high-rise area of our property, and there are still more than 100 sets in the villa area. All of these now belong to this gentleman. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do about it. Zheng Haowen narrowed his eyes and swept a glance at Lin Feng and Song Xian before nodding slightly. Oh, I see. Lin Feng, in order to find a sense of superiority in front of me, you're really going to great lengths, finding someone to act in front of me? But I'll let you know no. You've, today, run into an iron plate. Zheng Haowen took out his cell phone. This property, Maple Forest Shanchue, belongs to Fei Yang Group, right? My dad happens to know an old boss underneath Fei Yang Group. You guys dare to put on a show in front of me. You should have thought about the consequences right from the start. After a cold snort, Zheng Haowen dialed a number. The two couples, Lin Miaomio and Lin Tianya, also came to Lin Feng's side. What happened? Lin Miaomio inquired with concern. Lin Feng waved his hand. Nothing much. Met a brainwashed person. Should be solved in a while. After the phone call made by Zheng Haowen was connected, he called Mr. Lu with one mouthful, and then it took a few minutes before he finally got to the point. Mr. Lu, I recently want to buy a set of house, because my father and your relationship well, so I want to buy a set in Maple Forest landscape. Yeah, I'll give you the cheapest internal price if you buy it. Mr. Lu, I am now in the sales office, but your manager here does not seem to be very willing to entertain me, but also said that your remaining houses here are all wrapped up by a person. Mr. Lu, this is not true. What? There's such a thing? Why didn't he say that he had all the houses in the world wrapped up? I remember the manager of the sales office is Song Xian, right? You give him the phone. I'll ask him. The corners of Zheng Haowen's mouth rose before he turned his look in Song Xian's direction. You should be the Song Xian that Mr. Lu was talking about, right? Here, Mr. Lu's phone number. Song Xian took the cell phone in Zheng Haowen's hand with a normal face. Hey, Mr. Lu, this is Song Xian. Was what Yun said just now true? Did you say that? That all the remaining houses in the development have been rounded up by someone else? That Mr. Lu spoke very nonchalantly. I'm the one who said it, and I'm telling the truth. I've just checked the capital. There's no problem with that gentleman's funds, and if it wasn't for the delay of the gentleman who just came in, I'd be preparing the contract right now. You don't have to talk nonsense here. You're at least a manager. Don't you know how much money is needed to get to the point you're talking about? That's at least a few $1 billion. Can even our group take out that kind of money? Song Xian remained the same. What I said is the truth. If Mr. Lu you think what I said is a lie, you can come and see for yourself. In addition, Mr. Lu, you are the financial department inside the company. It's not your turn to tell you what to do in the sales department. Mr. Lu on the other end of the phone was instantly on fire. What kind of attitude is that? You wait. I can't control you, can I? Then I'd like to see if old Joe can control you. Even if Mr. Joe comes, I'll say the same thing. After saying that, Song Xian directly hung up the phone and then threw the phone back to Zheng Haowen. This gentleman, if there's nothing else, you can go out. Our building is now going to be temporarily closed and will no longer accept new customers. After saying that, Song Xian respectfully walked in front of Lin Feng. Sir, you wait here for a moment. I'll go prepare the contract for you first, and if there isn't enough tea here, just call out any of the sales to add it for you. Then Song Xian left to prepare the contract. Zheng Haowen's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to move out Mr. Lu. Song Xian even didn't give him face. I'll just wait here, and when Mr. Lu comes over, I'll let him poke you in public. Zheng Haowen and Chang Wenwen found a place to sit down, and Lin Feng didn't want to bother with him and returned to the sofa as well. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng called Lu Xian, and the phone was quickly picked up. Humph, carrot, bad Lin Dong. You still know to call me. Lin Feng sweated profusely. I'm glad I didn't put it on speakerphone or I would have died. Lin Feng coughed twice. I'm outside right now. Help me check which company Maplewood Shanchue belongs to, and then notify that company that I'm at their property here. Lin Feng informed Lu Xian of everything that had just happened one by one. Lu Xian on the other end of the phone was blushing. It was rare for Lin Feng to be so serious on the phone. It must be inconvenient to talk. What I just said couldn't have been overheard, could it? Lin Dong, I'm going to do it. By the way, Lin Feng, there are some things I need to report to you about the company. Is it okay for the night? Lu Xian whispered. Lin Feng skimmed over Lin Miao as well as Lin Tianya and the two of them, and replied without changing his face. Well, I'll go over there when the time comes, but it might be a little late. Then I'll wait for you tonight, oh Lindong. Lu Xian smiled and hung up the phone, and then beautifully went to check the information. Out of the office, Lu Xian met Jiao. Jiao curiously came over to Lu Xian. Sister Xian, what's wrong with you? So happy? Lu Xian's chin shot up. What do you know? You single dog. Jiao. Chapter 28, torn to shreds. Jiao grumbled as she watched Lu Xian leave. Then deflated. It's the weak that are called single dogs. I should be called a lone wolf. Ooh-hoo. Even lone wolves are single. Ooh-hoo. Inside the sales office, Lin Feng's family of four were talking and laughing while Zhang Haowen and Chang Wenwen stared at them with frowns. Brother Wen, why do you think they're still so relaxed? Aren't they afraid that Mr. Lu will come over and directly poke them? Chang Wenwen asked in a puzzled exit, holding on for dear life. Since the pussy has started pretending, he has to finish pretending even if he sheds tears. Maybe he's already crying and begging us to let them go. Zhang Haowen is still so confident. Lin Feng received another call from Lu Xian while he was waiting. He had people check it out. Maple Forest Shanshui belonged to Fei Yang Group, and Zhang Lei knew about it. And combined with what Lin Feng said about General Manager Lu of the Finance Department, he also found out an interesting thing. The people from Fei Yang Group and Lu Xian were also making their way over to the sales office. After about an hour, Song Xian reappeared with the contract still in his hand. Sir, the contract is ready. Can I sign it now? Lin Feng nodded. Okay, sign now. After working for quite a while, Lin Feng finally finished all the formalities and honorably became a future charterer. Mr. Lin, congratulations. Hard work for you too. It's not hard work. It's all part of my job. And it's only an honor to serve you. All the houses, a total of more than $5,600,000,000. The back of the zero Song Xian will be directly erased, so a total of $5,600,000,000. Just after making the payment, the system's voice rang in Lin Feng's head. Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission at a cost of 5.6 billion, which is being doubled back. Ding! The cashback of $11.2 billion has been deposited into the black card for the host. Lin Feng smiled faintly, easily earning billions of dollars. Not long after Lin Feng signed the contract, a car suddenly stopped outside the sales office, and then two people inside burst in furiously. Zhang Haowen hurriedly greeted him with a big smile. Uncle Lu, you're here. Lu Ha and a thin man next to him came in front of Zhang Haowen. Where's Song Xian? Dare to talk to me like that inside the phone. Are you looking for death? Song Xian slowly arrived in front of Lu Ha, but he directly swept past Lu Ha to the thin middle-aged man in the back. Hello, Mr. Zhou. This action of Song Xian's made Louis' fire even bigger. Old Zhou, look at the people under your hand. This is how you treat your superiors. You just spoke out against me on the phone and hung up on me. Now you don't even greet me. Song Xian, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Zhou Rui behind Lu Ha looked uncertain. Song Xian, what exactly just happened? Just now I heard Mr. Lu say that you chased customers out, and also said that the house is all wrapped up? Mr. Zhou, I didn't drive the customers outside. It's simply because I had a deal with Mr. Lin Feng over there before this gentleman came in, and he wants all the remaining houses in Maplewood Hillside. Just a moment ago, we've already signed the contract. Song Xian handed Zhou Rui the contract he had just signed, but before Zhou Rui could take it, Lu Ha in the center snatched it. What nonsense! I'm really not what you're smoking. If he really buys all the remaining houses, I'll eat all the poop from all the toilets in Qizhou. With that, Lu Ha tore the contract to shreds. The fragments were raised by his hand, just like snow drifting down. In a split second, the entire sales floor was quiet, as if everyone's heartbeat could be heard. It was accompanied by the sound of Lou's heavy breathing. Song Xian stared at the debris on the ground with wide eyes, dumbfounded, looking at Lu Ha incredulously. You, what are you? Holding a pile of ragged paper and calling it a contract? Fooling the ghost? Didn't you hear what I just said? You don't have to keep coming to work from tomorrow. You are fired. Song Xin took a deep breath. It's not clear if I was fired or not, but you are in big trouble. Just at this time, outside suddenly came a dozen cars, neatly parked at the gate of the sales office. Although this dozen is not a luxury car, sports car, but without exception are black Audi A8, which is a unified company car. A few moments later, dozens of people came down from the top of the car and walked in aggressively. The moment this large group of people walked in, Luha felt a deadly sense of oppression come over him. Although Luha didn't recognize the first few people walking in the crowd, he knew all of the large group of people following behind him. Wang Lin, chairman of Flyer Real Estate Group; Hua Haiying, general manager of Fei Yang Real Estate Group; Feng Fei, deputy general manager of Fei Yang Real Estate Group; Guiying Jie, group CFO of Flyer Group, as well as slightly larger shareholders in the Flyer Realty Group. All coming. Luha and Zhou Rui exchanged a glance. This battle, do you know what's happening? A touch of bad premonition surfaced in Zhou Rui's heart. It's not coming at us, is it? Rushing us? How is that possible? We didn't do anything? However, after saying this, Luha suddenly looked at the scattered pieces on the ground, and a guess surfaced in his heart. You don't think so? It can't be that unlucky, can it? Zhang Haowen was also startled by this sudden battle, but he only knew one Luha inside the Fei Yang group, and the identities of those people were unknown to any of them. So even though he was startled by those people at the beginning, he still didn't wimp out, and directly went up recklessly. What do you guys do? Who are you looking for? However, that a large group of people did not even pay attention to Zhang Haowen. Both sides wearing sunglasses bodyguards directly pushed Zhang Haowen away. The leader of the Lu Xian and the group's deputy general manager Han Jun walked straight to the front of Lin Feng. Lin Dong, after the people of Fei Yang Group heard about the situation we reflected, all the shareholders as well as executives came spontaneously to deal with the undesirable factors inside the company. Liu Xin was wearing a dark gray suit with a white shirt inside the suit. Underneath, Lu Xian wore a knee-length black dress that fit well and showed off Lu Xian's diminutive figure to the fullest. At this point, she had a strong aura. Shortly after Lu Xian and his group walked in front of Lin Feng, Zhang Haowen, who had just been pushed away, walked back in, anger written all over his face. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 29, Fighting. How dare you push me? Know who I am? I was just looking for who so many people are. So it's the help you found, Lin Feng. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because there are more of you. Snap. Before Zhang Haowen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a slap. Shut up. You don't think I've lived long enough, do you? The one who hit was Lu Ha. After beating up Zhang Haowen, Lu Ha slowly walked to the front of the crowd before flopping down and kneeling on the ground. From what Lu Xian had just said to Lin Feng, he knew that he had kicked the bucket. Lu Xian and Lin Feng didn't say anything as Wang Lin, the chairman of Fei Yang Group, came to Lu He's face. Snap, snap. 3 slaps slapped Lu Ha dizzy but he did not dare to resist. Know who you've offended? Lin Dong of Huarong Group. Lin Dong came over to our property to buy a house is to give us face. What the hell do you want to do? Lu Ha opened his mouth without uttering a word. Also, if it wasn't for Huarong Group informing me, I wouldn't have known that you were actually eating your way out of the company and coveting so much money. Wang Lin's words were like a thunderbolt ringing in Lui's ears. Just now he knew that the chairman of the Huarong Group had not been so reactive. If he said that if he offended Lin Feng, he might be dismissed from the company in the future, and there wouldn't be any company that would want him in Qizhou or even in Annan province in the future. But he could still go outside the province, or even abroad, because he had secretly saved up a lot of money over the years. But Wang Lin's words just now really made him lose his temper. Corruption. This was something he had thought he had done seamlessly, but now it had been directly stabbed out by Wang Lin. Wang Dong. I don't know what you are talking about. Lu Ha is still struggling. Don't want to admit it yet, do you? Then I'll let you understand. Manager Hua, bring over the account book and the evidence to make him die. Hua Haiying, the general manager of Fei Yang Group, took out a bunch of documents and threw them in front of Lu Ha. Take a look for yourself. What a big nerve. Lu Ha panicked, his hands and feet flipping through the information on the ground. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he was, the more cold he felt. In the end, Lu Ha went mad and tore up all the information on the ground. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Lin and Hua Haiying looked at him condescendingly. It's really thanks to Huarong Group. Otherwise, we really wouldn't have known that the company's head of the finance department is actually the company's biggest moth. This money is enough for you to squat inside the prison until after you're 60 years old. Lu Ha turned pale. Then, as if he remembered something, as if he used all his strength, he crawled towards where Zhang Haowen was. It's him. I did all these things because their family egged me on. It was also them who pulled me into the game in the beginning. It was all them. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Lu Xian. There's still Zhang Haowen's business here? Lu Xian nodded slightly. Yes, according to our investigation. When Lu Ha started embezzling the group's assets within the Fei Yang group, it was in partnership with someone called Zhang Yanhe, and that Zhang Yanhe is Zhang Haowen's father. Lin Feng smiled. So that's how these two families know each other? It's true that things come together and people come together. Then that Zhang Yanhe you were talking about, is he going in as well? Yes, and what Zhang Yanhe committed is even more serious than Lu Ha, so I guess the sentence will be even heavier than Lu Ha. When Zhang Haowen heard this, he was dumbfounded. Impossible. This is impossible. How could something happen to my dad? If you don't believe me, you can make a call now to confirm, but you have to be quick. The police are probably already on their way to your dad. Lin Feng laughed. Zhang Haowen scrambled to find his cell phone, hurriedly finding out Zhang Yanhe's number. His hands kept trembling, and his mouth kept chanting. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Impossible. The phone rang for a while before it was finally picked up, but it wasn't Zhang Yanhe's voice. I'm Wei Yu, the detachment chief of the Qi City Public Security Bureau. Zhang Yanhe has been arrested according to the law. His personal belongings will be seized. If you're a family member, wait for the notice to be able to retrieve his vetted belongings. Zhang Haowen was struck by lightning. No light in his eyes. Their family. Finished. Seeing this, Chang Wenwen directly changed her face. I didn't expect your family to be such people. I'm really blind. Delaying my old mother for so many years. Chang Wenwen wanted to leave, but a fire in Zhang Haowen's heart was instantly ignited. Damn you! You've shown your true colors after seeing our family in trouble. If you want to leave, I've spent so much money on you over the years. Spit it all out for me, or else you can't leave. Zhang Haowen shouted hysterically. What do you mean by that? You willingly gave me all that money to spend. It's not like you lent it to me, so who am I to pay it back? If you don't let me go, I'll call the police and have them take you in as well, so that you two can be reunited as father and son. Chang Wenwen wasn't a saving grace either. Chang Wenwen's words completely enraged Zhang Haowen. You, looking for death. As he spoke, Zhang Haowen swung a fist at Chang Wenwen. Boo! Having taken a punch, Chang Wenwen also transformed into a shrew and wrestled with Zhang Haowen. Although Zhang Haowen had a lot of strength, Chang Wenwen also had sharp nails, so for a while the two of them fought somewhat indistinguishably. Just as the two tangled, a figure ran over and joined the fray. It's Lu Ha. Lu Ha gritted his teeth and clenched his fists and ran in the direction of Zhang Haowen. While running his mouth also cursed, your mother's a son of a. If it wasn't for your father egging me on at that time, I wouldn't be in such a state now. Anyway, I'm wasted in this life, so I'll just pull a cushion. In a flash, the scene was incomparably chaotic, and the original battle between the two that was indistinguishable from each other changed drastically with Lu He's sudden addition, with Zhang Haowen instantly falling into an absolute disadvantage. However, Lu Ha had lost control of his emotions and the targets of his attack were no longer limited to Zhang Haowen. Even Chang Wenwen was not spared. Watching the three of them fight, Lin Feng watched with fascination. Dong Lin, should we pull the three of them apart? The police are almost here. Lu Xian asked. How long before the police arrive? About 10 minutes or so. Then there's no need to pull them apart. Let them continue to fight, and when they have no strength left to fight each other, it'll be easier for the police to take them away. Chapter 30 King Villa of Maplewood Hillside Building. With that, the group watched the three-man mixed brawl for 10 minutes like monkeys. Zhang Haowen is bulky, but young and strong. Vivian Chang is insidious, specializes in greeting towards the lower third, and has fingernails that pinch you without knowing when. Lu Ha was older, but not past his prime, and his strength was second only to Zhang Haowen's, but he should have had experience in fighting before, and had been on top. 10 minutes later, the alarm bells are ringing loudly and the police are coming. 3 police cars parked behind the dozen or so Audi A8s, and then a total of 7 police officers walked in one after another. Wang Lin greeted him directly. It's Captain Jiang, isn't it? I'm Wang Lin, the chairman of the Fei Yang Group. You guys have had a hard journey. I'm the one who called the police. Jiang Feng nodded at Wang Lin. Mr. Wang is polite. Going to the police is what we should do. Where is the person? Mr. Wang nudged his mouth. There, that's the top one of the 3. It was then that the police noticed the three men who were still fighting. The three men had completely fought red-handed, and they didn't even stop when the police just came in. Hey, 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 stop hitting, let go, let go. It took a couple of police officers a good deal of effort to pull the three men away completely. Don't pull me, keep fighting. You think I'm afraid of you? I'll kill you all. Come on, you think I'm afraid of you? One old thing. Give me a little while longer and I'll raise all your ashes. The two little things, and that old thing your father, all die for me. Team Jiangfeng looked at Wang Lin. Mr. Wang, what's going on with these three people? Wang Lin spread his hands. Maybe there is a conflict between them. We don't dare to stop them. And we can't stop them. Jiangfeng rubbed his temples. Then thank you Mr. Wang for taking the initiative to report the case. If there's no rest of the matter, we'll call it a day. Captain Jiang, wait. These are the various evidences of Lu He's crimes. They're very detailed and will be of great help to his interrogation after he goes in. Wang Lin handed a large pile of information to Jiang Feng. These were the same documents that Lu Ha had just read, and although Lu Ha had torn a copy, there was a backup copy. Jiang Feng took the document. Good. Then I'll thank Mr. Wang. The police came fast and left fast, taking away Lu Ha, Zheng Haowen and Chang Wenwen. Why did you take Cheng Haowen and Chang Wenwen with you, you ask? Because when the police pulled the three of them away just now, none of the three stopped, and when they got mad, they even dared to hit the police, assaulting a police officer, breaking the law. After the police took all three men away, there was still a group of people from the Fei Yang group left inside the sales hall, as well as Lin Feng's family of four and Lu Xian, a few people from the Huarong group. Wang Linyi and the others respectfully said to Lin Feng, Dong Lin, thanks to you. Otherwise I wouldn't have known that there is such a moth inside our company. You are really a great benefactor of our company. Lin Feng waved his hand. It's fine. If you want to thank Zhang Lei, he's the one who found out all these things. Only he doesn't have the time to come over right now. By the way, I came over to buy a house, but the contract was torn up by that Lu Ha, so prepare another contract. Lin Feng paused and then said, by the way, Song Xian is the manager of this sales office, right? He's not bad. You guys can promote him. Song Xian, who was in the corner of the crowd, stared with wide eyes. He didn't expect Lin Feng to speak up for himself. Thank you, Dong Lin. Thank you, Dong Lin. Song Xian hurriedly bowed in thanks. After re-signing the contract, the time came to a little after 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng proposed that the family go to the newly purchased house. A total of hundreds of houses together naturally cannot all live. Lin Feng family, stay a set of king of the building to live on the good. The rest, Lin Feng are planning to rent out. Over a chartered public addiction, Lin Feng's decision to propose going to live in the new house was immediately approved by the family. So the family rushed to their new home together. Maplewood Hillside Villas. This is one of the most upscale local villa area in Shizhou. The villa area is built on the mountain. Each villa inside is a detached courtyard. The price is there, at least tens of millions of dollars, but also deserved this configuration. Lin Feng's family of four walked on foot to where the king of the building was. The combination of Chinese and Western architecture is so harmonious that the basic flavor of Chinese style and Western architectural symbols and details complement each other, which is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also more importantly, makes living comfortable and close to nature. The external space layout has the feeling of Chinese residential enclosure, and the whole reflects the advantages of small but exquisite. The entrance door of the villa is in the Dai Tai style. Very original. Dense lush bamboo along the path staggered into two rows. Green bamboo leaves at the top of the gradual closure, forming a domed roof. Strong sunlight and late summer heat is thus isolated from the outside. And no matter where you go to the park, but always cannot see the road in front of the landscape beyond 10 meters. The green and tall bamboo forest hidden in which the entire park. The green and tall bamboo forest hides the whole park in the middle of it. And there is an access road at the winding place. And the bamboo forest is full of eyes at the access road. Romantic and stately temperament. High-ceilinged foyer and grand entrance door. Round arched windows and cornerstone masonry, showing the elegance and splendor. Refreshing and unconventional. White stucco walls combined with light red roof tiles. Continuous arches and corridors. And a living room with high ceiling and large-faced windows. Elegant and refined but not lacking in comfort. The porch and foyer spread to the north and south. The living room and bedrooms are equipped with low windows and hexagonal convex windows for viewing. The dining room is connected to the north and south, and the indoor and outdoor scenarios are blended. Into the door is a long aisle. Both sides of the aisle planted with a variety of flowers and greenery. Walking in the aisle above the puff is a fragrance and freshness. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 31 Sleepless Nights. After being used to sucking in the air of the city center, it felt very good to come here and purify it. And Lin Feng took several sharp breaths as he walked by. Turning the corner through the aisle is the door into the house, which is a 50-50 style, with both doors opening together, making it very spacious, so you don't have to worry about any large furniture that won't come in easily. At the first sight of walking into the house, Lin Feng saw a jade-faced screen, light and elegant but not too expensive. When he came to the living room, Lin Feng's first feeling was big. Well, the same as Lin Feng. Just this one living room alone felt as big as an entire home before Lin Feng. Don't look at the big living room, but the decoration inside doesn't look empty. A set of sofa is placed on the side against the door. Next to the sofa is a coffee table. On the east side of the living room is the TV wall, which is usually hidden when you are not watching TV. And if you want to watch TV, the TV can slowly appear with just one click. In addition to the usual setup like a TV sofa, there are a few ornaments and potted plants. The window on the south side of the living room made a whole floor-to-ceiling window design. Outside the window is the swimming pool. Summertime, whenever you want to swim, whenever you want to jump into the pool in a few steps. One wall away from the living room is where the dining kitchen is located. The home comes with 2 sets of dining tables. A set of dining table is in the house, on top of which is a full dozen seats. Even if it is a gathering of friends together, it is enough. There is also a dining set that is outside on the large patio. And how beautiful is it to enjoy the evening breeze and a barbecue on a summer evening. The entire first floor, in addition to the living room and dining kitchen, there is a suite, guest bedroom. If the family comes to friends, you can stay here. Each room is a wet and dry separation of the independent bathroom. To avoid the toilet, also have to go out and share the embarrassment of one. The whole villa plus the underground. There were 5 floors, so the interior was equipped with an elevator. Riding the elevator, Lin Feng came to the second floor. The second floor is where the master bedroom is located. The second floor, totaling more than 200 square feet, is made up of only 3 bedrooms in total, with 1 master suite, the largest, suitable for the villa's young couples. The remaining 2, one for the children's room and one for the elderly, are just right for the family. On the third floor is a small amusement park with a small KTV for singing, a private movie theater, a toy room, a hand puppet room, and a gym. Immediately after coming to the 4th floor, Lin Feng was like coming to a small library. Inside there were several large bookshelves filled with all sorts of books. In addition to that, there was also a set of tables and chairs, so if one liked to read, one probably wouldn't get tired of staying here for a day. Unfortunately, Lin Feng doesn't like to read much. You have to ask Lin Feng what he likes. I'm sorry, but I like Neko. After looking at all 4 floors, Lin Feng ended up on the 1st floor. Lin Feng rode the elevator to the 1st floor of the villa. The basement level, in addition to being a parking lot, has a massive wine cellar and is stocked with a lot of expensive wines right now. Although Lin Feng was not an alcoholic, but once upon a time he still had some research on red wine. He could see that the red wine inside the cellar was not cheap. The cheapest was a few $1,000s a bottle. After strolling through the entire villa, Lin Feng generalized, TMD, it's so damn good to be rich. It's really hard not to be corrupted by this evil money. After Lin Feng's family finished strolling through the villa, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The family also did not want to cook, directly called a takeaway. After eating about 10 o'clock, Lin Feng brought up the tempo. They say that sleeping late is bad for your health, so try not to stay up too late when you're living in a new house for the first time. It just so happens that and a day of looking at the house, Lin Tianya couple looking at the house is also a little tired, so did not refute Lin Feng's suggestion. Went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor to sleep. Lin Feng did this naturally because he wanted his parents to go to bed early. He was going to go to Huarong Group in a while. Lu Xian had found himself some company matters that needed to be dealt with. The company was in a hurry, so Lin Feng had to make a trip. After listening to Lin Feng, the 2 Lin Tianya couples went straight to their bedroom. After choosing a house for half a day, they were also a bit tired. Middle-aged people's stamina wasn't comparable to that of young people, so they went straight to bed too. After Lin Feng and Lin Miaomia took care of a few things, Lin Feng drove away from Maple Forest Landscape and headed towards Huarong Group. Inside the chairman's office on the 33rd floor of Huarong Group, Lu Xian lazily lay on the bed, waiting to report to Lin Feng. Picking up her cell phone, Lu Xian looked at the time, 12 o'clock. Lu Xian took the big bear on the bed and hammered it several times. Humph! Stinking Lin Dong! clearly said that he would come over tonight. The company's affairs are very urgent. Big liar. I'm angry. Humph. Next time just ignore him. Ignore whatever you say. Don't work for him as a secretary. Don't report to him. Who let her stand me up after she promised me? Next time, I won't come to this office either. Humph. Yeah, not here. Now. Carrot. But just as Lu Xin wanted to get up, a message suddenly came on her cell phone. From Lin Feng. There's been some delays. I'll be at the office in about half an hour. Long wait? When Lu Xin saw Lin Feng's message, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and she hurriedly replied, I'm already waiting for you in the office, waiting to report on my work. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. Oh. I didn't want to ignore him either, but he messaged me back. Who could deny Lin Feng a message back? Just like that, Lu Xin, who had just been full of resentment, was giggling after a single message from Lin Feng, her eyes falling on the doorway every moment, waiting for Lin Feng to come back and report something about the company to him. Half an hour later, Lin Feng pushed open the door of his office as promised, and Lu Xin excitedly ran straight over and jumped into Lin Feng's arms at once. Lin Feng felt the softness from Lu Xin. Coach, I'm reporting that someone hit someone with the ball. Lin Dong, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The company is in a hurry. Lu Xin feigned displeasure. Some things were delayed. Aren't they here now? As the chairman of the company, I definitely can't ignore the company's matters. Well, let's go inside the office and talk. The debriefing took a long time. Besides Lin Feng, who had a sleepless night, there were several other people who also had a sleepless night. Zhang Lei and his first love, Zhang Yu, also stayed up all night tonight. Of course, what they did was not a debriefing thing. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 32, It's Raining So Hard. After Zhang Lei settled everything for Zhang Yu, at night, the two of them ate a meal and lay on the hotel bed, recalling the past. The first time the two spoke was inside the class. Zhang Yu asked Zhang Lei a question. In fact, later Zhang Yu told Zhang Lei that at that time, when Zhang Lei gave her the question, Zhang Yu didn't listen at all, and looked at Zhang Lei the whole time. The first time their relationship got better was when the two were moved to the same table. Later, Zhang Lei told Zhang Yu that he was actually the one who approached the teacher to have the two at the same table. The first time the two held hands was when they were not yet together. The two people at the same table. Zhang Lei in class deliberately take Zhang Yu's things, and then put inside the table hole. Wait until Zhang Yu put his hand inside the table hole, then grab Zhang Yu's hand not to let go, because it is still in the class. So Zhang Yu can only stare at Zhang Lei. The two people just like this a class are holding hands. This method should be imitated with caution, and only applies to the ambiguous between the two. If rashly imitated may be exposed in front of the whole class, you play a hooligan. The two were officially together. They were running together in the playground. Running, and suddenly it rained. But the two looked at each other, didn't care about the rain, and continued to run. Gradually, the rain got heavier and heavier, and the clothes on both of them were drenched. The two were holding up a school uniform as if they were little cuties, like running in the rain. Zhang Yu, is it okay if I want to be with you? What did you say? I say that's a lot of rain. I do. What did you say? I say it's raining really hard too. The two then smiled at each other. Maybe that time was the happiest time for both of them? Zhang Lei and Zhang Yu cried for a while, and laughed for a while. Those bits and pieces seemed to have happened yesterday, and the two of them, they just went back home after school and didn't see each other for a night. Other than Zhang Lei and Zhang Yu, there were several other people who had also stayed up all night this night. They are Zhang Haowen, Zhang Haowen's father, Lu Ha. Just after being locked up in the police station, a few of the men were given a hard time by the jailbird inside. This was also purposely arranged by Wang Lin. After being taught a lesson, the three men flopped down on their bunks, covering their asses and staring up at the sky. Day 2. Lin Feng slept until noon. I was a little late dealing with company stuff yesterday, and it made sense to get up a little late. Liu Xin also reported on her work and worked late and was very dedicated. The reason why Lin Feng woke up was because he felt hungry. After a high-intensity work, not replenishing calories was a real no-no. After stretching, Lin Feng asked Lu Xin for a moment. Are you hungry? Should I no longer ask Ajiao to buy something up here? Lu Xin, who was still asleep, subconsciously replied, eat, hungry, so hungry. Lin Feng directly called Ajiao and asked her to buy more fried chicken to send up and some coffee to wake up. Ajiao, after the last time, was a bit more light-hearted and agreed with a pat on the back. It didn't take long for Ajiao to knock on the door holding a huge pile of food. Dong Lin, Jiao came walking with fried chicken. Am I particularly competent? Jiao held her neck high as if she was asking for credit from Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Can I do it? Of course I can do it. I came back running and I haven't spilled a drop of coffee. If you can do it, come on. Jiao, are we both talking about the same thing? Alright, just kidding with you. Give me the stuff. Lin Feng took a large bag of fried chicken. Jiao deflated her mouth. Che Lindong, you caused me to be happy for nothing. It's no fun. Let's go. Lin Feng? After Lin Feng and Lu Xian ate the fried chicken, Lu Xian rubbed her eyes and yawned again. Lindong, I went on to sleep. I'll take a vacation today. I don't want to deal with the company's business anymore. Liu Xin said lazily. Lin Feng smiled. It's okay, if you don't work. You don't work. It's okay, I'm granting vacation. After Lu Xian went to bed, Lin Feng called Jiao to take care of Lu Xian again and then walked out of the office. Taking out the cell phone that was muted last night, Lin Feng took a look. Well, Su Yushu gave herself 8 phone calls and sent a dozen messages. Lin Feng took a look and tapped his head. Yesterday, Lin Feng and Su Yushu said that he was coming to Huarong Group for an interview today. Nice guy. Forgot all about it. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng was walking back and forth in the corridor with his cell phone, trying to find a very reasonable excuse to explain to Su Yushu why he didn't answer the phone. But after thinking about it for half a day, I couldn't come up with a plausible excuse. I haven't signed in for the day yet, so let's do that first, just in case there's something good that might be just the thing to fix this. After saying this, Lin Feng suddenly realized something. It seems like you have poisoned milk yourself. Blah blah blah. Gotta re-say it. Wish me nothing for the reward of this check-in. It won't solve my problem of not replying to Su Yushu's messages for 5 hours at all. After meditating for a while, Lin Feng's consciousness entered the system space. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 100 million Jitterbug coins. The Jitterbug coins have already been deposited into the host's Jitterbug account for the host, so the host can use them without fear. Lin Feng? System, you come out and explain it to me. Why is there still no corresponding reward after I poisoned my milk? Because the system's rewards are pressed for that kind of thing. Reversing reality? It's too unrealistic. And the host is too smooth. The host should be given a chance to experience the feeling of frustration. Lin Feng. But the system can give you a suggestion. You can explain it away by saying that you've been staying up late preparing for the interview and then shutting down your phone because she cares about you and she won't be too upset. Yoo-hoo. The system knows what it's doing. Reward a slap. System, why don't you say anything? System, why are you ignoring me? System? After shouting for a while, the system didn't pay any attention to Lin Feng. And Lin Feng made a fool of himself, and his consciousness retreated from the system. Maybe it's feasible to use the method just described by the system. We can't put it off any longer. Let's do it. Lin Feng dialed Su Yushu's number. Su Yushu answered in seconds. Did you oversleep again? Today is the day of your interview. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 33, Finally Remembering Lu Shuo. Su Yushu's tone was urgent, but what was carried in her words was concern, not anger. Lin Feng softly explained. I was preparing for the interview in the morning. Then I turned my phone off, and now I just turned it on. I'm sorry, for making you anxious. Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I've just been worrying that you won't miss the interview. Right. What time is your interview? Lin Feng's eyes rolled. 3 o'clock. I'll leave now to come to the office. You've already come to work today, right? Yes. It's my first official day on the job today. I originally interviewed for a job in finance, but when I got to work today I was told that there was a temporary change in my job title, and that the company had just recently set up a secretarial department. So I've been assigned to that department. Lin Feng froze. The secretarial department? It seemed that Yushin had a heart, and it looked like the whole night yesterday hadn't hurt her for nothing. I'm interviewing for a job in the finance department as well. So according to you, there's a good chance we'll be in the same department then. Don't want to be in the same department as you. You held my hand on purpose the last time we had coffee. Ha! Lin Feng froze. Su Yushu just that was. Pampered him? This showed that Su Yushu had completely stopped treating Lin Feng as an outsider. The two are a step closer to each other. Don't worry. Even if we're not in the same department, I'll still make a special trip to your department every day to look for you. And you definitely won't be able to escape my clutches. I was the one who was inexperienced yesterday. I purposely googled it after I got back yesterday. Next time if you hold my hand again, I'll bite you. Lin Feng's heart fluttered. Bite me? Isn't that a bit too fast? We haven't finalized our relationship after all. Su Yushu? What are you talking about? Why do I get the feeling we're not on the same channel? Lin Feng coughed. Cough. Cough. Nothing. Su Yushu also did not continue to pursue. Then you now come to the company. The first interview, do not be late. I wish you a successful interview. Oh, I'm sure with you saying that, my interview will go well. Lin Feng smiled and hung up the phone, then went to Zhang Lei's office. Although the two of them, Zhang Lei and Zhang Yu, didn't sleep all night last night, Zhang Lei, who was a workaholic, wouldn't easily leave his workplace as long as there was nothing necessary. Just as Lin Feng entered the door, Zhang Lei immediately stood up. Lin Dong, you're here? Is everything settled? It's all worked out. And there's not much chance of recovering the money that was rolled up, so I filled in all those holes with my own money, and the guys left after they got their money. Lin Feng nodded. The money thing is solved. There's still your thing. You and her. How's it going? Zhang Lei beamed. Together. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Not bad. By the way, what's your annual salary now? $20 million a year. But I also have 0.45% of the company's shares. Every year can be dividends. The end of the year, all the annual salary, year-end awards, bonuses, dividends all together if about close to $100 million or so. Lin Dong, you suddenly ask this to do what? Zhang Lei was a bit strange. Lin Feng nodded slightly. I was going to give you a raise. I didn't expect you to earn quite a lot, so forget it. I'll just give you encouragement verbally. I have a very low regard for money, and my attitude toward it is that as long as it satisfies me enough to get by, anything beyond that is optional. Zhang Lei said the truth. Usually look at his dress can also be seen. Watches, belts, luxury cars and such things he did not, either cannot afford, is simply not interested. In the past you could be like this, but in the future, you have one more person inside your life. Money is not everything, but enough money can solve 999% of life's problems. If you marry her in the future, you shouldn't have a wedding house yet, right? Marriage is definitely not to live in an old house. It just so happens that I recently bought some houses, so I'll give you one. In the Maple Forest Hillside Villa area. When the time comes you just go and pick it. Since you say so, Lin Dong, then I'm not polite. By the way, Lin Dong, this is something that you seem to have never looked at. When you asked me to check the information, the one called Lu Shua, Lin Feng patted his head. Nice guy, forgot all about it. From the time he first got the system, he had thought about checking Lu Shua's information, but as a result, because of the interference of various things, until now Lin Feng hadn't even bothered to look at Lu Shua's current information. In fact, now Lin Feng's mindset had shifted so much compared to the previous days. When he first activated the system, he felt that he must ruthlessly retaliate against Lu Shua, but now when he thought about it, it wasn't really necessary. But since the investigation is finished, let's take a look at it. And as for whether to retaliate or not, it depends on Lin Feng's mood. Where's his profile? Show me. Zhang Lei immediately returned to the computer and pulled up a document. Lin Dong, you see. Lin Feng looked at the file on the computer. Lu Shua has now come out to mix. At that time to Lu Shua's results, can only barely on a specialist, but Lu Shua his father at that time to relations into a second school, and can be guaranteed graduate school, but his dad paved the way for him. He just didn't want to go. He felt it was too meaningless, so he didn't go. It was found that he didn't go, and part of the reason why Lu Shua's reputation inside the university was too bad. Lu Shua has been blown up 5 times just for knocking up girls, and there have been countless fights and brawls, so Lu Shua has reached the point where everyone has been shouting at him. After coming out, Lu Shua began to open his own company. The results of the loss of a mess, what not to do, and now go to his father's company inside the mixed life. After Lin Feng briefly read it, the idea of generosity in his heart just now was instantly put away. This kind of scum, not taking revenge, it was too cheap for him. Lin Feng is not sympathizing with those girls who were knocked up by Lu Shua. Those people don't say that they absolutely deserved it, but Lu Shua is still willing to be with Lu Shua and still Wu Tao after being exposed as irresponsible for the first time to get someone's stomach knocked up. What is the figure? It can't be those few seconds of Yu Suk, can it? Lu Shua and them, one figure color, one figure money, only in the end, because the money can't be negotiated. So it exploded. The reason Lin Feng found Lu Shua hateful was still in the fact that he had gotten into a fight inside the university and put someone in the hospital. This kind of scum should be dealt with to death. Lin Feng had just finished reading. Zhang Lei's sentence attracted Lin Feng's attention. Lin Dong, this Lu Shua his father Lu Ping's Chengyi company, and our group have deep cooperation. Chapter 34, Call Me Lin. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Lei. Deep cooperation with our group? Zhang Lei nodded. Chengha's main business is large supermarkets, and now it has opened more than 30 branches within the province, while our Huarong group focuses on financial business, and there are some businesses that the banks are unwilling to do that others will come to us. In recent years, because some big internet manufacturers also started to enter the field of brick-and-mortar retailing, Sincere and supermarkets' benefits have decreased quite a lot, so their financial situation has not a small problem, so much so that the banks are no longer willing to lend them money. So since last year, Sincere and supermarkets' source of funding has always come from us, the Huarong Group. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Our group does business that banks don't even dare to do? Aren't you afraid that all this money will go down the drain? Lin Dong overthinks. Of course our group can't do business at a loss. The bank is not willing to give Chang and supermarket loans. That's because they have a single equity structure. By Lu Shua his father Lu Ping single all holdings. And their rules for suppliers is the annual pressure of a year's money. To the end of the year unified settlement, Sincere and supermarket credit is not very good. Before there are several times are owed to the bank's interest did not pay. So the bank has gone through multiple assessments before deciding not to give Chang and supermarket loans, but we are willing to give them money. There are conditions. We Huarong Group to share Chang and supermarkets, and send people to participate in the management, to take over a part of the suppliers and supermarkets, so that even if Lu Ping rolled up the money and ran away, we will not have too much loss. And the reason why I patted down to receive this hot potato of Chengha Group at that time was that I also wanted to expand the industrial line of Huarong Group and enter the supermarket retail industry. Lin Feng nodded as he listened to Zhang Lei's headlong conversation. Worthy of a professional. Then since Lu Shua and his family's company has a deep cooperation with our group, let's find a way to turn the Chengha supermarket into Huarong Groups. It just so happens that you didn't say you want to enter the supermarket retail industry? This ready-made one is here. Good then. I'll go make a plan now. If you want the Lu family father and son to hand over their shares, then you have to make the signboard of Changhe Supermarket completely destroyed. There's no rush on this one. I see you have some heavy dark circles under your eyes. Didn't you get a good night's rest last night? I talked to Koshi all last night, but that's okay. I'm not sleepy right now, and I'm still okay to work. How can you work well without a good rest? I'm not some evil capitalist who squeezes his employees. I'll give you a vacation today. You and your girlfriend deserve a good reunion on your first day back together. Lin Feng increased the tone of his voice on the word reunion. Zhang Lei wasn't an innocent teenager, so naturally he understood the meaning inside Lin Feng's words at once. Lin Dong, we have actually. Yesterday. Yesterday was yesterday. What's today got to do with it? It's settled. You don't have to go to work this afternoon. You're called in a paid relationship. Other people can't envy it. And you still don't want it. Then I'll be respectful to Lin Dong. Just as Zhang Lei wanted to call Zhang Yu, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot the main thing I came to see you about. Don't go swinging your whip in a hurry. You arrange an interview for me first. I'm going to officially join Hualong Group as an employee here. Oh, that's a good one. I'll just make a phone call. After a phone call to make arrangements, Zhang Lei went on a paid love trip. Lin Feng after a while, looking at the time came to 2:20, went down from the special elevator, and then came up on the ordinary floor. After finding Su Yushu, the two chatted for a while, and Lin Feng went to hold her hand again, although Su Yushu said on the phone that if Lin Feng held it again, she was going to bite Lin Feng. However, she is also the mouth is powerful. When really see Lin Feng and then goat, can only let Lin Feng pinch her seemingly tender and boneless luxuriant jade hand. You're about to go to the interview. It's already 2:45. Su Yushu said weakly, trying to pull her hand back, but her strength was not as strong as Lin Feng's. There's no rush to touch. Ah no, there's no rush to talk for another 5 minutes. Su Yushu. After another 5 minutes, Lin Feng could only let go of his hand reluctantly, and then made a show of going to the interview. It was said to be an interview, but in fact it was Lin Feng who went to sit inside for a while, and the interviewers that Zhang Lei had arranged were aware of Lin Feng's identity. After sitting inside for about half an hour, Lin Feng looked at his watch and thought that it was about time. So he called Ajiao and asked her to come over and take him to the secretarial department's location. Now Ajiao was Lin Feng's nominal superior. It didn't take long to call Ajiao and she came running over with her ass in the air. Lin Dong. In the future, outside, don't call me Lin Dong. My current identity is an intern in the company's secretary department. You can just call me Xiao Lin. or else people will hear you call an intern Lin Dong, and you'll definitely have to reveal yourself. Ajiao looked strange. Lin Dong, do I really have to call you Shaolin? You won't be angry, right? Do I look like such a petty person to you? Isn't it just calling out to Shaolin? So if I were in front of someone else, could I talk to you in a chipper manner? Like ordering you to do something. You're my superior now. Isn't it right to order me around? Lin Feng said carelessly. Then I'm relieved. Then is it okay for me to start from now? Lin Dong? Ajiao asked again. Okay, it's Kobayashi from now on. After receiving an affirmative reply from Lin Feng, Ajiao smiled, then opened her palms, raised them, and dropped them. A slap on top of Lin Feng's ass. Kobayashi, let me con you if you're developing properly. Lin Feng? Lin Feng froze in place, dumbfounded as he looked at Ajiao. Only after a long time did Lin Feng slow down. What are you doing? Didn't you say you could call you Shaolin? Lin Dong? Are you angry? Ajiao asked with some fear. This isn't about calling something Kobayashi or not anymore. What did you just slap my ass for? And what was in your mouth? Kong, am I developing properly? You're Jia, aren't you? Ajiao dropped her hands in front of her body and lowered her head slightly. This won't work? Of course not. Just treat me normally like a superior would a subordinate. Ajiao nodded. Oh, I see then. Really understand? Then rehearse how you should speak to me now that you are my superior? Ajiao's eyes became bland and she put her hands behind her back. Shaolin, go get me a glass of water. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. That's right. Very good. Why are you smiling? I told you to go get me water. Don't be playful, Ajiao said with a cold face. Lin Feng, okay, now that you're the OP, bear with me. Sister Jiao, wait a moment, I'll go get you some water. Not long after, Lin Feng carried a cup of water and handed it to Ajiao. Sister Jiao, the water is here. Ajiao took the cup, then frowned. Why is it hot? How many months has it been? Still pouring hot water? Lin Feng clenched his fists and breathed a little heavily. You're the superior. I'll bear it again. Okay, I'll get some cool water. Lin Feng was busy again, replacing the hot water with cool water, but Ajiao still frowned. Why is it so cold? This won't give you diarrhea if you drink it? So what kind of drink do you want? Hot won't do. Cold won't do? Lin Feng said in a muffled voice. Hot is too hot. Cool is too cool. Won't you neutralize it? Pour half hot, half cool. Neutralize it? As soon as Ajiao's words fell, Lin Feng pulled her into a conference room with no one in it. Come here for a second. Piss me off. I'm looking for you for something. Snap. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 35. The company's welfare is too good, isn't it? Lin Feng had taught Ajiao hard inside the conference room exactly what a normal superior should do. After spending close to an hour, Lin Feng looked at Ajiao. Got it? What should a normal superior do? Ajiao nodded. Seems to understand. As if? It seems you still don't get it, so let me tell you more. And closed the door to the conference room. After giving Ajiao a lesson for over an hour, Ajiao finally understood what a normal superior should be like. Lin Dong, there are still a lot of things inside the company that I don't understand. So teach me again. Ajiao looked at Lin Feng with expectant eyes. Lin Feng blankly glanced at her. Thinking is quite beautiful. Let's talk about it next time. When I have time. Now it's time to get down to business. Don't worry, Dong Lin. I'll definitely perform well when I'm doing my job. Definitely won't let anyone find out who you are. Ajiao had never been so serious. Hurry up. Take me to the secretary department. Introduce me as a new employee. And account for things. Don't mess it up for me. Lin Feng knocked Ajiao's little head. Ajiao let out a hefty laugh. Don't worry Lin Dong. I'm very good at playing the superior now. Playing the normal superior. Lin Feng thought about what he had just taught and nodded. There shouldn't be a problem. Okay, don't think about those things. It's time to get down to business. Come on. Then Lin Feng and Ajiao arrived at the 23rd floor, which had been converted into the seat of the secretarial department. Before entering the door, Ajiao suddenly remembered something and stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Why don't you go in? Lin Feng asked strangely. Lin Dong, no. Shaolin, I remembered something. It was Sister Xin who instructed me. Sister Xin said that the benefits you gave to the secretarial department were too high for Lin Dong, and that there was a gap between them and the employees in the other departments of the company. And that Sister Xin was afraid that if the secretarial department's benefits were spread out, the other departments of the company would be dissatisfied. What's the matter then? then adjust the welfare of the other departments of the company to be as high as the secretarial department. Anyway, the company is so lucrative. Isn't it right to spend more on the employees? You're so generous. Lindong, Ajiao exclaimed from the bottom of her heart. Lin Feng waved his hand. Money is fine as long as it's enough to spend. What's more, right now I have especially enough money to spend. I simply can't spend it all. Okay, no more. Hurry up and go in. You go ahead. Ajiao hurriedly entered the state of a leader and walked in front, with Lin Feng following behind, just like a small employee. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the office area, because the secretarial department has just been established, so there are not many people inside the department. Lu Xian transferred over a few old employees from the rest of the department, plus Su Yushu's 2 interns from the same period, and Lin Feng, adding up to less than 10 people. Ajiao brought Lin Feng in front of all the current employees of the secretarial department and then clapped her hands. Everyone stopped the work at hand first. Introduce a new colleague to everyone. Because our secretary department is relatively short of manpower lately, so I chose one from the latest company interns to join our secretary department. In the future, everyone will be colleagues. Shaolin, introduce yourself. Lin Feng had a smile on his face as he swept his gaze over the crowd, and when he swept over to Su Yushu, he slightly raised his eyebrows at her. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feng, the maple of maple leaves. Please take care of me in the future. It's a handsome man. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, you can consider me. From now on, we're all co-workers, so if there's anything you don't understand, just come and ask us directly, especially if it's a handsome guy. I'm very welcome. Suddenly I realized that Lin Feng is the only boy in our department A. You'll be blessed from now on, Lin Feng. Lin Feng also noticed when he heard that just now. The entire secretary department did have only one male. This kind of job as a secretary did tend to recruit girls, and Lu Xian had also deliberately greeted them. Lin Feng himself was sort of an accident. Otherwise the secretarial department would have been an all-girl site. Lin Feng, you and Su Yushu both graduated from Qizhou University, and you two seem to know each other, right? Then arrange your workstation next to her, and work well in the future. Ajiao said with a flat face. If Lin Feng didn't know that she was acting, he really wouldn't have noticed anything strange. Looks like it's time to go back and reward her. Ajiao left after saying that, and Lin Feng came to sit next to Su Yushu. Lin Feng just came over. Su Yushu excitedly greeted him. You actually came to the secretary department? And you just came over after the interview? How did you do it? Lin Feng spread his hands. After my interview, HR said that the secretarial department had just been formed and was very short of people, so they asked me if I would like to come here, where the pay was better. So of course I said yes, and applied to work directly today. Su Yushu beamed. Great. This way we'll be able to see each other every day from now on. After the two of them chatted for a while, Ajiao suddenly came back again and then had a box in her hand. Everyone's eyes to me, because the secretarial department has just been formed. Our sister Xin applied to the group for a lot of benefits. In the future, everyone will have 3 meals a day. There will be meal subsidies. The standard for each meal is 50 yuan. There are also taxi subsidies. The standard $100 a day. The normal subsidies for weekends and holidays. And housing subsidies. The standard of $4,000 per month. In addition to this, overtime in accordance with the original hourly wage of 3 times the original hourly wage. Ajiao's words were followed by deafening cheers from all the employees. The perks. Did they hear right? The standard $50 per meal. 3 meals a day. 30 days a month is $4,500. The taxi allowance is $100 a day, which is $3,000 for 30 days a month. $4,000 for housing allowance. That adds up to over 10,000. It's said that Huarong Group is well treated, but it's not as good as this, is it? Several of them are still interns. After Ajiao finished speaking, someone hurriedly asked, Sister Jiao, is it only the regular employees who get this kind of treatment? Of course not. Interns and regular employees enjoy the same treatment, and all interns will be able to turn regular next month without any accidents. No need to wait until after 3 months. Ahaha. Wow. What kind of fabulous company is this? I knew I was in the right place. Sister Jiao quickly pinched me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this treatment really something I can have? Is Sister Jiao trying to subterfuge me? I'll admit to subterfuge. Sister Jiao. Sneak me. All the employees went crazy. They now felt that the wisest decision they had made in their lives was to come to Huarong Group. Quiet. Everyone. For a moment, I haven't finished. Everyone instantly quieted down, then looked at Ajiao with expectant eyes. waiting for the next perk to come out of her mouth. Ajiao cleared her throat. Sister Xin has also decided to use one of her private apartments for a raffle. And one of you will be the luckiest to get 5 years of use of a 95 square meter apartment in the Anshio apartments near the company. The market value of this apartment is close to $2 million. Within 5 years, whether you live in it yourself or rent it out, the right to dispose of it is in your hands. The utility bills and property fees and so on don't need to be paid by you either. Sister Xin has already paid them until 5 years from now. Chapter 36, I did it on purpose. As Ajiao's words fell, the employees all let out gasps of surprise. 5-year tenure for a 95 square foot apartment in the Bridge Apartments? Anshio apartment is a high-grade condominium, although because of the nature of the condominium's own property rights, the price cannot be compared with the community housing, but the price of Anshio apartment is also reached a staggering nearly 20,000 per square meter. Renting it out would start at least at $5,000 per month. 5 years of access is over $300,000. If we get it, we'll take off. Sister Jiao, how do you draw a prize? Don't be in a hurry. Everyone, see that box in my hand? There are a total of 9 of you, and I've put 9 balls in here, 8 of which say draw once for nothing, and 1 of which says welcome to the lottery, and I'm going to put the box here in a moment, and whoever draws that little welcome to the lottery ball will have the right to use that apartment for 5 years. After Ajiao finished speaking, she held the box in front of the 9 employees in turn and asked them to take a ball out of it. When she came in front of Lin Feng, Ajiao blinked at Lin Feng, signaling that she had done a good job with her hands and feet, and Lin Feng responded covertly. Out of the 9, Ajiao was the last to walk to Su Yushu, because that was the only way to make sure Su Yushu drew that winning ball. Originally, when Ajiao just brought the box, in fact, all 9 balls inside the box will be drawn once for nothing. But after the first 8 people have finished, Ajiao will stealthily turn a switch inside the box to change the last ball into a welcome win. After turning the mechanism, Ajiao smiled and walked to Su Yushu. Come on, it's just the last ball. Su Yushu smiled lightly. It's just as well that I don't have to agonize over which one to choose. After taking out the last ball, Ajiao put the box to the side. Let's all unwrap it and see who will be the lucky one. I knew it. I haven't won a single lottery since I was a kid. And mine was a wasted draw. Me too. Hey, it's a little disappointing, but it's satisfying to have so many perks already. I smoked mine for nothing once too. I always felt like this one was giving me a hint that I could stop quitting today. Well, I'll smoke a box when I get home. One by one, the small balls are unwrapped and everyone lights up their white draws for once. Lin Feng also unwrapped the ball, and just after he did, Lin Feng slammed the table. Asterisk. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to Lin Feng. Did Kobayashi win the lottery? Looks like the fates chose boys out of our bunch of girls. Kobayashi looks like he's buying dinner today. But Lin Feng then hemmed and hawed and flashed the note he had taken out of the little ball. 1 draw for nothing. To everyone's dismay, I didn't win either. Che, anyone else who hasn't unwrapped it? The grand prize hasn't shown up yet. A Jew looked around the crowd. After Lin Feng finished dismantling his own, he came to Su Yushu. Why don't you dismantle it? Su Yushu held the small ball inside her hand tightly with a serious look. I see that those protagonists inside the TV who won the prize waited until the end to make it public. I'll also wait until the end. Maybe I can win it too. Su Yushu's appearance was exceptionally cute, causing Lin Feng to not hold back and pinch her face. You're bullying me again. Last time you held my hand. This time you pinched my face. Ha! Just now. It might be my hand looking at you too cute. So I didn't hold back. Don't worry. I'll definitely educate it properly when I get back. Su Yushu still wanted to say something, but Lin Feng was the first to speak. Let's not talk about anything else first. Now it's time to open the little ball. You see that you're the only one who hasn't opened it now and there's another person. Isn't it always the case that at the end of the episode on TV, 2 people open it at the same time, and then the one who wins the prize is the protagonist? When Su Yushu heard that, she couldn't care less about being pinched in the face by Lin Feng just now. Anyway, she had already held hands, so pinching her face was nothing. Su Yushu herself hadn't even realized that in her heart she had now defaulted to the fact that it was normal to do some more intimate actions with Lin Feng. Within the 9 employees, only Su Yushu and another old employee remained who had yet to open the note in the small ball. The rest of the employees' eyes all converged on the 2. The 2 came to the center of the crowd and simultaneously opened the small ball and took out the note inside. Su Yushu was emotionally tense to the extreme. If she won this prize, she wouldn't have to rent a place more than 10 kilometers away from her company. And no need to spend over an hour and a half a day just commuting on the road. Most importantly, there was no air conditioning inside the house she rented. And Su Xinggui's subsequent convalescence was almost over. And after she was discharged from the hospital, the environment of the rented house was not good, and the weather slowly started to get hot, which was detrimental to Su Xinggui's subsequent recovery. She could suffer on her own, but if Su Xing didn't recover well after being discharged from the hospital and her condition got worse again, that would be a big deal. In the crowd's expectant gaze, Su Yushu opened the note with another girl, one that says draw once for nothing, one says welcome to the lottery, and the note welcoming the winner belongs to Su Yushu. The moment everyone saw the note, Lin Feng and Ajiao smiled at each other. There was no mistake. The plan worked. Ajiao read in Lin Feng's eyes that Lin Feng would reward himself afterwards. You ask Ajiao how she extracted this information from within a single look from Lin Feng? Ajiao said she came up with it on her own. After confirming that she was the one who had won the lottery, Su Yushu jumped up and down with joy. She jumps and it jumps. Then he hugged Lin Feng tightly. I won the lottery. I won the lottery. Lin Feng also smoothly hugged Su Yushu, feeling the oppressive feeling coming from his chest, and silently ranked it in his heart. Currently Lu Xin's breasts. Ah no, its bosom. Inside all the girls Lin Feng currently knew, it still belonged to the land of the only one. Lin Feng would like to call her EA demon. In addition to Lu Xin, the chest ranked second is Su Yushu. Before Lin Feng has not paid too much attention, but today such a hug, well, there is material. Lin Niumyo will have to settle for third place for now, at the bottom of the pile for the time being. As for Ajiao, I don't think I've felt it yet, so it's good to feel it when I have nothing else to do. After holding Lin Feng for a while, Su Yushu realized her rash action. I just didn't mean it. I know you didn't do it on purpose, but I did, Lin Feng said with a smile. Su Yushu was full of doubts. What are you doing on purpose? You'll see in a moment. After about a minute, Su Yushu finally realized what Lin Feng had just said. Why don't you let go of me? I see. You're not letting go on purpose. Is that what you just said? I'm begging you. Everyone is watching. Let go. Chapter 37, They're all masters at catching fish. After hugging for about 2 minutes, Lin Feng then reluctantly left from Su Yushu. Since the two had just bounced around in celebration and had gotten some distance from the rest of the group, no one else had heard the conversation between them just now. After Lin Feng let go of Su Yushu, the rest of the people also knew the relationship between the two from the hug they had just shared. Congratulations Yushu. When you get off work today don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll give you the keys to the apartment, Ajiao said faintly. After learning that Su Yushu had won the prize, the rest of the people also expressed their congratulations. Although there was some envy, it was far from the level of jealousy. After all, the benefits that Ajiao had just mentioned were good enough. People, one cannot be insatiable. Then Ajiao left with the box she had just raffled off, and peace returned to the work area. Returning to his workstation, Lin Feng came over to Su Yushu's side and touched Su Yushu with his elbow. Don't forget to buy me dinner when you win the lottery. Su Yushu had a smile on her face. Good. Then why don't you get off work? I'll take you to a place I used to go to often. It's not very expensive, but it tastes really good. Yeah, I'm not exactly a picky eater, but when you say it tastes good, shouldn't there be a standard? Like, is it your lips that taste good, or is it the rice there that tastes good? Lin Feng rested his cheeks and looked at Su Yushu. Su Yushu pouted and hummed. You haven't tasted both. Wait until you do before saying which one is delicious. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. What did you say? Then I'll taste it now? Su Yushu was startled. She was very confident that Lin Feng would dare to kiss on her mouth right now. After all, just now with so many people watching beside her, Lin Feng dared to hold her for a few minutes without letting go. Don't you dare. This is the company. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. Wouldn't that be more exciting? Su Yushu looked horrified. Like an emoticon, don't come over. It was a good thing that Lin Feng was only scaring her. It wasn't time for a kiss yet. After bantering for a while, Su Yushu shook her head. Still at work. Can't talk anymore. I have to go to work. Hearing Su Yushu say work, Lin Feng slightly froze. Work? Do we have work to do? Did Sister Jiao set up work? Su Yushu's eyes blinked. That's right. Oh, it does seem like there's no work laid out. Lin Feng looked strangely at the rest of the employees again. Everyone was staring at the computer, frowning every now and then looking very nervous. Lin Feng pointed at the rest of the employees. So what are they doing? Is it actually setting up the work, but we don't know about it? It's possible. I'll ask around. I'll ask about that too. Lin Feng walked towards an old employee who was originally from the rest of the company and quietly patted over. Sis, can I have a moment of your time? I want to ask something. Oh brother Shaolin, what do you want to ask? Is there something you don't understand? Just come and ask Sister Annie, Annie said with a smile. I'd like to ask what we're working on now. I see you all working so hard, and I don't know what to do yet, and gave a smile, because there really aren't any jobs assigned yet. Lin Feng was startled. Then I see that you all seem to be particularly serious. What are you doing? And laughed. You don't have any work experience at first glance. If you had more than a few years of experience like me you'd understand. It just so happens that you're here today on your first day and I'm teaching you. Annie hooked her hand at Lin Feng, then pointed past each person in the work area in turn. Look at her, ostensibly staring at the computer all the time, checking the time every now and then, occasionally frowning and scratching her hair. In fact, she's playing Plants vs. Zombies, frowning, scratching her hair, and checking the time, which are the three essential elements of the job. It's also called the three elements of groping. Whatever you're doing, as long as you intersperse these actions, it gives the appearance of special effort and seriousness. Get it? Lin Feng nodded in sudden realization. Man, they don't teach that in school. It's true that you learn and live. But Annie would probably have a good look on her face if she knew she was teaching the company's chairman to grope, right? Annie was still continuing to teach Lin Feng the trick of touching fish. Look again at the person on the far left. Her keyboard voice crackles louder than anyone else. You think she's working? No. She's writing novels on the side. And that guy next to her, why is his hair loose? Because it's covering the headphones she's wearing, and the one reading novels, and the one browsing a certain treasure. Every one of them is a good hand at touching fish. Of course, the most important thing about touching fish, you know what it is? Without the boss finding out? Lin Feng replied tentatively, and nodded. Yes and no. Why do you say that? Because it's true that you can't be caught by the boss, which is of course the most important thing, but there's also the equally important thing about how to stay out of the boss's way. Which brings us to the granddaddy of all touchdowns, the one-button screen cut. Annie gave Lin Feng a demonstration. Look, for example, this page I'm on right now is a document, but I was actually reading a novel while you were here, and recently I found a novel that's quite good. It's called Crazy. What do you call $10 trillion pocket money? Have you read it? The name of the main character in it is the same as yours, also called Lin Feng A. Lin Feng mused. Although I haven't read it, I know from the name that the author of this book must be very handsome. The readers are even more handsome, and nodded deeply even after hearing Lin Feng's words. I was actually reading a novel until you came over just now, but when I sensed someone coming my way, I quickly hit the shortcut key and it cut to this page of the file. Lin Feng had opened the door to a new world from Annie. Even though this new world wasn't of much use to him, Lin Feng was already somewhat looking forward to Annie's expression when she realized that she was the chairman of the company. After going back from Anne's place, Lin Feng told Su Yushu everything that Anne had just said one by one. Su Yushu was also shocked. This didn't fit well with anything she had always known. This is not very good, is it? The company has already given us a lot of benefits. Isn't it a bit unkind for us to be lazy? How? Let me tell you. We work and the company pays us. That's called labor for company pay. Only if we're lazy and then the company pays us. That's called making money. And I'll let you in on a secret. Lin Feng lowered his voice. I heard that the chairman of this company can be perverted. It's only right to grip his wool. Chapter 38, Riding a Small Donkey. Lin Feng cursed himself without any mental pressure at all. After all, in a way, it's not exactly cheating. Lin Miaomio and Lu Xian can both attest to that. Well, Lin Feng is that honest. Su Yushu heard Lin Feng's words and disagreed somewhat. It's not good to be gullible to rumors. I just won the right to use the apartment for 5 years, and I've been not working. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed in my heart. Lin Feng waved his hand. There's nothing to be overjoyed about. And it's true that there's no work scheduled right now. It's not too late for you to get serious when there's actually work to be done. Let's have a chat while we're still at it. Lin Feng was the first to open the topic. That apartment you won. What are you planning to do with it? Will you live in it or rent it out? Su Yushu thought for a moment. I still plan to live in. My dad's condition is recovering better in the hospital. About less than 2 weeks before he can be discharged. If he still lives inside the original house I rented, it's not good for the recovery of his condition. And the original house is too far away from the company, and the time spent on the road commuting is too long. Well, it's good to stay in, and the days will get better. Su Yushu counted with her fingers. My monthly internship salary is 8,000, and my salary is 12,000 after I'm converted, plus all kinds of benefits every month, which can add up to about 25,000, and after removing the necessary expenses every month, I can save about 23,000 to 24,000, and then I can save close to 300,000 a year. That way in almost 3 years I'll be able to pay you back. Su Yushu's eyes were filled with hope inside. Life was truly getting better. Fate did not favor Su Yushu from the moment she was born. Her mother died of hemorrhage due to her difficult birth. Dad's health has been bad. The family's medicine can open a pharmacy. It's not easy. Su Yushu soon graduated from college, can work to earn money. Su Xingue, and something happened. After a fateful journey, we are now finally looking forward to the blossoms. Lin Feng looked at Su Yushu, whose eyes were full of hope, and the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. Medical expenses. Lin Feng tried a few times to say do not need to Su Yushu also, but Su Yushu other things are still very good to talk, but only this, say what also do not agree. Must return Lin Feng money. Lin Feng had no choice but to come up with this solution. Try to improve Su Yushu's welfare inside the company, so that she can pay back Lin Feng's money as soon as possible. Yushu, how about discussing something with you? Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng. I'll definitely pay you back. It's useless for you to say anything. Su Yushu had an obstinate expression. I promised you, and I'm sure I won't go back on it, but I feel a little bad about what you just said about giving me back almost all of my money every month, and leaving yourself with almost nothing to spend on anything other than necessary expenses. I don't eat much, and I don't spend much money on cooking for myself every day, and I don't have to pay for my own utilities inside the apartment, so I don't spend much at all a month, and the two of us, my dad and I, spend less than $2,000 a month time. But your dad just finished surgery. Doesn't he need something nutritious to replenish his body? $2,000 a month for two people is definitely not enough. Let's do it this way. You listen to me. Every month you pay me back $15,000. So that a year is $180,000. I advanced you $1 million. And as you said, the pre-deposit was unspent. So there's probably about $300,000 left. So you just owe me $700,000. $180,000 a year for 4 years is $720,000. So you'll be able to pay me back in less than 4 years. Actually, it's okay to pay back $20,000 per month. Our family can't spend much. Su Yushu said weakly. No, if I say $15,000 per month is $15,000 per month, and you must eat better and buy more meat every month. And in the future I will go to your house from time to supervise you. And if I find out that you don't eat well, then you won't be able to pay back this money. Su Yushu deflated her mouth. I don't really like eating meat. Don't like meat? How can you not eat meat? How can my body develop? Look at your skinny. Come on, let me touch. Ow, what's the point of hitting someone? Lin Feng rubbed his waist. It was fine if Su Yushu didn't lay her hands on him. The moment she did, she was choking his waist. Where did you just stick your hand? Out. Su Yushu shielded her hands in front of her chest. Lin Feng's face didn't change color. He couldn't change his color by changing anything. I just want to see how your body is doing. Is it too skinny and unhealthy? Your words. You obviously went for they. 1. That too thin is not too healthy. In fact, my family's ancestors are open medical center. Although the medical skills have not been inherited, but there is a set of massage techniques, but has been passed down. If you do not mind, go to the apartment today. I will give you a massage to activate blood circulation and eliminate blood stasis, to ensure that you do not go out for 3 months. You can then rise a cup. Su Yushu only realized what Lin Feng was talking about when she heard the end, and suddenly her face was full of blush. You, forget it, ignore you. Su Yushu directly turned her back. Lin Feng deflated. Where did he go wrong? Isn't it fascinating? I'm super good at kneading myself. Time flew by, and it was time to get off work. Su Yushu got the key to the apartment and the address of the apartment from Ajiao, so she could live there directly in the future. Lin Feng also came back to Su Yushu's face as if nothing had happened in the afternoon. Where are we going to eat later? Where's that really good place you said? Su Yushu also tacitly did not mention that massage in the afternoon to raise the cup things, opened his mouth and said, that store is near our university, 7 or 8 kilometers from the company. Take the subway for a while too. I don't want to take the subway. Why don't we go another way? Take a cab? Or a bus? Neither. Wait here for a while. You'll find out in a minute. About 3 minutes later, in Su Yushu's curious gaze, Lin Feng rode a small pink donkey leisurely to Su Yushu's front. Where did this come from? Is it yours? Su Yushu asked curiously. Of course it's not mine. It's Jiao's. You stole Jiao's car on your first day of work? That's not good. Is it? Lin Feng? What kind of brain circuits do you have? I'm the one who asked Sister Jiao to borrow it, and she happened to not be using it, so she lent it to me for the time being. Just now Lin Feng had rewarded Jiao several times when he grabbed the car. Let's go then. It's probably less than 20 minutes on the trolley. Su Yushu was just about to get on the back seat of the tram, but she was stopped by Lin Feng. Wait, don't get in the back. I'm sitting in the back. You're sitting in the front. Saying that, Lin Feng had already moved from the front seat of the tram to the back. Chapter 39, Sister Chiu. Su Yushu froze at the sight. I'll ride? Lin Feng nodded. Yes, this honorable task is yours. Su Yushu didn't say anything and put the bag inside the car basket, then mounted the car and rode towards the restaurant, she said. Lin Feng naturally knew how to ride a bike, but at this time, Lin Feng wasn't that stupid. Sitting in the back seat, it was clear that the road was very flat and the drive was very stable, but Lin Feng kept falling east and west, and then after a few minutes, Lin Feng opened his hands and wrapped them around Su Yushu's waist. Su Yushu was startled. The electric car was a little unsteady. What are you doing? It's too upside down. Do you mind if I help? There, kind of mind. As long as you don't mind. I'll hold it then. Su Yushu? I said I kind of mind. Not don't mind. Su Yushu thought it was the wind on the road that Lin Feng hadn't heard, so she repeated it again. What? You say if your hands are cold you can still reach inside your clothes to warm them up? How's that for a good idea? Then I'll take it with a grain of salt. Su Yushu's cycling speed obviously slowed down. Her back stiffened, and even her voice trembled as she spoke. Don't you move. Okay, just kidding with you. I'm not the kind of guy who's a hooligan. Lin Feng made a false move, and in the end, his hand didn't move, and Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. Right now their relationship couldn't support too intimate movements, so Lin Feng didn't take the next step, and so the 20 minutes on the road were spent in one such unchanging motion. Finally, the motorized cart pulled up in front of a store called Ching's Barbecue. After the electric car stopped, Su Yushu didn't get off immediately because Lin Feng's hand hadn't been removed from her waist. Can you take your hand away now? Su Yushu's face at this time had already been shamed to the extreme, and the redness had already begun to spread to her neck. Oh, it's here? Lin Feng saw the good thing and finally pinched on top of Su Yushu's stomach, so he withdrew his hands and got off the car with a smile on his face. Su Yushu also finally breathed a sigh of relief, and after parking the car, Su Yushu came to the smiling Lin Feng with an exasperated voice, then looked at Lin Feng's right foot and put her own foot on it. Humph. Stinky Lin Feng. Bad. So that's why you don't ride your bike. To step on you. Su Yushu's foot stomping was harmless. Lin Feng only thought she was cute. After stepping on it a few times, Su Yushu just wanted to leave, but after seeing that Lin Feng's shoes were dirty from his own stepping on them, she hesitated for a moment, but still took out wet wipes from her own bag, and helped Lin Feng wipe them again. Lin Feng smiled. If this was considered a punishment, then probably all the bad guys in the world could laugh out loud. After stepping on your shoes, she even helped you wipe them. Su Yushu is such a kind character. If she doesn't have Lin Feng by her side in the future, she will definitely suffer. After giving Lin Feng a shoe shine, Su Yushu also feigned anger. Humph. This store is. I like to eat the barbecue here the most, especially the grilled gluten. Grilled leeks are particularly delicious. Lin Feng raised his eyes and swept over the signboard in front of him, Shaochang Barbecue. It was true that the distance from Qizhou University was not far. It was only 10 minutes of walking, and it was even faster to ride a bicycle. Except that Lin Feng had never been here before, although Lin Feng often went out to eat with his roommates, and with girls, but coincidentally, he really hadn't been here before. Let's go then, and also taste how delicious it is here to have Yushu so hungover. Lin Feng naturally took Su Yushu's hand, and at first Su Yushu didn't feel anything wrong. But when the two of them just walked to the entrance of the barbecue restaurant like this, Su Yushu suddenly stopped in her tracks. Lin Feng froze and opened his mouth to ask, "What's wrong?" Su Yushu suddenly tugged Lin Feng from the entrance of the store and back again to the place where she had just parked her electric car. Then with a flip of her ponytail, she grunted and let go of Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, at least you are almost 22 years old. Should you be so childish? But Lin Feng suddenly thought of a sentence that he had seen before. When a person frequently shows his childish side in front of you, it means that she has begun to treat you as a person who is worth relying on. and that's not far from you being together. Except, of course, for one kind of person, and that's the one who is childish at every turn. The kind of person who isn't dependent on you. He or she owes you a beating. A smile surged from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Su Yushu naturally wasn't a childish person every now and then. That meant that his relationship with Su Yushu had gone even further. Following behind Su Yushu, Lin Feng also stepped into the barbecue restaurant. As soon as Su Yushu entered the door, there was a young woman of about 30 years old who greeted her. The young woman was wearing an apron, with 2 shallow dimples hanging on her face. Her appearance was superior, and the key to this was a young woman's temperament that added a lot of points. Girls in their early 20s are like cherries, pretty to look at, but not necessarily tasty. 30-year-old women are like ripe grapes, both beautiful and delicious. Even though Lin Feng had seen such world-rare stunning beauties as Su Yushu, Lin Miaomyo, and Lu Xin, he still couldn't help but look at that beautiful young woman for a few moments. Don't think too much. Lin Feng just looks at her apron. Very nice. It's so white. Ah shucks. It's so big. Ah shucks. Su Yushu and the beautiful young woman seemed to be acquainted with each other, and their relationship was not bad at all. As soon as Su Yushu came in, the young woman eagerly greeted her. Yushu, you're here? I just wanted to visit your father recently. How is uncle's health? How is uncle's health? Do you still need medical expenses? The money I called you over that day, you transferred it back to me. Sister Autumn, I've already taken care of the medical expenses. My father's surgery was very successful. He can be discharged after recuperating in the hospital for a while longer. And I've already entered the Huarong group for an internship now. The salary and benefits are exceptionally good. Sister Autumn, you don't have to worry about it. That's good. It's good that it's okay. Huarong Group is a big company. In the future, when Yushu becomes a rich woman, don't forget my sister Ah. My sister will be waiting for Yushu to adopt me. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 40. Sister Chio's past. After Lin Feng came to Su Yushu's side, the person Su Yushu called Sister Chio had a pair of danfang eyes that swirled back and forth on Lin Feng. Yushu, this is your boyfriend? Su Yushu gave a beat. No, he's my colleague. We happen to be in the same company, so we came out for a meal. Chang Yanxiu's beautiful eyes turned slightly. Yushu, we have such a good relationship. This kind of thing you still intend to lie to your sister Chio? Your relationship must be more than just ordinary co-workers, right? Su Yushu's mouth wanted to say something to explain, but when the words reached her throat, she couldn't get them out. Su Yushu realized that she now seemed to be unable to say that she and Lin Feng were just ordinary co-workers, without the rest of the relationship in the slightest. That kind of talk, she didn't believe herself. Just when Su Yushu was stuck, Lin Feng opened his mouth. Actually, I'm chasing after Yushu, only that she hasn't agreed yet. If you want to ask about the present, it's true that Yushu and I are still only in the relationship of co-workers, but the future may not be able to say that. Oh. Su Yushu breathed a sigh of relief, then grunted at Lin Feng, which isn't necessarily true. You're so bad. You often bully me. I'm not going to agree to you. Cheng Yanxiu smiled. So you want to chase Yushu? Then you have to work hard. I remember in the past, Yushu once told me that she easily won't fall in love. Until now, she hasn't fallen in love yet. Then, Sister Chio, just wait for the good news. When I succeed, I'll definitely invite you to drink the wedding wine. I'll be waiting for that day then. Well, enough chit-chat. You guys find a place to sit down. Dinner is the business. What do you want to eat? Lin Feng and Su Yushu casually found a seat and sat down. Su Yushu didn't take a menu and said lightly, "It's the same as always. My tastes are still the same." Lin Feng, what do you like to eat? Lin Feng looked at the menu. Then his eyes went to Cheng Yanxiu. What does the boss's wife recommend? The panko kebabs in the store are good. How about this one? Lin Feng nodded. Alright then, that's 25 flour meat kebabs, 10 lamb kebabs, squid, shark's fin, leek, gluten, and waste, 2 kebabs each. Cheng Yanxiu's beautiful eyes flicked at Lin Feng. You ordered so much. Can you finish it? I'm not some store that lacks pounds here. The portions are all very generous. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. I have a big meal. It's okay if I can't finish it. There's still Yushu. Yushu has a bigger meal. She ate 8 bowls of rice for lunch today. Lin Feng blurted it out. Cheng Yanxiu looked at Su Yushu with wide eyes. Su Yushu's face was full of questions. What are you talking nonsense about? Sister Autumn, you won't believe what he said, right? It's simply impossible. My usual meal size is propped up by eating a bowl of rice. Well, I'll stay out of your little couple's bickering. I'm going to go hurry up the food for you. What are you talking about? Sister Autumn, who is two with him? However, Process Yanxiu had already walked away and couldn't hear Su Yushu's chanting. When Chang Yanxiu left, Lin Feng asked curiously, you and this sister Qiu, what is your relationship? Su Yushu slowly told Lin Feng about the process of her getting to know Chang Yanxiu. In Su Yushu's freshman year, after military training, she wanted to find a part-time job near the school to earn living expenses and tuition. But it's really not too easy for freshman students to find a part-time job, because she had to juggle a part-time job with her classes. Su Yushu searched for more than a week and couldn't find a suitable one until she came to this store of Chang Yanxiu's. Chang Yanxiu saw Su Yushu as soon as she saw her sister, directly left her in the store. Her work requirements are also very flexible. Do not use when there are classes. No classes, try to come. Something cannot come. Give her a phone call on the line. So Su Yushu worked here part-time for more than 3 years. The relationship between the two has been no different from that of a real sister. And during the New Year's festivals, Su Yushu will come to see Chang Yanxiu, and the two have also agreed that they will meet at least once a month. Once when Su Yushu was inside the store, a man who had drunk a lot of wine suddenly stopped Su Yushu, wanting her to drink with him or else he would not let Su Yushu go. Chang Yanxiu didn't even hesitate. A wine bottle smashed over. Afterwards, that person brought people to the store inside the threat, but let Chang Yanxiu brother strong block back. Chang Yanxiu also put words to some people who came to the store to covet Su Yushu after that. If anyone who is not afraid of death dares to molest Su Yushu again, she will dare to exchange one life for another. No one dared to bet on whether she was bluffing or not. After all, there was only one life, and you could bet and win countless times, but if you lost just one bet, you were gone. Lin Feng also nodded his head in praise of Chang Yanxiu's behavior after hearing this. No wonder you came here as soon as you said dinner, so there's still such a story. Then Lin Feng asked curiously, Sister Qiu is so pretty, but listening to what you guys just said, doesn't she have a boyfriend? He should already be married at his age. It's true that Autumn is single now, and she told me that she won't even look for another one in the future, and that she wants to live this life alone. Why? Isn't it nice to have a date and a companion? Like us. Su Yushu blared at Lin Feng, did not refute, but continued. Sister Qiu used to be from Qizhou University, and it was 10 years ago. At that time, college students were not as full of streets as they are now, and there was still some gold. And at that time, Sister Qiu also fell in love once, but it was that love that hurt Sister Qiu completely. At that time Autumn's sister and that person affection is very good, but once inside the school there is a quota to go abroad. Autumn's sister's grades are very good. That quota, if she competes, greatly likely to fall in the hands of the Autumn sister. But at that time Autumn's sister at that time boyfriend pretend and Autumn's sister that they want to be together all the time, and who do not want that quota. In the end, Autumn was tricked into not applying, and that spot fell into that person's hands. When Autumn learns of this, she is very angry and runs to question him, but she finds him only to discover that he has a woman by his side. It turned out that he had a girlfriend a long time ago, and when he approached Sister Qiu it was for that place abroad, and for months he had been acting out. Sister Qiu knew the truth instantly after the collapse, especially that person before leaving, but also put down a sentence, just some regrets. Too conservative, did not asterisk too sorry, ha 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 ha. Sister Autumn cried all night that night, and her eyes were swollen the next day. After that, Sister Autumn was not willing to fall in love again. She said that every time someone else wanted to chase her, she would think of that person, and that it would be good for her to be alone in the future, and that it would be good to end up alone. Lin Feng didn't think that Sister Qiu, who appeared to be charming on the surface, even had this kind of past. Just as the two were talking, Sister Autumn came over with a few plates. Chapter 41, Fei. Seeing Sister Qiu come over, Su Yushu coughed, signaling Lin Feng not to talk about these things in front of Sister Qiu. Here, first a plate of peanuts and rice, mixed with cucumber and hairy beans. You guys eat first, the skewer will be here in a few minutes. Okay, thanks Sister Autumn. Lin Feng and Su Yushu said with a smile. What are you thanking me for? If you guys really want to thank me, then have a baby for me to play with in the future, and I'll pay you back when you've played and cried. Sister Autumn giggled and her bosom bounced. Sister Qiu, you just know how to joke about me. Su Yushu feigned displeasure. Lin Feng, on the other hand, smiled and said, don't worry, Sister Autumn, in the future, if Yushu gives birth to 8, she'll share half of it with you, and make sure that you won't be lonely in the future. Su Yushu blared at Lin Feng, then reached out and touched Lin Feng's arm, gently pinching it. Although Lin Feng wasn't in pain, he still pretended to be in pain and let out an ouch. You'd be silly to smile and say it doesn't hurt at all. When Autumn left, the two continued to talk. Go on. After that, did Sister Cho never fall in love once more? Lin Feng asked. Su Yushu nodded. Yes, since then, Sister Cho has been very depressed and unmotivated to study. Although she finally graduated successfully, she has not been able to find a job. 7 years ago, Sister Cho and her brother partnered to open this barbecue restaurant, and has been doing so until now. This barbecue restaurant is owned by Sister Autumn and her brother together? Well, Sister Cho's younger brother is called Chang Iha. According to Sister Cho, her brother used to be one of those punks inside the school all the time when he was in school, and once when he was fighting with his brothers, he accidentally stabbed one of the other guys, and as a result, his best brother took the blame for him. Since then, he seems to be a completely different person. Silent, usually from his expression cannot be seen at all the joy and sorrow. Autumn's sister said usually even all she and her brother cannot say a few words. Lin Feng nodded slightly. These two siblings, one for love, one for friendship, really two destined people. Chatting and chatting, Sister Cho gradually served up the skewers, and Lin Feng and Su Yushu began to start from the topic of Sister Cho, chatting with gusto. Recently, the business of the barbecue restaurant was not particularly good. Although it had already reached the evening mealtime, the seats inside the store were not even half full. In addition to Lin Feng and the two of them, there were only 5 or 6 tables of guests inside the store. Sister Cho sat at the cash register with her cheeks resting on her head, looking at Lin Feng and Su Yushu with a hint of envy in her eyes. This year will be 30. 8 years have not talked about love. Today this Su Yushu couple two people. The heart is still slightly throbbing it. After saying this, Chun Yenshio shook her head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Forget it. I've sworn not to touch these things anymore. It's fine to be alone. Unless, there's also a little handsome guy like Lin Feng. When she was bored, Chang Yenshio saw that no new customers had entered the store, so she called Chang Iha out of the back kitchen. Yi ho, come out and chatter with me. Chang Yenshio words fell. Not long, from the back kitchen came out a lean man. From the face, and Chang Yenshio long a few similar, although the skin is dark, but also can be seen. A little clean up is also a gangly handsome man. Sis, you called me. This lean man is Chun Yenshio's younger brother, Chang Iha. It doesn't look like there are too many customers left, and being inside the kitchen all the time, look how much darker your skin is than before. Chang Iha didn't say anything, just sat on a stool with an expressionless face. Chang Yenshio seemed to be used to this appearance of Chang Iha, and said to herself, recently, the business of the hotel is getting worse and worse. After paying the rent and stuff last month, there are a few $1,000s left. Do you think we can still do this hotel? Chang Iha was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. I'm not sure. 3 simple words, but they seemed extraordinarily difficult to say from Chang Iha's mouth. Aya, talking to you is really too troublesome. Not long ago the neighborhood opened a net red hot pot, attracted people over. Come to our store inside the people is less and less every day. If the situation does not improve next month, simply quit. It happens that the rent is also due next month. I'll listen to your arrangement. Chang Iha still looked like he was shying away from words. The two sat in silence for a short while. Chang Yenshio suddenly spoke. How many years is this year? Chang Iha's face suddenly paused for a moment, a trace of imperceptible sadness flashing in his eyes before he slowly spoke. 7th year and 2 months. 4 months to go, and he'll be out. Chang Iha rarely spoke a long sentence. Chang Yenshio sighed slightly. Will we be notified when he comes out? He doesn't have any family, and if we don't pick him up, no one will pick him up. Chang Iha closed his eyes as if he had thought of something. There will be no notification. But, Fei can write his own letter. After Fei comes out, he must be properly thanked. I don't know how he lived these 7 years or so inside. Chun Yenshio's eyes glistened with tears. Chang Iha raised his head, a pair of empty eyes meeting Chun Yenshio. Sister, will Fei hold a grudge against me? Why did I promise him to take the blame for me at that time? Why? It should have been me who went in. It should have been me who suffered for these 7 years or so. Why? Chang Iha suddenly lost control of his emotions and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down, lying on top of his knees and sobbing. It's all in the past, and Fei will be out soon. Here's what I'm thinking. When Fei comes out, let's sell that house that Mom and Dad left us, and give the money to Fei. He can afford that house after all these years of suffering. Chang Iha raised his head. His eyes were already flooded with tears. Sister, that house still has half of you. What my you? A family does not say 2 words. Now Mom and Dad are out of the country. The family is left with us too. If there is no Fei words, all these years, the family is not even you. The house to give him should be. That's what we owe him. Chang Yihao wasn't a pretentious person, and nodded heavily. Thank you sis. A family doesn't need to say these polite words. I'm a bit hungry. Go and bake me a few chicken wings. In the future if your sister gets old, I'll be satisfied if you can bake me a few chicken wings to eat every day. The conversation between Chang Yanqiu and Chang Yiha's siblings was not very loud, and it was separated by 7 or 8 meters from the people who were eating, so it did not attract the attention of the rest of the people, with the exception of one person. That would be Lin Feng. After experiencing the body after the system's reinforcement, Lin Feng's sense of hearing was also strengthened. So the conversation between the two just now, Lin Feng probably heard about 70 to 80% of it. Chapter 42, Encountering Lu Shuo. Lin Feng was eating a 5-flour meat skewer while digesting the conversation Chang Yanqiu's siblings had just had in his mind. Just now, Yushu said that Chang Yiha accidentally stabbed someone in a fight with someone else in the past, and it was his best brother who took the blame for him. So now it seems to be Fei, as they call him. Fei is coming out recently and they are planning to sell their house to Fei. The barbecue is still getting worse these days. Lin Feng gradually had a plan in his mind. Sister Chiu was a good person. Lin Feng decided that he would help the two siblings. That Fei Lin Feng also memorized it, intending to have someone check which prison he was in and when he would come out. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about things in his mind, a man and a woman suddenly walked past outside the restaurant. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in rags, with thick foundation on her face, a pair of hateful feet and a twisting ass, while the man was dressed in a crooked suit with an untamed smile on his face. Just as the two were passing the chop grill, the man suddenly froze and stopped in his tracks. The woman took the man's arm and ambled her entire body over his. Brother Shuo, what's wrong? Didn't we say we were going to eat filet mignon? Wait a moment. I seem to see an acquaintance. Lin Feng? I didn't realize that after 7 or 8 years, he's still so shabby, coming to eat at such a shabby place. Lu Shuo squinted his eyes and looked towards the barbecue restaurant. Suddenly his eyes flickered and skimmed over to Su Yushu who was opposite Lin Feng. In a flash, Lu Shuo froze. Su Yushu was like a fairy in the sky, exuding endless charm between her knitted brows and her smile. And in contrast to Su Yushu, it was as if everything in this world had lost its color. After seeing a stunning beauty like Su Yushu, Lu Shuo then turned his head and looked at the mediocre girl beside him, instantly losing interest. Although it was a newly picked up girl who hadn't been played with, Lu Shuo already couldn't react to her. Brother Suk, why don't you say something? Are we still going to eat steak or not? I'm starving. Let's go watch a night movie after dinner. I can eat ice cream today. Lu Shuo skimmed her, then flung out a stack of bills from inside his wallet and threw it in the face of the girl next to him. If you want to eat yourself, I have something to do. Get lost. The woman was a bit confused by the money. She did not understand why she was just fine. The two said that Lu Shuo took her to eat filet mignon, buy a limited edition bag, and then the two of them went to the great harmony of life in the evening. But Lu Shuo changed his face too quickly. Brother Shuo, I want to eat with you, don't leave Shuer alone, okay? Snap. Lu Shuo directly slapped him over. What's the point of being so grouchy? If I tell you to get lost, you get lost. If you don't leave again, I'll kill you. The woman cursed angrily in her heart, but because she was afraid of Lu Shuo's identity, she didn't dare to make a sound on the surface, squatted down and picked up the money on the ground, then slipped away. Lu Shuo looked at Su Yushu inside the barbecue restaurant, a greedy look in his eyes, then stepped into the barbecue restaurant. Seeing another guest come in, Cheng Yanqiu got up to greet them. Feel free to sit down. What do you want to eat? After Lu Shuo saw Cheng Yanqiu, he was slightly stunned and surprised in his heart, not realizing that there were unexpected gains. Originally just rushing to Su Yushu, I didn't expect that in addition to Su Yushu inside the store, there was also a young woman with this kind of flavor. Lu Shuo's face was instantly filled with smiles. You're the boss's wife, right? What kind of delicious food do you have in this store? Lamb kebabs, panko kebabs, chicken wings, squid, all good. Why don't you have a little bit of all of them for you to try? Cheng Yanqiu at this time was not Lu Shuo was here to make trouble. What to eat is not the most important thing. The main thing is who eats with me. Why don't you accompany me? Boss lady? Drink 2 cups by the way? Lu Shuo stared at Cheng Yanqiu with colorful eyes. Cheng Yanqiu's face immediately cold. If you come in to eat, I welcome. If your mouth is not clean, get out while you can. Lu Shuo is not the least bit annoyed. Good. I like you this kind of vow. Don't worry. You drink with me. I won't treat you poorly. How much is this store of yours? I'll open 5 more for you. How about it? Is it enough? Just as Lu Shuo was speaking, a flying kick hit his ass, sending him straight to the ground. Who dares to kick me? Don't you want to die? Lu Shuo shouted hysterically from the ground. Lin Feng tapped his shoe. I kicked it. How's that? I'm afraid of dirtying my shoes by kicking you. What bad luck! When Lu Shuo saw that it was Lin Feng who moved, he laughed instead of being angry. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you. I almost forgot what I came over for just now. Lu Shuo slowly got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and swept his eyes colorfully over Su Yushu and Chang Yanxiu beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng, long time no see. Counting up. We haven't seen each other since we graduated from middle school, right? Lin Feng snorted coldly, thinking that it was really coincidental. I didn't expect that after just investigating Lu Shuo's details and wanting to make a move on him, I would meet him today. Almost 7 years, you really haven't changed at all. You're still so beaten up. You're lucky you weren't beaten to death before. You haven't changed either. Your mouth is still unforgiving. And what hasn't changed is that you're still so poor that you take your girlfriend to dinner and come to this Thai place? Can you eat anything in here? How many years will you live less if you eat it? Chang Yanxiu's face was gloomy. Put your mouth clean. The ingredients here are all fresh. Dare to talk nonsense, old lady, tear your mouth. Boops, look at this mouth of mine. I forgot about you, big beauty. I'm not saying that your food here is poor. What I mean is that since I brought my girlfriend out for dinner, I should also pick a high-class place. Big beauty. And this little beauty. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Shuo. I'm Lin Feng's junior high school classmate. You should know about Changhe Supermarket, right? That's owned by my family. Now I'd like to invite you guys to join me for a steak dinner. You've heard of filet mignon, right? When you take a girl out to dinner, you have to eat something classy. Lu Xiao realized that after he finished his words, Su Yushu and Chang Yanxiu both had disgusted expressions spreading on their faces. Not at all the same as he used to pick up girls. Are you done? You can get lost when you're done, Lin Feng said expressionlessly. Now that he was with Su Yushu, it wasn't appropriate to clean up Lu Shuo. That way his identity would be exposed. Did I speak to you? Do they need you to answer whether they answer or not? Chang Yanxiu immediately spoke. Lin Feng's words are our meaning. You're not welcome here. Get lost. Lin Feng's words are also what I mean. Su Yushu followed suit. Chapter 43, Throw him away. Lu Shuo was slightly surprised, both by the fact that Su Yushu and Chang Yanxiu didn't react in the slightest after he introduced himself, and also by the fact that the two beauties he had his eye on were both firmly standing with Lin Feng. It could be that they've never seen the world and don't know what they mean when they say that Changhe Supermarket is owned by their own family, or how expensive a filet mignon is. So Lu Shuo pulled out all the remaining cash inside his wallet, a bunch of about close to 20,000 or so. So if I ask again, and I know that both of you beautiful women probably have busy schedules, if I say that I will buy both of you beautiful women a day's worth of time with this half day's worth of my pocket money in my hand, would you be willing to spend dinner with me? The smile on Lu Shuo's face was as if he had eaten Su Yushu and also Chang Yanxiu would not reject himself. But, once again, he was disappointed. If Su Yushu and Chang Yanxiu agreed, they wouldn't be them anymore. It's because the two won't do anything for money that they're not like the sultry ES out there. Did you not understand what I said just now? If you're deaf, go to the hospital and have your ears looked at. If you're deaf and blind, go eat some lobster to make up for it. Chang Yanxiu was not polite and did not give Lu Shuo the slightest bit of face. Lu Shuo's face began to become gloomy. I'll ask one last time. I'm inviting you guys to dinner. Are you not going to go? Are you out of your mind? If you don't roll, I'll roll for you. Lin Feng moved his wrist. Lu Shuo swept his eyes over a few people and sneered a few times. Good. Toast to coaxing. You guys will soon know the consequences of going against my ideas just now. Chang Yanxiu couldn't stand it any longer and clapped her hands. Eha! Someone is causing trouble. Drive them away. As the words fell, Changhe's burly figure walked out from the back kitchen before his eyes locked onto Lu Shuo. Is he? Chang Yanxiu nodded her head. Lu Shuo had yet to recognize the situation he was in. Changhe walked towards Lu Shuo, his eyes cold. What do you want? My father is Lu Ping. Uncle is Lu Huaxiang. If you dare to touch a finger of me, they will not let you go. You step on the horse, let go of me. Let go of me. Lu Shuo panicked a bit. Changhe had grabbed the back of Lu Shuo's collar with one hand and lifted him up. You put me down. If I lose a hair, you'll all die without knowing how. I'll say it one last time. Let go. Yusuk's voice was getting smaller and smaller, not because he shut up. It was just that he was getting farther and farther away from the store. Changhe threw him out from inside the store in one fell swoop. and Lu Shua made a perfect parabolic motion, finally landing next to the trash pile next to the barbecue store. Lu Shua Aga screamed half a day. After a few minutes to get up and cursed out, "Horse, dare to throw me into the garbage. Live tired of it? Do you believe that if I make a call, you can't open this store? My father is Lu Ping. My uncle is Lu Huaxiang. Casually like a bug can be crushed to death like you. Chen Yanqiu pulled out her ears inside the store. Her willow brows slightly knitted. Yi ho. Throw him away again. The noise is annoying. Chang Yiha didn't say anything and directly walked out of the store. Once again walking towards Lu Shua. Lu Shua swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His legs couldn't control it and started shivering. You, what are you doing? You can't touch mine, or you'll regret it later. Don't you go any further. I'm warning you for the last time. Lu Shua's threatening words didn't have the slightest effect, and in the end, Lu Shua ran far away on his own with his ass in the air, and while running, he also said, "You guys wait for me, I won't let you go." Seeing Lu Shua running away by himself, Chang Yiha also stopped in his tracks. Cheng Yanqiu had told him to throw Lu Shua further away, and now that Lu Shua had run away on his own, he didn't have to do it again. Inside the barbecue restaurant, Cheng Yanqiu apologized to the rest of the tables inside the store. "A few of you are sorry. Just now a dog came in inside the store and disturbed your meal. In a moment each table will be given 2 bottles of beer for free, and if you don't drink, you can also exchange it for 2 squid. Thank you, boss lady." With such a hooligan guilty of angry body that is their own. "I'm also an old patron here. With Brother Chang, no one is good enough to come. Brother Chang, it's a pity that you don't go on to hang out with this great strength of yours." In no time at all, the inside of the store regained its calm. Chun Yanqiu moved a stool and sat down with both Lin Feng and Su Yushu. "Do you guys drink? Shall we have a drink together?" Chun Yanqiu took a dozen beers and put them on top of the table. "I can do anything. Can Yushu drink it?" Lin Feng looked at Su Yushu. "I haven't had much to drink, so just a little." After opening 2 bottles of beer, the 3 of them each filled their glasses and raised them together. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the back kitchen. "There's no new guests on now, so let Cheng come out and drink together too. He's used to being alone. He doesn't like to eat and drink with people. There's no need to shout at him. We'll just eat." Hearing Sister Chiu say this, Lin Feng didn't say anything else. After drinking a glass of wine, Cheng Yanqiu's pair of narrow and long beautiful eyes flowed over Lin Feng. "The one who just came in and caused trouble is your junior high school classmate?" Lin Feng nodded. "Yeah, he and I haven't been on good terms since middle school. I didn't expect to meet here today." Cheng Yanqiu drank another glass of wine. Did he just say that Qinghe supermarket is owned by his family? Is that bragging or the truth? It's the truth. His family has been rich since junior high school, so he has been acting especially arrogantly. But don't worry, Sister Autumn, if he dares to come and retaliate against you guys, you contact me at the first time, and I will make him eat his words. I am not worried. I and also the River 2 people unattached, not afraid of his retaliation. I am worried about you too. If what he just said is true, his uncle is Lu Huaxiang, that is Qizhou local famous gangster, under the hands of a bunch of gangsters, all day long rampage. Those people act with little scruples. If they find you guys, there will be some trouble. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Sister Autumn, don't worry about us. That Lu Shua, don't look at him as arrogant. Recently I happened to hear that he messed with a character that can't be messed with. That person is getting ready to lay his hands on Lu Shua and the Changhe supermarket behind him. Instead of worrying about him coming to retaliate, why don't we just wait and see how things went wrong for Lu Shua recently? Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't worried in the slightest, Chun Yankee didn't know if he was really emboldened or unimpressed. Then I won't say any more. You guys be more careful these days. Lin Feng and Su Yushu nodded their heads together. Then the 3 of them stopped talking about the topic of Lu Shua and jerked off while drinking. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Never mind if Lu Shua came to retaliate or not. The plan against Lu Shua would officially begin tomorrow. Chapter 44, Do you mind? The 3 of them ate and drank, and the time turned to 8 o'clock in the evening. The rest of the customers inside the barbecue restaurant had already left, leaving only a few people. Lin Feng. Outside the sky is already dark. Lin Feng drank 5 or 6 bottles of beer, which for Lin Feng's amount of alcohol is just 1 cow. Chun Yanqiu also drank 3 bottles of beer, face slightly red, after drinking also more open, because she was a little hot after drinking. Sister Autumn directly took off her outside jacket, leaving only a thin sports undershirt inside. Although the undershirt was relatively large and didn't reveal any important parts, it was still very hot, showing Cheng Yanqiu's hot body to the fullest. And Chang Yanxiu's body and Lu Xian is still some difference. Lu Xian is the kind of anime in the proportion of the extremely exaggerated kind. The waist is particularly thin. The whole person is also particularly thin. But the bear is particularly large. Lu Xian, this kind of body is estimated that there is not 1 in 100,000 women. It is simply a dream shining into reality. Chang Yanxiu is different. She bear is also big. Second only to Lu Xian's kind of big. But she has a kind of young woman unique plump bloated. Very tempting. Especially some innocent little boy. Met this kind of woman. Almost no resistance. Su Yushu drank the least amount of wine. Only about half a bottle. She hadn't drank too much before. And her drinking capacity wasn't that good. So she didn't drink much. It's already 8 o'clock. It's dark outside. Sister Autumn, we should go back too. Indeed, it's time to go back. It seems like you guys just rode an electric bike over here, right? It's dark. And you guys have been drinking. So don't ride your bikes. Take a taxi back later. Sister Autumn, I think so too. Then the key will be given to you first. And this little electric donkey will be put here with you first. Sister Autumn, just leave it with me and don't worry about it. Call me when you're free and just come over and ride away. After saying goodbye to Sister Chiao, Lin Feng and Su Yushu walked out of the barbecue restaurant. With a temperature difference of up to 20 degrees Celsius between day and night in April in Qizhou, one day is enough to experience all the seasons of the year. Hot as summer in the middle of the day and cold as winter. After Lin Feng and Su Yushu came out from inside the store, a cold wind blew by. Su Yushu shivered. The slight dizziness brought on by the alcohol she had just consumed was instantly blown away by this cold wind. Let's go straight to your apartment. Just to see your new home from now on as well. Su Yushu nodded. After Lin Feng and Su Yushu left, Chang Yanxiu closed the door, and after cleaning up the table, he said to Chang Yiha, we won't open the door tomorrow. Let's take a break lately. It's too troublesome if that scoundrel comes looking. Good, Chang Yiha replied. Lin Feng and the two of them took a taxi to the Anqiao apartments and came to apartment 1302. This door number does not mean 13th floor, but the 6th floor of a unit. Su Yushu took out her key and opened the apartment door, and as soon as she entered, she was shocked by the neatness and luxury inside the apartment. The floor of the living room is made of wood flooring. A 50-inch LCD TV hangs on the wall. The beige sofa is soft and comfortable. The bathroom is clean and tidy. And the kitchen is stylish and luxurious with all kinds of appliances. The rooms are all equipped with the most luxurious fabrics, furniture and amenities, with strong but not too lively color tones, spirited and atmospheric layout, close to the natural beauty of the lines, luxury and comfort, the most exclusive and noble experience. The apartment has a total of 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom and a separate balcony. It doesn't look too bad. Su Yushu also nodded. It's indeed very good. I had thought that I would need to purchase my own furniture inside. The two walked back and forth in the apartment and finally sat down together on the couch in the apartment. After another moment, Su Yushu's eyes were a bit off when she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I want to take a shower and go to bed. Well then, I'll go put hot water inside the tub for you, and we'll take a soak together later. Su Yushu, you're not staying here tonight, are you? Lin Feng spread his hands. How could I be the type to take advantage of you? It's just that I'm a bit tired, and it just so happens that you have an empty room here. You won't mind, right? I mind. It's good that you don't mind. Lin Feng could only hear what he wanted to hear inside his ears. Su Yushu grunted and finally made a concession. It's okay for you to live here, but you have to be honest. No, or I'll call the police. Don't worry. Don't you know what I'm like? Su Yushu nodded thoughtfully. Your person? I see. I'll call the police now. Lin Feng. After some stinky bargaining by Lin Feng with no reason to evidence to face, in the end, Su Yushu Unity agreed to Lin Feng's request to take a bath here and then stay in the next room for one night. But the prerequisite was for Lin Feng to take a shower first and then not be allowed to enter Su Yushu's room. Lin Feng promised very quickly, and as for compliance, it would be left to the will of heaven. Lin Feng glanced at his cell phone. More than 9 o'clock. So Lin Feng took off his jacket, as well as the thin sweatshirt inside, revealing his lean and strong upper body, with 8 packed abdominal muscles block by block, and his pectoral muscles standing out, and his body was as perfect as a sculpture. Su Yushu didn't hold back to look twice more, and finally woke up suddenly when Lin Feng's hand touched his belt. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Feng looked innocent. Take off your clothes and take a shower. What's wrong? You go in and take it off. I'm still here. Oh, that's okay. Feel free to look. I don't mind. After saying that, Lin Feng unbuckled his belt and took off his pants as soon as he did. Su Yushu entered the inner room with a blushing face. Lin Feng, you're shameless. After Lin Feng took off his pants, he looked down. 5 feet? Yushu, you're looking at this the wrong way. I'm a 7-foot man. 1 meter 8.5. Crunchy board. He. Seeing Su Yushu's face, Lin Feng didn't say any more. After taking off his clothes, Lin Feng went to the bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom in this apartment had a wet/dry separation treatment, and the toilet was separated from the shower with a partition, which Lin Feng silently gave a favorable review. Previously Lin Feng homed this old neighborhood. The shower is next to the toilet. Every time you take a shower, if you forget to cover the toilet lid, after a while above all the water, unknowingly sit on it. Hiss. That's what makes it so comfortable. The sound of shower water resounded inside the bathroom. Su Yushu also tiptoed out from the inner room, and after confirming that Lin Feng was already in the shower, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Yushu came on top of the sofa and folded the clothes that Lin Feng had casually thrown on top of the sofa. While folding the clothes, Su Yushu suddenly thought again of the lean and strong body that Lin Feng had just revealed. It seems quite handsome. Realizing that such thoughts had actually arisen in her heart, Su Yushu was startled. It should be known that Su Yushu had always looked very lightly at the affairs of men and women before, but now she had even developed this kind of idea. No, Su Yushu, you can't think about these things. Besides, how shameful it is to talk about such things. Su Yushu shook her head, wanting to expel this thought from her mind, but the more she deliberately suppressed it, the more likely it would backfire. Chapter 45, Xiaobai's classmates are on the air. Inside the bathroom, after Lin Feng finished his shower, he dried the drops of water on his body and then opened a cabinet outside the shower. Inside were 2 sets of pajamas. After Lin Feng put on a set of pajamas, he looked at the remaining set of pajamas inside the cabinet and pondered in his mind. A few moments later, Lin Feng pushed open the bathroom door. The pajamas on his body looked as if they were a bit thick, and on the contrary, inside the cabinet, it was already empty. The 2 sets of pajamas were all gone. After coming out from inside the bathroom, Lin Feng pretended to be unintentional and said, "There are pajamas inside the bathroom. We happen to not have a change of clothes with us. Why don't you put the clothes you're wearing today in the washing machine and wash them? The washing machine can dehydrate, so you can wear them tomorrow morning after washing them today." Su Yushu sat on top of the sofa, her face slightly unnatural. I'll just wash myself later. It's too much trouble to wash it in 2 separate washes, and it wastes water, and the 2 of us don't have many clothes together. So it's just as well that we're washing them together, and I'm not trying to watch you undress, and you know me well enough to know my character. How about this? I'll go to the inner room now, then you take off your clothes and put them on the sofa to take a shower. When you get inside the bathroom, just call out to me, then I'll come out from the inner room. What do you think? Su Yushu paused. Just now after eating the barbecue, the clothes on his body were indeed stained with a lot of flavor, and should be washed. That is fine. But you're not allowed to peek. Lin Feng immediately raised his left hand. I swear, I definitely won't peek. If I do, I'll be punished for never finding a daughter-in-law. You can't find a daughter-in-law, but you can find a girlfriend, Lin Feng said silently in his heart. Without waiting for Su Yushu to reply, Lin Feng ran back inside the house. Call me when you're ready. Su Yushu looked at Lin Feng's clothes on top of the sofa and crossed her heart. Anyway, there were pajamas inside the bathroom, so she wasn't afraid of what he would see. Besides, if Lin Feng had wanted to do something, he would have done it long ago, living under the same roof. Thinking of this, Su Yushu let go of her worries and began to take a shower. Inside the room, Lin Feng took off the outside layer of pajamas. There was another one inside, and at this point the cabinet inside the bathroom was already empty. Not a moment later, Su Yushu's light voice came from outside. I'm done, going to take a bath. A smile welled up at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth before he walked out of the room and whistled as he threw the clothes of the 2 people on top of the couch into the washing machine. You're not going to get beat up in a while, are you? But it seems worth it. About 20 minutes later, Su Yushu looked at the empty cabinet and froze in place. What about sleeping? Pajamas? Su Yushu's brain instantly went blank, then hurriedly rummaged around. The final result is naturally obvious, nothing. Su Yushu looked down at the only underwear left on her body, took a deep breath, and decided that when she went out, she would ruthlessly pinch Lin Feng a few times, but then she was lost in thought. How can we get out of here now? In this condition? Su Yushu tried to use a towel, but the towel was too small and couldn't even wrap that. After hesitating for several minutes, Su Yushu gently knocked on the door. Lin Feng, are you outside? In. What's up? Is it that you want me to go in and scrub? I'll be right in. Wait. Su Yushu was startled and scrambled to lock the door. You, don't come in. That's not what I called you about. Lin Feng was disappointed for a moment outside. So what did you call me for? A massage? Su Yushu. You, stop talking for a second. I'm asking you, where did the pajamas inside the cabinet go? We obviously looked together when we first came here. There were 2 sets of pajamas. What do you mean by that? Yushu? You suspect that I deliberately wore away 2 sets of pajamas? And then purposely washed your clothes and then left you with no clothes to wear? You mean I went through all the trouble just to take advantage of you? Lin Feng shouted. Lin Feng, don't be angry. I don't mean that. Yushu, you're a good judge of character. Su Yushu? The atmosphere was silent for a moment, and Su Yushu took the lead in breaking the silence. Lin Feng, can you go back inside your room first? Good. Lin Feng agreed very quickly. Su Yushu was slightly surprised, not thinking that Lin Feng would agree directly. About 15 seconds later, Lin Feng's voice came from outside. I'm going into the inner room. Yushu, come out. Su Yushu was silent. Think I'm a cutie? You think I'm a cutie? Can you at least take a couple steps and make some footsteps? And you're talking and sounding exactly the same as you did just now. The position hasn't changed at all. At least fool around a bit. Lin Feng, you called me? Did you not go back to your room at all? Still on top of the couch? Yushu, how do you know? Su Yushu, you're not even going to hide it from me, and you're asking me how I know. Well, why don't you go back to your room? You're not doing anything out there, are you? Hey, Su Yushu? After teasing Su Yushu for a while, Lin Feng stopped teasing her and sent his pajamas in along a crack in the door that Su Yushu had opened. After about a minute, Su Yushu came out of the bathroom with a stern face and pinched Lin Feng before running back inside the house. Lin Feng, you're bad. Ignore you. Humph. Lin Feng deflated, thinking that if I were bad I would just wet your bed so that you could only squeeze into a bed with me. After Su Yushu went back to the house, Lin Feng also went back inside. It's still relatively early, just under 10 o'clock. Lin Feng used to go to bed after at least 11 o'clock, so Lin Feng laid down on the bed and opened Shake It. I just went inside Shakeology and a notification suddenly came at the top. Your favorite white student is on the air. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Little white student? When did I ever pay attention to an anchor with that name? After clicking into the live broadcast, Lin Feng then remembered that it was her. That day Lin Feng went to look at his Pagani and met the anchor inside the garage, when he scared her and her cell phone flew off. At that time, Lin Feng also went inside her live room and swiped a few carnivals to compensate her cell phone. By Sakura Ruo was singing at the moment, but the song she was singing seemed a bit strange. Oh, don't scratch away. This song is for you single dogs. Other people eat, drink and have a date, you don't. You stay up late every day hugging your cell phone to become bald. Sorry, single friend. 2 Orioles and a willow. You don't have a girlfriend yet. The male and female rabbits walk along the ground. You don't have a girlfriend yet. A river flows eastward and you still don't have a girlfriend. When will you have a girlfriend when you ask? Roadkill. You never had a girlfriend. This song should only be found in heaven. After listening to it you'll still be a single dog. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 46. Big Brother is a good judge of character. Unsurprisingly, there were a lot of pop-ups inside by Cherry Rua's livestream. Retired set of Shoji, anchor zaps. I haven't talked to a girl in years. I'm still a college student. Am I hopeless? Deja, am in the Northeast. This joke upstairs is so funny. Retired set of gliders. I went to college thinking it was a joke. 2. I don't want to scare me. I'm going to take the college entrance exam this year. I am not a horse mentality collapse. I thought I had no one in high school because the school wouldn't let me fall in love early. Sheep Village Yushi brother, upstairs brother, don't be too sad. I'm 30, have not talked about girlfriend. Also don't feel any regrets. Right, brother, I private message you. If you feel pressure can come to me. I can also teach you to board Duolang. You're crushing the hair on my legs. Surprise Jai? Wanted pants, Jia can come at me. I'm not afraid. You're crushing the hair on my legs, you're really not afraid. You're even looking forward to it. After by Sakura Ruo sang for a while, she was surprised to find that there were even fewer people inside the live room than before she sang. There were more than 200 people, but now there are only about 100 left. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, what do you want to see? Type what you want to see on the pop-up. Poison in the Kong Kong legs. Wanted pants, Kong Kong waist. It's the bald man who will eventually shine, Kong Kong Bear. Oh, the anchor didn't, then forget it. Shirasakura Roru? At this time, an ID suddenly spoke, instantly drawing the attention of the rest of the people inside the live broadcast room. Wolverine Big Brother, can the anchor dance? I-36D first save me. Anchor live room inside actually have 40 level fans? An anchor now live room cold look very inconsistent almost grew into a handsome man. Small anchor may also have a throw money tycoon well. Level 40. Should brush up to have close to 100. 000 yuan. Right? Poison in the, I remembered. Remembered this tycoon. 2 days ago the anchor in the garage inside met a global limited Pagani. Is that tycoon's? When the anchor was tycoon startled. The phone is broken. When the tycoon casually give the anchor brush 33 carnival. Almost grew up to be a handsome man. A globally limited Pagani? $100,000? Why can't I meet this kind of tycoon? Poison in the, although the tycoon is rich, the anchor isn't bad either. After all, he's the one who carries the airfield with him. Shirasakura Roru? By Sakura Rua looked down at it. It was quite big, just a bit small. It is said that a woman who has her head bowed and does not see her toes is the most beautiful woman on earth. As soon as By Sakura Rua looked down, good lord, it didn't obscure his vision in the slightest. What's so great about being bigger? Not living without it? By Cherry Rua muttered. Then tapped follow on Lin Fang's shake account. Big Brother Sable asked if I could dance. I've never learned but I know some simple moves. What would Big Brother like to see? Sable Biggie, do a 200 dance. Will you? Shirasakura Roru? What's wrong with this crowd? I can't keep up with the brain circuits of speech in the slightest. The bald man will always shine, red hot trance. Laugh me to death. 200 dances. Poison in the Big Brother has spoken. Why don't the anchors jump? By Sakura Rua struggled to control her expression. Sable Big Brother. What is the 200 dance? I don't know how to dance it. Wolverine Big Brother, this dance is especially simple. Anchor, you now listen to my command. Left hand then a 6. Right hand then a 7. One shoulder high. One shoulder low. Left foot spinning. Right foot dragging the ground. This dance is called the 200 dance. By Cherry Rua's brain didn't seem to be working too well. She actually did gesture according to what Lin Feng said. And then suddenly realized that she looked a bit like the village head cutie. Sable, that's right. That's it. Anchor, see for yourself if you look like a 250 now. If you do, you're doing it right. Poison in the ha 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 almost grew into a handsome man. Ha 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 ha. I'm 3060 save me first. Ha 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 ha. The pop-ups burst out laughing neatly. By Cherry Rua was also greatly annoyed after she reacted. You're playing with me? Ignore you. I won't reply even if you send me any more pop-ups. Wolverine Big Brother, anchor do it again. I'll paint your carnival. By Sakura Rua grunted. Dream on. Even if I were to die poor, die here, and jump off the stairs, I wouldn't repeat that action again just now. You can't even brush up on carnival. I'm the one who said no 1 or 2. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth, who was watching the live stream, curved up in an arc. Iron-boned Wang Jingsoa. A bowl of fried rice is treason. I don't know how many carnivals you will change your mind. It just so happens that the reward for signing in today is 100 million jittery coins. I didn't know where to spend it. So this spending money isn't coming? Then Lin Feng moved his hairy little hand and began to rule the time of By Cherry Rua's live broadcast. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X1. Wolverine Big Brother gives away Carnival X10. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X100. Feel free to swipe 100 for fun first. Wolverine Big Brother, is this enough for you to dance again? By Sakura Rua froze in place, rubbing her eyes to make sure she hadn't misread the situation, and looking backstage at herself, pouring out a breath of cold air. 100 carnivals indeed. $300,000 just casually turned into a virtual gift? And the pop-ups are 99 plus. Poison in the, I'm dropping my mom. It's really still the familiar taste, or that generous God's man. Grade 8 Gale, ITM mentality collapse I only earn $5,000 a month. A year is only 60,000. I do not eat and drink for 5 years in order to save out of the money of other people so casually brush the gift? Internet dating was cheated 50 cents, the anchor just now but put the word. Even if you brush more gifts, it is impossible to jump again. You guess what will happen to the anchor? Online dating before making 50 cents, upstairs. Your ID reminds me of an unjust seed I met the other day. Chatting for 3 months before cheating him out of 50 cents. Internet dating scammed for 50 cents, huh? You cheated me? I'm more than 3 months of good times How dare you cheat me out of my money? I can buy a pack of chili fries for 50 cents. Online dating only earns 50 cents, Big Brother. Times have changed. Now chili fries cost $2. After by Cherry Ruah froze for a moment, she looked at Lin Fang's top pop-up screen and revealed a smile she had never seen before. Big Brother. What a good judge of character. I'll give you another dance. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 47, Why is your room so noisy? Shirasakura Ruah puts on a large-scale real incense scene. Lin Feng also nodded. Well, it's really a child that can be taught. Wang Jing's true fragrance sect seems to have a successor. Lin Feng typed again and sent out a pop-up. Very good. The anchor is really ironclad. You don't need to continue with this 200 dance. Do you know how to play military boxing? Give me a set. By Cherry Ruah stared at the pop-up screen with a confused expression. Military boxing? I really don't know this one. Lin Feng didn't say much, but moved his little hand of fortune again and started the gift bombardment. Wolverine Big Brother gave away Carnival X1 in Xiao Bai's live room. Wolverine Big Brother gave away Carnival X10 in Xiao Bai's live room. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X100 in Xiao Bai's live room. Another 100 carnivals. Another 300. 000. By Sakura Ruah people were dumbfounded. And the audience people inside the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Poison in the, am I dreaming? Don't this many gifts usually appear when big anchors are playing PK? What kind of godly man is this that's bored? Xiao Jiang can't sleep, counting the 100 carnivals just now. The whole 200. One is $3,000. The whole 600,000. What's wrong with $600,000? I can use it as a down payment for a house. It's the bald man who always shines. Sable Cicada Big Brother look at me. Although I'm a male, but I can be Thai. You pay attention to me. I don't have a bottom line. I don't need hundreds of carnivals. 10 carnivals and I'll be at your disposal. Retired glider, upstairs. How can you be like this? Can you even throw away your human dignity for money? It's the bald man who always shines, so will you come if I give you money? Retired set of gliders, of course I do. You can't even give up money for the sake of dignity. Can you? I don't even want 10 carnivals. 5 will do. Sunshine soap, me, and me. 3 of me is enough. I'm not a normal burner. Retreating first-class performing artist, get out of the way. Let me do it. I don't want money. Poison in the at retreat first-class performing artist. Give me Kong Kong. I love white whoring. Retired set of soaring things at retreat first-class performance artist. I also Kong Kong. This white whoring is more than a beautiful thing. Sunsang soap at retreat first-class performing artist. I want to con too. It's the bald man who always shines at retreat first-class performing artist. +1. Milk red pink head at retreat first-class performing artist. +1. Mom, my daughter-in-law has run away at retreating first-class performing artist. +1. Retreating performing artist? Lin Feng looked at these sand sculpture netizens laugh stomachache. Really talented. But Lin Feng did not forget the main thing. Has not let by Cherry Ruah play military boxing. Sable Biggie, will it now? By Sakura Ruah swallowed. I can will. Wolverine Big Brother, get it. Start. Clueless by Sakura Ruah began to follow the very vague memory of 2 years ago when the college military training instructor demonstrated the military boxing look began to swing up the fist. However, because by Sakura Ruah was relatively small, as well as the fact that the fists she wielded didn't have any strength, the slightest bit of power didn't show up, instead making it feel very cute. Well, cute. Think. The pop-ups were also hilarious. It's the bald man who always shines. Ning, this is the outlaw excitement fist? Serious pervert. I'm already getting excited. The old king next door. Upstairs, you are really right about your ID. But the excitement is real. The anchor has found the traffic code. 300 pounds of small lowly. Live to find whether to find the traffic password I do not know. I did find. The password is the Sable Big Brother. As long as the list of the Sable Big Brother, then the rest of their lives do not have to worry. The family poor ugly 1.59 m. Suddenly it occurred to me, what is Sable Big Brother swiping so many gifts for? It can't be because you're too rich to spend it, can it? You have to get something after swiping gifts, right? Let go of the girl and let the poor monk go first. It's over. Another innocent and cute little anchor is going to meet the poisonous hands of the godly hero. No way. I'll charge first. I want to be severely beaten, predicting a few days after the anchor is off the air for a few days. Cow, don't consider broadcasting live on top of some fruit apps? I promise to swipe gifts. Clip chest cookie, Sable Big Brother, think about it. Right? We might even make all the money back from today's gift swipes by then. Bigfoot Lori, doesn't that mean it's a free ride? Good man life flat chest, brothers think too much. If the general tycoon also even so. This Sable Big Brother looks is not bad money. The general tycoon who sends a sentence of pop-ups to brush 100 carnival? Instead of hoping to get the Sable Big Brother to send benefits, it is better to be like me, to brush some gifts to the anchor, so that the Sable Big Brother and the anchor to explore the mysteries of the human body when they also have a little sense of participation. A good man with a flat chest gave away a hot air balloon at the live broadcast of Mr. White's class. This maneuver of the good guy with a flat chest immediately caused the rest of the audience inside the live broadcast room to follow suit. Poison in the gave away beer X10 on White's livestream. Poison in the *T, please. Wolverine Big Brother. Fulfill the dream of all of us. The bald man will always shine in the small white student's live room to send a sports car X1. It's the bald man who always shines. Wolverine Big Brother please. Give me a few more kisses for me. 900 million young woman's dream. Sable Big Brother please. Bigfoot Lori, Sable Biggie please. At that moment, the live room without Lin Feng brushing gifts was still bombarded with all sorts of gifts, and with Lin Feng's 200 carnivals in front of him to open the way. The Jitterbug station broadcasted several times, and a whole lot of people all flocked to Bai Cherry Rua's live room in a brain. Now Bai Cherry Rua's live room had gone from 100 or so people at the beginning to hundreds of thousands of people plus. The heat also quickly shot up to the top 3 on the site. But this was far from the end, as the gap between Bai Cherry Rua's livestream heat and the second place began to narrow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and managed to overtake after 2 minutes. Bai Sakura Rua's movements in military boxing were a bit sluggish, and she somewhat couldn't believe her eyes. By the time the number of people inside Bai Cherry Rua's live broadcast room came to 200,000 plus, Bai Cherry Rua couldn't calm down. Thank you to all the families for their support. What else would you like to see? Military boxing or the 200 dance? I'll do anything. However, just at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the room where Bai Cherry Rua was. A voice that bore a 7% resemblance to Bai Cherry Rua. Why is it so noisy inside your room? Chapter 48, Make Me Dance. No way. As the words fell, the door to Bai Cherry Rua's room was opened, leaving Lin Feng and the rest of the viewers inside the live broadcast room dumbfounded that the one who opened the door to the room was actually another Bai Cherry Rua. The door to the room was opened, and Bai Sakura Rua was startled and stalled in the middle of her military boxing. Sis? What are you doing in here? The new came in this Bai Cherry Rua wearing a pajamas, although dressed casually, but did not affect her heavenly face value. After all, and Bai Cherry Rua looks exactly the same. Not only did she look exactly like Bai Sakura Rua, but her height, and even her airfield were the same. If it wasn't for the slight difference in voice, I believe that anyone would have taken this new person who came in as Bai Sakura Rua's doppelganger. The person who came in was no other than Bai Sakura Rua's twin sister, Bai Sakuraku. Bai Sakurako curiously poked his little head towards Bai Sakura Rua. What are you doing in the house? I've been listening outside for a while. Talking to yourself and talking to who? Are you? This live? You won't engage in anything illegal, right, sis? This is a proper live broadcast, not the kind of thing you secretly watch at night inside the covers. Bai Sakurako instantly became anxious. What are you babbling about? When have I ever watched a cat live? I'll sue you for slander. See, you're straight out of the box. Even told me what I was looking at. Bai Chirako. As the two sisters tossed and turned, they forgot all about the fact that they were still on the air. The audience inside the live broadcast room instantly buzzed when they saw the two sisters who looked almost identical. Wolverine Big Brother, isn't this double the pleasure? I got poison in the sisterhood. This is my favorite category when I watch movies. A word to the wise, that movie you're talking about upstairs. Is it decent? Poison in the, it's not a question of being serious or not. It's a kind of movie with a particularly small investment. The whole movie only needs 3 actors and a scene, and only need to pay 2 actors' salaries on the line. Because actors want to shoot this kind of scene, it's necessary to put money back. It's the bald man who always shines. I'm asking for a friend of mine. Are they still hiring male actors for the kind of movie with simple scenes you mentioned upstairs? No. It's my friend can hardly wait. He happens to be addicted to acting lately. La Poop Fairy, hey. You guys don't seem to be grasping the point. Isn't the point what that sister said about a certain cat live? A friend of mine wants it. The more my feet smell, the better they smell. Ditto. +1. Chest cracker. Ditto. +1. By the time Bai Cherry Rua and Bai Cherry Kerr reacted, the pop-ups were already 99 plus. And the number of people in the live broadcast room at this time had once again broken through to a new high of more than 400,000 people. To know the number of people inside the live room is not like the number of fans of some anchors so false. The live room is a real person. 400,000 people. An unusual millions of fans of the Big V Live is not done. You have to have at least 10 million followers to have that much fan support. After seeing the twins, Lin Feng, who had been a bit sleepy, suddenly got refreshed again. Sable Biggie, why don't you two sisters dance together? Lin Feng has now risen to nearly 50 levels inside by Cherry Rua's live room. And every time he sends out a pop-up there is a 2-minute top effect. And there are also special effects that make it hard to ignore. Don't ask. Asking is money power. By Cherryka skimmed by Cherry Rua's phone and saw the pop-up screen Lin Feng had posted. Then frowned and looked at by Cherry Rua. Were you just live streaming a dance? And you still want me to dance? How is that possible? I just want to tell this Sable who just posted a pop-up screen that you're looking at the wrong person. I'm not like my sister. Even if you swipe your gifts, swipe as many gifts as you can. There's no way I'm going to dance. Absolutely impossible. I, by Sakura, am not that kind of person at all. Lin Feng didn't hold back and laughed out. Oh, my god. It was a familiar drama. As if it had just played out a few minutes earlier. These two sisters were worthy of being twins. Even their stiff upper lip looks were this identical. However, Lin Feng would use the carnival to help Bai Chirako liberate a bit of what he had initially been in his mind. I'm Sable on the waist, confirm not to jump? Bai Sakurako snorted. I find you a funny person, eh? When I say no jumping I mean no jumping. If you can make me change my mind I'll be at your disposal. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Lin Feng revealed a satisfied smile. That's what I want from you. This untamed look. I hope that after 100 carnivals, you'll still look like this. Then, Lin Feng moved Fat Joy's little hand. And again, it was a familiar plot and a familiar flavor. Wolverine Big Brother gave out Carnival X100 in Xiaobai students' live room. It was as if the audience inside the live room had become numb. With the support of the previous 200 carnivals, the audience's vision has been raised. And even some viewers think that 100 carnivals are no more than that. Bai Sakurako curiously looked at the gift special effects that kept going on and on above her cell phone screen and poked Bai Sakura Rua next to her. What are these things? Gifts? Bai Sakura Rua looked at Bai Sakura-ko with a smirk. Thinking of how she really smelled just now, she waited to see Bai Sakura-ko's joke. Yeah, it's a gift from the guy who just popped in. Called Carnival. Carnival? I don't watch live streams. I don't understand what these gifts mean. Explain to me, how much does this carnival cost? I see he's given away 100 of them. It's not very expensive. 3,000 apiece. Bai Sakura Rua couldn't wait to laugh. 3,000? Bai Sakurako was first taken aback. Then as if she thought of something she quickly calmed down again. You mean 3,000 inside shakeology, right? I'm asking you how much it converts to RMB? Bai Sakura Rua calmly looked at Bai Sakura-ku. I'm talking about the converted. 3,000 for a carnival. Bai Sakurako froze in place. Her eyes and mouth staring together. 3,000. 3,000 for one carnival. That. 100 is. Bai Sakurako lifted her head and took a deep breath. $300,000? Bai Cherry Rua nodded. Yes, $300,000. At this time, Lin Feng sent out another pop-up. Sable Biggie, changed your mind now? Jumping or not? Bai Cherry can be like a master of face changing. Hastily pulling Bai Cherry Rua's hand. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and jump Let Big Brother wait so long. It's New Year's in the first month, the first day of the new year. My home is in the northeast, on the Songhua River. How was my dance? Big Brother? I'm in the school dance club. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 49, Aroma Scene. Bai Sakurako's true sense scene is more exciting and quicker to change its face than Bai Sakura Rua's. She, who was ironclad just a moment ago, even jumped out of her duo when she found out the price of the carnival. Only Lin Feng had a doubt. The University Dance Club still teaches duet? The viewers of the live broadcast were even more amused by Sakurako's reaction. Bakumaro kid, it smells so good. Poison in the, it smells so good. There is no Yang's carving, it's so fragrant. The little boy inside the church, what a flavor. Bai Sakurako, who was gleefully dancing the duo, saw the screen full of true fragrance, and his mind floated back to his own ironclad appearance just now, and a trace of shame suddenly flashed across his face. Guilt bubbled up, and Hakurako's dancing movement slowed considerably. Bai Sakura Rua, who was also dancing, saw that Bai Sakura-ko looked like she had something on her mind and touched her arm. Sis, what's wrong? Sakura, I suddenly don't think it's quite right for us to do this. Should we listen to others just because of 100 carnivals? Dance when others tell us to dance? Bai Sakura Rua raised an eyebrow. Is this the aftermath of Iron Bone Plank? Actually, I had this thought when Sable Big Brother swiped the first 100 carnivals, but immediately after that he swiped the second one, and I didn't want to, but what he gave was just too much. Sakura Rua said silently in her heart. Sakura didn't get a positive answer from Sakura Rua, so she aimed at the screen with a straight face. Just now. I didn't think calmly and was accidentally compelled by your carnival attack, but now, after my full consideration, I've decided to be critical of my behavior just now. I, for one, will not dance. Wolverine Big Brother gave away Carnival X1 in Xiaobai's live room. Wolverine Big Brother gave away Carnival X2 in Xiaobai's live room. Wolverine Big Brother gave away Carnival X3 in Xiaobai's live room. Wolverine Big Brother gave away Carnival X10 in Xiaobai's live room. Sakurako's heart was slightly shaken, but she still had a stiff upper lip. It's useless for you to be like this. I've never touched money. I'm not interested in money. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X29 in Xiaobai students live room. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X30 in Xiaobai students live room. You evil devil are corrupting my soul with dirty money. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X49 in Xiaobai students live room. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X50 in Xiaobai students live room. The Fiend of Sin is turning Carnival into a tool for your scourge against me. Wolverine Big Brother gave away Carnival X99 in Xiaobai's live room. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X100 in Xiaobai's live room. Corrupted by money, you are trying to corrupt me. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X150 in Xiaobai students live room. Wolverine Big Brother gives away Carnival X151 in Xiaobai students live room. There's nothing wrong with the carnival. In fact, there's nothing wrong with what you intended. Wolverine Big Brother gave out Carnival X199 in Xiaobai's live room. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X200 in Xiaobai students live room. What else does Big Brother want to see? I can do a lot. Let me tell Big Brother a joke. Sakurako had wanted to yell out a rebuke, but Linphone was giving too much. The pop-ups at the bottom swiped through another waterfall of real flavor. But at the moment, Sakura couldn't care less, because it did smell really good. Linphone looked at the time. It was already past 11. He couldn't sleep tomorrow. After all, his status in front of Suyushu now was an employee. You can't just show up late and miss work the next day, can you? Watch it for a little while longer and then go to bed. Sable Biggie, I'm a little tired of swiping gifts, so tell me a joke, and if it's good, I'll swipe another 200 carnivals. Chirako's eyes lit up. Big Brother, then you listen to me. I can be good at telling jokes. My sister is the school flower inside the school. I'm the joke. Big Brother, you wait for a belly laugh. That being said, my sister by Cherry Rua used to wear short hair all the time when she was in college, so a lot of people inside the school just took her for a boy, and there were even a few times when she went to the restroom that she was reported to be a boy, but that's not even the point. Sakura Rua froze for a moment when she heard Sakura talking about herself, thinking, how did I not know that I used to have short hair? Continuing to listen. Sakura Rua couldn't stand. Time passes little by little. One day suddenly a girl blocked to the door of my sister's class to confess to her. At that time my sister was very helpless to say that she was a female. After that the girl has been staring at my sister with a suspicious gaze. After a long time, the girl touched a handful of Cherry Rua's breasts. After that she cried and walked away. While crying also that said, you even rejected me, don't even look for a better excuse. Then my brother is still flat. How can it be a girl? Poison in the ye flatter than my brother, ha 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 ha. Mom, daughter-in-law ran away, after all. It is a rich woman with her own airfield. But flatter than the boys I was not expecting, ha 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 ha. My brother, in the future the child will have to suffer. Touched the bed. Found a father. Not long after found another father. Where did the mother go? Ha 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 ha. Sakura Rua's face turned green for a while and grabbed Sakura's shirt collar. Your bull asterisk 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 ting me. This is a story you made up. I'll sue you for slander. Sakurako spread her hands. If you're not convinced, you can tell it too. Cherry Rua snorted coldly. Humph. Just tell it. You listen. That said, my sister used to fight with me from time to time when she was in her rebellious stage. And once I went shopping with her, when she had spent all her pocket money and I was the only one with money. When we were eating we didn't know what we were talking about. She argued with me again. At that time I said, if you are mean again, I won't invite you to dinner. You can pay for the meal yourself in a while. Although she was very reluctant, because she had no money in her pocket. She had no bottom to speak and could only say in a muffled voice, I'm not mean. Sakura Rua paused. Then her eyes glanced at Sakura's fly. You're kinda proud of yourself for not having a bear? I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 50. Nice joke. Shallow Brush. By Chirako took a deep breath, then pressed her temples. If you have the ability to not bring personal attacks, and tell a serious paragraph, let's see who tells a funny story. By Cherry Ruo was not willing to show weakness. Of course I can. Would I be afraid of you? White Cherry can hum. I'll start. One day Shu Qi, Wang Maodong, Yao Chen, 3 people in the bar drinking. 3 people chatting suddenly talked about the topic of big mouth. So the 3 of them started to compete to see who had a little bit bigger mouth. Shu Qi was the first to make a move, picking up an apple on top of the table and stuffing it into her mouth in one bite, then taking it out easily, looking at the remaining 2 with contempt. Yao Chen is not willing to show weakness. Without saying anything, hands clasped together to the mouth, without changing color. Wang Chuan laughed. A minute later, Wang Mainland walked out of the bar alone. By Sakura Ruo grunted. What's so funny about this one of yours? Tell jokes or look at me and listen to this one of mine. It is said that once upon a time a white professor was sent deep into Africa to live with primitive tribes, and he spent years teaching them reading, writing, math, and science. One day, the tribe leader's wife gave birth to a white-skinned child, and the whole tribe was shocked. The chief of the tribe then approached the professor that day and said to him, "Professor, you're the only white man we've ever met, and this woman had another white child. Cutie pie. All can figure out what's going on." But the professor replied without delay, "No, Chief, you're mistaken. It's a natural phenomenon that we in the civilized world call albinism." Saying that, the professor pointed to the field over there. "And if you don't believe me, look at that flock of sheep over there. Those sheep were all white, but there was one sheep in there that was black, and it was all the result of natural selection." After the professor had finished speaking, the chief was silent for a moment, and then said, "Tell you what, you won't mention that black sheep again, and I promise I won't mention that white boy again." After Bai Sakura Ruo finished speaking, even Bai Sakura Ko couldn't hold back her laughter. Bai Sakura Ruo didn't see it. This kind of dirty jokes you understand. Unlike me, I can't understand what you say inside the jokes. Bai Sakura Ko teared up and said. Bai Sakura Ruo gave her a blank look. I wonder who looks at Rini Fukata Yumi Nikami Yua every day. Bai Sakura Ko panicked and went to cover Bai Sakura Ruo's mouth. "I'll sue you for slander." The 2 of them were bickering, and Lin Feng on the other end of the cell phone screen burst out laughing, and this laughter seemed to have caught the attention of Su Yushu in the next room. "Are you still awake? What are you laughing at?" Lin Feng covered his mouth and said in his heart that it was fortunate that he wore headphones when he watched the live broadcast. Didn't laugh at anything, remembering happy things. "It's past 11. You still have to go to work every day. Go to bed early." Su Yushu said gently. "It's okay, I'm waiting to get under your covers after you fall asleep." Su Yushu? Su Yushu silently got out of bed and locked the door to his room, but he really believed that Lin Feng would do this. After all, in a way, Lin Feng was also someone who said one thing. After taking the time to flirt with Su Yushu, Lin Feng continued to drop his gaze on his cell phone screen. Both sisters tell good jokes, so let's swipe more. Sable Biggie, all good points. Let's brush you guys up a few more before you go to bed. Shallow brushing. Immediately afterward, the live broadcast room saw another time of being violently ruled by Lin Feng's Carnival Storm. Wolverine Big Brother gave away Carnival X1 in Xiao Bai's live room. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X100 in Xiao Bai's live room. Wolverine Big Brother sends Carnival X1000 in Xiao Bai students' live room. 1,000 carnivals. Poison in the shallow swipes 1,000 carnivals and $3 million. Well, that's very Sable Big Brother. Milk Red Pink Head, any of you Big Brothers do the math. How much did Sable Big Brother just swipe in total? No one knows more about live broadcasting than I do. I did the math. Sable Big Brother swiped 100 carnivals the first time. Then another 100, 100, 200, and finally 1,000. For a total of 1,500 carnivals, which translates to $4.5 million. The poor man in my family is ugly and 5 feet 9 inches. I feel like I've drifted. And I've decided to buy the $5 a piece grilled sausages I've been craving for so long. The bald man will always shine. Brother is also involved in a few million big project people. Sable Big Brother brushed more than 4 million. I brushed more than 40, but also about the same well. This 1,000 carnivals that Lin Feng swiped helped by Cherry Ruo's live room heat to reach the #1 spot in all of Jane. And the number of people in the live room broke 1 million. By Cherry Ruo's original fans were less than 10,000, but now they had surpassed 500,000, and it was still growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. What's even more terrifying is Lin Feng's account. Currently the fans have easily broken through 1 million. According to the current growth rate, tomorrow morning when he gets up, the fans will be at least 2 million at the bottom. For a while the name of Sable Big Brother also made it onto the hot searches of all the major platforms, appearing in the pop-ups and comments of various live broadcasts. Lin Feng's jitterbug background also received countless private messages from female anchors. There were those who half-heartedly said that they admired Lin Feng's person and wanted to get acquainted with him. Some directly sent their contact information, saying that as long as Lin Feng had a word, the whole country could be parachuted in at any time. There were also those who sent sexy photos of themselves, saying that they were single and lonely and wanted Lin Feng's hand to warm her heart. Even, there are still men who send photos. However, all of this was unknown to Lin Feng, because Lin Feng directly exited the live room after swiping 1000 carnivals, muted his cell phone and threw it aside, and fell into a deep sleep. 8 o'clock the next day, Lin Feng was woken up by a knock on the door. Su Yushu's voice also came from outside the door. Get up. Work at 9 o'clock. Don't be late. Lin Feng's brain hadn't woken up yet, but his mouth replied uncontrollably. Ma, get up right away. Su Yushu outside the door didn't knock again after getting the reply and went straight to wash up. 10 minutes later, Su Yushu came back from washing up. She still didn't see Lin Feng push the door out. She had some doubts in her heart, so she went and knocked on the door again. Still not up? You're really going to be late if you don't get up. Up. I'll go ahead and get breakfast then. You should be washed up and ready to eat by the time I get back. Another 15 minutes passed. Su Yushu came back with buns and soy milk, but she still didn't see Lin Feng's figure. Is it still up? Su Yushu put her breakfast on top of the coffee table, then came to Lin Feng's door and knocked. This time there wasn't even a response. Lin Feng, are you up yet? Still inside the room? There was no response. Su Yushu was puzzled in her heart, then looked towards the restroom. Could it be that she has already gotten up and gone to wash up? So Su Yushu twisted the door handle of Lin Feng's room. Well, the door was unlocked. After pushing the door in, he only saw that Lin Feng was still sleeping deeply, and as if he had dreamed of something good. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Su Yushu, with a stern face, came to Lin Feng's bed and patted Lin Feng's thigh hard. Get up. The sun's on your ass. We're going to be late for work. Lin Feng opened his eyes slowly in a daze. Ha! I've just yelled at you twice, and you've agreed to get up each time. So why are you still asleep until now? Lin Feng's upper and lower eyelids were still fighting, and he said with a confused face, when did you call me? Su Yushu. Chapter 51, The System of Arching Fire. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He did feel like he slept through the night. Su Yushu had called himself? Didn't feel it at all. Su Yushu looked helpless. I've called you twice. The first time you said you'd get up right away. Then I went to wash up. The second time you said you'd get up right away. Then I went out to buy breakfast. I've bought all the buns back now. And you're telling me that I haven't called you? Lin Feng scratched his hair. This is really strange. Could it be me talking in my sleep? Su Yushu sent the clothes from the balcony to Lin Feng to the bedside. The clothes are dry. You get up quickly. I've already bought breakfast. Luckily this place is close to the company. Otherwise I have to be late. Lin Feng yawned, smoothly putting on his clothes and rubbing his eyes. First thing you do when you wake up every day. Sign in. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the system. Sign in. Give me something useful today. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing on successfully and obtaining a world-class PR firm Everything Reversed. The Everything Reversal Company, with tens of millions of sailors on the internet. It can single-handedly manipulate the wind direction of the network, invisibly push the waves, make a small matter big, and turn a big matter into a small matter. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth revealed a smile. This reward, it sounds like a good one. It just so happens that I'm going to make a move on Lu Shua's family, and this PR company just gives me a new plan. After his consciousness came out of the system, Lin Feng put on his clothes and then went to the sofa in the living room. Su Yushu was sitting on top of the sofa eating a bun. After Lin Feng walked over, he swept over the empty sofa that was close by and directly sat next to Su Yushu. Su Yushu glanced at Lin Feng and didn't say anything. Lin Feng ate the buns while observing Su Yushu. A few moments later, Lin Feng put down the bun in his hand, then stared tightly at Su Yushu. What are you looking at? You seem to have something on your face, Lin Feng said. Su Yushu opened the front camera of her cell phone and carefully observed it. She didn't find anything on her face. She looked at Lin Feng strangely. What's there? How come I don't see it? Lin Feng smiled. It's kind of nice. Su Yushu. I was just kidding. You do have something on your face. A bit haggard. You didn't have a good night's rest last night? Look at the faint dark circles under your eyes. Su Yushu whitened Lin Feng. It's not because of you. Last night you had to say that you're going to drill me under the quilt when I fall asleep, causing me to be scared for the night. I didn't fall asleep until almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng froze. He didn't think that his casual joke had made Su Yushu scared for a night. Is the image of yourself as a pervert that deep? Yushu, I feel that you might be a bit mistaken about me. How could I be that kind of person? You feel your conscience. Am I that kind of person? Su Yushu's big eyes quietly skimmed Lin Feng. Then while gnawing on a bun, she whispered, of course. What did you say? No, nothing. I didn't say anything. Su Yushu hurriedly denied it. Yushu, I dare to speak with my conscience. I, Lin Feng, am definitely not that kind of person. Even if you were to strip naked and lie in front of me, what I would do, other than taking off my clothes to keep you warm, I wouldn't do anything else. I'll touch my conscience and swear right now. Ow. Yushu, what are you pinching me for? Lin Feng rubbed his arm and looked at Su Yushu, who had her hands clasped in front of her chest, with an innocent expression. Su Yushu grimaced. What are you doing? Lin Feng's face didn't change. Wasn't that me speaking from my conscience? What are you pinching me for? You, if you want to feel your conscience, touch your own. What are you doing touching mine? Nasty. After yelling at Lin Feng with a red face, Su Yushu took the uneaten buns on the table and ran out. Yushu, what are you doing? I'm going to the office. You big bad boy. Ignoring you. Never talk to you again. Bang. The door to the apartment was closed, and Lin Feng deflated, then looked back with a grin on his face. Aha. A little bit worse than Lu Xin, but bigger than Lin Miao Miao. The two sisters, by Sakura Rua and by Sakura Ku, wouldn't have to participate in the judging contest at all, a path that the heavens had sealed off for the two of them from the start. As for the comparison with Sister Chio, as soon as this idea popped up, Lin Feng hurriedly nipped the seedling in the bud. No way. Sister Autumn can't. The genus is a bit of a floater. Even Sister Chio dared to think about it. What's the host afraid of? As long as you're bold. Female ghosts take maternity leave. Don't be a wimp. If you're like this, I'll be the first to despise you. Just as Lin Feng was killing this idea, the system unexpectedly came out arching fire. Ha! Dragons don't chant. Tigers don't whine. The little system is ridiculous and laughable. Is the host a coward? No way. You're just going to give up? TSK. The host I know is not that kind of person. Didn't you say that my little A cup was ridiculous? I don't think the host has much guts. TSK. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He really underestimated how much this little lowly system held a grudge. How long has it been since you called her tiny A cover ridiculously ridiculous? You still remember that? Since you're out arching fire in the system, I'm not going to be polite. Lin Feng thought of the joke that the two sisters, by Cherry Rua, had told during the live broadcast yesterday and decided to tell the system a joke as well. System, how about I tell you a joke? Ha, now you know how to please me? Let me tell you, girls are to be coaxed, not used to be angry. Go ahead. If it's good, then I won't be angry anymore. Then I'll start talking about it. One day in the future. System, you can already appear in the real world and have a real body. And you've already been included in my harem. Host, you are too shameless. This is not even a matter of 8. Even the method to let me enter the real world has not yet been found. And you are already thinking of collecting a harem. This system expresses its contempt for you. _ Just hold your tongue for a moment. That's a prerequisite. Okay, so go ahead and talk. I'm listening. Little by little time passes. You have a child. And one day a family of 3 is lying in bed. And you fall asleep. But your child suddenly wakes up hungry and looking for his mother. Immediately after that your child starts crawling around the bed trying to find his mommy. He first comes to his daddy, reaches up to his chest and touches it, then withdraws his hands and says, "It's daddy." After that he continued his search, and when he came to it he reached out and wiped it again, after which he cried. Sidebar, how are both dads? Woo. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 52, The Iceberg Melts. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the system froze for a few seconds before reacting and finally got anxious. However, Lin Feng had already exited the system space. It's another day of doing good without leaving a mark. Letting the system disturb him like that disrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. What were you thinking? Oh, come to think of it, it's Sister Autumn. At least for the time being, you can't have crooked thoughts about Sister Autumn. Su Yushu and Sister Chio have the same relationship as sisters. If Lin Feng is greedy and wants all of them, in the end there may only be one outcome. That is, none of them will get it. After thinking clearly, Lin Feng took the remaining buns one bite at a time and stuffed them all into his mouth, swallowing them with a mouthful of water. That's what I call a busy day. If you make Su Yushu angry, you'll have something to do for the rest of the day. This method is worth learning for all couples who have gotten a little bored with their date and don't know what to do. Make angry, then cajole all day. Isn't this day coming? After breakfast, Lin Feng left the apartment and went to the company. After arriving at the company, Lin Feng didn't go to his workplace first, but went to Zhang Lei's office on the 33rd floor. Zhang Lei was dealing with the company's documents and stood up directly after seeing Lin Feng come in. Lin Dong, you're here. Lin Feng nodded slightly. I came here for Lu Shua's matter. I'm going to make a move on Lu Shua recently. I came to let you know so that you can prepare as well. Zhang Lei nodded. Good. What is Lin Dong's plan? I've recently secured a world-class PR firm and my plan is. Lin Feng told the plan that popped into his head just now after he got the Everything Reversal company. This is just a plan for Lu Shua single person. To be able to expose him from the former fights that caused disability, and the rest of some of the lawlessness, to be able to make him socially dead and go in. Sincerity in supermarket. I can also arrange for people to dig his black material. Exposure. Affected sales. Your task is to wait for sincerity in supermarket out of the question to take advantage of the opportunity to acquire it. Zhang Lei nodded. Lin Dong has other preparations? Then the plan is even simpler. Chenghe Supermarket's hands and feet over the years are not clean at all. Casually investigated is a bunch of black materials. When its reputation hits rock bottom, I will step in and minimize the acquisition price. Then, I'll call the head of the Everything Reversal company over right now, and we'll discuss the specifics of the plan in detail. After saying that, Lin Feng called the head of the Everything Reversal company. Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon's voice sounded like a young woman, sounding similar to Autumn's style. After calling Xiaoyu, Lin Feng left Zhang Lei's office and returned to the office area of the secretarial department on the 32nd floor. After returning to her workstation, Su Yushu skimmed at Lin Feng, then grunted and moved to the other side. If it was an unusual person, they would probably fall into a cold war at this time and end up breaking up due to cold violence. But Lin Feng was different. He was shameless and directly slid next to Su Yushu in his chair. After all, Su Yushu angry Lin Feng to take full responsibility. Su Yushu hummed again. What are you doing? This is my workstation. You're disturbing my work. But I'm also working right now. Just now I met Sister Jiao before I came in and she assigned me something to do today. I had no choice but to come to you. Lin Feng plopped down on the backrest of the chair, his eyes very sincere. So go to work. What are you doing here with me? But Sister Jiao said that the work is to be done by two people together, and she specifically designated the two of us. I have no choice but to come to you. I know you're angry with me, but the work still needs to be done. Su Yushu turned around. What does Sister Jiao want us to do? How come I don't know? Lin Feng hemmed and hawed, then drew out the documents he had just shunted over from Zhang Lei's office. Sister Jiao asked us to investigate what we need to look for when we enter the supermarket and make a PowerPoint presentation to her. When Su Yushu saw the documents, her suspicions about Lin Feng gradually disappeared in her heart, but she was still angry about Lin Feng sneaking up on her and touching her conscience just now. Then give me the papers and I'll do it alone. But Sister Jiao gave this task to both of us. If Sister Jiao sees that you're the only one doing it and I'm touching the fish, she'll definitely think that I'm not working seriously and actively. So what if she dismisses me? Yushu, let's investigate together, okay? Su Yushu grunted again. Only this time, never again. Lin Feng was delighted in his heart, then cheerfully came over to Su Yushu's workstation to work together. Lin Feng was a good hand at coaxing girls, just by staying in one piece for a few minutes. Su Yushu laughed several times, and the anger in her heart gradually subsided. You can tell by the way the two are sitting. At first Su Yushu turned sideways in a direction away from Lin Feng. Then as the two of them exchanged words, Su Yushu began to sit upright and finally began to turn sideways towards Lin Feng. Just as the iceberg between Lin Feng and Su Yushu gradually melted and their feelings were reunited, Jiao suddenly walked over. Hello Sister Jiao. Good morning, Sister Jiao. Good morning, Sister Jiao. Employees greeted Jiao wherever she passed by. Jiao smiled and responded one by one, then walked to the front of Lin Feng and Su Yushu's two workstations. Lin Feng, come over here. I have something I want to ask you. Lin Feng winked at Jiao. Sister Jiao, I'm already doing the work I just explained to Yushu and I. Was looking for me for this? Jiao froze for a moment, then instantly understood the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Just now Lin Feng had done something in Jiao's name, which was meant to keep her from wearing out. Although Ajiao didn't look too bright in her head at individual times, she was still very reliable when it came to doing serious work for Lin Feng. Ajiao quickly responded. I'm not looking for you this time for that matter just now. The work I just explained to you. You don't have to be in too much of a hurry. And I'm not in a hurry. I'm looking for you for something else. Come out with me. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth flashed a smile. The ability to react quickly. It looks like we'll have to reward Ajiao later. Lin Feng touched Su Yushu's head. Su Yushu didn't resist in the slightest. It seemed that the anger because of the assault on his chest had subsided. I'm going out for a bit. Su Yushu was touched on the head, like a well-behaved little white rabbit. Well, I'll wait for you to come back. Lin Feng followed Ajiao inside her office, but only just entering the door, Ajiao immediately changed her face, from a high and cold female boss, to a soft female subordinate. Lin Dong, did I react quickly just now? Why don't you take some time and give me a lesson? Teach me about the company? Chapter 53, Exposing Lu Shuo. Lin Feng looked at Ajiao's expectant eyes and was a bit helpless. Alright then, let's give you another lesson. This time I'll introduce you to the company. Hey, thank you Lin Dong. Lin Dong is so nice. Stop giggling. Let's go. Find a conference room with no one in it. A good while later, Ajiao was full of rewards after listening to Lin Feng's lesson. She was still a bit reluctant to leave the class until it was over. Dong Lin, why don't you drag the hall? I still want to hear it. Lin Feng patted her little head. You're not done yet. You must have come to find me for something serious, right? Hurry up and talk about business. I'll reward you later when I have time. Ajiao deflated her mouth. I was so excited just now that I forgot about the main event. It was General Manager Zhang who asked me to come. He said that General Manager Chiu from the PR company has arrived and asked you to discuss specific matters. Lin Feng stroked his chin. He had just been delayed for almost 10 minutes. He couldn't leave for too long or Su Yushu would get suspicious. You go to Zhan Lei and say, in-depth investigation of Lu Shuo and Chang and supermarket have done what things? All of their black materials are dug out, and then collect enough evidence. In the online a little bit of exposure out. From time to time to add a little bit of fierce material. I won't go over. Let Zhan Lei and Chiu look at it. After giving Ajiao an explanation, Lin Feng returned to the office area and returned to Su Yushu's side. Lin Feng had just come back. Su Yushu came over to his side. What did Sister Jiao ask you for just now? Didn't I ride Sister Jiao's little electric donkey to dinner yesterday? Sister Jiao asked me why I didn't ride the little electric donkey back today. It was only then that Su Yushu remembered. We took a taxi back yesterday night, and the little electric donkey was still left at Sister Autumn's place. I told Sister Jiao, and she's not in a hurry, so there's no need to rush. Just go right over when you're free. Let's go inside Sister Autumn's store when we get off work today and ride the bike back, so we don't make Sister Jiao wait in a hurry. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, we'll go together after work. Afternoon. An article suddenly exploded on the internet. He was the top of his class with a promising future, but a violent act turned him into a disabled person confined to a wheelchair for life. The article was sent out by a well-known blogger who received an anonymous submission from a user. Inside the article is a detailed description of the experience of a bullied student. Sun, just for reminding his roommate not to make too much noise in the middle of the night. Xiao Sun was brutally beaten by his roommate inside the dormitory. The solid wood stool smashed into his leg. A kettle of boiling water was poured over his calves. He was finally taken to the hospital with comminuted fractures in both legs, severe burns, and will be confined to the top of a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Xiao Sun's grades are very good. Because of the college entrance examination occurred serious mistakes, lower than the usual level of at least 50 points, and the family does not allow him to repeat, so can only come to such a two-born. But Sun did not give up on himself, but studied hard every day, and was first in his class every time he took the final exam, and he wanted to go to graduate school to change his life now, but he didn't realize that just because of a reminder, something unimaginable to normal people had happened to him. Since then, Sun's mental condition has been less than stable, and he has even committed suicide many times, though he was found in time and saved. It was during Sun's most recent suicide attempt that he figured out why he could only free himself by dying when he was clearly the victim, but the aggressor got away with it. So Xiao Sun chose to contribute online. Not that he didn't want to call the police, only because his family had called the police when it first happened, but it didn't help at all. So he can only hope that the internet will do him justice and that the perpetrators will be duly punished. The article was followed by various injuries on Xiao Sun's body, as well as hospital certificates of injuries, and videos, audio recordings, and so on. About the negotiation at the back, The various pieces of evidence are very well documented and make you incredibly angry when you read them. This article, with a secret push, quickly reached the #1 spot on the hot searches of all the major platforms. The article ends with the name of the guy who did the beating and information about him. Yu Suk, the only son of Lu Ping, the controller of Qinghe Supermarket. Moment. The article took the internet by storm. Countless righteous netizens have joined this war without smoke. One person's voice may be of no value, but what if it's 10? What about 100? What about 10,000? What about 100,000? A million people? No one wants to meet someone like Yu Suk, and no one wants their children to go through the kind of experience that young Sun encountered. In order to prevent their children from turning into Shao Sun, in order to prevent their children from meeting Lu Shua, millions of netizens spontaneously forwarded comments to add heat to this matter. Although there is a push from the everything reversed PR firm behind this, the biggest credit for the hot search hanging on to the #1 spot is not to the PR firm, but to the netizens' anger. Terrible. Shocking to the eyes. I can't imagine that in the 21st century's Blue Star, the 21st century's China, and the 21st century's university campuses, there are still such things happening. Crushing both legs and being confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life are just a couple of understatements to us, but they define the rest of a child's life. How desperate is that child? A healthy child. A child who never complained about life and studied hard. Why did he meet such demons? Must be severely punished. I also have a child in college. If it's my child that this happens, I will not give up the one who did the violence even if I have to spell out this old life of mine. Don't care if he has money or not. If he wants to harm my child, the King of Heaven won't be able to do it. Punish severely and severely. It must be severely punished. Who knows what such a demon will do if he continues to get away with it. I was really especially saddened to see this news, because my daughter also went through a school bullying not long ago, and what my daughter went through was much lighter than this child, but still got depressed, enough to see how bad this thing really is. Is it possible to treat someone like a cutie without getting angry? I was once a bully, and I know, deep down, the helplessness in the face of that sort of thing, and I swear here that if that abuser doesn't get a severe punishment, I'll go and meet him myself. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. The schools don't act. The police don't act. Are the lives of rich people more valuable than ours? Do we deserve to die if we don't have money? It's all about two shoulders and one head. Who's nobler than the other? Who has more lives than the other? You think you can cover things up just because you have money? No way. If you're capable, you can break my legs too. At Huagua official at Nanjiang police at Qizhou police. All come out and take a look. Are we just going to let this kind of evil continue to get away with it? Qinghe Supermarket, right? From now on, this supermarket will be on my blacklist. I'll spit on it every time I see it. I'm in the same class as Lu Shua. I'll prove that what Shao Sun said is absolutely not a lie. And Lu Shua has done more evil than this one. He beat up people in school. Slagging girls is already a rotten thing. I've been beaten up before, and I know this kind of thing when I ask around. I can also testify. And now I'm not worried about being retaliated against. I'm reporting with my real name that Lu Shua has injured at least 10 or more people inside the school, and I have all the evidence here. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 54, Am I that kind of person? In just less than half a day, the Lu Shua incident has already caused a furor online. Read over 100 million. The topic has over 20 million participants. The number of retweets is even closer to 100 million. This initial effect had far exceeded the expectations of the Everything Reversal Company, and Autumn Moon's original plan had been to let this matter catch a small fire, and then gradually release the fierce material. I didn't realize the unexpected level of outrage from netizens over the matter. Lin Feng and Su Yushu went to Cheng Yanqiu's place first to ride Ajiao's little donkey back after they got off work at 5:30, after which Su Yushu went home and Lin Feng went back to the 33rd floor of the company. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Feng was sitting in the office with Zhang Lei, Qiu Yu, Lu Xian and Ajiao. Lin Dong. The heat of the article that broke out in the afternoon exceeded expectations. The effect is not generally good. And now Lu Shua and Qinghe Supermarket have been on the internet as a street rat, to the extent that everyone is shouting. It's time for step 2 of the plan. Lin Feng brushed a few mainstream apps. Until now, the topic of hashtag Lu Shua assault causing permanent disability is still hanging in the top 10 of the hot list. What's the second step of your plan? Continue to release the rest of Lu Shua's fierce information? Lin Feng looked at Autumn Moon. Xiu Yu was about 30 years old, with a voluptuous body, and the flavor of a young woman on her body was even stronger than Cheng Yanqiu. Cheng Yanqiu just reached the age of a young woman. But the experience and the things she has experienced are still far from being called a young woman. But autumn moon is the kind of feeling that is really flavorful. And it seems as if the knitted brows and smiles are taking in the hearts of the people. Lin Feng would like to call her Goblin Ben Demon. Akazuki pursed her lips, changed her stance on her stilted legs, and continued, yes, but not exactly. Just don't sell yourself short. What exactly is the plan? Tell us. Autumn Moon let out a light smile, then said, the rest of Lu Shua's black material should of course be exposed, but it's not in the form of words like this time. It's in a different form. Next, I'm going to find all the people that Lu Shua has ever beaten, hurt, and slagged to do an interview, especially the one that's the most serious, Xiao Sun, with Xiao Sun's interview as the main focus, and the rest of the interviews as the support, to come up with a big summary of all the things that Lu Shua has done. Counting all of you Suk's black material has taken the heat of this matter to another level. Not only that, I have let the company people contact dozens of marketing self-media, and various platforms of the Big V. Those people will be in a few days' time. Each account are released more than 5 videos. Those videos our company will also be behind the pusher, to ensure that the flow of the video is big enough. In 3 days it was guaranteed that the heat on this thing stayed high, at the same time as the exposure of Lu Shua's black information. Also notified the police. The evidence of Lu Shua hurt people as well as the sincerity in supermarket over the years, how to expand the scale of Lu Shua, uncle Lu Huaxiang, how to act as Lu Ping, father and son of the 2 fighters in the Qizhou local for the wrongdoing of all kinds of things to inform the police. Once upon a time, Lu Shua was able to get away with it, all because Lu Ping had bought off a portion of the police who were handling the case. Plus things didn't get too big at the time, so it was just a matter of getting away with it. But this time it was different. The matter has become a big deal, developed into an irreparable major accident, and Lin Dongyu Huarong Group's name has a lot more face than Lu Ping. According to the plan, in less than 3 days, Lu Shua will go in for intentional injury. Lu Ping will be arrested for bribery, illegal business operation and other charges as well. Lu Huaqiang is no exception. Intimidation, extortion, organizing triad gangs are charges he can't get away with. Xiao Yu is well organized, making the general flow of the plan as well as what would happen to Lu Shua's family in the end clear. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, not bad, just do as you say. Alright then, Lin Dong, I'll go and do it. Akazuki got up from her seat, then prepared to go to the 30th floor of the company, which had been temporarily set up as an office for the employees of Everything Reversal today. Xiao Yu just wanted to leave, but she was stopped by Lin Feng. Wait a minute. Xiao Yu turned back, his narrow eyes swirling around Lin Feng, curious about this sudden boss of his. What else is going on with Lin Dong? Did you contact those victims? Where are they now? The interview thing I think needs to happen soon. Autumn Moon smiled. Don't worry, Lin Dong. Those victims are already in the company now, and the people under me have already started preparing to give them interviews. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Already in the company? That's good. Let's go. Go take a look. Lin Dong, wait a minute. About this plan, I have something I need to report to you. Lin Dong, separately. Xiao Yu glanced at Lu Xin, Jiao, and Zhang Lei. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 55, Sun Qiheng. Lin Feng froze and waved his hand at the 3 Lu Xin. You guys go out first. After the 3 of them, Lu Xin left, only Lin Feng and Xiao Yu were left inside the large conference room. What do you want to tell me alone? Lin Feng's words had just fallen, and Xiao Yu unexpectedly directly came up. Autumn Moon forced Lin Feng into a kiss. Lin Feng was confused. What the hell is this? At least say hello beforehand. After the forced kiss, Akazuki looked as if nothing had happened. Looking at her, it was as if what had just happened hadn't happened at all. Lin Dong, let's go. Let's go take a look at the victims. Lin Feng scratched his head, somewhat helpless, and could only selectively forget about what had just happened. Have all those victims arrived? Autumn Moon smiled. It's arrived quite a bit, about 2/3 of the way there. Has that little son arrived yet? It's the one who was beaten by Lu Shua to the point of having both legs crushed and fractured. Arrived. Autumn Moon looked at her phone and continued. Right now. He just cooperated in recording the video accusing Lu Shua and is still on the 30th floor of the company. Take me over there. When leaving from inside the conference room, Autumn Moon walked ahead, reapplying her lipstick in a very bland manner. Lin Feng walked behind and wiped his face and neck full of lipstick with a tissue without changing his color. 30th floor of the Huarong Group. Lin Feng met the biggest victim of the Lu Shua incident, Xiao Sun. Little Sun is in a wheelchair, and now he is familiar with the maneuvering of the wheelchair. Except for some scenarios such as going up the stairs, downhill, etc. That cannot be operated by one person. He can control the wheelchair by himself. When the people from the Autumn Moon Company found Xiao Sun, hope reappeared inside Xiao Sun's eyes that hadn't rippled for close to a year. The people who victimized him are finally going to get what they deserve. Lin Feng walked to Xiao Sun's front, and Xiao Yu introduced Xiao Sun. This is Chairman Lin Feng of Huarong Group. The various acts of exposure against Lu Shua were done by Lin Dong. Xiao Sun was so emotional that he hurriedly sat up straight. Lin, Dong Lin, you are the benefactor of my son Shihan's life. He had no feeling in his legs and tried to get up but couldn't. Lin Feng hurriedly pressed him. There's no need to get excited. You're overstating things. In fact, I'm ashamed to say that I'm doing all this because I have a grudge against Lu Shua. So I'm doing this to get back at Lu Shua. In fact, to put it bluntly, I'm using you people. However, Xiao Sun shook his head. You can't say that, Lin Dong. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of the heart. No matter what your intentions are, you still helped me. Helped all the people who were hurt by Lu Shua. What's more, your intentions weren't bad, and people like Lu Shua should have been duly punished. You are my benefactor. In the future, this half of my life, Sun Shihan, will be yours, Lin Dong, and even though I'm almost considered an invalid now, as long as you have a use for me, I will definitely not have any second thoughts. Lin Feng didn't continue with this topic. Instead he looked at Sun Shihan's legs. Although he knew that talking about this was like revealing his scars, Lin Feng still wanted to ask if there was still a possibility of recovery. Is there any chance of your leg recovering? Don't worry about the money. Speaking of this, Sun Shihan's eyes dimmed for a moment. The doctor has said that it is no longer possible. The best case scenario is to regain a little bit of sentience in the future. But wanting to get out of the wheelchair is almost impossible. You recently go to the hospital to check again. Go to the best hospital. The money temporarily I pay. When these days after Lu Shua's matter is over, the money he should compensate you guys will not be less. And at that time they didn't compensate you guys, will be doubled to spit out. Thank you, Lin Dong, but after checking many times, it's all hopeless. But I'm content to see Lu Shua get his due punishment. Lin Feng looked at Sun Shihang and silently used poison milk in his heart. May Sun Shihang's leg get worse and worse in the future, not getting the slightest bit better, and be confined to the top of a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Lin Feng sighed silently after he finished poisonous milk. Lu Shua, even if he was punished, the people he had harmed could not go back to the old days. Just like a nail nailed on the wall, even if the nail was pulled out, the marks on the wall could only stay there forever. Just as Lin Feng suddenly left, Sun Shihang's cell phone suddenly rang, and when Sun Shihang looked at it, his face changed violently. Lin Feng noticed the change in Sun Shihang's face. What's wrong? Who's calling? Sun Shihang's lips trembled and he clenched his fists. Yes, it's Lu Shua. Lin Feng's face went cold. You answer it. Put it on speakerphone. Don't get excited. I'll handle something. Sun Shihang had just picked up the phone when Lu Shua's exasperated voice came from the other end of the line. How dare you with me? Ha? You're not afraid to die, are you? You've lost both your legs. Isn't that enough? I don't think you want your life anymore. I know where you live. If you know what's good for you, you should clarify on the internet. Do you think you'll have a good ending? There's only one end result, and that's you dying without a burial. Not talking? I know you're listening. You think you're going to stink me up just like that? That's naive and ridiculous. My power is beyond your imagination. If you lose your way now, it's not too late. Sun Shihan didn't say anything, and Lin Feng took the phone with a cold face. Lu Shua was really bold and had the nerve to call and threaten Sun Shihang. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 56 Video Interview. Lu Shua, you are the one who hasn't realized your situation yet. Still dare to call and threaten? Lin Feng said coldly. Lu Shua on the other end of the phone froze, hearing that the voice inside the opposite phone was not Sun Shihang, but another voice he was very familiar with. Lin Feng? Lin Feng? How did you get that kid's cell phone? Could it be that you're the one who planned this whole thing? No wonder. I'd say that kid doesn't have the guts. I haven't even gotten to you yet for what happened at the barbecue store that day, but you came out on your own. You've got some guts. You too. One of you won't have a good ending. You'd better think of yourself first. In a few days, you may not be able to call as freely as you do now. You wait. Waiting to die. You dare to touch the stone without weighing your own weight. I'll see how miserable you'll die in the end. After saying that, Lu Shua hung up the phone. Lin Feng returned the cell phone to Sun Shihang. You don't have to worry. He can't be arrogant for a few days. you can just directly pull him black. If he changes his number and gives you a call back, just hang up directly. You and the rest of the people in these days are staying in the hotel near the company. The money will be covered by the company. Sun Chihong nodded. Okay, I'll listen to your arrangements. Dong Lin. After looking at Sun Chihong, Lin Feng looked at the rest of the victims who had been beaten by Lu Shua. Some of them still had bandages on them. After reading it, Lin Feng asked Xiuyu to take a sum of money from Huarong Group to give some compensation to those victims first, and after Lu Shua was punished, he would then spit out all the money he should have spit out. Later that night, the heat of the Lu Shua incident has decreased somewhat, and it has fallen out of the top 10 of the hot searches on all major platforms, and the number of people discussing it is also decreasing. The internet is forgetful, and while some people may just have a momentary burst of righteousness, there is also a sizable and not so small portion of the population that continues to pay attention to the Lu Shua incident. 9 o'clock at night, a video was posted of an interview with Sun Chihong, the biggest victim of the incident. As the biggest victim in the Lu Shua incident, Sun Chihong has been in the spotlight of many people. Now about Sun Chihong's interview was sent out. The first time, hashtag Yushua incident victim interview hashtag hot search with a very short time again on the first hot search. In the video, Sun Chihong sat on top of a wheelchair, wearing a mask, hat, sunglasses, to cover himself tightly, and the video did not appear his real name, but only with the former pseudonym, Sun. Sun Chihong's voice has also been post-processed. These are the protection of Shao Sun, although immediately Lu Shua's family will be liquidated, but it is not guaranteed that there will be some omissions. In case of Shao Sun's retaliation, it will be more than worth it, so there's nothing wrong with insurance. Hello little son. What prompted you to pluck up the courage to expose Lu Shua's atrocities after being victimized for close to a year? The voice of the interviewer outside the screen came out. It's hate and resentment for myself. After I learned that I would never be able to stand on my legs again, I despaired, gave myself up, and tried to kill myself many times, but each time, for one reason or another, I was unsuccessful. After my last suicide, I was found by my family in time to get to the hospital and was saved in time, and after that time, I figured some things out. I noticed that your wrist is still wrapped in gauze right now. Is that because it's left over from your last suicide? Sun nodded. Yeah, I tried slitting my wrists that time. What have you figured out since that time? Why is it that I, who am clearly the victim, am bent on seeking death, but Lu Shua, who is the victimizer, is able to get away with it every day? I'm not willing. I know. I can't die. If I die, the sad ones in the world are the ones who care about me, and the happy ones happen to be the ones who hurt me like Lu Shua. Therefore, I must make Lu Shua pay the price he deserves. So you chose to pitch online and chose to use the power of the internet to help yourself, right? Yes, I actually tried many methods. I went to the police who were in charge of this case of Lu Shua and I at that time, but they couldn't do anything about it. There are some things that can't be changed by an ordinary police officer, so I could only resort to the power of the internet. Are you satisfied with the heat that's on the internet right now about this? Sun nodded, then shook his head. Satisfied, but not satisfied. How does that sound? What I'm satisfied with is that there are more and more people who know about this matter and what kind of person Lu Shua is. But what I'm not satisfied with is that Lu Shua hasn't been duly punished until now. Along with Shao Sun's interview, the rest of the people who were hurt by Yu Suk were sent out. There were more than 24 in all, and the videos caused an instant uproar online. Along with the incident, there was a spontaneous campaign by netizens to boycott Seiwa Supermarket. Dozens of branches of Changho Supermarket in Nanjiang province were sent wreaths, rotten eggs and banners wishing for early closure. There were also spontaneous marches in front of supermarkets. Resolute boycott of Makoto supermarkets. No little money for the bullies. Supermarkets run by bullies. Close down soon. If the Seiwa supermarket remains open in the future, every penny it earns may be the capital for their evil deeds. Don't talk about useless. I bought rotten eggs at my own expense. Throw them. A villa area in Shizhou. After Lu Ping read the information his assistant had compiled for him about the recent past, he was so angry that he almost turned his back. Go and call that retrograde son to me. Call him here. After the assistant called Lu Shua over, Lu Ping directly gave him a big mouth. Do you realize how much trouble you've caused? Now the supermarket's business has plummeted. Look at what you've done. Lu Ping threw the pile of information that his assistant had put together in Lu Shua's face. Dad, don't be angry. I know who did it. Just now I called that disability and surprisingly it was answered by someone who just had a conflict with me the day before yesterday. He organized the whole thing. He's the one behind the whole thing. I've already contacted my second uncle. If you dare to make a move against me, you should know the consequences, Lu Shua said viciously. Lu Ping frowned. You're saying that this is someone else's plan specifically targeting you, with a push behind the scenes? Not by chance? Yeah, it's a guy named Lin Feng. Don't mess around. Those who can organize such things are definitely not mundane. Don't do it lightly. Lu Shua agreed on his lips, but in his heart he snorted. A poor thing. What can he be capable of? Chapter 57 Lu Shua's Plan. There are more and more revelations about Lu Shua on the internet, and there are even media outlets listing Lu Shua's top 10 offenses. But the silence of some official media on the matter has drawn the ire of many netizens. In fact, the official media is not easy to respond is correct, because from Lu Shua things burst out to now, a total of less than a day's time. One day is enough time for a message to spread countless times in this age of the Big Bang, but it's still not quite enough for an official investigation. It is right for the official media to keep quiet without sufficient evidence, and it is only when the investigation is clear that the official media can put a lid on the matter. But some netizens will not care about this. They only see the official media in the face of such a serious incident even did not speak out, did not take action against Lu Shua, absolutely is harboring, absolutely is receiving benefits, absolutely is the officials and businessmen protect each other. So since the Lu Shua incident broke out, the comments in the comments sections of some official media have been filled with accusations. Why don't you arrest Lu Shua? Just because he's rich? Isn't everyone equal? It's really too dark. Officials and businessmen protect each other. The poor deserve to be bullied and can't even find a place to seek redress for their grievances. And now that things have gotten so big, aren't they going to come out and deal with it? I think they're all in cahoots with Lu Shua to make this go away and then deal with it coldly. The internet's memory is limited, and after this matter is not discussed, Lu Shua will still be the same rich kid while Xiao Sun will still only be in a wheelchair and depressed. The internet has no memory, but I do. And I'm hereby posting as proof that if this matter is not dealt with fairly, I'll be coming here to comment forever. In addition to the righteous netizens, there are countless marketing numbers began to report this matter. Lu Shua Online has completely and utterly turned into a street rat that everyone shouts at. Early that morning, Lu Shua and his second uncle, Lu Huaqiang, as well as the many punks under Lu Huaqiang's hand had gathered together. Lu Shua, are you sure you want to make a move? Your father has instructed me to be calm about everything in the near future. Second uncle, my dad is timid. Are you timid too? Don't you know what the internet is saying about me now? The only way to resolve all this matter is to first resolve the person who made this mess. Seeing that Lu Huaxian was still hesitating, Lu Shua once again added fuel to the fire. Second uncle, the business of the supermarket is getting worse and worse right now. If things continue to develop, the share of money that you deserve. Second uncle, will you still be able to be as imposing as you are now? You should have quite a few enemies by now, right? When those enemies of yours come to take revenge, and you have no money to give to your juniors below, do you want to see that kind of day come? Lu Shua's words caused Lu Huaxian to fall into deep thought. He got where he is today by working for Lu Ping. Lu Ping gives him money every month to support him and the group of juniors under his hand, and lets him go on errands when he can use them. If Chenghua Supermarket is really messed up, without money, the handful of juniors believe that they will absolutely go away. They are not any loyal brothers, just some who is good to follow the punks, to keep his current position, to make sure that he had money coming in every month in the future like before, and to make sure that the minions under his hand didn't run out of money. He had to let things die down on the internet now. You're right. If we want things to die down on the internet, we need to address the people who made this mess. Lu Shua's face showed joy. Second uncle, that's right. So you have to listen to me. Go inside that Lin Feng's house and tie up his parents. I don't believe that by that time, he'll still dare to go against me? Alright then, second uncle will listen to you today. I'll do whatever you want me to do. A cruel smile appeared on Lu Shua's face. Depart. Go to Lin Feng's house. About 1 o'clock in the evening, Lu Shua led a group of people to quietly sneak into the neighborhood where Lin Feng's former home was located, then followed the stairs and found Lin Feng's door. Is there anyone who can pick locks? Lu Shua shouted in a low voice to the crowd. I will. I used to be a pickpocket for a while. There was a small bald man in the crowd who made a furtive attempt to get a head start, and Lu Shua snapped and smacked him on top of his bald head. So loud you're afraid people won't know we're coming, aren't you? I was wrong. The little bald man panicked and admitted his mistake. We'll talk about it later if it doesn't work. How long does it take to pick a lock like this? Without sound? The little bald man searched for a while, then patted his chest and assured. Young master, Don't worry. At most 10 minutes. It can definitely be opened. Okay, hurry up and drive. Little Bald Head indeed did not brag. He was once upon a time a habitual thief. Said that at most 10 minutes. He got on and used more than 3 minutes to open the door of the room. Lu Shua had a smile on his face and patted Little Bald Head's shoulder. Good job. This time you take the first credit. After opening the door to the room, Lu Shua waved to the crowd and took the lead to walk into the house, still holding a machete in his hand. However, after some searching, Lu Shua's face was not good. Have you searched all over? Looked inside and out to make sure no one was there, and all the various appliances were off, as if the place hadn't been lived in for a few days. The machete in Lu Shua's hand swung violently towards the television set inside the room. Treadmill. Did you get the message in advance or did you move? Lu Shua's second uncle, Lu Huaqiang, opened his mouth. It should be a move. No one said anything about your plan to come to his house, right? We didn't know until the time of the move. So it's unlikely that someone leaked the information in advance. Lu Shua thought for a moment. Then, as if he thought of something, the corners of his mouth revealed another smile. Don't be afraid of pouncing. Come with me to another place. There may be other gains there. That night, Lin Feng was surprisingly refreshed and wasn't sleepy at all. Not sleepy, Lin Feng opened his cell phone and looked at the time. It was already the second day of the morning. The number of check-ins refreshes after 12. So let's see what goodies we'll get today. System, come out. I want to sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host signing success. Get a world-class security company, Lin's Security. This security company has 100 from the battlefield retired from the top of the special mercenaries. The strength of each mercenary is the world's top. The security company's headly bat is a single person to deal with the 30 handheld cold weapons king of the anti-killing of the war power. In addition to battle-hardened mercenaries, security companies have all sorts of talents, such as investigating things, assassinations, and so on. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Usually this kind of very useful rewards. The system gives me what I have to use lately. Like that PR company, now it gives me a security company. Could someone be trying to get at me? Chapter 58, Sister Cho's Kidnapping. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the system and asked the system, is there someone trying to disadvantage me recently? Is that why I was given such a security company? At least one that the host will be able to use in the near future. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Who is it that wants to make a move against me? I don't have many enemies right now. Other than Lu Shua, I can't think of the rest of them. It's come to this, and he still dares to make a move on me? What guts? Lin Feng sneered, then stopped caring. Since the system had given himself this security company, it definitely had its uses. And with the protagonist's aura in place, nothing would happen to him or her, so there was no need to worry at all. No longer thinking about the security company, Lin Feng opened Jitterbug and then was taken aback. 2 million followers? I remember when I swiped gifts for the White Cherry Raw Sisters that day I only had a few thousand followers, right? The speed of this increase in followers is a bit shocking, isn't it? 100,000 plus private messages? I'll be damned. Lin Feng blocked all private messages with a single click and then swiped the video. Suddenly Lin Feng realized that not only was there a lot of video about the Lu Shua incident today, but even the live broadcast had people talking about it. Lin Feng swiped several people who were live combing through the Lu Shua incident one after another. And some of them were still consulting various legal documents to discuss what would happen to Lu Shua if he was arrested. Lin Feng saw those people discussing hotly, so he added a fire to the fire, and rewarded all the live broadcasts, or videos, that were in the Jitterbug for Shao Sun. For the people Lu Shua had hurt with gifts, he didn't stop until he had spent all the remaining Jitter coins inside his account. After the last reward for Bai Cherry Ruo, Lin Feng still had more than 50 million Jittery coins left inside his account, which converted to RMB was more than 5 million. All of them were now swiped away by Lin Feng. After brushing, Lin Feng went to bed, but at 5 o'clock, Lin Feng was suddenly woken up by a ringing phone. It was Su Yushu calling. Lin Feng quickly picked up the phone. On the other side was Su Yushu's nervous voice. Lin Feng, something's wrong. Sister Cho and Brother Chang have been kidnapped. Lin Feng instantly sobered up, then sat up. Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly. Su Yushu on the other end of the phone relieved her nervousness for a moment, and then told what happened. Just now he had received an anonymous call, and the person inside the call said that he wanted Lin Feng to call back or Chang Yanqiu and Chang Yihe's lives would be lost. The anonymous caller hung up after saying this, and then immediately came in a text message with a picture of Chang Yanqiu and Chang Yihe both tied up with ropes. Su Yushu sent the photo to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the photo and narrowed his eyes. I kind of know why the system gave me a security company. So it's this thing. Su Yushu on the other end of the phone was very anxious. Lin Feng, what should we do now? Sister Chiao and the others won't be in trouble, right? What kind of person kidnapped them? Yushu, don't be in a hurry. The inside of the phone call just now was to let me call back, right? Yeah, that's what it said on the phone. And the phone hung up before I could ask. You give me that guy's phone number. Isn't he looking for me? Then I'll see what he wants. Su Yushu didn't hesitate and directly sent Lin Feng the number of the person who had just called. After receiving the number, Lin Feng immediately called back. Dodo. After ringing for a while, the phone was picked up. Who are you? I'm Lin Feng. What do you want from me? Ha 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 ha. A laugh came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. This voice? Is it you, Suk? Lu Shua kidnapped Sister Chiao and Ching? You, Suk? It's you? Did you do the kidnapping? Lin Feng, still remember my voice? I thought you'd forgotten it. Remember what I said yesterday when I called that cripple? Messing with me definitely doesn't end well. Lin Feng's face was cold. What the hell do you want? What do I want? If you don't want anything to happen to these two people in my hands, get that cripple, and all the people who claim to have suffered from my bullying, all cleared up. Now you only have to listen to me. If you don't listen, I can't guarantee that those juniors under my hand will do something to that woman. Ha 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 ha. You'll die a horrible death if you try anything. Are you threatening me now? I'm so scared right now. I can only take all my anger out on that woman. And don't worry, I won't forget about you for such a good thing. I'll record a video for you so you can enjoy it too. Lu Shuo's words were very arrogant, but Lin Feng couldn't provoke him right now. Don't mess around. I'll agree to your terms, but only if you make sure nothing happens to the two of you. If you mess around, you won't get what you want and I won't be satisfied. Will I? Lu Shua on the other end of the phone sneered. Of course I know this. Otherwise I would have forced myself on you a long time ago. Lin Feng, listen to me. I'll give you an hour. If I don't see a clarification for me on the internet within an hour, you'll wait to receive a video of that woman and me. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Good. But I need to make sure of one thing now. Sure about what? Make sure the two people you kidnapped are now intact. Record a video and send it to me. I want to see what they look like. Okay, you wait. Not long after hanging up, Lin Feng received a video. Inside the video, Chang Yanqiu and Chang Yiha were tied to a pillar with their backs to each other, and both of them were intact except for some dust on their pants legs, and they didn't look like they had been bullied. After watching the video, Lin Feng immediately contacted the head of his security company, Li Bad. Lin Dong, I'm the head of Lin's security company. My name is Li Bad. Your safety will be protected by me in the future. Lin Feng directly opened the door. I'm sending you a video now. Can you find the exact location from the background revealed inside the video? Theoretically it can be found with enough iconic background, but it takes enough time. Just need to find it locally in Shizhou. I've sent the video. See how long it takes. Things are very tense right now. Anything more than an hour and things are going to be difficult. Lin Dong, wait a moment. I'll take a look with my brothers. After about 10 minutes or so, Li Bad's voice finally came from the other end of the phone again. Lin Dong, if we lock the scope to the local Shizhou, then it's very good to check. Just now, after the initial locking, the scope has been narrowed down to 3 targets. Chapter 59, 1,000 pounds. Hearing Li Bad's reply, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Which 3 places? According to the video inside the picture, the environment is an abandoned factory. Shizhou local abandoned factories are not many, and from the video above, the time combined with the weather, light and other factors, that abandoned factory is located in the place of sunny days. Light is very sufficient. And Li Bad methodically combed through all the clues and finally targeted 3 abandoned factories. I've already sent my men to survey the area around those 3 factories, and I'm sure it won't take more than half an hour to get an answer. Lin Feng nodded, very satisfied with Li Bad's efficiency. Where are the addresses of those 3 factories? Find a place that's about as close as you can get to all 3. Take your men there first and wait, and when you receive word on exactly which factory it is, move straight in. Good. Dong Lin. About 5:40. Lin Feng and Li Bad as well as about dozens of people from the security company all rushed to a piece of rented accommodation nearby. This place was as close as the 3 factories. It would take at most 15 minutes to get to any of the factories from here. Li Bad answered a phone call. Then his eyes flinched as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Dong, the target is locked. It's that factory near Tianxiao Road. Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Depart. A group of dozens of people immediately got into the car and then drove towards their destination. In the car, Lin Feng received another call from Lu Shua. It's now 5:42. I gave you an hour. And now 40 minutes have passed. But I still haven't seen any clarification from you online. Are you playing me? I have just been communicating with Sun Shihong. Clarifying this matter is not something I can go online and casually say a few words that you are innocent and others will believe it. If Sun Shihong doesn't come forward with no proof, who will believe you are innocent? So it took me a lot of effort to finally convince Sun Shihong. I'm on my way to Sun Shihong now, and I've already mapped out what he should say in a moment. But the hour you've set may have to be exceeded slightly by a little while. But it's at this point, what's the difference of those 10 minutes? You shouldn't care, should you? Lu Shua on the other end of the phone sneered. If the time is short, I naturally won't care. But if you're deliberately stalling to fool me, then don't blame me for not being polite. I always value commitment in my work. Just wait. I'm almost at the place where Sun Shihong is. I believe that in less than half an hour, you'll be able to see the video that clarifies things for you. Well then, I'll be waiting. Inside an abandoned factory, Lu Shua hung up the phone, then threw the phone aside and came to the bound Cheng Yanxiu. I didn't expect this Lin Feng also care about you, for you can casually give up such a big plan. It seems that your relationship is not shallow. I'm really envious of him. The little beauty by his side that day was also his date, right? It's amazing that you can enjoy the happiness of having two stunning women all to yourself. But the one thing he should never have done was make a deal with me. Because I've never been honest, ha 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 ha. After he posts the clarification video, I'll have someone secretly push the envelope. And after that, you're mine. When the time comes, I'll send the video to Lin Feng, so he can see how his woman was bullied by me. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Yanxiu looked at Lu Shua with cold eyes, and in his heart, he had already made the intention to fight to the death rather than be insulted. At the same time the tall figure of Lin Feng surfaced in his mind. Lu Shua kidnapped himself to threaten Lin Feng? It was reasonable to say that he and Lin Feng had met a total of once. And listening to what Lu Shua had just said, the Lu Shua incident that had been sensationalized on the internet over the past 2 days was something that Lin Feng had made happen. But now, in order to save himself, Lin Feng could only whitewash Lu Shua again. Was he more important in his mind than his own machinations? Cheng Yanxiu's heart messed up. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Lu Shua looked at the time. It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. In April days, 6 o'clock was already dawn. Lu Shua, who was sitting in a chair, closed his eyes and rested his mind. Those of them hadn't slept all night. Cheng Yanxiu saw that several people around him were yawning, and some were even already all snoring, and looked at a dagger that wasn't too far away from him. Taking advantage of the lack of attention from the people around him, Cheng Yanxiu's right foot slowly moved towards the dagger. Because the rope was tied rather tightly, Cheng Yanxiu moved with great difficulty and finally felt that he had reached his limit. But his right foot was still a few centimeters away from the dagger. It was this short few centimeters, but to Cheng Yanxiu at this moment, it was like tens of thousands of miles away. Cheng Yanxiu's arms as well as his chest were aching from the rope, but it was always still a little short. Cheng Yanxiu was afraid that keeping his movements would be noticed by the people around him, so he had no choice but to temporarily retract his right foot. Immediately after that, she touched Chang Yihe, who was tied up with her back, and then pointed to the dagger over there with her foot, but Chang Yihe was tied up even more tightly than she was, and couldn't move the slightest bit at all. Cheng Yanxiu took a deep breath. It was still up to her. She struggled to move her body up and down, to get the rope that had been over her bosom down a little, which would make it a little looser. After making all the preparations, Cheng Yanxiu carefully looked around to make sure no one was paying attention. She quickly stretched out her right foot, and this time, she touched the dagger. But, the dagger had made a noise. Cauldron. The dagger collided with the ground and a crisp sound came out, immediately waking up the people resting next to them. Lu Shua also violently opened his eyes, and Cheng Yanxiu hadn't had the time to retract her right foot, and she was instantly cold in her heart. Want to run? Why do you think you're doing this? I was going to wait until Lin Feng clarified things for me before I moved you, but if you don't listen to yourself, then don't blame me for moving ahead. You can't move now that you're tied up, can you? Let me taste what you're like first. Lu Shua had a lewd smile on his face as he rubbed his hands together and moved a little closer to Cheng Yanxiu. Lu Shua stretched out his hand and uncovered the tape on Cheng Yanxiu's mouth. His eyes filled with strong possessiveness. If you don't want to suffer, be good, or else, I won't be the one to do it. Just in the nick of time, Lu Shua reached out to touch towards Cheng Yanxiu's body when a cold light flashed in front of Lu Shua's eyes. By the time Lu Shua reacted, his hand had already fallen to the ground, and with it, came a drilling pain. Chapter 60, Capture Alive. Ah! A heartbreaking roar spread throughout the abandoned factory. Cheng Yanqiu's eyes stared blankly. Just now in the nick of time, a cold light flashed in front of her eyes, followed by the next moment, Lu Shua's hand disappeared in front of her eyes. It should be half a hand, to be precise. Cheng Yanqiu was startled, and then he only saw the people around him acting like enemies. These people are some small punks, bullying soft goods. Usually bully ordinary people, okay? However, seen this situation, after Lu Shua's hand was cut off by a flying knife, more than half of the punks directly squatted on the ground in fear, and the rest that were still standing were also shivering, and some of their pants were even wet. As the boss, Lu Huaxiang still had some guts. He came to Lu Shua's front and looked at the broken arm that was continuously bubbling with blood. His heart was cold. They're in big trouble. Quickly, surround these two. They must have come to save these two. As long as we have these two in our hands, we won't have. However, before Lu Huaxiang could finish his words, another knife flew over without warning, slashing across his neck, after which his face was devoid of any expression, and his neck flowed down with a splash of blood as he collapsed on the ground. Ah! The people inside the factory were like birds of prey, instantly fleeing in all directions. If Lu Shua's broken arm just now had only initially destroyed their psychological defenses, then Lu Huaxiang's fall had completely broken them. Now you know to run? Can you run? Lin Feng's voice came out, and it seemed like a certain place in Cheng Yanqiu's heart was touched. The hero saves the day routine is lame, but it does work. Anyone who is in despair would have thought of having one of his or her true men or women fall from the sky and save him or her from the fire. Right? Cheng Yanqiu was naturally no exception, but she thought a little more. Lin Feng was Su Yushu's boyfriend, and although Su Yushu hadn't admitted it on her lips yet, the intimate gestures between the two had proved everything. She can't. Just as Cheng Yanqiu was torn in his mind, Lin Feng had already waved his hand for the people from the security company to make their move. Try to take them alive, but if you get one that's too screwed up to kill, it'll be treated as self-defense anyway. Don't worry, Lin Dong. While the rest of the people were arresting Lu Huaxiang's minions, Lin Feng idly walked to the place where Cheng Yanqiu as well as Cheng Yihe were tied up. The place that had just been a bit crowded also seemed much emptier as the many minions fell from their trees. In the middle, besides Cheng Yanqiu and Cheng Yihe, who were tied up, there was also a paralyzed Lu Shua, whose arm was bleeding profusely. Lin Feng came to the side of the pillar and untied the rope, releasing Cheng Yanqiu and the two of them. Sister Qiu, Brother Cheng, are you alright? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Cheng Yanqiu let out a long breath. We're fine, Lin Feng. It's fortunate that there's you. If it wasn't for you, we don't know what we would have gone through. I would have been ready to commit suicide. Lin Feng sighed. It's me who should be apologizing to you guys. They came at me. If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't have kidnapped you. Don't say that. That day inside the barbecue restaurant, I also offended him. Their revenge is inevitable. Cheng Yihe, who had always been a man of few words, rarely opened his mouth. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Brother Cheng, this is the first time I've heard you say a complete sentence. Cheng Yihe sighed. I figured out a lot of things through this. Maybe it's also a blessing due to the disaster. I don't want to live in that kind of decadent days from before. Lin Feng, I want to ask you something. Lin Feng froze. Ask me what? Those people, what do they do? Can I become like them? I'm not bad with my hands. Cheng Yihe pointed at the people from the security company next to him, his eyes bubbling with light, completely different from before. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and before he could reply, he suddenly heard a shout from Cheng Yanqiu. Lin Feng, be careful. Get out of the way. Cheng Yanqiu violently pushed Lin Feng away, and only then did Lin Feng realize that Lu Shua, who was lying on the ground just now, didn't know when he touched a dagger and violently stabbed it towards Lu Shua. Lin Feng's reflexes were now several times that of an ordinary person, and the moment he saw Lu Shua he did a flying kick, kicking Lu Shua off and then wrapping his arm around Cheng Yanqiu. Lin Feng's timely reaction allowed the dagger in Lu Shua's hand to also narrowly brush past Cheng Yanqiu's clothes. Just a cut on his shirt. Nothing happened to the man. Cheng Yanqiu froze and just froze in Lin Feng's arms. At this moment, she felt that there was no remaining thing in the world that was warmer than inside Lin Feng's embrace. After a while, Lin Feng took the initiative to loosen his arm around Cheng Yanqiu's waist, and only then did Cheng Yanqiu react and let go of Lin Feng with both hands. With a feeling of fondness in her heart, Cheng Yanqiu turned around, his face slightly flushed, and that heart that hadn't been beating for 7 or 8 years was beating exceptionally frequently and violently today. After both of them let go, they both tacitly didn't say anything. Cheng Yanqiu faced the wall, while Lin Feng beckoned to Li Bad. pointing to Lu Shua who had just been kicked off. You help him stop the blood, and then knock him out, and hand him over to the police in a while. He can't die right now. He needs to give an explanation to the many public opinions on the internet. Libad pulled out a medical kit youth version from inside his own pocket, a few gauze and a bag of salt. Let's disinfect your wounds first. After saying that, Libad sprinkled salt on Lu Shua's wound. Lu Shua almost directly fainted from the pain. The pain brought by directly sterilizing with salt without anesthesia can be imagined. However, this is what Lu Shua deserves. I'm sure that when Xiao Sun's legs were smashed by Lu Shua, the pain wouldn't be much lighter than this, right? I believe that when Xiao Sun was doused with scalding hot water, his pain was only a little more than Lu Shua's right now, right? I believe that when Yusuk hurt others, he never thought that he would have this day, right? When he finished disinfecting Lu Shua's wounds with the salt bar, he didn't need to be knocked out by Libad. Lu Shua had already fainted from the pain on his own. The rest of the minions were also captured by the security company's men and tied up with ropes. Lin Dong, all the people have been recaptured. How will they be handled? Lin Feng scanned the crowd on the ground and did some calculations in his mind. The various information and evidence had been provided to the police for almost a day. And now that Lu Shua had been handed over, the time was almost up. Contact the police and hand all these people over to the police. Lu Shua's charge has one more item on top of it: kidnapping. Li Bad led Lu Shua and the others out of the factory. Lin Feng and Chen Yanxiu both looked at each other. Let's leave here first. I know you guys have a lot of questions. We'll talk about it in the car later. Chapter 61, Sent to the Police Station. Car. The two siblings, Lin Feng and Chen Yanxiu, sat together. If you guys have anything you want to ask or say, you can say it now, Lin Feng said as he looked at the two. Chang Yihe was the first to speak. What I just said was interrupted by that man's sudden attack. Who are those people who do your bidding? Is it okay if I want to join those people? I have confidence in my hands. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Brother Chang, those people are from within a security company. Those people are mercenaries who retired from the real battlefield above, now engaged in some specific tasks, and in some cases there is the possibility of doing something dangerous. I don't recommend you to join. Lin Feng, these people just called you Lin Dong. That security company you mentioned. Are you the owner? Chang Yihe asked with his eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, but whether I can join or not, I don't make the decision. Let's put this matter down for now and wait until all the recent matters have been dealt with before we talk about it. Is that okay? Chang Yihe nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Immediately after, Chen Yanxiu also spoke quickly. Lin Feng, what exactly do you do? You're definitely not just an ordinary employee of a company, right? An ordinary employee definitely couldn't do everything you're doing right now. Lin Feng paused, then decided to come clean. It wasn't a good thing to hide it now at a time like this. Sister Chiu, Brother Chang, I'll be frank with you. In fact, I'm not an employee of Huarong Group, but the chairman of Huarong Group. And apart from Huarong Group, there are still a few remaining companies under my hand. The recent uproar about Lu Shua was also planned by me in order to make Lu Shua lose his reputation and pay for all the things he's done. Although Chen Yanxiu had been prepared in his mind, he was still shocked after actually hearing Lin Feng's words and opened his mouth wide, unable to calm down for a long time. After a long time, the shock in Chen Yanxiu's heart eased slightly, and he opened his mouth and asked, "Then what is the purpose of your doing this?" "I'm doing it for Yushu." Then Lin Feng informed Chen Yanxiu of his thoughts one by one. If Lin Feng approached Su Yushu as the chairman of Huarong Group in the beginning, maybe Su Yushu would have pressure when facing herself. But if he approached as a colleague, it would be much easier for the two to get along with each other. And it had been a long time since Lin Feng had experienced the feeling of a normal relationship. When he went to college, although Lin Feng also had a few relationships, but every one of them was greedy for his good looks and was all over the place, either female boxing fighters or gold digging. So by the time he got there, Lin Feng simply didn't look for it. Su Yushu was different from all the girls Lin Feng had met before. She was perfect in both appearance and character. So Lin Feng wanted to have a serious relationship like this, and that feeling could only be found from Su Yushu at the moment. Lin Feng loved this feeling. Chen Yanxiu was silent for a moment after hearing this. Lin Feng, if Yushu learns about your true identity in the future, she'll most likely just leave you without saying a word. I know Yushu's character. What will you do at that time? Chang Yanxiu's words were also Lin Feng's worries. Only Lin Feng didn't want to think about the bad consequences. I'm also currently trying to figure out whether to tell her a little bit or just tell her the whole thing. From what I know about Yushu, either way, she'll be angry. She's resistant to people lying to her. Chun Yanqiu said. We'll talk about this kind of thing later. At least for now it's good. I'm sure I'll figure out a way to fix it. Lin Feng didn't want to continue talking about this topic. Chun Yanqiu saw that Lin Feng didn't want to continue, so he also stopped talking, and the three of them fell into a small period of silence. Finally the car drove into the police station. Lin Feng handed Lu Shua and the punks all over to the police, and informed the police about Lu Shua's kidnapping one by one. Things were resolved smoothly. Lu Shua's injuries and Lu Huaqiang's death were attributed to self-defense when he finally saved the day. With Lin Feng's status as chairman of Huarong Group and the perfect aftermath done by the security company, things went very smoothly, and the police had assured Lin Feng that they would arrest Lu Ping and his gang in a while, and that the official announcement would come out before this evening. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. The matter regarding Lu Shua had finally come to a successful conclusion. After coming out of the police station, Lin Feng had someone send Chun Yanqiu back. Chang Yihe didn't go back. He made up his mind to join the security company. Lin Feng asked Li Bat to take him to test if it was enough to join the company. After settling everything, Lin Feng laid down in the car and rubbed his temples, after which he pulled out his cell phone. The cell phone was kept off just now so as not to interfere with the action. Just after turning on the computer, there were dozens of missed calls and a whole bunch of text messages coming in, the source of which were all from Su Yushu. Lin Feng looked at the contents of the text messages, almost all of which were from almost an hour. Su Yushu eagerly asked what happened to the kidnapping. Did Lin Feng call the police? Do you need to call the police yourself? Lin Feng's cell phone has been turned off. Something's wrong, isn't it? Who the hell kidnapped both of Autumn's sisters? Yushu should still be in a hurry now, right? It's time to hurry up and call him back. But before I call him back, I need to think of a way to say something that can justify myself. A few moments later, Lin Feng thought of a reasonable argument and called back Su Yushu's number. Lin Feng when dialed back, Su Yushu instantly picked up, obviously always keeping next to the phone. Lin Feng, you finally answered the phone. Who the hell kidnapped Sister Chiu? It's Lu Shua. It's the guy we met at the barbecue restaurant that day, because he knew that I was the one who got Xiao Sun to expose him on the internet. So he kidnapped Sister Chiu and Brother Cheng to threaten me. The amount of information in Lin Feng's words was a bit too much, and Su Yushu didn't react for a while. After freezing for a moment, Su Yushu anxiously inquired, then how are Sister Chiu and the others now? Did you call the police? I called the police. Now Sister Chiu and Brother Cheng have been rescued, and Lu Shua has been arrested by the police. You don't have to worry anymore. Sister Chiu and Brother Cheng are fine, and are now safely home. Hearing this, Su Yushu let out a sigh of relief, and the stone hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. It's good to be okay. It's good to be okay. I'm coming to you now. I'll tell you the details later. Okay, let's meet at the office then. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 62 Distracted Sister Chiu. After Lin Feng hung up the phone, he simply packed up and set off to Huarong Group. The other side, Cheng Yanqiu soulfully returned to the barbecue restaurant, did not open the door, but went back to the room inside, lost in thought and sat on the stool without saying a word. She sat for a long time. 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed from his eyes. Cheng Yanqiu Cheng Yanqiu, tell me you didn't move your heart early. You didn't move your heart late, but now you've moved your heart, and the object of your heart is still. Ugh. Cheng Yanqiu let out a long sigh. If he hadn't arrived in time today, then I'm afraid I would have. Just as Cheng Yanqiu's mind was wandering, a phone call interrupted her thoughts. Cheng Yanqiu looked at his cell phone. It was Su Yushu calling. Su Yushu knew about Cheng Yanqiu having gone back safely from her conversation with Lin Feng just now, so she hurriedly dialed Cheng Yanqiu after hanging up Lin Feng's phone. Cheng Yanqiu looked at Su Yushu's phone number, and Lin Feng's tall figure popped up in his mind again. She hurriedly shook her head, wanting to get rid of the figure that shouldn't have appeared in her mind, but the more she tried to forget, it was Lin Feng's figure that kept lingering in her mind. Cheng Yanqiu came to the side of the faucet and cupped a handful of cold water and washed his face, which finally calmed him down. Answering Su Yushu's call, Cheng Yanqiu's face calmed down a lot. Hey, Yushu. I'm fine. Sister Autumn, it's good that you're okay. I was almost scared to death when I got a call from the kidnappers in the morning. I'm fine. Thanks to Lin Feng. He saved me. Lin Feng told me that he called the police in time and then found that abandoned factory. And in the end, the police rushed in and saved you guys. And he also said that the person who kidnapped you was the one who burst in inside the barbecue restaurant that day. Cheng Yanqiu was slightly stunned. Lin Feng had changed something when he was talking to Su Yushu, changing the Lin Feng henchman who had originally saved the lives of the people to police officers. Chang Yanxiu unconsciously also hit for Lin Feng. Yeah, it was the police who saved us. That Lu Shua has been taken away by the police. It's good that you're okay, Sister Autumn. I'll go to the company to take a leave of absence in a while. Then I'll come over with Lin Feng to see you. Chang Yanxiu's face changed, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words were all blocked in his throat, and ultimately did not come out. Well, then, why don't you guys come over then? Chang Yanxiu had wanted to say that she didn't need to come over, because she was afraid that she would see Lin Feng again and her mind would wander again, and that it was impossible for him and Lin Feng to be together because Lin Feng was Su Yushu's, and she couldn't snatch it, and she surely couldn't snatch it away. But the words of refusal were always like fish bones, choking in the throat, never coming out. The words that came out of the inside of his mouth became agreement. After hanging up the phone, Chang Yanxiu slapped herself as if she was hitting the self that had just agreed to let Lin Feng come over. See him one last time and tomorrow I'll buy a ticket. Go out of town and never come back and never see him again. After Lin Feng and Su Yushu met at the company, the two of them took a vacation together and then went to Shaocheng barbecue together. Road. Lin Feng confessed to Su Yushu that the person behind the online exposure of Lu Shua was himself, but the process was changed by Lin Feng. Lu Shua's version of what he said to Su Yushu, since that day when he met Lu Shua inside the barbecue restaurant, Lin Feng had inquired from his former classmates about all the incidents that Lu Shua had done that were outrageous to the gods. So a plan was gradually taking shape in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng finds Xiao Sun, who Lu Shua has hurt the most, and convinces to ensure Xiao Sun's safety, so that he can bravely come forward to expose all of Lu Shua's evil deeds. Afterwards, the heat of the matter far exceeded Lin Feng's and also Xiao Sun's expectations, so the two of them struck while the iron was hot, and contacted the rest of the victims, and together they made their voices heard on the internet. After Lu Shua knew that Lin Feng was the person behind the incident, he kidnapped the two Chiu sisters to threaten Lin Feng. After knowing that Sister Chiu had been kidnapped, Lin Feng ostensibly agreed to Lu Shua's conditions and then bought time, giving the police enough opportunity to free the hostages. After more than an hour, the police managed to find the abandoned factory that kidnapped the two Autumn sisters, and then captured Lu Shua alive. And apart from a person who fought to the death and was killed on the spot, the rest of the people involved in the kidnapping were also all arrested. Su Yushu firmly grasped Lin Feng's hand when she heard the nervousness during Lin Feng's narration, and after hearing that Sister Chiu had been rescued in time, she also followed and gave a sigh of relief. Lin Feng's narration was highly credible, so Su Yushu didn't doubt the truth. Luckily the police arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Sister Chiu must have been terrified. Su Yushu sighed. The two of them arrived at Shaocheng barbecue in the time it took them to talk. The door of the barbecue store was closed, but Su Yushu didn't bother knocking on the door. Instead, she directly swept through the door to a small door at the back of the store. This is the back door. Go in is where Sister Autumn usually rests. In the past when business was good and it was too busy to go back at night, Sister Autumn rested here. Su Yushu was very familiar with the barbecue restaurant, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was half of his own home. Dum 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 dum. Su Yushu knocked on the door. Sister Autumn, it's us. A moment. Cheng Yanxiu opened the back door. His eyes darted over Lin Feng. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was a subconscious reaction that couldn't fool anyone. But this hint of joy was quickly concealed by Cheng Yanxiu. Yushu, you're here. Come in. My place is small. Don't mind. What are you talking about? Sister Autumn, how many times have I been here? It's not like I'm an outsider. After Lin Feng and Su Yushu came in through the back door, Cheng Yanxiu moved stools for the two. After the three of them sat for a while, Cheng Yanxiu always felt like she was easily distracted. And she was also a bit distracted by what Su Yushu was saying, her eyes glancing towards Lin Feng's direction from time to time. Gradually, Su Yushu also noticed that Cheng Yanxiu was out of sorts. Sister Autumn, what's wrong with you? Are you scared by today's events and still haven't slowed down? Why don't you go to the hospital? In case something happens it will be troublesome. No, it's fine. I just haven't eaten since morning. I'm a bit hungry. You guys haven't eaten either, right? It just so happens that it's almost dinner time too. Let's have a meal together. Cheng Yanxiu hurriedly got up and walked into the kitchen as if he had fled. Although Su Yushu was a bit strange about Cheng Yanxiu's appearance, but having just experienced being kidnapped, it was still understandable that her emotions were a bit unstable, so she didn't ask much. Sister Autumn, let me help you with your hands. No, I'll just get it myself. You guys just sit there and wait. Cheng Yanxiu, who was standing inside the kitchen, looked at Su Yushu and then at Lin Feng, and the idea of going to the field in his heart became even stronger. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 63. Can you post it again? That afternoon, officials who have not spoken out since the Lu Shua incident erupted are not sounding the alarm. The official media directly issued 3 announcements in a row, which will nearly 2 days of boiling Lu Shua incident to a successful conclusion. First announcement. For the recent network above the spread of rumors about Lu Shua, all kinds of rumors, the public security organs after receiving the report is very important. The same day will launch a police investigation into the truth of the matter. After a detailed investigation and forensics confirmed that the rumors are true, and before the police arrest Lu Shua on the exposure to the relatives of the kidnapping, and now the suspects have been arrested. The suspects Lu guilty of kidnapping, intentional injury, bribery, falsification of academic qualifications, and so on, many charges, lost rape and many other crimes. The case waiting for the court for further proceedings. Bulletin 2. Police in the investigation of the Lu Shua incident. Following the trail, the investigation to the suspect's father Lu Moping's Chang and supermarkets. There is illegal competition. Lu Moping. There is an illegal organization of triad gangs, intentional injury and other crimes. Lu Moping has been arrested according to the law. The case is under further investigation. Bulletin 3. Suspect Lu Moping's younger brother Lu Moxiang organized triad gangs, suspected of repeated extortion, blackmail, intimidation activities more by Lu Moping instructions, Lu Moxiang implementation. A total of 16 core members of the gang, 87 peripheral members. Lu Moxiang resistance to arrest in the kidnapping case died, and the rest of the gang members were all arrested in accordance with the law. The case is under further investigation. Once the 3 announcements were sent out, the rest of the media retweeted them, and in just less than half an hour's time, they reached the #1 spot on the hot search list of various platforms. The comments underneath the announcement also changed from the mocking abuse of the previous 2 days, and all of them turned into praise. I knew it. The officials won't just sit back and let this kind of nasty thing go unchecked. Who was it who said 2 days ago that there was collusion between business and the government? I was the first to say no. I said it at the time, only no one believed it. Now you believe it, don't you? All of them have been arrested. This kind of person should be arrested. It's time for the whole network to troll, not thinking about how to make up for their faults, but even dare to kidnap and threaten. This kind of person should be shot directly. If he is released to go later, he is still a scourge. It's true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. It's not a family that doesn't enter a family. There's not a single good thing in the family. Shoot them all. Shoot them on the spot. Interrogating them is all a waste of police resources, waste of air to live, waste of land to die. I strongly suggest launching all these people into outer space. The blue planet doesn't take hot chicks. Always trust the official just right. 2 days ago the official media did not respond because the case is still under investigation. Cannot easily jump to conclusions? The result is that a bunch of people ran to the comments below to say that the official collusion. Really ignorant. Relief. Relief. This kind of person is caught. Into the prison will have their own good suffering. The prisoners inside the prison backdoor is quite a lot of awe. Ha 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 ha. With the release of the official announcement, the fermentation on the internet about the Lu Shua incident has finally come to an end. After Lu Shua's family went in, Chenghua supermarket also closed all the doors. Zhang Lei took the opportunity to use the extremely low price of Chenghua supermarket all acquired over. Chenghua supermarket has since changed its name to Jiahe supermarket and is under the umbrella of Huarong Group. That night, Lin Feng and Su Yushu came out of Cheng Yanxiu's barbecue restaurant. Cheng Yanxiu said that from tomorrow onwards, he will leave Qizhou and go to another city to live for a period of time, and it is not certain whether this period of time will be long or short. It could be months, it could be years, it could even be, possibly, a lifetime. The reason Cheng Yanxiu gave was because the kidnapping had left a deep psychological shadow on her, so she wanted to live in a different environment. Although Su Yushu couldn't let go of Cheng Yanxiu, she still respected Cheng Yanxiu's idea. After Lin Feng and Su Yushu went out, the two of them didn't notice that Cheng Yanxiu had been watching the two of them through the doorway. Yushu, I can't let you go either, but if I continue to stay here, I really can't help but think about him, and I don't dare to confirm what will happen, so the only way to avoid a tragedy is for me to leave. After Lin Feng left Cheng Yanxiu's house, he first sent Su Yushu back to his apartment and then went back to Maple Forest Landscape. After returning home, Lin Feng received a text message. I'm leaving tomorrow. Can you come alone to see me off? Don't tell Yushu, okay? I'll wait for you at the train station at 8:30 a.m. Just leave me 2 minutes. Lin Feng silently deleted the message after reading this text message. He hadn't understood why Cheng Yanxiu had suddenly left when he was at the barbecue store. But now, combining this text message with all the strange behavior she had been displaying since he had saved her from Lu Shua, Lin Feng understood. Lin Feng respected every person's choice. Since Cheng Yanxiu had chosen to leave, Lin Feng wouldn't say anything else. It seems that I have to make a trip tomorrow. It's just as well to leave her a little bit of money, but also to arrange for a few brothers from the security company to go for covert protection. Although I can't change her choices, but I'll protect her covertly, so I should be able to do it, right? Suddenly, Lin Feng realized something and his face became ugly. Did the text message just say the time above? Delete early. Lin Feng covered his face and thought for a long time, but he still didn't remember the time agreed upon above the text message just now. When he read the text message just now, Lin Feng didn't care about the time thing at all. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and dialed Cheng Yanxiu's number. The first time Cheng Yanxiu didn't answer. The second time, it didn't pick up either. In the end, Lin Feng had no choice but to send a text message. Can you post the time again? I just read and deleted it a little too quickly and forgot to look at the time. Cheng Yanxiu inside the barbecue store looked at the text message on top of her cell phone, and the redness on her face gradually disappeared. This man, really, how can anyone like him? How stupid would it be to like him? Okay, I admit I'm stupid. I can't believe I deleted it before I read all the time. This kind of thing is all very shy and makes me post it again. Really? Cheng Yanxiu was furious for a long time, but in the end, she sent the text message again, and then climbed into bed, burying her face inside the quilt, no longer looking at her phone. Inside Lin Feng's villa, Lin Feng didn't delete the text message this time after confirming that the time was 8:30 a.m. Although he had a good memory now, just in case, what if he got up tomorrow morning and forgot again? Inside Lin's security company, Shang Yiha was brought to a room by Li Bad. Inside the room there were all kinds of instruments and equipment. This was Lin's security company's unique war power detection machine. Are you sure you've thought about joining us as a security company? Here, you need to obey orders 100%, and there is a high probability that you will be injured or even killed. Are you sure? Li Bad said as he stared tightly at Chang Yiha. Chapter 64, One Punch, 700 kilograms. Chang Yiha's gaze was firm. I've thought it over. I want to join. We're not here for just anyone to join. If it wasn't for Lin Dong's order to let you try, I wouldn't even look at a wildcard like you. But even if it's Lin Dong's word, I'll only bring you here to try. If you don't pass, get lost as usual. Do you understand? Chang Yiha's firm gaze remained unchanged. I understand, but I believe that I will be qualified. Confidence is good, but overconfidence is arrogance. Without further ado, this thing in front of you can test your strength. Come on, use all your strength and hit on this. Chang Yiha took a deep breath, looked at the instrument in front of him, and clenched his fists. Since childhood, he was famous for his strength, and from the old days when he was a gangster, his nickname was Vigorous Vajra, although it sounds a bit shameful now. At that time, it was a very imposing existence. Ha! Chang Yiha shouted, then swung out a terrifying punch. Li Bad was on the sidelines. His eyes narrowed. Although Chang Yiha was not professionally trained and his swing did not utilize all of his potential, he was still shocked by the punch. Ding! 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 The machine made a sound and then the power of the punch was displayed on it, 726 kg. Those who don't know may not realize what 726 kilograms means, but Li Bad knows. He knows what it means for someone who hasn't experienced any professional training to hit 726 kilograms. Rarely seen for decades, the biggest power rumored from the old days was the amazing 800 kilograms that Tyson used to hit. But Tyson's 800 kilograms was a result of a number of things, partly because there was a lot of marketing at the time, and partly because the instruments at the time weren't accurate. If they were tested with today's accurate instruments, Tyson hit a value that was not necessarily higher than Chang Yiha. Moreover, Chang Yiha has not yet experienced professional training and guidance. If the movement is a little more professional, hitting more than 800 is not difficult to achieve. Now the strength of everyone inside the security company pretty much draws a demarcation line at strength 800, and only if it exceeds 800 can it be considered a true master. Although one's strength was not all dependent on power, power was always one of the most important factors in judging strength. Chang Yiha used all of his strength in this punch, so much so that after the punch, his arms began to ache and he could barely lift his strength anymore. This punch of mine, can it pass? Chang Yiha rested his right hand to look at Li Bad. Li Bad nodded solemnly. It's me who underestimated you. This punch of yours, within all the brothers of the security company now, it can already be ranked in the middle. Chang Yihe looked pleasantly surprised, although he had confidence in his own strength, but when it really came to the test, he was more or less still a bit bottomless. But now Li Bad's affirmation made him finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although the power is great, but don't be too proud. The power test is only the first item. There are a series of tests such as speed, reflexes, etc. Next, after your arm is relieved for a while, continue with the next round of tests. Yes, Chang Yihe replied in a deep voice. Day 2. Lin Feng woke up early and patted Lin Miao's butt. Little lazy pig, getting up for breakfast? Lin Miao was a bit tired from yesterday's play, so she replied in a daze. No, don't eat, I ate enough last night. I wrote you a note. Remember to read it when you get up later. Lin Miao replied in a daze, and Lin Feng didn't know if she heard him or not. Above the note Lin Feng wrote if Lin Miao is interested. The original Chenghe Supermarket, which is now Jiahe Supermarket, the owner of Jiahe Supermarket, will be given to Lin Miao. Of course, Lin Miao is just hanging a name. Really let her manage. She is not good at it. But in the future the general direction of the development of the supermarket will be handed over to Lin Miao. If Lin Miao felt bored managing alone, she might also join her mom and dad. After Lin Feng left the note, he left from his home, drove his Pagani, and went towards the Qizhou train station to run to his appointment with Chen Yanxiu. On the way, Lin Feng started a new day's check-in in the car. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining 10 shopping cashback cards. Each card's cashback amount is capped at 5 million, and the multiplier of the cashback will be randomly selected by the host from 110. Lin Feng's consciousness came out of the system. Spicy chicken rewards again. Nothing good. Train station. Chang Yanxiu wore a fiery red dress, and when she came out in the morning, she even put on a special makeup. And now she said that she was less than 25 years old and there were people who believed her. A woman is a woman. Once upon a time, Chang Yanxiu decided to end her life alone, so she usually didn't like to dress up too much and relied on her face value to support her. But now her heart moved again after many years. The carefully dressed Chang Yanxiu attracted the attention of many passers-by, both men and women. Passing by could not help but skim her a few times. The current her, even compared to Su Yushu, was not much worse. And compared to Su Yushu, Chang Yanxiu has more than a trace of mature temperament. Simply put, young woman temperament. 8:25. Lin Feng showed up at the train station in his Pagani. Chang Yanxiu stood on the side of the road, like the only rose in a bush of wildflowers. Extraordinarily dazzling. Her eyes were always looking ahead as if she was searching for the one she was looking for in the crowd. Except that people came and went, but she never found the one. Lin Feng slowly approached Chang Yanxiu in his Pagani. Because the car glass was shaded, Chang Yanxiu didn't see through the glass that it was Lin Feng inside the car. The moment he saw the car, Chang Yanxiu subconsciously took a few steps in the direction away from the car. I don't know why. She was instinctively a little resistant to this kind of luxury car. In her opinion, the rich people who drove these sports cars, 9.5 of them were bad. People without money may be kind, but people with money are definitely bad. This is eternal. Because the laws of the world mean that if a person has wealth that an ordinary person could not earn in several lifetimes of hard work, then his wealth is either earned by his own exploitation of others, or it has been passed on to him through the exploitation of his grandparents. So being rich is an original sin. Being rich is definitely not something you get from hard work. If it were strictly about hard work, the richest man in the world would be a donkey. Far from it. Chang Yanxiu frowned and moved a few steps to the side after seeing the Pagani drive towards him. She had thought that the Pagani was just passing by, but she didn't expect it to stop directly in front of her. After the vehicle stopped, Chang Yanxiu just wanted to leave, but in the next moment, he saw the window of the Pagani descend, revealing that face that he had thought about all day yesterday and wet his pants. Sister Autumn, I'm not late, am I? Chang Yanxiu had a bright smile on his face, and the thoughts that were in his mind just now were instantly thrown to the wind. 9.5 out of 10 who drive this kind of car are bad. And Lin Feng is the remaining half. Chang Yanxiu, *****. Chapter 65, Don't Go Away. Chang Yanxiu looked like an 18-year-old girl. Her face was slightly red after seeing Lin Feng. You came. Lin Feng waved towards her. Get in the car first. It's still a bit cool in the morning in April. Chang Yanxiu nodded, then got into Lin Feng's Pagani. Inside the car. What time is your train? 9:30. There's no rush. Chang Yanxiu sat in his seat with his hands holding the corners of his coat, as if he had returned to the age of a young girl who was pregnant. Can you tell me where you're going? Which city? Exactly? Cheng Yanxiu's eyes flashed with a struggle. But in the end, irrationality prevailed. There was no way she could be rational when she was alone with Lin Feng. I'm going to Ningbei City in Jiangdong Province. I've been there before when I was in college. As for where exactly I'm going, I haven't thought about it yet. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then took out a bank card from inside his pocket. Sister Autumn, take this. Consider it my parting gift to you. Cheng Yanxiu didn't reach out to take it. I can't take it. I still have some savings. I have enough to live on my own. Take it. There's not a lot of money in it. The code is 220,406. It's from that day I went to the grill for the first time. Seeing that Cheng Yanxiu was still a bit hesitant, Lin Feng said helplessly, take this. This isn't from me, but you deserve it. Deserved? What do you mean? Cheng Yanxiu was puzzled. It's your brother. Yesterday he passed the security company's test, has officially joined the security company. The security company's salary is very high. The basic salary is 200,000 per month, plus all the subsidies, bonuses, and incentives for going out on missions for a year. The money that comes to hand in a year, at least 5 million onwards. There's $5 million in this card alone. Take it as Cheng's first year's salary. I'll make the call for an advance. Cheng Yanxiu was a bit surprised. He joined the security company? He won't be in danger, right? Cheng Yanxiu thought of what Lin Feng had said the other day, that it might be dangerous for security companies to perform various tasks. Danger may be there, but it will never jeopardize one's own life. And I won't let my men do something dangerous. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Cheng Yanxiu let out a sigh of relief. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance after hearing Lin Feng's words. Then, this 5 million is also too much. I cannot use so much. This way, I will take 200,000 is good. The rest you give to also River. Let him keep. Save to leave. Him no. You give him. He knows what I mean. It's Fei, isn't it? Cheng Yanxiu was violently startled. You? How do you know? Did he tell you? No. In fact, that day inside the barbecue restaurant, I heard the conversation between you and Chang, and I got someone to check. Fei's sentence was reduced. No surprise that he'll be out by the end of this month. You're serious? Cheng Yanxiu's eyes widened. It's true. You guys don't have to worry about Fei. I'll notify you and Chang on the day he comes out specifically. Cheng Yanxiu was silent for a moment, then said, Lin Feng, thank you. Really special thanks to you. You've helped me a lot. What's the point of being polite as a family? I actually have something I want to ask you. Cheng Yanxiu's heart throbbed violently when he heard Lin Feng say family. What are you asking? Why did you leave Qizhou? I wanted a change of scenery, a change of mood. That whole kidnapping thing has soured me a bit on Zizu. That's not the main reason, right? Lin Feng and Cheng Yanxiu's eyes met, but Cheng Yanxiu quickly dodged away. That's why. Cheng Yanxiu said this with very little energy. Alright, but actually I don't really want Sister Chiu to let you leave. Just like the last time Lu Shua kidnapped you. Luckily it was right here in Qizhou and I was able to get there in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be careful from now on. The two chatted for a long time until it was more than 9 o'clock when Cheng Yanxiu looked at the time. The train at 9:30, and now it was time to check the ticket and enter the station. I'll see Sister Autumn off. Walk you into the station. Cheng Yanxiu nodded and didn't refuse. The two walked in silence like this, until the place of entering the station. Cheng Yanxiu seems to be drumming up all the courage, with a voice like a mosquito humming, said, I want to hug you a little bit. Can I? Lin Feng had smart ears, and although Cheng Yanxiu's voice was small, he still heard it. Why are you swallowing your words? A girl's stammering should be used in the right way. Lin Feng muttered, then opened his arms. Come on, give us a hug as a farewell. Lin Feng unloaded some pressure on Cheng Yanxiu. Cheng Yanxiu put down the suitcase in her hand and jumped into Lin Feng's arms. The two hugged for a long time. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was already 9:25. If he didn't leave it might be too late. However, Lin Feng has selfishness. Ningbei City is too far from Qizhou. If he misses this train, can Cheng Yanxiu not go? Cheng Yanxiu closed her eyes as if she was intoxicated in Lin Feng's arms. The feeling fascinated her and made her unwilling to give up. It was only after 9:30 that Lin Feng finally spoke. The train should have left by now, so why don't we just leave? Cheng Yanxiu jerked his eyes open. It's 9:30? She hurriedly took out her cell phone and looked at the time. It was worth mentioning that she hadn't bothered to leave Lin Feng's arms when she looked at the time. Why didn't you just warn me? Chang Yanqiu hugged Lin Feng, and there was no blame in his words, even, and a hint of celebration? Since the train has already left, how about not going to Ningbei? If you really don't want to stay in Qizhou, there happens to be a branch of Huarong Group next door in Taizhou City. Why don't you go there? The company has a house there as well. What do you think? Cheng Yanqiu said in his heart that I left Qizhou to escape from you, and now I go to the place you arranged. So what is the point of going? And how does that sound a bit like a package deal? How's it going? Why don't you give a reply? Cheng Yanqiu swallowed and didn't say anything. Reason told her that she couldn't do this, but the current Cheng Yanqiu had long since lost sight of what reason was. In the end, Cheng Yanqiu finally made a final decision after a long struggle. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 66, High School Classmate Luo Nanqing. Okay, I'm going to Taizhou. In the end, it was Cheng Yanqiu's irrationality that prevailed. Screw sanity. The old lady will do whatever she wants today. Cheng Yanqiu listened to Lin Feng's arrangement and went to Taizhou, which was next door to Qizhou, and the place where she stayed in Taizhou was also arranged by Lin Feng. Money, housing, job placement. Cheng Yanqiu walked away thinking, this is too much like a package, right? But immediately afterward Cheng Yanqiu shook his head. Only, as long as I have a clear conscience. Yes, that's it. Ask with a clear conscience. Cheng Yanqiu called Su Yushu only after he arrived in Taizhou, and gave Su Yushu an explanation of his future residence, and if Su Yushu was free, he could go to her to play. It's best to bring Lin Feng with you. Of course, Cheng Yanqiu didn't say the latter sentence. After solving Lu Shua, Cheng Yanqiu's series of things, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The first name on top of his little book was finally solved. It's also time to move on to preparing for the next one. The second person, the class president in high school, Li Haoyu, along with Li Houwu. There's the unstabbed love with his high school classmate to be resolved. TSK, Ha2A. Scum. The system is probably fine, so it's out arching the fire again. Did I say I was going to take my high school classmates away? System, you don't want to spit blood. Oh, then what does the host want to do? Are you looking for her to catch up with her? I've known you for many days. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Lin Feng's face didn't change. System, aren't you slandering me a bit too much? If I don't do something about it, won't I be slandered by you for nothing? So I've decided, I can't be slandered for nothing. I'll just do what you say. Cutting. The system no longer paid any attention to Lin Feng, while Lin Feng explained to Li Bad and asked him to check Li Haoyu's information, to find out what Li Haoyu was doing now, and whether he had done anything to harm the heavens and the earth. After explaining to Li Bad, Lin Feng found the contact information of his high school deskmate Luo Nanqing. It's been a long time since the two have been in touch. The main reason is still that the university Luo Nanqing attended is too far away from Qizhou, in the southern province of Jiangchuan. At the beginning of the university, when the two people still often chat, Lin Feng also went to Jiangchuan University to find Luo Nanqing. The two people at that time, and the appearance of the couple is no different. But distance is always the source that destroys all good, because they are not around. So the chat between the two people gradually become less. From a day free to talk to every day except for each other to say good morning and good night, do not say the rest of the words. Then later on, they don't even say good morning and good night. And they don't talk more than a couple times a week. Then slowly I never talked again. Lin Feng later thought that he and Luo Nanqing had regrets. And now, Lin Feng wanted to make up for this regret. Being a scumbag is being a scumbag. It's hard to have a system for once. So being a scumbag isn't too unreasonable, is it? Lin Feng sent a message to Luo Nanqing. How have you been doing? It's time for your internship, isn't it? Are you interning in Jiangchuan or going back to Qizhou? We haven't seen each other for a long time as well. After the message was sent, Luo Nanqing immediately returned the message after an interval of about a minute. I thought you'd forgotten I existed. I can't forget you. Remember what I told you when I went to Jiangchuan to look for you? From now on, if you want to see me, just let me know and I'll be right there. Then you haven't sent me a message for so long. The last time you sent me a message was 376 days ago. Luo Nanqing's words obviously had a grudge within them, but Lin Feng was surprised. 376 days? That's too accurate, right? I didn't send it to you. Didn't you send it to me? How is that the same? I sent you the last message. Okay? I've been waiting for your reply for 376 days. I've kept the chat logs even after I changed my cell phone. Lin Feng? Is this Scorpio? You can wait 376 days for news? Just as Lin Feng was staggered, Luo Nanqing sent another message over. Lin Feng, did you just say that if I say so, you can come over to me right away? Of course. I never lie. So can you come over to me now? I may not be able to wait for you. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly called Luo Nanqing. Luo Nanqing said this kind of words. Is there something physically wrong with her? The phone was quickly picked up, and Luo Nanqing's soft and sticky voice came from the other end of the phone, still as pleasant as ever. Lin Feng, I've been hesitating for a few days recently, and it just so happens that you contacted me today, so I've decided to tell you about this. What's wrong? You don't say such words. You'll be fine, as long as I'm around. Even if the king of hell wants to take you, I'll still pull a few strands off the top of his beard. Lin Feng thought that Luo Nanqing had gotten some serious illness, and his words contained a strong sense of urgency. Lin Feng, you've got it wrong. I'm not in any kind of life-threatening situation. It's that I might have to marry someone. Lin Feng on the other end of the phone stared blankly, instantly frozen in place. What is this Minotaur plot? You are at least a protagonist, but it's too tragic to go through this kind of plot, isn't it? But then Luo Nanqing's description made Lin Feng's mood ease slightly. So it wasn't that Luo Nanqing liked someone else, but something else. Luo Nanqing since going to Jiangchuan after the university, the whole family followed together to go to Jiangchuan, close to 4 years of time, back to Qizhou only a few times. After Luo Nanqing's father, Luo Mashuan, arrived in Jiangchuan, he started a clothing company from nothing, and after this year's development and financing, the company's valuation has now exceeded $100 million. Can in a foreign land from scratch in a few years' time to start a company valued at more than 100 million? Luo Mashuan can do this. Also really is not an ordinary person. After all, not everyone has a system. But recently Luo Mashuan's company had some problems. This year the company spent a lot of money to hire a well-known designer to design the company's new summer women's clothing. Originally all the development of a very smooth. The designer's work. Luo Mashuan and the rest of the company are very satisfied. But just after the company rushed all the garments out in time for April, no mall or store was willing to take them, because the design of these clothes almost copied the famous luxury goods on the market. And it's not even high-class plagiarism, it's a very poorly executed branding of a luxury product right into your own house. The accident left the company with a backlog of several warehouses full of clothes that could not be sold, and the money could not be returned. And the company's financial situation was in serious crisis. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 67, I'll pay for it. Luo Mashuan wanted to find that designer to settle the score, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that the designer and a group of people in the company who were responsible for reviewing the design to see if it was plagiarized had directly disappeared. Luo Mashuan realized that the company was being specifically targeted, but it didn't help to know that it was being targeted. That batch of clothes was still piled up inside the warehouse. The loss this time is at least $3 million or more. That's a nuclear bomb for a company that's just getting off the ground. Don't look for the company to be valued at over $100 million. But a company's valuation isn't a representation that the company actually has that much money. It's an outside assessment of the company's potential. So the most money the company can use on its books is just over $5 million. So the loss of $3 million for the company to confirm that it is considered to be the end of the world. The money on Luo Mashuan's company's books now will at most pay all the employees 2 more months' salary. And if the money can't be recovered, the company will face the risk of closing down. Luo Mashuan searched all the people he knew well to seek help, but all those companies coincidentally chose to refuse. In the end, Luo Mashuan was really out of options. He had already moved to sell the company, but just at this time, a person appeared in the Luo family's vision. That person was called Zhong Runyao. Luo Nanqing recalled that person was on the road in his chance encounter, and then wanted his contact information, but Luo Nanqing did not give it. Originally Luo Nanqing thought that it was just a casual conversation, but I didn't expect Luo Nanqing to see that person again later inside her home. Zhong Runyao is the only son of Zhong Ru, the chairman of the Zhong Group, the largest local clothing company in Jiangchuan. That time Zhong Runyao and Zhong Ru came inside Luo Mashuan's house and implicitly expressed a meaning: as long as Luo Nanqing is willing to marry Zhong Runyao, then Zhong Clan Group will fund Luo Mashuan so that he won't be reduced to selling his company. This Luo Mashuan is a strict refusal. He will not exchange his daughter's happiness for the continuation of his company. But who would have thought that Zhong Runyao would say on the surface that he was just admiring Luo Nanqing? And since Luo Mashuan refused, then he naturally wouldn't force himself. But behind his back, he even laid his hands on Luo Mashuan's company. The day after Zhong Runyao leaves, the company's finance suddenly rolls away all the money remaining on the company's books and leaves behind a pile of bad debts, adding to the company's already poor situation. Although there was no conclusive evidence to prove that Zhong Runyao had instructed someone to do it, his reaction later on made Luo family members confirm that he was the one who was behind it and then tried to force Luo Nanqing to obey him. With the Luo family's constant refusal, Zhong Runyao also gradually exposed his real face hidden by his surface elegance. Just 2 days ago, Zhong Runyao gave the Luo family an ultimatum. Finally, Luo Nanqing was given 3 days to think about it, and if she still didn't marry him, she would make Luo Moshuan look good. He can bring down Luo Moshuan's company and make Luo Moshuan disappear from the world. Luo Nanqing had thought very seriously for a long time in the past few days. In order to not let anything happen to Luo Moshuan, she decided to compromise. Just now, before Lin Feng contacted her, she had considered for half a day how to open up with Lin Feng. After all, in Luo Nanqing's opinion, she and Lin Feng were still in the same kind of ambiguous period that they had been in 376 days ago. Scorpio, starry as hell. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes after listening to Luo Nanqing's description. I'm really worthy of being the protagonist. No matter what, I'll always trigger a branch plot. Since it's here, then I can't not take it. If I want to take in Luo Nanqing, I have to get past this subplot. Nanqing, you don't have to rush. Tell me, how much money is needed now if we want your father's company to return to normal operation? I'm not sure exactly, but I've heard my dad talking to himself alone lately, and it'll probably cost more than $8 million. Okay, I'll pay for the $8 million, and I'll buy a plane ticket to go over to your place right now. You're my person. Whoever dares to hit on you, I want him to look good, Lin Feng said in a domineering manner. Luo Nanqing's heart was also warmed after hearing Lin Feng's words. Inside the 376 days that she and Lin Feng hadn't been in contact, she actually hadn't forgotten about Lin Feng, only that because of her scorpion personality, she had been waiting for Lin Feng to come back and take the initiative to find her, because the last sentence of the chat between the two at that time was sent by her to Lin Feng. It's like the old classic joke about a scorpion woman in a relationship with a Pisces man, and the two have a big fight once and end up not having contact for a week. The Pisces man thought the two had broken up, so he listened to his family and went on a blind date. Half a year later, the Pisces man is getting married, and just the day before the wedding, the Scorpion woman suddenly sends him a message. Know what's wrong? Although the joke was a bit exaggerated, it was a direct reflection of Luo Nanqing's character. Luo Nanqing's heart warmed up after hearing Lin Feng's words, but she was aware of Lin Feng's family's situation. It wasn't rich, it was just an ordinary family, so for Lin Feng to take out $8 million, it was really a nightmare. Lin Feng, I know you want to comfort me, but $8 million is just too much for you. Nanqing, I know that you don't believe me when I suddenly tell you now that I can take out $8 million, but it's too late to explain too much now. I'll explain it to you slowly when I arrive in Jiangchuan. You directly give me a bank account now and I'll transfer the money to you. Luo Nanqing wanted to say something else, but they were all interrupted by Lin Feng. In the end, Luo Nanqing had no choice but to give Lin Feng a bank account, but even then she still didn't have any hope. The initial impression is so deep that it's hard to change it unless you actually see it. This feeling is like the hairy guy you used to play games with all the time, and suddenly you haven't seen him for a year, and he says he can casually come up with $8 million. Do you believe him? Necessarily, it will not be believed. Lin Feng also knew this. If Luo Nanqing was a villain, then Lin Feng might still be able to pretend to be a pig and pretend to be a tiger. But now that the Luo family was in a hurry to use the money, it was only important to directly call the money over. After Luo Nanqing sent over the bank account, Lin Feng directly transferred $10 million over. Gamlan City, Gangkan Province. Luo Nanqing's cell phone suddenly came in with a text message. Your bank card with tail number 2770 arrived at $100. 000 and currently has a balance of $10. 3,675. 23. Luo Nanqing's eyes were wide open, holding her breath in disbelief. I transferred the money. Can you see if you got it? Lin Feng's voice from the other end of the phone pulled Luo Nanqing out of her shock. Lin Feng, this is really what you transferred? Yeah, that should be enough money to fix your dad's company, right? Luo Nanqing rubbed her eyes, once again confirming that she hadn't misread it, and then counted. 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, a million, a billion? Chapter 68, accidentally pressed an extra zero. Luo Nanqing pinched her thighs hard to wake herself up and counted several more times. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million, 100 million, 100 million, 1 billion. No matter how Luo Nanqing counted, the number on top of the text message was 100 million. Lin Feng, how much money did you transfer over? $10 million. Ha? What? You didn't get it? Lin Feng was a bit puzzled. Usually when he used his black card to transfer money it arrived in seconds. What was going on this time? No, it's not. Just, I counted it. It seems like you transferred not $10 million. It's 100 million. Luo Nanqing felt like Lin Feng's appearance in her mind was starting to blur. The one who was on the phone with her was still the same Lin Feng who used to like to make herself happy? $100 million? Didn't I transfer $10 million? That may be that I was just a little anxious and pressed an extra zero. But it's fine. As long as it's not transferred less. It's good to have more money. So hurry up and take this money to your father, so that the company can first get through the recent difficulties. Lin Feng, what happened inside the days we didn't contact each other? You won't do anything illegal or criminal, right? Luo Nanqing said worriedly. In just 376 days, Lin Feng had gone from an ordinary college student to someone who could take out $100 million with his hands. What the hell has he been through? Moreover, just now Lin Feng's appearance was not in the least bit concerned about $100 million. What could be done to earn so much money in a short period of time? Nanqing, others don't understand me. Don't you understand me? I hate people doing illegal and criminal things in my life. How can I do it myself? This money is my chance to speculate on the stock market to earn. Those things cannot be said in 3 or 2 words. Or I arrived in Jiangchuan and then tell you. You can just take this money now to save the company. And if things go well, I'll be in Jiangchuan by dinner today. Well, then, I'll go ahead and transfer the unused $92 million to you. This is not urgent. Wait until I arrive in Jiangchuan. Your priority now is to go and give this money to your father. The company's situation can't be delayed. Procrastination leads to change. I understand. I'm on my way. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng immediately booked a ticket to Ganlin City in Jiangchuan province, then notified Li Bat and asked him to bring a part of his brothers from the security company to buy tickets to Jiangchuan as well. Lin Feng had a hunch that on the Jiangchuan side, Luo Mashuan's company, it wasn't something that could be solved with money. And in order to get past this subplot, the one who would ultimately have to be solved was the one who had been messing around behind the scenes, Zhong Ringyao. After hanging up the phone, Luo Nanqing hurried to find Luo Mashuan. Dum. Luo Nanqing knocked on Luo Mashuan's room door. Luo Mashuan in the room after the recent succession of blows. Overnight white head. Originally spirited look into the current disheveled and frustrated. Luo Mashuan was only in his 40s. But now he looked like someone would believe him if they said he was almost 60. It's really because all the things that have happened recently have hit him so hard. It had exceeded the limits of what he could bear, crushing him, the only pillar of support within the family. Dad, can I come in? I have something to tell you. Luo Mashuan lifted his godless eyes and said breathlessly, come in. Luo Nanqing pushed open the door of the room and saw Luo Mashuan sitting on the floor, his eyes lifeless and disheveled. Nanqing, don't worry. Even if the company goes bankrupt, even if our family has nothing left, I won't let you go and marry that person. Wants to use the company to force my hand. He's looking at the wrong person. Dad, I came here this time about the company. Luo Nanqing helped Luo Mashuan up from the ground and then took out his cell phone. However, Luo Mashuan thought that Luo Nanqing wanted to marry Zhong Ringyao in exchange for solving the company's current problems. Nanqing, you don't have to commit yourself for me. I started my own business. What was the purpose of founding Shenran Company? It's to let you, and your mom, our family live a good life. Now if you were to give up your happiness for the company, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? You don't have to say anything, I've figured it out. I'll file for company bankruptcy tomorrow. Dad, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say that I borrowed the money and was able to settle for enough to fund the company. Luo Mashuan's long-time colorless expression suddenly had a hint of surprise, but then quickly flashed. Nanqing, you don't joke. To get through the company's current difficulties, at least 8 million or more funds are needed. This money is not a small amount. Who are you borrowing from? Dad, do you remember my high school friend Lin Feng that I told you about? Is it that high school classmate you used to say you had a crush on? Why do I remember bringing that up all of a sudden? Dad, just now Lin Feng transferred money to me. It's enough for the company to get through the current difficulties. Luo Mashwan's eyes showed a look of disbelief. 8 million is not a small amount. I remember you also said to me before, his family conditions are not very good, but also discussed with me in the future do not bride price and a little more dowry things. Luo Nanqing's face flashed a slight red. Lin Feng recently said that he made a lot of money speculating on stocks. Speculation? Although it's true that it's a bull market lately, it's not an easy thing to make $8 million by speculating on stocks. It's still possible if it's a banker. But if it's a retailer, it's almost a pipe dream. Dad, the money Lin Feng transferred to me wasn't $8 million. Luo Nanqing added. In that case, it's true that you can't make that much money by speculating in stocks, but the money is too little for the current company is almost a drop in the bucket. I appreciate Lin Feng's kindness. And this child is really worth entrusting. You don't have to worry about the company. I'm going to file for bankruptcy tomorrow. And the money he transferred to you will be used as startup capital for your little family in the future. Dad, why don't you ask Lin Feng how much money he transferred to me? A smirk surfaced at the corner of Luo Nanqing's mouth. How shocked she was when she received the bank text message just now. How surprised Luo Mashwan would be in a moment. She couldn't be left alone with that kind of embarrassment just now. How much money was transferred? $1 million? This is the upper limit of how much money Luo Mashwan thinks retail investors can make from speculating on stocks. But Luo Nanqing shook his head. Say much? Indeed. There's too much chance for a retail investor to make enough money to speculate on $1 million in such a short period of time. What's that? 800,000? 500,000? Or less? Luo Nanqing revealed a mysterious smile and stretched out a finger. 100,000? Luo Mashwan said with an inquiring tone. Luo Nanqing shook his head. It's $100 million. Pust. Luo Mashwan spat out the tea he just drank in one gulp. What did you say? Chapter 69, Star Scout comes to your door. Luo Mashwan looked incredulous. You? Say that again. How much money did he transfer? $100 million. Originally, he wanted to transfer $10 million, but he ended up pressing an extra zero, so he transferred $100 million. Luo Nanqing said truthfully, but Luo Mashwan had an expression like you're teasing me. Nanqing, are you under too much pressure lately? You go back and get some rest. I've got the company. You don't have to worry about it. Dad, I know you don't believe what I'm saying. At first I didn't believe it either. Let alone $100 million. Even if it was 8 million. But then I got a text message from the bank transferring money. Luo Nanqing showed Luo Mashwan the text message inside his cell phone. And Luo Mashwan's eyes widened after seeing it as well. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000, 1 million, 1 million, 1 billion. Surprisingly true? Luo Mashwan sucked in a breath of cool air. Seeing Luo Mashwan's shocked look, the corner of Luo Nanqing's mouth hooked into a smile. Just now she had this unbelievable look. However, Luo Mashwan quickly collected the expression on his face and shook his head slightly. No. Luo Nanqing was puzzled. Dad, what's wrong? Just a text message doesn't tell us much. Maybe the text was sent to you under a different bank name that he changed. Luo Nanqing was helpless. Dad, why are you so reluctant to believe it? I'll open my cell phone bank and show you the balance. Okay? Then Luo Nanqing opened the mobile banking. Her heart hung in her throat when she logged in, although he trusted Lin Feng immensely. But just now when Luo Mashwan said so, she was also afraid that that text message wouldn't really be a joke. Right? Enter password. Login. Account details. Balance 100003675. 32. Phew. Luo Nanqing was relieved in her heart. Lin Feng had indeed transferred her $100 million. Luo Mashwan held his breath when he saw the large string of numbers, and then a smile appeared on his face that hadn't been colorful for a long time. Nanqing, you're a blessing to our family. The company is saved. Luo Nanqing and Luo Mashwan glanced at each other. Both of them could see each other's joy in the other's eyes. After Lin Feng bought a ticket to fly to Jiangchuan, he briefly explained a few things to his parents and Lin Yamiao, Lu Xian and Ajiao, and Su Yushu. The excuse given to Su Yushu was that a relative of his family had something happen in Jiangchuan, so he was in a hurry to rush over. The excuse given to the rest of the group was that something had come up at the company and they needed to go on a business trip. The crowd gave Lin Feng a reaction that was also dominated by concern and didn't ask many questions. After simply packing some, Lin Feng drove his Pagani to the airport. Bad group of people because there are more people. There are more than 30 people. Plus there are a lot of things on the airplane is not convenient to carry. So the soldiers divided into two ways. The large force of close to 30 people led by Li Bad, lightly loaded by plane to Jianchuan, while the other group, a total of 6 people, drove 2 modified coaster to Jianchuan. The 6 of them took turns driving, and they wouldn't arrive in Gangkan much later than they would by airplane. Just like that, Lin Feng embarked on his journey to Jiangchuan Airport. Lin Feng bought a first-class ticket, so he didn't have to sit outside and wait for the plane. There was a special VIP waiting room with air conditioning, food and drink, and specialized service staff. That's the power of banknote power. Just as Lin Feng was lying on top of the chair in the waiting room with his eyes closed, he didn't notice that a person behind him was staring at him. After boarding time arrived, Lin Feng opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and prepared to board the plane. But just as Lin Feng stood up, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Lin Feng turned back and saw a middle-aged woman wearing a long black dress. The woman's appearance was plain, and her eyes seemed to have shrewdness written all over them, giving people a feeling of being calculated at the first sight of her. "Who are you? Looking for me for something?" Lin Feng said indifferently. The woman smiled, then unhurriedly pulled out a business card from inside her bag and handed it to Lin Feng. "My name is Wang Liping. I'm a professional broker. This is my business card." Lin Feng didn't reach out to pick up the business card and looked straight at the woman. "I'm asking if there's anything you want? I'm going to board the plane if there's nothing." Wang Liping didn't look the least bit unperturbed in the face of Lin Feng's appearance. She just lightly stuffed her business card inside Lin Feng's bag. But it could also be that the surface work is good enough. If it was the latter, then this person's city was really not shallow. "I don't have any malicious intent. You've heard me introduce myself just now. I'm a professional agent. I'm sure you know what I do, right? Our company is discovering various future superstars nowadays. I just saw you in the back with your handsome and impressive looks. I would like to ask if you are interested in joining our company?" "Not interested," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Celebrities all those scenery, and earn more, but the money Lin Feng already have, and he does not like too much exposure. For him to flirt with girls, no, is not good for Lin Feng." Response to the country's policy of having more children. So Lin Feng refused cleanly. "There's no need to reject so quickly. Frankly speaking to you, your looks are not as good as yours even if I've seen some first-tier traffic kids. Those traffic kids are handsome but there's less of a hint of heroism before their eyebrows. But you're different. With your kind of looks, if you enter inside the entertainment industry, you will definitely mess up the kill. With a height of more than 1.8 m and such outstanding looks, I am absolutely confident that I can bring you up to the position of a first-line junior. And if you don't have confidence in me, I can tell you that Quin, Xiao Lu, and Fan Fan are all brought up from within my hands. You can have faith in me." Wang Liping had a winning look on her face, confident that there wouldn't be anyone who wouldn't be moved by the situation he was portraying. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't answer, Wang Liping added more fire. "You may not care about fame, but what about profit? Do you know how much money a first-tier junior can earn every year? That's all calculated in billions, you know? As an ordinary person, even if you work for thousands of years, can you earn $100 million? With a few years to earn enough to spend for your whole life, carefree, don't you move?" The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked into a smile. "Is it okay if I ask you a few questions?" Wang Liping smiled and thought to herself that it was true. No one would refuse fame and fortune. No one. "What do you want to ask? I'll try to answer you. Is it good to be a star?" Wang Liping froze. "Didn't I just say that? Isn't it good to earn enough money for a lifetime in a few years? Then how much money do you think you need to live a carefree life without working for the rest of your life?" Lin Feng asked again. "It should be at least a couple $100 million or more. It can't be less than $100 million at the very least. But why would I want to be a star when I already have so much money?" Chapter 70, First Class is Nice. After Wang Liping heard Lin Feng's words, she froze slightly and scanned Lin Feng up and down, then let out a snort. "Little brother, there has to be a limit to bragging. The clothes you're wearing, together they shouldn't be more than $1,000, right? Although rich people don't all particularly care about what they wear, but cheap clothes, when worn, just aren't as comfortable as expensive ones. I don't think there's supposed to be anyone who is obviously rich but prefers to wear cheap clothes." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. It was time to come. Since having the money had never freed up to make a trip to the mall to buy a few outfits. After all, he had been on business for several days since getting the system. Well, can flirting not be business? So he had always ignored the matter of his own clothes, coupled with the fact that he was working with Su Yushu, and dressing too well didn't fit in with the status of an ordinary family. This matter had always just been put on hold. "I never thought I'd encounter this kind of judging people by how good their clothes are today." Lin Feng didn't bother to take the initiative to prove that he had money. He just faintly asked, "What's the name of your company?" Dragonfly Entertainment, a place that specializes in cultivating love beans. You've heard of it, right? Wang Liping spoke with a strong sense of pride on her face. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Okay, I know. Lin Feng then turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. What's the matter with you? Are you interested or not? But say something. Wang Liping shouted from behind. Lin Feng called Zhang Lei as he walked. Zhang Lei quickly picked up the phone. Lin Dong, you're looking for me? Have you heard of Dragonfly Entertainment? What's the scale? Although Zhang Lei was a bit surprised that Lin Feng suddenly asked about an entertainment company, which had nothing to do with Huarong, but he still answered obediently. As a subordinate, he didn't need to know why the chairman asked this question. He just needed to answer it well. I haven't investigated Dragonfly Entertainment because it doesn't have any business overlap with our company, and it hasn't cooperated with us, but I've heard about it. This company has only risen up in recent years, and with a few talent shows, it's brought up quite a lot of love beans, but it has a poor reputation in the industry, and there's often rumors of things that have been done to squeeze the employees. Longfei is not listed, but last year a professional organization estimated that if Longfei was listed, the market value would be around $2 billion, with limited potential. Lin Feng nodded slightly. How long will it take for you to find out about acquiring this company now? Zhang Lei on the other end of the phone was startled. Dong Lin, you're acquiring an entertainment company? This has nothing to do with our company. Besides, the group currently has more than $5 billion that can be mobilized. Although acquiring Dragonfly is enough, there is a high possibility that there will be a difficulty in returning the funds. Zhang Lei was worthy of his status as a professional manager, and in a few words, he told the disadvantages of this matter. However, Lin Feng just smiled. Who said I'm going to acquire it in the name of Huarong Group? I'm acquiring Dragonfly Entertainment in my personal name. I don't need the company's money. The money is deducted from my private account, so I don't even have to worry about the money. I just need to complete the acquisition as soon as possible. Zhang Lei nodded slightly. Okay, Lin Dong, I'll go and do it. After hanging up the phone, a smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. You're asking why Lin Feng suddenly acquired Dragonfly? Of course it was just that Wang Liping had taunted Lin Feng just now and he was just a bit upset. It's just so arbitrary. Being rich is arbitrary. After acquiring Longfei, I believe Wang Liping's expression will be wonderful when she sees Lin Feng again. Lin Feng boarded the plane with a smile on his face, and just before he got on the plane and found his seat, a flight attendant took Lin Feng's bag behind him and asked if he wanted to put the bag inside the locker in front of him. That cabinet was dedicated to luggage and took up quite a bit of space. And it was indeed a luxury to be able to leave such a large area of space dedicated to luggage in a place like first class, where every inch of land is precious. It's just a bag. No need to put it there. Just put it on the seat. The flight attendant then brought Lin Feng to his seat. Lin Feng is still the first time to sit in the first class. From the previous several times to take the plane, or to buy discount tickets, all are economy class. Today Lin Feng is also considered to see the luxury of the first class. The space is very large and with doors that close. It's the equivalent of a small box. Lin Feng had just taken his seat and the stewardess handed over the menu. The service was very good. It was a service that Lin Feng had never experienced in the economy class. Just as Lin Feng was about to close the door, he suddenly caught an unintentional glimpse of a figure. Ha! Lin Feng curiously looked a few more times. It feels a bit like an actress, especially that bosom. Not inferior to Lu Xin. It seems a bit far from my seat. Forget it. This time I'm going to look for Luo Nanqing. It's not convenient to make any more trouble. I'm a very dedicated person, Lin Feng said with a serious face, then closed the door after looking at it for a while longer. The system came out to spit again. Oh, what a way to tell a lie without blushing. If you're dedicated, it's the same as a 10-year prostitute saying she's a virgin. Lin Feng ignored the system. Now Lin Feng realized that the best way to deal with the system was to ignore her and then suddenly attack and taunt her when she let her guard down. Sure enough, after Lin Feng ignored her, the little lowly system knew it was boring and stopped talking. About half an hour later, Lin Feng's consciousness suddenly sank into the system. System, what are you being mean about? The little lowly system was flabbergasted. What are you talking about? When have I ever been mean to you? Are you sure you're not being mean? Of course I didn't. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth surged with a smile. It's good to know. It's actually cute to be tiny. At least it's useful when playing cards. When others play pair 3, you directly tear your clothes. Pair A. Sorry. The little lowly system then reacted, followed by a verbal attack on Lin Feng. But at this time, Lin Feng had already left the system and put down the seat, turning it into a bed and lying on it with a smile on his face. gossip is all day long, and it is natural not to listen to it. Gamlan City, Gangkan Province. After Luo Moshwan and Luo Nanqing confirmed that the $100 million Lin Feng had transferred could really be used properly, both of them fell into a long silence. $100 million. It's a fortune that many ordinary people can't even strive for in a lifetime. A few days ago Luo Moshwan was still trying to think of ways to get 8 million. Now Lin Feng had casually called over 100 million. Nan Chang, you and that Lin Feng, what's your relationship now? Chapter 71, Actress? You and that Lin Feng, what's your relationship now? Luo Moshwan looked at Luo Nanqing and asked. Luo Nanqing blushed slightly. It's not much of a relationship yet, and we're not officially together. Lin Feng, such a person, you have to grasp. He is so good. The people around him who covet him will definitely not be less. You are his high school timetable mate. This time he knew that my company has encountered a problem, and immediately transferred $100 million over, which shows that in his heart he is extremely concerned about you. Is he going to come over from Qizhou? Luo Nanqing nodded. He said he'll be able to come over before dinner today. So this is where he's eating tonight? I suppose so. Luo Moshwan thought for a moment and said, Nanqing, you go now to see what other dishes are inside the kitchen. For dinner tonight. You cook. Luo Nanqing was slightly stunned. I'm a mediocre cook. Shouldn't Lin Feng go out to eat something good when he comes to eat? What do you know? Is flavor the most important thing about eating? Not. It's the thought, but you do have an average taste in cooking. How about this? You go to your mom and let her give you a hand on the side to make sure the taste is still acceptable. To capture a man's heart, you must first capture a man's stomach. Luo Nanqing deflated. Mom cooks so well, is that what captured your stomach, Dad, before? Luo Moshwan laughed. Of course not. At that time, but I chased your mom. Your mom likes to cook. I have been as a guinea pig to her test dishes. Try. Your mom cooking is also slowly tasty up. I also boiled out. So there is you ah. Gamblin Airport. Lin Feng walked out from inside the airport with his bag on his back. In order to keep a low profile, Lin Feng wore a pair of sunglasses, slightly covering his stunning face. Pulling out his cell phone, there was an unread message. It's from Lin Miao Miao. The real estate license for those hundreds of houses in Maplewood Hillside is done so quickly? I read online that it usually takes at least a few months for them to come down. It seems wholesale is just different. Lin Feng gave Lin Miao Miao a message back and told her to wait for herself. And when she went back, she took this huge pile of real estate certificates and went to rent out those houses. And I believe that the people who received them would be shocked. After replying to the message, Lin Feng raised his eyes and noticed the person he saw on top of the airplane who looked like an actress again. Although wearing sunglasses, but look at the side face does look like, should be Zhou Yuqiong. 8 or 9 is not far from it. Zhou Yuqiong was Lin Feng's #1 idol during his adolescence, and Lin Feng had customized an oversized pillow with Zhou Yuqiong's picture on it. I can't tell anyone about this matter, otherwise it's too socially dead. Lin Feng had a rare blush, then continued to look in the direction of that cool Zhou Yuqiong woman. Zhou Yuqiong seems to be in a bad mood, the face without a smile, and finally got into a commercial car without expression. Usually celebrities appeared at the airport to be met by their fans, but Lin Feng didn't see Zhou Yuqiong's fans at the airport entrance, which meant there were 3 possibilities. 1. That woman just looks like Zhou Yuqiong. Not really. 2. This trip of Zhou Yuqiong's was not publicized and was not a taping or work thing. 3. Zhou Yuqiong is so over the hill that there are no more fans of the connecting machine. For these 3 possibilities, Lin Feng preferred the second one. Nowadays, Lin Feng's ears and eyes are smart. Generally he will not recognize the wrong. And Zhou Yuqiong in the past 2 years, although it is true that some over the top, but more or less it is still a second line. There are still some fans in. Never picked up a female celebrity yet, and since she's my enlightened teacher, she should be more responsible for me as well. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked into a smile. Forget it, let's talk about picking up actresses later. It's better to get down to business. This time I'm here to collect Luo Nanqing. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze, intending to ask Luo Nanqing where her home was, but before he could pull out his cell phone, Lin Feng saw a person in the crowd waving towards him. It was Luo Nanqing. Her 5'7" height made her stand out from the many girls in the crowd. Luo Nanqing wearing a pair of tight jeans, her beautiful arc outlined to the fullest, the upper body with a white and blue baseball jersey, although the clothes cover her bosom, but Lin Feng can still see, compared to the previous, a lot bigger. Well, in the past, although Luo Nanqing could not be considered to be right A, his body was thin and not more than B at most, but now Lin Feng visually estimated that there was a C. Luo Nanqing made a trumpet shape with her hands after seeing Lin Feng and shouted, "Lin Feng, here." Lin Feng smiled and walked over. Then without any direct scruples, he touched Luo Nanqing's head and even patted her but for fear. "How did you know I was getting off the plane at this time? You wouldn't have been waiting here all this time, right?" After Lin Feng finished slapping Luo Nanqing's ass, Luo Nanqing seemed to freeze in place, his body stiffening. Lin Feng looked at her strangely. Once upon a time when he and Luo Nanqing were at the same table he could often spank her. Sometimes when Luo Nanqing did not do well in the exams, Lin Feng had a stern face and said in a nice way that he wanted to give Luo Nanqing a punishment so that she could have a better motivation to study. Gradually, Lin Feng would spank Luo Nanqing every time he met her. Lin Feng seriously doubted that at least half of the credit for Luo Nanqing's being so perky right now went to himself. What's with the sudden reaction after hitting her just now? Was there some resistance to his behavior because he hadn't seen him in so long? But then Luo Nanqing's behavior made Lin Feng understand why Luo Nanqing looked like that just now. Luo Nanqing stiffly turned her head, looked in Luo Mashwan's direction, and spat out a few words with difficulty. Lin Feng, this is my father." Lin Feng froze in place. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What did I just do? Slapping Luo Nanqing's ass in front of his future old husband and acting like he was a lightweight. It showed that this kind of thing had been done before. Someone else's cabbage, which had been planted for over 20 years, turned out to have been secretly vaulted before. Lin Feng awkwardly looked at Luo Mashwan. Uncle, hello, my name is Lin Feng. Luo Mashwan was also very embarrassed. Although he had acquiesced to Lin Feng as his son-in-law, but anyone who met this situation would be embarrassed, right? Luo Mashwan coughed twice before revealing what had just happened. Let's go inside the house first. Nanqing personally cooked the meal. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 72, Omissions. Lin Feng didn't say anything and the three of them got into the car together. Luo Mashwan drove and Lin Feng sat in the back with Luo Nanqing. After 5 long minutes of silence in the car, Lin Feng was the first to speak. Nanqing, how did you know I would be at the airport at this time? You and Uncle wouldn't have been waiting for me here the whole time, right? Didn't you tell me that when you got on the plane? So I checked the flights from Qizhou to here and surmised that you were on this one. So I came over to wait for you. Luo Nanqing held her head high, looking like she was begging for praise. Lin Feng subconsciously raised his hand to touch Luo Nanqing's head, but suddenly thought of Luo Mashwan, who was driving in front of him, and his raised hand froze for a moment, then slowly lowered it. So you and Uncle didn't wait long, did you? No, Nanqing and I just arrived as well, Luo Mashwan said with a smile. After a pause, Luo Mashwan continued. Lin Feng, Uncle would like to thank you, on behalf of the entire Luo family. If it wasn't for you, maybe I would have gone through the process of filing for company bankruptcy by now. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Uncle is overstating it. If something happens to Nanqing, how could I possibly stand by and do nothing? These are all things I should do. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, and I was wondering if it's convenient. What did Uncle want to ask? I heard from Nanqing that you were an ordinary family a year ago. How did you suddenly have so much money? Perhaps fearing that Lin Feng would think too much, Luo Mashwan added one more sentence afterward. Don't be paranoid. I'm simply asking. It was actually a series of coincidences. When I first started college, Lin Feng told the reason he gave to his parents. Although it was too coincidental, but theoretically it was completely possible. And Luo Mashwan didn't say much after hearing it. It seems that the heavens have favored us. And this time, side by side, you're a good person, Kobayashi, and a person worth trusting. Uncle is fallacious, Lin Feng said with a smile. By the way, the 100 million you transferred to Nanqing, I used up close to 9 million. The rest of the money I wanted to transfer directly to you, but because of the limit did not transfer. Wait for tomorrow. I will use the company's account to transfer back to you. In addition, I don't have the ability to repay this money you gave me in the near future. So my idea is to exchange this money for shares inside the company. What do you think? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He quickly waved his hand. Uncle, there's really no need. It's too troublesome to transfer shares or something. Besides, we're not outsiders. It's too vulgar to talk about returning money. 100 million is not a small amount of money. More money is necessary to return to you, and the shares are also necessary. In the future, when the company has slowed down after this period of time, and the benefits are better, you can exchange the shares for money again. Lin Feng was helpless. Wasn't it just $100 million? A lot? Let alone 100 million. Even if it was a few more zeros, He wouldn't put it in his eyes now. However, Luo Moshwan kept insisting, so Lin Feng could only agree. Finally Luo Moshwan made the decision to transfer 35% of the company's shares to Lin Feng. Originally Luo Moshwan accounted for 80% of the company's shares and had absolute control over the company. Now he divided out close to half of the company to Lin Feng and also lost the absolute control of the company. And if Lin Feng acquired some other minority shareholders' shares, then Xianran would no longer be Luo Moshwan's one word. But Luo Moshwan didn't have the slightest concern in this regard because he knew that Lin Feng wouldn't do this at all. It wasn't because he had absolute faith in Lin Feng's character. The two had only met for the first time today, and no one could see through each other's character and integrity on their first meeting. But from the point of view of Lin Feng's bravado of casually taking out $100 million, Lin Feng was definitely not a person who lacked money. Xianran Company might be very tempting for ordinary people, but for Lin Feng, to put it bluntly, it was a waste of time to even look at Xianran Company. Not on the same level at all. And firmly return the remaining money and give Lin Feng shares as Luo Moshwan thought a long time ago. For the rich, he can be generous to you, but you yourself should know the proportion. If Luo Moshwan saw Lin Feng this time and didn't mention the matter of that 100 million in the slightest, maybe Lin Feng wouldn't ask him for it, but in his heart he would definitely deduct points from his image of Luo Moshwan. The impression of Luo Moshwan is not a good thing small. But if you even dislike Luo Nanchang is a big deal. Luo Moshwan wouldn't do the kind of thing that would jeopardize his daughter's happiness for personal gain. The car sped. The traffic in Gonlin was improved compared to Qizhou, but the good was limited, and there was still a short traffic jam along the way. After about 40 minutes, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of an old neighborhood. After getting off the car, Luo Moshwan closed the door. Not long ago because of the company's things to the newly purchased not long ago sold the house. The family moved back here. This is our family just arrived in Gonlin to live in the place. Some of the old, to say a shabby house is also considered to meet. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took a closer look at this neighborhood. Not to mention, it did look a bit like the home he used to live in for more than 20 years. Maybe it's because all the old neighborhoods in the country are a little bit alike, like passing through every village and finding something that resembles your own. Once upon a time, Lin Feng didn't quite understand what kind of feeling that was. But now he recalled that it was homesickness. It's also a bit like my house used to be, and it still feels a bit intimate when you look at it. Luo Nanqing, who was on the side, grinned and said, "You feel a bit like that too, don't you?" I felt the same way when I first came here, and I was thinking of telling you about it at the time, but then I forgot about it after a day of cleaning up the house. The two of them seemed to have opened their boxes and talked about a lot of things from the past, but Luo Moshwan's eyes on the side were getting weirder and weirder. Ahem. Luo Moshwan coughed twice, then looked at Luo Nanqing. "Nanqing, you've been inside Shaolin's house before?" Luo Nanqing suddenly froze, and Lin Feng also froze. Oops, that slipped out. I went to Lin Feng's house to play once after the college entrance exam. I remember I told you about it then. Luo Nanqing's eyes skimmed to the side and said somewhat sheepishly. Lin Feng didn't say anything, he just smiled awkwardly. Luo Moshwan was puzzled in his heart, but it was not good to ask in detail now. And the two were already adults. Even if there was really a fact, he could not say anything. Let's go in first then. Nanchang's mom should have warmed up the dishes by now. Luo Moshwan walked into the neighborhood in front. Lin Feng, on the other hand, exchanged glances with Luo Nanqing, who spat out his tongue in a false alarm. After the college entrance exam Luo Nanqing went to Lin Feng's home that time. The two people did not break through that last step. But, Chapter 73, Mother Meets Son-in-Law. Nothing really happened between the two, but a lot did happen. At that time, Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing's relationship was developing very well, and it just so happened that Lin Feng's parents were not at home those days, so he encouraged Luo Nanqing to stay at his house for a night. That night, originally the two were going to sleep in separate rooms. After all, the two did not officially confirm their relationship, but Lin Feng accidentally rummaged through a jar of goji berries. "What is this jar you're holding for?" Luo Nanqing asked strangely. "It looks like it says goji berries. Have you ever eaten them?" "Never had it. Is it good? Don't you know it when you taste it?" After the two ate, they realized that their bodies seemed to be very hot, and there was always an urge to undress. Later, Lin Feng asked Lin Tianya and realized that it wasn't an ordinary goji berry. Lin Feng then asked, but Lin Tianya kicked him away and said that if he messed with his stuff again in the future, he would hang Lin Feng up and beat him. After Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing ate the wolfberries, they suppressed their respective adverse reactions and then went straight to bed. But after falling asleep, Luo Nanqing had a strange dream. Very strange. The next day the two exchanged the dreams they had last night and were surprised to find that they both had similar dreams. After that, Luo Nancheng and Lin Feng's relationship advanced another step, and that incident became a secret shared by both hearts. That's why the two were so nervous when they spoke out in front of Luo Moshwan. Lin Feng even had the intention of pulling Luo Nancheng and running away. The pig who arched the cabbage, letting the owner of the cabbage know that he arched the cabbage, was really a bit weak. But it was also fortunate that Luo Moshwan didn't ask more questions. Luo Nancheng and Lin Feng followed Luo Moshwan and walked into an old unit building and went up to the third floor. Before the three of them even knocked on the door, Luo Nancheng's mother opened the door first. Lin Feng raised his eyes and looked. Luo Nancheng's mother looked somewhat 7 points similar to Luo Nancheng. The years hadn't left too many traces on her face, but probably because of the recent accident at Luo Moshwan's company, she appeared a little haggard. Back? Heard yours coming up the stairs from the living room. Mother Luo smiled gently and welcomed the three in. Hello auntie, I am Lin Feng, a friend of Nanchang. Luo mother smiled and looked at Lin Feng with a very satisfied look. The so-called mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. It's a boyfriend, right? I used to hear Nanching mentioning you a lot. That is, less recently, I heard Mo Xian say, this time the company's financial problems, or more thanks to you. You have a big favor to our Luo family. I see such a big favor. Why don't we just give you this only daughter in the family? Luo mother smiled like a flower and spoke without treating Lin Feng as an outsider at all. Lin Feng smiled, did not say anything, but in his heart he nodded, good so that I am legal archcabbage. He. Mom, you're making fun of me again. Humph, ignore you. Luo Nancheng pouted and turned away. It's okay, anyway, Mom has already sold you at a good price. Little Feng, when you want to marry Nanching in the future, you'll be sold at the price of pork, by the pound. Mom, you still say. Luo Nanching pounced over and fought with Luo mother. Lin Feng lost his smile. This family usually gets along in a really relaxed environment, similar to their own home, but I usually only get beaten up. Maybe that's what separates the pigs from the cabbages. Alright, stop it. Kobayashi is still here. Wash your hands and eat. Luo Nancheng made a face at Luo Moshwan, then smiled and said to Lin Feng, eat more in a while. I cooked this meal myself today. This is the first time I've cooked so many dishes by myself. Luo Nancheng smiled and waved her small fists in an inviting manner. Looking at Luo Moshwan and Luo mother and Xiaorong who went to wash their hands together, Lin Feng then felt Luo Nancheng's head at ease. My Nancheng is so great. I'll be sure to lick all the plates clean in a while. Luo Nancheng was very flattered by Lin Feng's words, and seeing that Luo Moshwan and the two of them weren't there, she booped Lin Feng on the face with lightning speed. This is your reward for telling the truth. He. After kissing, Luo Nancheng acted as if nothing was wrong and bounced to the restroom to wash her hands. Lin Feng touched the place that Luo Nancheng had just kissed. The corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. His heart was sweet. Let's not wash my face today, even though we used to be close. It's the first time I've actually kissed me. Oops, how come I keep getting my first kiss taken away from me? Luo Nancheng bounced to the restroom. Although on the surface it was easy, but after all it was the first time she kissed Lin Feng. It was also the first time she kissed the opposite sex. But in her heart Lin Feng was already the only lover in her life. Luo Nancheng's face flushed slightly, and her heart was beating much faster than usual. When Luo Moshwan and Xiaorong came out from inside the restroom, they saw Luo Nancheng's slightly flushed cheeks and wondered a little. It's not too hot inside the house? Nancheng, why is your face flushed? But, it's probably because I was just bouncing around. Geez, you guys go ahead and eat. I'm going to go too after I wash my hands. Luo Nancheng didn't wait for Luo Moshwan and the two of them to reply, so she flashed into the restroom as if she had a weak heart. Luo Moshwan and Xiaorong looked at each other without saying anything. The two of them took advantage of the two children washing their hands and came to the dining table. Luo Moshwan leaned over and whispered softly next to Xiaorong's ear. You took a shower tonight. After instructing, Xiaorong was slightly surprised. Nancheng has also grown up. Not a small child from before. This kind of thing is her freedom. Besides, I see Xiao Feng, the child is quite good. Let's not interfere. I also just wanna know. This kind of thing is not a small thing. Nancheng used to meet any big thing will be discussed with us. She was at the same table with Xiao Lin. Have a good feeling for each other is also said with you. This kind of thing, there is no reason not to say Then if it really verifies your suspicions, then could you still break up the family? I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 74, Zhong Renyao's visit. Then if it really verifies your guess, Then could you still break up the family? And Xiaorong gave Luo Mashwan a blank look. I was just wondering to know. And besides, Kobayashi doesn't seem like the pushy type. And Xiaorong gave Luo Mashwan another blank look. That's true. You think everyone is like you? I was only 20 at that time. And I was destroyed by your hot hand. Luo Mashwan coughed twice and stopped talking. It didn't take long for the four to wash their hands and sit down at the table. It was like a family of four. Shaolin, try the dishes Nan Chang made with her own hands today. They were ready at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They were a little cold just now. Your aunt warmed them up again. Try them. Lin Feng picked up the nearest plate of fried bean curd bamboo on the table and put it in his mouth. Gently chewed it. Surprisingly, it was not particularly difficult to eat. Originally, Lin Feng thought that Luo Nanqing himself personally cooks. Is certainly not delicious. This is not that Lin Feng does not believe Luo Nanqing. This is indeed from previous experience. Once upon a time Luo Nanqing wasn't a resident student. She could go home every night at noon and after evening study. So sometimes in the afternoon when Luo Nanqing went back to school she would bring Lin Feng the dishes she had made. She said that she had originally made them for her parents. But it turned out that they praised them as delicious after eating them. And then there's no more. The mouth will lie, but the body won't. Although Luo Mashwan and also Wen Xiaorong said on their lips that Luo Nanqing's cooking was delicious. After just one taste, the two of them went to order takeout. Then Luo Nanqing brought the dishes over to Lin Feng. Then Lin Feng was silent after he ate them. It's not a matter of being hard to eat. It's a matter of being really undercooked. That's why just now, when Lin Feng heard that it was cooked by Luo Nanqing herself, he had already thought that no matter what it ended up looking like, he was going to eat a little bit of it with tears in his eyes. However, after tasting it, Lin Feng realized that it wasn't as bad as he thought. While Lin Feng was eating, Luo Nanqing opened her watery eyes wide and stared at Lin Feng without blinking, waiting for Lin Feng's reaction. Although she knew that her cooking skills had not progressed much, Luo Mashwan's words from the two of them did not have a reference opinion, and her own taste was rather strange. Unless it was a particularly difficult or particularly tasty situation, her evaluation of the meal was unanimous. It was okay. After seeing Lin Feng reveal a surprised expression after eating the dish, a flash of joy immediately appeared on Luo Nanqing's face. Isn't it delicious? I've improved my cooking skills a lot in the past 2 years, and I've deeply learned from my mom's true heritage. Luo Nanqing had a proud face. It's really good. Not a little improvement over when you were in high school. Luo Nanqing waved her little fist. Of course, I was cooking for the first time back then, and I really didn't do a good job. But now I've been transformed. You can taste the rest of the dishes. All of them were cooked by me. It took me more than 2 hours. Then Lin Feng tasted the braised fish, spicy chicken, and stir-fried beef brisket on the table in turn. Luo Nanqing's cooking skills had really improved a lot. Reward for letting her cook from now on. While the family of four was having their meal, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Feng froze. Who was knocking on the door? Are there any more of the rest of the Luo family? After hearing the knock on the door, Luo Mashwan and Xiaorong looked at each other and their faces slowly sank. Uncle, auntie, who's knocking at the door? Lin Feng inquired. I don't know, but there's a good chance it's Zhang Yinyao. Lin Feng gave a slight start. Zhang Ranyao? This name Luo Nanqing had mentioned to Lin Feng, and it was him. Who was behind it, trying to force Luo Nanqing to marry him? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. He hadn't even gone looking for him yet, but he sent him to his door. Uncle and auntie, Nan Chang, I'll get the door. Lin Feng got up from the dining table. We'll accompany you. The remaining three also rose. The four of them came to the door together. Lin Feng opened the door, and to his eyes was a man in a fitted suit, with a pair of shiny leather shoes on his feet, and a pair of golden eyes driving above his ears. The man was dressed in a way that revealed two words, elegant. However, Lin Feng knew that this was all just a superficial disguise. Superficially elegant, but in reality, a son of a who would do anything to achieve his goals. Zhang Renyao had a smile on his face when he saw the door to the room open, but when he saw Lin Feng at the very front of the room, the smile on his face lurched, followed by a slight frown. Who are you? Lin Feng sneered. You knocked on the door and instead asked me who I was? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhang Renyao snorted coldly. I'm Nanqing's fiancé. This is half of my home. What's so absurd about me coming to my own home? Lin Feng spat. Ah shucks. Just you? Nanqing's fiancé? Nanqing, come over here and show him who's your fiancé. Luo Nanqing, who was behind him, didn't hesitate for a second and walked over to Lin Feng's body and took his arm, then attached herself to Lin Feng's cheek and gave him a kiss. Zhong Runyao outside the door was struck by lightning. You. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe the scene he was seeing before him. He then turned his gaze to Luo Moshwan and the couple in Shirong behind Lin Feng. You, how dare you? I can make your company play out. And I can make your whole family play out too. Lin Feng snorted. Zhong Runyao, right? I haven't even gone to look for you yet. But you came over instead. Let me tell you, in less than 3 days, you'll die a horrible death. A wave of anger surfaced from the bottom of Zhong Runyao's heart. Good brat, dare to touch the woman I have my eyes on, and still dare to speak out of turn. I'll kill you at once. After saying that, Zhong Runyao changed his elegant appearance from earlier, gritted his back teeth, threw his glasses to the ground and lunged straight towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still, his face as normal. Zhong Runyao, this kind of rich kid, had long been emptied of his body by alcohol and sex, not to mention that Lin Feng's body had now gone through enhancement. Even if it hadn't been enhanced by the system, he could still beat him too. Coldly looking at Zhong Runyao who pounced over, Lin Feng raised his right foot. Zhong Runyao straightly bumped into Lin Feng's foot. Bang! Zhong Runyao flew out and didn't stop until he hit the wall of the building and fell to the ground. Ouch! Zhong Runyao struggled and growled on the ground, his face grimacing and his mouth cursing. Lin Feng came to him with cold eyes and stepped on his chest with his right foot. Luo Moshwan at the back was afraid of Lin Feng's impulsiveness and panicked and reminded. Shaolin, don't do anything stupid. Hitting someone and killing someone are vastly different things. Uncle, don't worry. I have my measure. After Lin Feng pacified the three of them, Luo Moshwan exerted a slight force under his feet and Zhong Runyao's face rose to red. You dare to touch me. Do you know who I am? But you're at my feet now, aren't you? What you are, will it save you? Chapter 75. You get out. A smirk spread out from the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Even if your identity is noble and your family lineage is illustrious, right now, at this moment, you're being stepped on by me. I want your life. Any time. Zhong Runyao finally collected his arrogant attitude, trembling with fear to the extreme. You? Who the hell are you? What do you want? Who am I? Didn't I say so? I'm Luo Nanqing's fiancé. If you dare to hit on my woman, you're touching my scales. Touching my scales. You're looking for death. Lin Feng's voice gradually became icy cold. Zhong Runyao was like falling into the ice cellar. His body couldn't stop trembling. He was scared and regretful. But it wasn't that he regretted hitting on Luo Nanqing. He regretted why he had come alone. If he had brought his bodyguards over, how could he have been stepped on by Lin Feng so easily? However, I don't intend to take your dog's life right now, but a good show is about to unfold, and I will make you, and the family behind you, pay an unimaginable price using completely legal means. Then, Lin Feng removed his foot from Zhong Runyao's chest, then patted his shoes. After stepping on you, the shoes are a bit dirty. Looks like I'll buy a new pair in a while. Lin Feng then glanced at Zhong Runyao. Why don't you get lost? Waiting for me to change my mind and take your life? Zhong Runyao was like a great release, scrambled up from the ground, rolled down the stairs on his hands and knees, and then left without looking back. Originally, he wanted to put a harsh word, but when he turned around and met Lin Feng's icy cold eyes, he shivered and ran away without looking back. Lin Feng, too scary. After Zhong Runyao ran away, Lin Feng turned around with a smile. Go on and eat. Without speaking, the three returned to the table in silence. After eating in silence, Luo Moshwan slowly opened his mouth. Shaolin, that Zhong Runyao's background is not bad. I've had enough of these years in Gonlin. I want to go back to Qizhou to develop in a few days. What do you think? Lin Feng raised his head slightly, a smile on his face. Uncle, it's good that you want to go back to Qizhou. Qizhou is the hometown, and my roots are in Qizhou. When I get to Qizhou, I can take care of anything that goes wrong. But, Lin Feng's words turned abruptly. Uncle, you guys can of course return to Qizhou if you want to, but not now. What do you mean, little Lin? Luo Moshwan didn't understand the meaning of Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng smiled. Of course you have to wait until you're done with Zhong Runyao and the family behind him before you leave. Shaolin, I know how you think, but the Zhong family has a lot of local power in Gonlin. The Zhong Group is the largest clothing company in Gonlin and even Jiangchuan, and the Zhong family has been developing in Gonlin for many years. It has long been intricately connected with various local relationships. We'd better go. Qizhou is more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. The Zhong family is no longer powerful, but also can't meddle in things that are so far away from here. Shaolin, don't get carried away. Luo Moshwan patiently persuaded. However, Lin Feng just smiled. Uncle, of course I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Since I'm here, of course I know what I'm doing, and I'm not being intentional. Luo Moshwan still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Feng reaching out. Uncle, you might not believe me just by saying it. How about this? Let's make a bet. Let's bet on whether or not the Zhong clan group behind Zhong Renyao will fall after 3 days. Luo Moshwan's eyes flickered. Lin Feng didn't look like he was joking when he spoke, but what he said was too outrageous. Although Lin Feng could take out $100 million with his hands, the Zhong group was not to be underestimated. As the clothing industry in the entire Jiangchuan province are second to none group, Zhong's group market value of nearly more than 5 billion, and Zhong Renyao family is the Jiangchuan Gamlin local snake. Even if Lin Feng has roots in Qizhou, but only one person came to the Gamlin, but also can rely on oneself alone to dry down the entire Zhong's group? Shaolin. It's not a matter of whether to gamble or not. I've heard some rumors about this Zhong family. This family is very vindictive. Today you beat up Zhong Renyao. They will definitely come to seek revenge on you. If you don't leave, even if you don't leave. Later on, if you want to leave again, it might be too late. Luo Moshwan's tone was serious, and Lin Feng understood. What he said was indeed very much like bragging, and anyone whose mind wasn't jumpy wouldn't believe it. Let's do it this way. Uncle, in these 3 days, you and Auntie Nanqing don't live here first. I'll have someone come to pick you up in a while. Find a hotel at random. I'll arrange for someone to protect you. If that Zhong family dares to retaliate, I'll definitely tell them to have a hard time coming back. It didn't take long for the knock to sound outside the door again. This time Lin Feng opened the door with his face as usual. The person who came was none other than Li Bad. Lin Dong, the brethren are all settled at the Cloud View Hotel. The entire 3rd floor of that hotel has been chartered, and is temporarily used as a base for the brethren. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Good. How's the investigation of the information I asked you to check on the Zhong clan group going? On the way to finish the investigation. This Zhong's group information is very simple. It is a snake in Ganlin's ground is just. Nothing too big background. Direct down on the line. Do not need to have the slightest scruples. Luo Moshwan behind Lin Feng's back widened his eyes. He realized that he couldn't see this future son-in-law of his a little bit. Zhong clan group. This huge thing. From inside that person's mouth, he even said so lightly, and also said that he would just go straight to the bottom. Do not need to have the slightest scruples? Are you too confident in yourself, or do you really have that power? Just as Luo Moshwan was thinking in his mind, Lin Feng waved his hand at them. Uncle, Aunt, and Nan Cheng, we can't stay here for now. Let's go to the Cloud View Hotel. In the next 3 days, you guys can stay there for now. At most 3 days, and you'll be able to see the news that the Zhong family is done playing. Luo Moshwan and Xiaoron looked at each other, then nodded to each other. Okay, we'll listen to you. Although in their hearts they felt that what Lin Feng said was a bit too big, right now they still instinctively chose to believe Lin Feng. The family cleaned up briefly for a few moments, then locked the door to their room and went downstairs to the outside of the neighborhood. Uncle, your car should not be driven for now. The Zhong family should be familiar with your car, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, so you guys take the car I arranged. The entrance to the district, that is a specially adapted coaster. There is a lot of space inside, which can accommodate more than 20 people. And Luo Moshwan also saw a lot of weapons in the back of the car after he got into the car. And hot weapons. Luo Moshwan's pupils were like earthquakes. He recalled those big words said by Lin Feng, and silently thought in his heart, how did his own daughter capture the heart of such a horrible person? Chapter 76, Opportunities. Cloudview Hotel. This hotel wasn't exactly eye-catching in Gamlin, and in terms of stars, it wasn't even 4, but it was far from the center of the city, and it was relatively quiet, and business was average. This was one of the major reasons why Li Bad and the others chose this place, to rent a whole floor to use as a base. Naturally, you can't choose a hotel that is full of business. This kind of business is average, and is located in the suburbs. A more secluded hotel is naturally the best choice. 3rd floor of the hotel. The button of the elevator leading to the 3rd floor was stopped. Thought the 3rd floor can only brush a specific kind of car to be able to do. And the entrance to the 3rd floor put a sign that idle people are not allowed to enter. And there are also people secretly watching. Once someone do not enter, will immediately be persuaded to return. Originally Li Bad in the hotel negotiation. The hotel politely said no, but then Li Bad dumped to the hotel manager $1 million. And then, everything is just fine. The money power just works so well. Luo Moshwan's family of 3 was brought to a suite. There were 2 bedrooms inside the suite. The rest of the equipment was complete, except for the environment was a little bit better. the rest was not too different from home. Lin Feng, on the other hand, went into another room with Li Bad, and inside were several people who were concentrating on a large pile of information on a computer. Lin Dong, the Zhong family's information is here, because I didn't bring a printer with me this time, and I feel risky using an outsider's printer, so I didn't print it out, so you can see the electronic version. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the computer and he quickly browsed through all the information about the Zhong family. Zhong's group in Gonlin local sometime. From Zhong Renyao grandfather generation scale is very large, to Zhong Renyao father Zhong Ru's hands, but also in the entire Jiangchuan province clothing industry are second to none. However, the Zhong family's social background is simple. There is no big background in the underworld or the white world, so it is very convenient to take care of such a family. Have you found out about the Zhong family's ghosting behind Xuanran's company? Lin Feng asked. Checked out. The Zhong family first bought a designer and the Xianran company is responsible for reviewing the design of the internal style of the person, so that the Xianran company time and money to rush out of the clothes no one wants, and finally the goods can only be squeezed inside the warehouse, and then bought through the Xianran company's finances, authorizing him to roll away all the money on the company's books, but also left a pile of bad debt. These things are done very shoddily, leaving a lot of obvious evidence. I suspect that it is that Zhong Renyao single-handedly led. This person I have also investigated. Good wine and sex, the ability to equal negative, and also particularly like to prove their own, but also counts for one advantage, that is, only to mess with their own to mess with the people. This time, when he messed with the Luo family, he should have carefully assessed the Luo family's strength and thought it was enough for him to take, but he doesn't know that he's kicked the bucket this time. After Li Bad finished speaking, he asked, how does Lin Dong plan to deal with the Zhong family? Lin Feng thought for a moment and slowly said, gather evidence, pull in high officials and put them to death. Luo Mashuan's family of 3 sat inside the room for a long time. Nan Chang, what exactly does Lin Feng do? I feel like I can't see through him more and more. Luo Mashuan asked. Luo Nanqing was also confused. I don't know. He used to be just an ordinary student. Who knows that after just one short year of no contact, he's become so mysterious. Luo Mashuan wanted to ask something else, but looking at Luo Nanqing's appearance, he also didn't know anything, so he put away the idea of proceeding with the inquiry. Alright, don't think about it, although I feel that what Lin Feng said is unlikely, but somehow I have a feeling of trusting him. No matter what, just see what happens to the Zhong family 3 days later. Luo Nanqing also stopped thinking about it. She didn't like to think about too many complicated things. She was only sure of one thing, although Lin Feng had become a lot more mysterious, but it was still like old times between them. Lin Feng still loved her, and that was enough. Then I'm going to take a shower first, and I'll go to bed afterward. Luo Nanqing got up and walked towards the bathroom, and Xiaorong also stood up. Nan Chang, let's wash together. It's been a long time since we mother and daughter took a bath together. Luo Nanqing didn't hesitate. Let's go then. Inside the bathroom, Luo Nanqing and Xiaorong were naked, and Xiaorong was a person from the past, and after carefully observing Luo Nanqing for a while, she was sure that her own daughter was still a virgin. This makes Xiaorong relieved. His own family's daughter has been very obedient since childhood. Met any major events will also be the first time to tell them. Broken body is not a small matter. Good thing Luo Nanqing still have. Luo Nanqing wasn't a serious person herself, and the mother and daughter washed and fought inside the bathroom covered in bubbles and giggles. After taking a bath, and Xiaorong and Luo Mashuan went into one room, and Luo Nanqing went to another room. Entering inside the room, and Xiaorong told the story about Luo Nanqing still being a virgin, and Luo Mashuan breathed a sigh of relief, while at the same time evaluating Lin Feng at a higher level. Day 2. Lin Feng had a good night's sleep tonight and dreamed of many things that were not convenient to write out. Lin Feng woke up several times in the middle of the night with joy. The system was out spitting, but the point at which the system was spitting seemed a bit strange. The system didn't say anything about Lin Feng being horny, but instead chided Lin Feng about why he didn't have himself. To this Lin Feng could only say, sorry, the bear is too small to be. After waking up, Lin Feng first entered the system to sign in. Begin today's check-in. Ding. Sign in successfully and get a chance to meet a big shot. Opportunity to get to know the big man, today at 8:43 a.m. Donlin City Center Lakeside Park will have a child lost his footing and fell into the water. The child is the only son of a deputy mayor of Gonlin City, Chu Yuan, and is the son of the middle-aged, which is very favored, and the Chu Yuan is in charge of the business affairs of Gonlin City. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw this reward. What a way to deliver a pillow when you're sleepy. As long as he hooked up with Chu Yuan, then dealing with the Zhong family would be even simpler. The system is not bad to herself, even though she is often angry with her. Lin Feng was in a good mood, got dressed and took Li Bad to the lakeside park in the center of the city. At this time more than 8 o'clock. The park is not a lot of people. Most of the morning exercise is concentrated in the 6 or 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock most of these people have gone back to eat. Lin Feng and Li Bad came to the edge of the lake and carefully observed everyone around them. The information given by the system said that a child would lose his footing and fall into the water. But there were quite a lot of parents with children around, so it wasn't really easy to target them. Lin Feng looked at the time. It was 8:43, the exact time the child fell into the water. Just then, a child playing with a balloon in the hands of the balloon suddenly left the hands of the child. The child also rushed forward to chase, but in front of the lake is not to do any protection measures. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 77, Rescuing People in the Water. Puff. Ah. The child's attention was so focused on the balloon flying away that he didn't notice the lake in front of him, and fell into the lake with his feet in the air. Ah, help me. The child screamed desperately inside the lake, but the more he struggled, the faster he sank, and in just a moment, most of the child's body was swallowed by the lake. The surrounding pedestrians also quickly noticed the child's fall into the water, but the average person does not dare to go down. For one thing, most people do not know how to water. Secondly, now there are so many people touching the porcelain, in case they saved the person after the anti-blackmail how to do, so when they first saw the child in the water, most of the people were looking away. But soon, there was a figure that darted past the surrounding pedestrians watching and leapt into the lake. Lin Feng jumped into the water and lifted the child's body out of the lake water, then came to the shore a little bit. With the help of Li Bad, the child returned to the shore unharmed, and Lin Feng, drenched to the skin, took a step back and climbed up from the lake. Young man is so powerful. If it wasn't for your quick eyes, this child would have been in trouble. Although this lake is not too deep, it is still very dangerous for small children. The parents of this child are too careless, aren't they? How can you feel comfortable leaving a child alone by the lake? It's so irresponsible. The young man is soaked to the skin. It's not like summer. Hurry up and wipe yourself off. Don't catch a cold. Such a warm-hearted young man nowadays. This kind of world is not much. Is also so handsome. Young man has a girlfriend? Married? I have a daughter at home. Early 20s. You see. Lin Feng was immediately surrounded by a bunch of people, and a lot of middle-aged people even scrambled to introduce their daughters to Lin Feng. Just then, a man in a black suit ran over in a panic, the marshmallow in his hand falling to the ground as he pushed his way through the crowd and hurried to the child who had just fallen into the water. "D, are you okay? I shouldn't have left your sight just now. Do you want to go to the hospital?" The child known as D was recognizing the man in the suit. Uncle, I'm fine." Gas. The balloon flew away. D pointed to the balloon that was flying further and further away in the sky. "It's okay, we'll buy another one if the balloon flies away. As long as you're okay." The man in the suit breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that D was fine. If something had happened to D while she was in his care, he didn't dare to imagine what would have happened to him. Then the man in the suit came in front of the dripping wet Lin Feng and held Lin Feng's hand with a serious look. "Brother, thank you. If it wasn't for you, my nephew might have lost his life." Lin Feng casually waved his hand. "It's just a show of hands, but I have to say something about you. A kid. You're so relieved to leave him by the lake? How big is your heart? I was there this time, but what about next time? What if there's no one to save him next time? Since you're bringing a child out, then be more serious and always make sure the child is within your sight." Lin Feng taught the man in the suit a lesson with a stern face. The man in the suit nodded repeatedly. "You're right. This won't happen again." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "All right." The child choked on the water a few times. "He should be fine, but just to be on the safe side, you'd better take him to the hospital for a checkup. If he's fine, I'll leave." Lin Feng wrung out the water on his clothes and immediately intended to greet Li Bad and leave. However, the man in the suit called out to Lin Feng. "Brother, wait a minute first. You are also counted as my nephew's savior. Not to mention that you are soaked to the skin in order to go into the water to save others. We are not the people who do not repay for their kindnesses. You can take this money. It's as if I am compensating you for the new clothes." The man in the suit pulled out a stack of red bills from inside his wallet, a pile roughly estimated to be about a couple $1,000s. Lin Feng didn't reach out to pick it up. Instead he had a stern face. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I save people just for money? No. Brother, you misunderstood. You are soaked to the skin. You save people is good. But good intentions must also be rewarded. These money is my compensation for you to buy clothes. But also please accept it. Lin Feng sternly refused. No need. The clothes are just wet. I'll go back and wash them in a while. You'd better hurry and take the child to the hospital for a checkup. I'll leave first. But the man in the suit still insisted. And this time, instead of handing over money, he pulled out a business card. Bro, I know you don't want the money. How about this? I'll give you a business card with my contact information on it. And you leave me one of your contact information as well. Probably afraid of Lin Feng's refusal again. The man in the suit added later. I also want to wait until after I go to the hospital to check. To inform my brother if there's anything wrong with Shouty. Brother, you saved Shouty. It's reasonable to know about Shouty's situation, right? Lin Feng took a moment to consider, and finally nodded, taking the business card handed over by the man in the suit, and then fished out a soaked business card from inside his own pocket and handed it to the man in the suit. Alright then, remember to let me know when you're done checking inside the hospital. After saying that, Lin Feng greeted Li Bad and turned to leave. The man in the suit looked at the business card Lin Feng handed over. Chairman of Huarong Group? In order to take D to the hospital in a timely manner, the suit man did not think too much, put the business card into his pocket, holding D on a black Audi not far away. After Lin Feng and Li Bad left, they also got into a car. And in the car, Lin Feng changed out of his soaked clothes. Lin Dong, I have a doubt. What did you bring me over to this park today for? Is it just to save that child who fell into the water? Lin Feng smiled after changing his clothes. Of course, Li Bad didn't understand. Lin Dong, now that the evidence of the Zhong family's crimes in recent years is almost collected, you haven't let me send it to the police. What are you waiting for? You purposely came over to save that child today. Did you already know that he would fall into the water? Facing Li Bad's doubts, Lin Feng just smiled. Although the Zhong family doesn't have a particularly tough background, but after all, they have been entrenched in Gonlin for many years, and wanting to rely on those incriminating evidence to directly bring them down isn't an easy thing to do, or at least it can't be done in 3 days. So, let's find someone who's good enough to bring down the Zhong family to help us. Li Bad had a feeling. That kid who fell into the water is the one who helped us? Brilliant! But Lin Dong, how did you know the child would fall into the water? Could it be that falling into the water was also planned by you? Lin Dong? Li Bad was shocked in his heart. Of course not. I just happened to know he would be in the water at this time of day. And his father is the one who can help us? Who is his father? Chapter 78, Will Wang Duoyu save Xiaoju? Who is his father? Lin Feng smiled. Vice Mayor of Gonlin City, Chu Yuan, in charge of commerce. Li Bad immediately understood. Lin Dong original long ago all arranged. Li Bad did not go on to ask why Lin Feng would know that Chu Yuan's son would fall into the water in the park today. Subordinates sometimes do not need to know too much. If there was a time when he definitely needed to know, Lin Feng would tell him. Then what do we do next? Mr. Lin, do I need to send all that information to the police? That's fine. Now instruct your brother to go and send the evidence to the police. I believe that at the latest this evening, I will be able to receive a call from Chu Yuan. I didn't hide my identity as the chairman of the Huarong Group, so I believe that Chu Yuan will quickly find me. City Hall office. Chu Yuan is in a meeting. Recently, the economy of Gonlin City has been declining for 2 consecutive years, which has caused him, as the deputy mayor in charge of commerce, a great deal of distress. Most of the enterprises in Gonlin City are mainly in the primary and secondary industries, and now with the development of technology, such enterprises are increasingly unable to keep pace with the development of the times. But Gamlin has no businesses with potential that it can support, which hurts Chohara, who wants to do something during his term. Just as Chu Yuan was in a meeting, his secretary suddenly knocked on the door and Chu Yuan frowned. What's going on? Didn't we say that anything during the meeting would wait until after the meeting? Are there any rules? Chu Yuan chided at his secretary. Ma Jinya. This ostensible chiding was done for the rest of the table. After all, as the person presiding over the meeting, you can't take the lead in breaking the rules. Secretary Ma hurriedly bowed. Mayor Chu, there's an emergency. It's really urgent, Chu Yuan said faintly. Next time. What happened? Secretary Ma hurriedly came to Chu Yuan's side and came up to his ear and whispered. Chu Yuan's face changed wildly. When did this happen? It was this morning, Secretary Ma said. Chu Yuan took a moment to think and looked around the conference table. The problems I mentioned just now, you guys go back and explore them again. Today's meeting is here. Adjourned. Chu Yuan, who hastily adjourned the meeting, hurriedly took Secretary Ma back to his office. Is D okay now? It's fine. Shiryu has already taken the young master to the hospital. Judging from all the behavior along the way, the young master is fine. And according to the onlookers in the area where the incident happened, the young master was rescued soon after he fell into the water. Chu Yuan then breathed a sigh of relief, but then a flash of anger surfaced in his heart. What's going on, Tokyo? How did D get dropped into the water? Luckily he saved her in time. Otherwise, I'm not done with him. Chu Yuan had an air of superiority about him. If an unusual person were to stand in front of him right now, they would definitely be intimidated by him. When Secretary Ma heard Chu Yuan's words, he hurriedly came out and added, the one who saved the young master from inside the lake wasn't Shiryu. It was a passerby who was in the park at the time. Chu Yuan's eyes flinched. Then where was Shiryu when D fell into the water? At that time, the young master wanted to eat cotton candy, and Tokyo felt that it would be fine for a minute or two, so he went to buy cotton candy for the young master. But it was that 2 minutes that the young master lost his footing and fell into the water because he was chasing the balloon. Secretary Ma told Chu Yuan one by one what was going on inside the park at that time. Chu Yuan's face was as gloomy as water. Some time ago it was to arrange a job for Shiryu, right? Order it down. Change it. Let him get as far away as possible. I don't want to see him in Gonlin. No, I don't want to see him in the entire Jiangchuan province in the future. Secretary Ma nodded slightly. I'll make the arrangements later. By the way, can you find out about the person who saved D? It's not my Chu family's habit to not repay the favor I received from others. According to Tokyo, at that time, he repeatedly insisted and left the business card of that person, who was not an ordinary person, but the chairman of the Huarong Group. Chu Yuan's eyes flinched. Huarong Group? Is it that Huarong Group in Nanjing province? The world's top 500 Huarong Group? Secretary Ma nodded. From the business card it looks like it is, but I haven't asked anyone to verify it yet. Shiyu said that person is very young, just in his early 20s, the chairman of the Huarong Group. He shouldn't be that young. Chu Yuan was silent for a moment, not knowing what was going through his mind. Mayor, do you suspect a conspiracy here? Secretary Ma was Chu Yuan's confidant, so he didn't have many scruples about talking behind closed doors. Go double-check the surveillance of the various places D has been going to in the past few days, as well as covertly investigating all the surveillance witnesses at that park today. Okay, I'm on it. About 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Feng was sitting inside the hotel, watching a movie with Luo Nanqing. This was the first time the two of them had gone to a movie inside a movie theater, and it was also the time when the two of them could see each other's feelings from each other's eyes. Wang Duoyu, aren't you rich? Before the sun sets, bring $10 million to ransom your woman. Otherwise, this is what happens. I still remember when the movie was almost over. Luo Nanqing looked at Lin Feng and asked a question. Lin Feng, do you think Wang Duoyu will give up $30 billion to save Xiaju? At that time Lin Feng's answer was, of course I will. Why? Because it's a movie. Although Luo Nanqing didn't say anything at that time, she was actually a bit lost, and that wasn't what she wanted to hear. This time, when he saw this episode, Luo Nanqing asked that same question again as if he had thought of something. Lin Feng, do you think Wang Duoyu will come to save Xiaju? Will. This answer from Lin Feng didn't change. Why? Because Wang Duoyu loves Xiaju. Just like I won't give up on you no matter how much money I have. Luo Nanqing's eyes instantly softened, and her body nestled in Lin Feng's arms lay more relaxed. Then Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Once upon a time when he was young and uninformed. Now Lin Feng finally knows that there are times when a woman asks you a question and just wants to hear something sweet, and at such times you just say something she likes to hear, and don't think you're being very humorous or particularly serious. You see, after Lin Feng answered, Luo Nanqing was happy. Originally she wasn't willing to pound Lin Feng's back, but now she was. Luo Nanqing pounded Lin Feng's back while asking, Lin Feng, do you really want to mess with the Zhong family in 3 days? Lin Feng, who had taken off his shirt and was lying on the bed enjoying Luo Nanqing's massage, closed his eyes. Of course, how could I lie to you? Then you seem to have gone out once except in the morning and then stayed inside the hotel all day, during which time you tricked me into attempting to go rogue from inside mom and dad's room. Lin Feng didn't blush or jump. I've instructed others to do the rest. The most important time hasn't arrived yet. As long as the time arrives, it will be the end of the Zhong family. What's the timing? Lin Feng pointed to the cell phone on the side, waiting for a call. That call? That's the time. Just as Lin Feng's words fell, Lin Feng's cell phone rang with a ringtone. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. The time has come. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 79, An Appointment at the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Luo Nanqing asked curiously, "Whose call is it?" Lin Feng smiled. "It's someone who can deal a fatal blow to the Zhong family." Lin Feng picked up the phone. It was a middle-aged man's voice. "Hello, is this Lin Feng?" The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone asked. "I am. Are you?" "Hi. I'm Dee's father. The kid you rescued from inside the lake at Lakeside Park this morning. And I'm calling to let you know that Dee is okay, and I wanted to thank you individually. So it's because of this thing that's just a show of hands. I believe that anyone who sees this situation will make the same choice as me. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda." Lin Feng said cheerfully. "You're too modest. I heard that after Dee fell into the water at that time, there were a lot of people around. But you were the only one who jumped in without hesitation. It's probably because I have quick eyes." Lin Feng said with a smile. "I wonder if it's convenient for you now, Xiao Lin? I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. I wonder what you'd like." "Dinner is not necessary. Then I will save people do not want to leave a phone is also for this consideration. Do good deeds, do not leave a name. I know that you have a good character, Xiao Lin, but I'm a man who will return favors. And what's more, don't you want to come over and listen to me talk about what happened regarding the Zhong family?" Lin Feng pretended to look surprised. "How? Do you? No? What exactly are you?" Chu Yuan let out a laugh. "Didn't I say that? You are my son's benefactor. That is to say, our Chu family's benefactor. Then for the benefactor, of course, you have to repay. I investigated that you have recently clashed with the local Zhong group in Ganlin. So, although you are also very strong, Lin Dong, but a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. In Ganlin, I will come to help you. The result will be better." Although he was separated by his cell phone, Lin Feng could imagine that when Chu Yuan said this, he definitely looked like he was strategizing. Lin Feng was naturally very cooperative. "Alright then, where is the place to eat? I'll rush over now." "That's only right. You are the benefactor of our Chu family. Now I can also help you do something. That's called helping each other. I'll wait for you at the Hidden Dragon Pavilion." After Lin Feng hung up the phone, the corner of his mouth curved up. Luo Nanqing, who was beside him, was a bit puzzled when he heard Lin Feng's words on the phone just now. "You just said that the person on the phone is the one who can give the Zhong family a fatal blow? But I just heard you guys talking on the phone for the first time. It's true that it's the first time I've called, but that doesn't conflict with them giving the Zhong family a fatal blow. I'm going to go out in a while. Now before I go out, how about a little reward?" "What reward?" Luo Nanqing hadn't realized that danger was looming. "Let me give you a kiss." Without waiting for Luo Nanqing to answer, Lin Feng directly pounced on him. Woohoo! About 15 minutes later, Lin Feng walked out of the hotel and took a breath of fresh air outside. Hey! Another first kiss taken. My damn charm. Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Despite the dominant-sounding name, the place is really not doing well. Hidden Dragon Court's moment of glory was in the last century, when it was recognized as the most upscale place in all of Gamlin. Anyone who can buy dinner at the Hidden Dragon Court is a status symbol. However, as we enter the new century, more and more restaurants are rising, and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion is gradually declining. The most serious decline, or the former owner saw the business is not as good as before, disheartened to sell and go away. So far, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion completely reduced to Ganlin's second-rate restaurant. However, because of its former glory, there are many middle-aged people who come here from time to time to have a meal and reminisce about the past. Chu Yuan was such a person. When the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was at its peak, it was at the time of his poverty-stricken period, so he never had the opportunity to enter the place for a meal. With the decline of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Chu Yuan also gradually made acquaintances with nobles and made a fortune. Hidden Dragon Pavilion he came up, but the old feeling can never come back. In addition to nostalgia, Chu Yuan had another reason for choosing Hidden Dragon Pavilion, and that was that the business here was not good, and there was not much foot traffic, and right now his status was not convenient to go to a place with too much foot traffic to eat. Inside a box, Chu Yuan picked up a cup of tea and gently took a sip. He didn't know anything about tea either. He just simply felt that it was very pushy to sip tea like this, and people in his position needed to be pushy. Mayor, is that Lin Feng sure it's okay? Secretary Ma asked. Chu Yuan glanced at him. Didn't I say so? Call me Mr. Chu here to avoid unnecessary trouble. Secretary Ma scrambled to bow his head. Yes, Mr. Chu. Chu Yuan withdrew his gaze and took another sip of tea. Doesn't all the information prove that Lin Feng had nothing to do with Xiao Di falling into the water? He simply passed by and saved Xiao Di. What's more, if he had known Di's identity, Would he have repeatedly excused himself from leaving contact information? Perhaps everything was his plan? Don't want a business card to make a good impression? In the end he still left his business card, didn't he? Secretary Ma still felt that it was a bit too much of a coincidence. If he planned all this, then what did he do it for? To deal with the Zhong family? Although the Zhong family is good, it's still not enough compared to the Huarong Group. Not to mention that Lin Feng has more than just one company. The Huarong Group, the world's top 500 Huarong Group, the world's top security company, the world's top PR company, and the recent rumor that Dragonfly Entertainment was going to be acquired by him. Would this kind of person find a Zhong Group troublesome? At most, it would just take some time. There's no need to risk offending me by arranging all this. Although Secretary Ma felt that what had happened was a coincidence, Chu Yuan's explanation was reasonable and he could only attribute it to his overthinking. And how do you plan to help him? Mr. Chu, just go with the flow. He has already sent some incriminating evidence of the Zhong family and the Zhong Group to the police station today. I can help resolve some interference from it, so that the Zhong family can be ambushed at the fastest speed. While the two were talking, Secretary Ma glanced at his phone, then nodded to Chu Yuan. Mr. Chu, he's here. It didn't take long. A short knock sounded at the box. Chapter 80. I'll bring an investment. Dum 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 dum. There was a short knock on the door. Chu Yuan signaled Secretary Ma to open the door. The door was opened and in came none other than the handsome Lin Feng. Chu Yuan and Secretary Ma glanced at each other, simultaneously seeing shock in each other's eyes. Although he had already known in the investigation that Lin Feng was only in his early 20s, when they saw the real person, the two of them were still taken aback. To be able to control so many of the world's top companies at such an age, the background was definitely not simple. The two of them, besides being shocked by Lin Feng's youth, there was also Lin Feng's handsomeness. This face value, it was possible to directly debut in situ. Hello, I'm Lin Feng. Chu Yuan stood up and shook Lin Feng's hand. I'm Chu Yuan, please have a seat. Secretary Ma closed the door of the box. Lin Feng took his seat, and Chu Yuan was the first to speak. Can Lin Dong tell me about any conflicts with the Zhong Group? Mr. Chu doesn't know? I thought that Mr. Chu had already investigated everything by calling me here with his words. Chu Yuan smiled. I only found out that you handed over some evidence of the Zhong family's crimes to the police station in a hurry. And the rest? I didn't find out anything. In that case, then, I'll tell you about it. Then Lin Feng told Chu Yuan the original story of what happened. And Lin Feng didn't add any more fuel to the fire. After all, with Chu Yuan's ability, finding out these things was as easy as a slap in the face. It was very likely that he had already finished checking and was just deliberately asking Lin Feng to say it again. Chu Yuan slapped the table after hearing this. It's simply too much. If you hadn't come over in time, Chairman Lin, maybe that Zhong Rinya would have had to take it by force. For something like this to happen in Gonlin, I absolutely cannot agree to it. Even if you weren't my son's savior, I'd still be in charge of this matter. Chu Yuan looked like he was filled with righteous indignation. Don't care if it was feigned or real, at least the look was well done. I haven't been able to ask for advice since I came in. Where is Mr. Chu? In his senior position? Chu Yuan let out a laugh. I'm a deputy mayor of Gonlin, in charge of commerce. Lin Feng pretended to be very surprised and stood up with a prancing movement, looking at Chu Yuan with an unbelievable look. Chu Yuan seemed to be satisfied with Lin Feng's surprised appearance. Lin Feng stood up in surprise. Then, as if he had thought of something, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Chu's city. Chu Yuan reached out and interrupted Lin Feng. Just keep calling me Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, I really don't know your identity. Your son fell into the water. Chu Yuan knew what Lin Feng wanted to say. Don't be afraid. If I didn't find out clearly, would I chat with you so easily? The matter of Xiao Di falling into the water has nothing to do with you. Lin Feng looked as if he was relieved. Mr. Chu is clear-sighted. Now we can continue to talk about what happened just now. You have a conflict with the Zhong family, and the Zhong family did indeed do something wrong. So I can help you. Exactly how can I help you? What are your thoughts? Just make the Zhong family pay for all the illegal things they've done over the years. I told Zhong Rengyao what I told him when he came to me. I'll use legal means to make the Zhong family, to make the Zhong style group come crashing down. Chu Yuan revealed a smile. Although he had decided to help Lin Feng, if Lin Feng took the opportunity to make him do something unorthodox, he would do it, but his opinion of Lin Feng would be lowered. But he was satisfied with Lin Feng's approach, asking for help and not letting others get into trouble. That's smart. Good. Then I'll go back in a while to urge the relevant people to do a good job on these Zhong family members' cases. As soon as tomorrow, the day after tomorrow at the slowest, the Zhong family members will be arrested. And then with your Huarong group, the Zhong style group will be declared bankrupt within a few days. Lin Feng's mouth revealed a smile. Then I'll thank Mr. Chu first. I'm just going along for the ride. Even without me, with your energy, dealing with a small Zhong clan group will take a little more time at most. Right at this moment, a ding suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's head. Ding! Detected the host communicating with Chu Yuan, triggering a random task, befriend Chu Yuan. Befriending Chu Yuan. Nowadays, the economy of Gonlin is going down, and Chu Yuan is worried about it. If the host attracts capital into Gonlin, Chu Yuan will surely be in the host's full favor. System recommendation: invest in Martian, a very promising local smart home enterprise in Gonlin. Mission reward: 2 physical health cards. Physical health card: after using it, it can make all the hidden diseases of one's body disappear, and one will not have any serious diseases within 50 years. So that one will be young again. Lin Feng's consciousness sank into the system and squinted. Physical health card? Just right for my parents. They're only in their 40s. After so many years of hard work, they often see their backs hurting, and it'll also be able to make good friends with Chu Yuan. 2 birds with 1 stone. After his consciousness came out of the system, Lin Feng smiled. Then the word, Mr. Chu. Aside from this matter, I also want to discuss one more thing with you. Chu Yuan was slightly stunned. What else is going on? This time I messed up Gonlin. No, the biggest clothing company in the entire Jiangchuan province. How can I say that I'm a little bit sorry for Gonlin and Mr. Chu? So I want to bring an investment to Gonlin as compensation. Chu Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. Investment? What do you want to invest in? Mr. Lin? Supporting your old man's family's Xianran company? Let him eat up the former Zhong style group's share. Lin Feng shook his head, swallowing the Zhong group for sure. This certainly can't be taken as an investment, otherwise I'd be too insincere. After a pause, Lin Feng continued. I want to invest in a smart home enterprise called Martian in Gonlin. I've checked. This company has a lot of potential. It's just that there's a problem on top of the financing at the initial stage. And if it's vigorously supported, it's very likely that it'll grow into a leading enterprise in Gonlin or even the whole Jiangchuan in the future. Lin Dong's tone is really not ordinary. It seems that Lin Dong came to Gonlin this time, not only to solve his old man's family affairs to come. How much does Lin Dong want to invest? Chu Yuan picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Lin Feng stretched out a finger. I want to vote this much. Chu Yuan was slightly disappointed, but the disappointment flickered away. $100 million of investment is quite a lot for a startup. Then I will thank Lin Dong in advance on behalf of that company. Mr. Chu seems to have misunderstood. What I'm going to invest is not 100 million. 100 million, taken out of my hand, is indeed a bit shabby. Lin Feng said indifferently. There was a slight change in the expression on Chu Yuan's face. Lin Dong wants to invest $1 billion? However, Lin Feng still shook his head. 1 billion is still not enough. I'll put in 10 billion. Chapter 81. Chu Yuan's eyes widened violently, somewhat unable to believe his ears. What did you say? $100 billion? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Since I said I want to bring investment to Gonlin, I naturally have to show my sincerity. 100 million. 1 billion is not a small amount, but for a city, it's just a drop in the bucket. So 10 billion. It's not much. Chu Yuan began to re-examine the young chairman of Huarong Group sitting across from him. At first Chu Yuan actually didn't treat Lin Feng as a person of the same level. Firstly because Lin Feng was young, and secondly because there was still a look down on businessmen in his heart. But just now, Lin Feng said that he wanted to invest $10 billion, which really shocked him. Lin Dong, this is not a small matter. You can't joke about it. Mr. Chu, I never joke about such important matters. Dong Lin, although Huarong Group is one of the top 500 companies in the world, and although it is a financial company with a strong cash flow, taking out $10 billion out at once will definitely hurt, right? Chu Yuan still didn't believe what Lin Feng said. Lin Feng took a sip of the tea on the table. Indeed, if Huarong Group comes out with $10 billion at once, the group's funds will have a big problem. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. Was Lin Feng making fun of him? Then what was the meaning of what Dong Lin just said? Is Dong Lin planning to take out $10 billion in installments? No. Mr. Chu has confused one thing. Although the chairman of Huarong Group is me, but I am not just the chairman of Huarong Group. This $10 billion, does not go from the account of Huarong Group, but I privately take it out for investment. Chu Yuan took a deep breath. Lin, Mr. Lin, you can privately take out $10 billion? I really can't quite believe it. Mr. Chu, there is no need for me to deceive you. There is not the slightest benefit for me to brag to you right now. If in the end I can't come up with $10 billion to invest, you don't have anything to lose. But my credibility in front of you will be completely ruined. Why would I bother to do this kind of thing that does 100 harms but not a single benefit? Chu Yuan thought carefully about Lin Feng's words and felt that they did make sense. Now that Lin Feng and he were on good terms, there was absolutely no need for Lin Feng to lie to himself about this. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan was truly unable to see through this handsome young man in front of himself. Could it be someone out of some big family? Those who sat in Chu Yuan's position more or less knew a little about some of the darker clans. No one would believe that Lin Feng owned so many companies at such a young age without the energy of the family behind him. Thinking of this, Chu Yuan stopped himself in time. It's not good to know too much and think too much about those things in the big families. Then Chu Yuan stood up and bowed to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, this $10 billion of yours is a big help to me. A big help to the entire Ganlin. Lin Feng panicked and helped Chu Yuan up. Mr. Chu was overstating things. I'm a businessman. I'm just more optimistic about Ganlin's future development. There's no need to be thankful for anything. It's just business in business. But the late generation does have one thing that they want to ask for Mr. Chu's help. Vigilance resounded in Chu Yuan's heart. Was there indeed something to ask for his help? Sure enough, this $10 billion is not something to be taken casually. What kind of heavenly matter would it be to be able to use an investment of $10 billion as a bargaining chip to seek his help? Chu Yuan did not dare to think. What is it? Tell me. Chu Yuan didn't dare to directly oblige. Lin Feng came to Chu Yuan's ear and whispered softly. Secretary Ma, who hadn't said anything on the sidelines. His eyes flickered and he opened his ears wide trying to hear something from the slight sound. A few moments later, Lin Feng sat back in his seat, and Principal Chu had a surprised look on his face. Secretary Ma estimated in his heart that there should be a major event that had begged for Chu Yuan's head. Otherwise Chu Yuan wouldn't have been so surprised. It looks like this $10 billion investment is going down the drain. But then Chu Yuan's words almost made Secretary Ma's jaw drop in shock. Chu Yuan looked at Lin Feng with a very complicated look. And it wasn't until a minute later that he ventured out. That's it? Secretary Ma? Lin Feng let out a soft laugh. Mr. Chu was feeling difficult? If this is all difficult, then what else can I do? I'm just puzzled. Mr. Lin $10 billion. Just to pretend? Lin Feng coughed twice and said without changing his face. Mr. Chu, how can you be so indecent? This isn't called pretending. This is called appearing holy in front of people. Chu Yuan gave a thumbs up to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin deserves to be a young man. His brain circuit is just different from me. A middle-aged man. But for something so simple, I'll do my best to help you. Then Mr. Chu, happy cooperation? Lin Feng smiled and extended his hand. Chu Yuan enthusiastically shook Lin Feng's hand. Happy cooperation. Mr. Lin is a man of nature. You're a friend. I, Chu, have made a friend. Secretary Ma was beside himself with confusion. What? What pretense? What man appeared before the saints? What's all this talk about? Why can't you understand it all of a sudden? What did he or she miss? Later that night, after Lin Feng returned to the hotel, he went to the room of Luo Moshwan's family. A family of 3 has been very bored ever since they stayed in the hotel, and since they can't go out, the family starts to fight the landlord. In this round, Luo Moshwan was the landlord and in Xiurong and Luo Nanqing were the peasants. The field is now on Su Wang's turn to play his cards. 10 hook circle Kai tip. No. Over. 80 90 99. Report the order. Don't. Luo Moshwan didn't seize the opportunity to play a hand of cards. After Luo Nanqing saw that in Xiurong had reported the order, a touch of joy appeared on her face. I bomb. And Xiurong stared at Luo Nanqing with wide eyes, her large eyes written with doubt. However, Luo Nanqing was clearly unaware of Suyang's reaction as he was still engrossed in doubling up. Double it again and I'll blow it up again. No. Want. If ice could hit people. Right now Luo Nanqing was being violently beaten by Xiurong. Pass. Luo Moshwan still had a bunch of cards in his hand, and he had basically given up on winning. Ha ha, enough bombing. It's time to finish. A 3. Mom, it's your turn. Over. And Suyang said breathlessly. Luo Nanqing? Mom, why didn't you put out? I put out a 3. Wouldn't I be out if I could press on? Mom, what you have left won't. also be 3, right? Luo Nanqing had a bad feeling in her heart. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't? What were you doing blowing up when I was just about to leave? Wasn't that me seeking to be able to double more? Luo Nanqing's voice was much smaller. Luo Moshwan took a look at the field and smiled. Holy, there's a windfall? Chapter 82, I have a gift for Zhang Inyo. Luo Moshwan originally thought that he was bound to lose this game, but he didn't expect that the darkness would come back. 3 You don't want it, do you? I'll take it. King, any more bombs? Luo Nanqing lowered her head, not daring to meet in Xiaorong's eyes. 678,910. Junk, don't, pass. 3 hooks with a small 4, don't, over, pair of 3s, ha ha ha, I win. Luo Moshwan laughed particularly wildly. Nanqing, didn't you see me give you a wink when you came out with the bomb just now? I was expecting to double it, so where's the attention to this? Luo Nanqing deflated his mouth. Who would have thought that in Xiaorong reported the list left to 3 ah? Just then, Lin Feng came in at some point and sat right behind Luo Nanqing. Little Feng, do you want to play together? Nanqing is too stupid. He loses every time either as a landlord or a farmer. Especially when he's a farmer. He's such a pig teammate that he can't be brought along at all. And So Young glanced at Luo Nanqing. Luo Nanqing wanted to retort but was helpless that So Young was telling the truth. I'll pass. I'm not very good at it either. Probably not as good as Nanqing. However, as soon as Luo Nanqing heard this, she immediately brightened up. It's fine. Play a few games together. Mom, don't play. You're too powerful. It affects the balance of the game. Lin Feng spread his hands. Then let's play a few games. Luo Nanqing cheerfully shuffled and dealt the cards. After 5 innings of play, Luo Nanqing cried out with a wow. You lied. You won all 5 rounds and you still say you're not good. Big liar dash. Luo Nanqing shouted at Lin Feng. You girl is also really stupid. You still take Xiao Feng's modesty seriously. And Xiaorong mercilessly mocked. Luo Nanqing's mind collapsed and she ran inside her room to draw circles. After Luo Nanqing left, Lin Feng looked at Luo Moshwan and also in Xiaorong. Uncle and Auntie, I came over this time because I have something to ask you. What is it? Tomorrow, we'll all go to. After leaving from Luo Moshwan's family's room, Lin Feng found Li Bat again and instructed him to go and buy some things he would need for tomorrow. After making all the preparations, Lin Feng laid down on his bed and sat waiting for tomorrow to manifest himself before the people. Day 2. Early morning. Lin Feng opened his eyes and the first thing he did when he got up. Signed in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining proficient level cooking skills. The host is now cooking not much worse than the best group of chefs in the world. Lin Feng's consciousness sank out of his mind. It's not bad. At least it's a little better than money. Without bothering too much about the rewards for signing in today, Lin Feng quickly got dressed. Today, he was going to clean up the Zhong family. About 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng, Luo Moshwan, Luo Nanqing, and Xiaorong, Li Bad, and the 10 brothers from the security company arrived downstairs at Zhong's group. Zhong's group, as an enterprise that had been developing in Ganlin's local area for decades, also had a building of its own, but compared to that entire building of Huarong Group, it was not on the same scale at all. This building of Zhong's group, only 7 floors, and all kinds of facilities are already old. Huarong Group's building can buy him dozens. Luo Moshwan looked at the signboard of Zhong's group. His heart always felt a bit bottomless. Lin Feng, are you sure you want to do this? Lin Feng revealed a smile. Of course, don't worry uncle. Everything is in my plan. It's exactly 9 o'clock now. Let's go. The plan has begun. Then Lin Feng and his group of a dozen people entered the building with great vigor. And the brothers from the security company behind them were carrying an oversized gift box. The people inside the company quickly noticed Lin Feng and his group. With a dozen or so people swarming around and carrying an oversized gift box, it's impossible not to notice. The company's security guard was the first to stop Lin Feng. Are you employees of the company? What are you holding in the back? Lin Feng was all smiles. We're not employees. I'm good friends with your chairman's son. Today is a special day for Zhong Renyao's family. I'm here to give him a gift. The security guard looked at the gift box at the back that was as tall as a man. A gift for our chairman's young master? What's inside? Don't think it's something dangerous? Call the young master now, or I won't be held responsible if anything happens if I let you in. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. He couldn't tell that this little security guard was quite responsible. Li Bad was immediately about to go forward and violently push the security guard away, but Lin Feng stopped him. Now was not the time to use violence. Little brother, be accommodating. This is a surprise for your young master's entire family. If I tell him in advance, is it still called a surprise? As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out $200 from inside his bag and shoved it into the guard's hand. The security guard's attitude eased a lot at that time. Actually, it's not that I have to make things difficult for you guys. It's that the company does have rules. And I do understand your heart to surprise the young master. It's just that I do have a bit of a hard time. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and understood that the difficulty was that there wasn't quite enough money. So Lin Feng pulled out another $200. Is there any difficulty now? The security guard prettily loaded the money. Difficulty? What's the problem? You're our young master's best friend. Isn't it right to let you in? Let's go in. Is that thing heavy? Do you need help? Lin Feng nodded at the security guard. You can accomplish great things. We'll just take this thing ourselves, so we won't bother you. You're really doing your job. After complimenting the security guard, Lin Feng entered the building under his smiling eyes. Not long after he left, Lin Feng suddenly turned around again. Right. There's one more thing. Do you have your young master's contact information? Can you call him down? How can a little security guard like me have the young master's number? But you can go to the front desk. There's at the front desk. Ah no. There's a receptionist. She has an extraordinary relationship with the young master. She should be able to contact him. The security guard took Lin Feng's $400 and had a very good attitude, basically answering whatever he asked. Lin Feng nodded, then led the group to the front desk and searched through the 3 receptions. Then sure enough, they targeted the one in the center for reception. Well, the security guard is really wise. Sue, scratch that, indeed. So Lin Feng walked over and tapped her on the shoulder. Hello, I'm looking for Zhong Renyao. Is he in the company? Can you call him out? Lu Ying looked at this teenager, who was more handsome than a star. In doubt, what do you want with young master? Lin Feng pointed to the large gift box at the back. I have something for him. Please inform him. Lu Ying hesitated for a moment, but still called Zhong Renyao and called him down. Maybe because Lin Feng was so handsome. Lu Ying didn't want to refuse his request and also wanted to wait until after work to go to Wushan with Lin Feng. After calling Zhong Renyao, Lu Ying curiously looked at the big guy in the back. What's inside that gift box? What are you giving the young master? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved up into an arc and he waved his hand at Li Bad. Then the packaging of the large gift box was opened, revealing a bronze bell. I've come to give the Jones a final send-off. Chapter 83, One Man to Settle the Score. I've come to give the Jones a final send-off. Lin Feng's voice boomed throughout the first floor hall, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What is that man? Did I hear you right? Who's it going to be for? The Zhong family? You're not talking about our chairman's family, are you? Go over there and take a look. I've long been displeased with the Zhong family's group. Ha 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 ha. It's better not to go. Look at this situation. The chairman is definitely going to come over in a while. Don't cause any trouble. It's not like you don't know how careful they are. Yeah, it must be Zhong Renyao that is causing trouble again. Hurry up and leave. Don't get into trouble. You guys go. I'll take a look from afar. I'll see what kind of people Zhong Renyao has messed with. This time, the surrounding people were talking. Although some of them were afraid of getting into trouble and left early, but most of them still liked to join in the fun and basically watched from afar. After Lin Feng had finished yelling, Lu Ying, who had just called Zhong Renyao, was dumbfounded and stood frozen in place. When she slowed down, she picked up the phone to make another call to Zhong Renyao, but it was directly snatched by Lin Feng. The call was just made, so there's no need to make a second one. I'm coming after Zhong Renyao's family and don't want to spread to the rest of them, so I don't want to see anyone involved. Lu Ying swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then slowly put down her cell phone and hurriedly ran away. Zhong Renyao had been playing a game with his secretary inside his office upstairs, and after receiving Lu Ying's phone call just as the game ended, Zhong Renyao lifted up his pants and pushed the secretary, who had just been full of calling babies, out of the way. Without that worldly desire. Someone sent me something? Isn't my birthday not yet? Never mind. Go down and take a look. After coming out from inside the office, Zhong Renyao took the elevator down to the first floor. The elevator had just opened, and the hall was full of people, crowing to block all of Zhong Renyao's sight, so he didn't see Lin Feng and the others at first, and he didn't see the clock either. What are you doing? Don't you have to go to work? I'll dock your paychecks. Don't you believe me? Get to work. Zhong Renyao roared with a bad expression on his face, and the crowd immediately made way for him. The crowd looked at Zhong Renyao with different looks. There were those who teased, those who simply watched, and those who waited to see Zhong Renyao's jokes. Zhong Renyao followed a path that gave way and saw Lin Feng, saw Luo Nanqing, saw Luo Mashuan, and saw the clock. Zhong Renyao's face was unkind. It's you? How dare you come here? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? This is my territory. Lin Feng turned around. His eyes met with Zhong Renyao and smiled. I came here but to give you a gift. In order to celebrate the fact that your Zhong family members were arrested today, I've come here to give you a Zhong. Why don't you say you don't know what's good for you? A load of crap. It's utter nonsense. Where's the security? Security, come here and throw them out. Zhong Renyao knew that fighting wasn't Lin Feng's match and that Lin Feng had brought so many people with him, so he could only let the security guards deal with it. There are quite a few security guards in Zhong's group, a total of a dozen on the first floor. Zhong Renyao yelled, and all of them gathered at once. Give me a beating. I'll be responsible for beating up the problem, and I'll give $10,000 to each person afterward. Zhong Renyao's face was hideous. Lin Feng smiled lightly, indifferent to the dozen or so security guards with electric batons in their hands that surrounded him, then waved his hand at Li Bad. It seems like I've never seen a brother's hand inside a security company before. Show some skill? Li Bad smiled, a look he didn't often display. Zhang Shan, you, clean up these people who are in the way. Out of the crowd came a person who looked a bit thin on the surface. Obviously he was the Zhang Shan that Li Bad was talking about. Zhang Shan moved his body, a sardonic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Bad brother, I haven't let go of my arms and legs to have a good fight for a long time. Today, I can finally move my body. The dozen or so security guards around him looked at Zhang Shan suspiciously, leaping into action with their electric batons. As soon as Zhang Shan's words fell, his body sprang out, and although the numerous security guards' eyes captured Zhang Shan's movements, their hands' reactions were completely unable to keep up with their own eyes. A few moments later, Zhang Shan's figure appeared behind one of the security guards, a sardonic smile still lingering at the corner of his mouth. The electric baton in his hand looks quite fun. Show me. Before that security guard could react, the electric baton in his hand had already run into Zhang Shan's hand at an unknown time. You. That security guard's eyes widened, but before the words could come out of his mouth, the electric baton had already hit him. Ah, let's all go together. He's just one person. Everyone can kick him to death with one kick. A shout from the security chief pulled back the crowd that had just sprouted a sense of retreat. However, this was meaningless in the face of absolute strength. I won't play with you guys anymore. Director Lin sent word to settle you guys as soon as possible. Come on. Zhang Shan dropped the electric baton in his hand to the ground, tightened his smile, and a glint of essence flashed in his eyes. 1 minute later, Zhang Shan returned to Lin Feng's face and arched his hand. Lin Dong, fortunately, I didn't disgrace you, did I? Lin Feng nodded. Not bad, very good. In the future, if you have the chance, let's spar. Although I don't have as much combat experience as you, but in the end it's not certain who will lose and who will win. Zhang Shan licked his lips. His face is a bit arrogant. Then I'm waiting for Lin Dong, but I still suggest that you don't do it with me. Once I do it is all true. In fact, to be honest, Lin Dong, you are now managing us. I'm not very convincing. Not only me, maybe a lot of brothers are unconvinced. We are convinced of the bad brother because he is more powerful than us all. All kinds of aspects are powerful, and we are not convinced. All kinds of aspects are powerful, but now bad has to listen to you. Lin Dong, we can't figure out why sometimes. Zhang Shan, don't say anything you shouldn't. Li Bad reprimanded with a stern face. Lin Feng stopped Li Bad. No, I know it's really a problem. So is it that if I beat you, you'll be convinced of me? Zhang Shan nodded. That's for sure. We people are rough men and only serve the strong. Well then, after resolving these matters in front of me, I'll have a fight within the entire security company. Anyone who wants to challenge me can do so, and if I lose, you won't have to show me any respect in the future. Li Bad immediately stepped forward. Lin Dong, this. Lin Feng waved his hand. There's no need to say anything. I know in my heart my stature. After finishing talking to Zhang Shan and Li Bad, Lin Feng looked at Zhong Renyao. The security guards who had just been there were all lying on the ground wailing. Are you ready to accept your fate? Chapter 84, Ringing the Bell and Sending the Bell Family Away. Zhong Renyao looked at the wailing security guard on the ground, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. What had just happened in that minute? A minute himself in bed are only half played. These dozen security guards with electric batons. So buy a person bare hands and knock down? Is this scientific? Lin Feng looked at Zhong Renyao playfully. What's wrong? Is the person stupid? The reliance you had just now seems to be lying on the ground. It can't be that you're sleepy, right? Zhong Renyao swallowed. then changed direction with his left foot and made a move to run. But as fast as he wasn't as fast as Lin Feng. We're talking about speed of reaction here, not the other way around, so please don't misunderstand Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew up and kicked Zhong Renyao to the ground. Just like the night before when Zhong Renyao came inside Luo Mashuan's house, with his right foot on Zhong Renyao's chest, Lin Feng looked indifferent. Remember what I said when you came over that day? Zhong Renyao was silent. His hands tried to move Lin Feng's feet away from his chest, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Lin Feng's feet in the slightest. Not speaking? Could it be that you're mute? If you're mute, this is not a small matter. I'll hurry up and treat you. Lin Feng let out a laugh, then kicked Zhong Renyao squarely on top of his mouth. Ow! Zhong Renyao shrieked in shock as his entire mouth flew up and swelled. Don't! You, what do you want? Do you want money or something else? I'll give it all to you. In the past I was blind to the fact. Please let me go. Lin Feng sneered. Looks like my treatment is very effective? You were still mute just now. You've been cured so quickly. You have to thank me properly. Thanks. Thank you. Zhong Renyao replied in a panic. Well then, since you've been cured of your dumbness, answer it. Answer the question I just asked. Your question? Zhong Renyao couldn't remember what Lin Feng had asked and stammered. Why don't you say anything? Lin Feng's feet increased in strength, and the veins on Zhong Renyao's face bulged. I forgot that you said, what? What was it? Zhong Renyao spoke a bit unsteadily. Lin Feng revealed a dazed look. So you're not mute, but deaf? It seems like I need to treat you again. Just now you're mute, my treatment worked. Seeing that Lin Feng raised his foot to step toward Zhong Renyao's ear, Zhong Renyao trembled. Don't, I'm not deaf. Not deaf? Then you're just messing with me? Lin Feng's foot had once again increased its strength. Zhong Renyao had basically been unable to speak out of his voice. His face had risen to the color of pig's liver. Well then, since you've forgotten, I'll tell you again that I said the other day that I would use completely legal means to bring you, and your entire Zhong family, as well as the entire Zhong clan group, down. Lin Feng loosened the force under his feet. If he continued to exert more force, he was fully convinced that Zhong Renyao would die under his feet. The intense pressure suddenly disappeared, and Zhong Renyao instantly coughed violently. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Snap. Lin Feng clapped his hands, signaling Li Bad to start. Li Bad nodded his head to Lin Feng and then waved his hand at the people by the big clock. And then the brothers from the security company pulled out a wooden stick that was half the thickness of his head from inside the big gift box from earlier. Ring the bell. Send the Bell family on their way. Accompanied by Lin Feng's mellow voice, a few brothers from the security company maneuvered that wooden stick together and slammed it heavily into the bell. Dang! A bell exploded throughout the hall, and the aftermath lingered for a long time. The huge commotion inside the hall quickly attracted Zhong Renyao's father, Zhong Ru, the current chairman of the Zhong clan group, and the rest of the group's senior management over. And inside the group's senior management, more than half of them were Zhong family members. What's happening? What's going on here? Is it that brat Inyao again? Zhong Ru was about 50 years old, although his height is only less than 1 meter 7. But it is worthy of being the person who inherited and carried forward the Zhong group from his father's generation. With a full aura, just a voice, it subdued all the people around, and the noisy voices immediately quieted down. The only sound left in the entire hall was the remnants of the ringing of the bell. The rest would be frightened by Zhong Ru's voice, but not Lin Feng's group. Lin Feng was waiting for him. To take care of the Zhong family, Zhong Ru was the most crucial. Zhong Ru stepped on his leather shoes and walked over step by step. Wherever he went, no one dared to meet his eyes. It wasn't until he walked to where Zhong Renyao had collapsed that he stopped and lowered himself to help Zhong Renyao up. What happened to you? Who did this? Zhong Ru's face was grim. Zhong Renyao's face was pale as he stretched out his finger and pointed in Lin Feng's direction. Zhong Ru's face was incredibly gloomy, and after handing Zhong Renyao over to the people behind him, he bypassed the security guard on the ground and walked to Lin Feng alone. I need an explanation for my son's matter. Zhong Ru's words contained a strong dominance. Lin Feng laughed. Explanation? What explanation do you need? I don't care how Renyao offended you, but he's my son. Today you came here in a dignified manner to injure him, and there are so many security guards on the ground. If you can't give me a good explanation, this matter, I'm not finished with you. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feng laughed out loud, and next to him, Li Bad, and the brothers from the security company also laughed out loud. They laughed at the threat behind Zhong Ru, like an elephant hearing an ant threatening itself. It was hard not to laugh out loud. While in the crowd, Luo Mashwan's family of 3 had their hearts hanging in their throats at this time. Although Lin Feng had told them last night that they were absolutely sure about today's matter, but they had been in Gonlin for close to 4 years now, and Zhongru was considered to be a not-so-small figure in the area, so it was inevitable that they would be a little bit nervous when they were actually confronted with him. Zhongru's brows tightened after he heard Lin Feng's group's laughter. "Were you laughing just now?" Lin Feng tightened his smile. "You and your son have the same problem, deaf or blind. This also needs to be asked?" Zhongru took a deep breath, then quickly exhaled again. "Good. You're good." Zhongru said 3 good things in a row, and those who knew him well knew that he was furious. "I don't care what you are or what background you have. I'm telling you responsibly, you're in big trouble," Zhongru said coldly. Lin Feng heckled. "I'm in a big mess? I think you said the opposite, right?" Lin Feng cleared his throat and started counting down all the evil deeds of the Zhong family and the Zhong group in recent years. Chapter 85, Sudden Reversal. Lin Feng pointed at Zhongru's nose and line by line. He shook out all the dirty things that the Zhong family and the Zhong group had done over the years. On July 20, 2017, Zhong Renyao drugged a girl inside the university and then took her back to have sex while she was unconscious. And afterwards, your family didn't have the slightest remorse and didn't make the slightest compensation to that girl. Instead, they spent money to buy off the higher-ups of the university, using the whole dormitory to bail out of graduate school as bait. The other people inside that girl's dormitory persuaded her bitterly not to make a big deal out of it, and in the end, that girl jumped off the building to make her mind clear. But after she jumped off the building, the remaining 3 people in the dormitory bailed out of graduate school, and the higher-ups quickly suppressed the matter. December 6, 2017, Zhongli, that is, Zhongru, your own sister, drunk driving, hit 6 cars on the road, resulting in 2 deaths. 7 people were injured. Such a serious accident, even because there is no monitoring of the cause, whitewashed into the vehicle handbrake is not pulled. Skidding led to the families of the dead and injured people only got a little bit of money from the insurance company. You guys, except for the money you spent to conceal the incident from the public, not a penny was given to the victims. January 23, 2018, Zhongru, you are inside the company because of their own adopted female secretary and a new employee closer. So you find someone to take advantage of the 2 people off duty to beat them, and then stripped the 2 people naked, took a large number of photos. Will be the photos in the 2 people's hometowns as well as the company to spread, forcing the 2 people to take the initiative to quit their jobs. On February 9, 2018, Jones Group sent someone to steal Huimei Company's clothes design drawings and then had the factory copy them overnight. And in the end, Huimei Company and Jones Group took the matter to court. But the matter was left unsettled due to a lack of evidence. On March 26, 2022, Zhongru bought out Jin Tang, the new designer of Xianran, as well as Xuanran's personnel who audited the design samples, allowing Jin Tang to pass the auditing with a tie plagiarized design, and then allowing Xianran to have a large batch of goods squeezed inside their warehouse, resulting in a difficult return of funds. On April 2, 2022, you bought out Zhao Su, the treasurer of Henran Company again, transferred all the money on Henran Company's account, and left behind a bunch of rotten accounts, to completely drive Henran Company to the brink of extinction. Zhongru, am I right about every single one of these things? Lin Feng stared at Zhongru with awe-inspiring eyes. However, after Lin Feng read out this large list of evil deeds, Zhongru didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, but instead laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, brats, check very clearly well. Some things I have forgotten, if not you just reminded. I still cannot think of it. Lin Feng raised his eyes. You're not afraid? Why should I be afraid? If these things could have cured me, would I still be standing here obediently now? I didn't see Luo Mashwan in the back just now. Now I understand why you're here. But do you think you can deal with me just because you found out these things? I can tell you a secret for free. Have you already sent all these to the police station? You just sent it to the police station on the front foot, and the police told me about it on the back foot. Ha 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 ha. The hearts of Luo Mashwan's family in the crowd sank. Just now when Lin Feng was generously listing the crimes of the Zhong family, they were also very excited. So this was Lin Feng's dependence. But now Zhongru's words made their hearts fall to the bottom again. Turns out the cops are in cahoots with him. One foot calls the police, the next foot they notify him. What else can we do? Behind Zhongru, Zhong Ranyao and a bunch of Zhong Group executives all had smiles on their faces as well. When Lin Feng had just listed all the things they had done over the years, they had indeed panicked, but now it seemed that the winners were still them. Think you can bring them down by investigating everything? Delusional. At this moment, Zhong Ringyao also seemed to have forgotten the scene of being stepped on by Lin Feng just now. Trembling, he walked in front of Zhong Ru, rubbed the swelling on his mouth, regained his arrogant look, and looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant face. Are you still godly? You think you're holding a king bomb in your hand, but that's just a small 3 to us. Don't think you can fight against us. There are some gaps that can't be made up with anything. Just now, you said so eloquently that you wanted to screw us over by legal means. Now think about what you just said. Don't you think it's ridiculous? You're given a chance. Now, kneel down, call me master, and then obediently offer Luo Nanqing to me. I can spare your life. Zhong Runyao proudly stuck out his neck, even more arrogant compared to when he just came out. Lin Feng sneered, do you know what you look like now? Living like a clown. Didn't you say that you want to make me, our entire Zhong family, and the Zhong clan pay the price? Why don't you say something now? I'm standing right here. I'm waiting for you to make me pay. Go ahead. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Now, kneel in front of me, call out to me as grandpa, and then serve me Luo Nanqing with both hands, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, humph, you won't have a good time. Luo Nanqing came to Lin Feng's side and grabbed his hand, her eyes already filled with tears. Lin Feng, don't mind me. There are many of you. Hurry up and go. I will stay. Luo Mashuan and Xiorong took a step forward and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Good son-in-law. I've completely accepted you as my son-in-law after these 2 days of getting along. The whole thing was caused by me. So hurry up and go. We'll stay here. Unring the bell. Zhong Ru sneered. Try walking away. Openly beating up people in my company. If I let you go casually, where would I put my face? A touch of redness appeared hidden on Zhong Rinyao's ghastly white face as he walked towards Lin Feng with a fierce smile. I'll say it one last time. Are you kneeling down or not? I'll give you 3 seconds at last. 3, 2. Before Zhong Runyao finished his 3 counts, he heard a sound like thunder. Bang! It's the gunshot. The people around them dispersed like birds and beasts, but they were all stopped by the police officers who came in. Police business. Everybody stay where you are. Repeat. Police business. Everybody stay where you are. Zhong Ru looked doubtfully at the police officers rushing in, but when he saw the one leading the way, the corners of his mouth reappeared with a smile. Director Wang, I can solve this kind of thing myself. Do I need to bother you to come here personally? It's really polite. Snap. I'm polite, you Malagasy. Chapter 86 Attempted Kissing. Zhongru was caught off guard. Wang. Director Wang. You. Snap. Another slap. You what you? Zhongru. I think you're tired of living. Wang Shuowei pointed at Zhongru's nose and cursed, as if the two were enemies for several lifetimes. But Zhongru knew that yesterday Wang Shuowei had also sent those evidences that Lin Feng had sent to the police station into his hands. Zhongru's heart sank. It was over. After Wang Shuowei slapped Zhongru twice, he walked to Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Lin Feng sneered. Director Wang? Just now, listening to what you guys said, it seems like you used to know each other very well? Wang Shuowei panicked and waved his hands. No, Mr. Lin misunderstood. That was all because I didn't know better before. Now that I have you in the mayor's whipping, the first thing I'm going to do is to draw a line in the sand with this old Biden, and then personally take the whole family in. Lin Feng smiled and didn't pay any more attention to Wang Shuowei. Instead, his eyes looked behind Wang Shuowei, a Chu Yuan who at first glance thought he was plain and ordinary, but in fact, upon closer inspection, his body contained the aura of a superior. Mr. Chu, coming in just right for me to maximize my human manifestation, but I'd been listening outside. You asked me to do such a small favor. If I don't do my best, then it will look like I'm too insincere. And Lin Dong, you're not bad at pretending. Chu Yuan gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng waved his hand. Mr. Chu is still so vulgar. I'm clearly calling this a manifestation before people. Chu Yuan smiled, didn't refute anything, but looked at Wang Shuowei. I'll settle the score with you later for your matter. What are you still standing stupidly for now? What should be done, don't you know? I know. Wang Shuowei stalked his neck, his face piled up with a smile. He knew that he only had to behave well enough today, so that Chu Yuan could treat him leniently when settling the score in the future. He might even be able to get on Chu Yuan's boat in the future. But of course, this was extremely unlikely. Wang Shuowei turned around and waved at the police officers who were maintaining order next to him. then took out a list. By order, all the people on this. Arrest them. Zhong Ru, Zhong Ranyao, Zhong Li. One by one, the names came out of Wang Shuowei's mouth. For each name read out, the police cuffed one person. Everyone in the Zhong family was incredibly apprehensive in their hearts, afraid that the next name read out would be their own. Death is scary, but waiting to die is even worse. Now these Zhong family members can't run away. The gun is pointed at them. The police have the power to shoot if they try to run. They can only prick up their ears to hear if there is their name on that list, and desperately try to recall whether they have done anything harmful or illegal. Zhongru sat on his butt. Done. It's all over. The Zhong family, the Zhong group. It's over. Beside Lin Feng, Luo Mashwan's family stared wide-eyed at everything that had happened in just a few minutes. The reversal came a little too soon. Just now they thought that Lin Feng was bound to lose, but now the darkness has returned, and the former director Wang, who was in hyperactive with Zhong Ru, has personally arrested their family. That person that Lin Feng had called Mr. Chu, based on what Wang Shuowei had just called him, was the mayor? Lin Feng actually knew the mayor of Ganlin, and it looked like it wasn't just a simple matter of knowing each other. The way the two were talking, their relationship wasn't a normal one. Luo Nanqing pulled the corner of Lin Feng's coat. Is this really? Apparently Luo Nanqing still didn't quite dare to believe what was happening in front of her eyes. Lin Feng gently stroked her head. It's true. I said I would protect you. I said I would bring Zhong Renyao's family to justice, so I won't go back on my word. Whoever dares to bully you in the future, I'll let him perish. Lin Feng spoke in a domineering manner, but at times like this, Lin Feng's words were extremely flattering to Luo Nanqing. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corner of Luo Nanqing's eyes. Tears of excitement. Recently her life was like a roller coaster ride, with big ups and downs. First her father's company had problems. Zhong Renyao used Xianran as a blackmail to ask her to marry him, and then Lin Feng appeared as if he were a savior, solved Xuanran's financial problems, and finally came back to her after an absence of more than a year. But the Zhong Renyao incident didn't pass by, and even though Lin Feng assured him that he would bring all of Zhong Renyao's family to justice, she was still worried. It was only now, when she saw Zhong Renyao's family being handcuffed, that she finally let go of her heart. Luo Nanqing's body went soft. Lin Feng reached out with his right hand and wrapped his arms around her voluminous waist, embracing her in his arms. In the future, your life will always have me in it. No one will want to bully you. Luo Nanqing's gaze met Lin Feng, and the eyes of the two gradually became mesmerized, and then the two faces got closer and closer. Luo Mashwan and Xiaorong coughed, and only then did Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing react. Kissing here did seem a bit inappropriate. Lin Feng's hand that had just had an uneasy thought also withdrew from touching Luo Nanqing's breasts and buttocks. Save those things for tonight. To be precise, I should say that the things to do at night include what I wanted to do just now. But what I wanted to do just now was more than just what I wanted to do at night. The things I just had to do are a subset of the things I have to do at night. Well, I'm good at math. Luo Nanqing's face was tinted with a blush and she buried herself in Lin Feng's chest, not daring to lift it for a long time, while Lin Feng's face was much thicker. Even though he was a bit embarrassed just now, he still didn't change his color. Chu Yuan laughed and walked over. Lin Dong and sister-in-law are really a pair made in heaven. Originally I still don't understand why you have to go through so much effort just to pretend. No. It's for the sake of manifesting yourself in front of the people. It turns out to be that sister-in-law is here, which I understand. It's still good to be young. Chu Yuan is also a man with a story, and he understands it when he shows his saint in front of his loved one in person. Lin Feng also smiled, holding Luo Nanqing's arm a little tighter. Then I'd like to thank Mr. Chu for making it happen today. Let me introduce. This is my girlfriend, Luo Nanqing. She's a little shy, so she'll be gone for now. These two are my in-laws, Luo Mashwan and Xiaorong. Then Lin Feng introduced Chu Yuan to Luo Mashwan and the two of them, uncle and auntie. This is Mr. Chu, the vice mayor in charge of commerce in Ganlin, a friend of mine. Luo Mashwan swallowed. Chu Yuan was the biggest character he had ever seen up close. Chu, hello Mayor Chu. My name is Luo Mashwan. Chu Yuan stretched out his hand politely at Luo Mashwan. Mr. Luo's company, it's called Xianran, right? Chapter 87, Getting Back to the Old Feelings. Luo Mashwan heard that Chu Yuan knew about his small company. He immediately felt incomparably surprised. He knew that it was Lin Feng's face that was there, just by himself. He was not worthy of letting a character like Chu Yuan remember his company. Yes, Chu, Mayor Chu still knows about my small company. You have a heart. Chu Yuan waved his hand. You call me Mr. Chu on the line. I heard that Xianran Company is also in the clothing business like Zhong's Group. Now Zhong's Group is going to fall. This vacated place. Can't let other companies snatch it away. Lin Dong brought a very lucrative investment to Ganlin. In the future, Ganlin's economy will be getting better and better. Mr. Luo, your Xianran Company, in the future, also can't be absent. Luo Mashwan breathed a little sharply after hearing Chu Yuan's words. The meaning inside Chu Yuan's words has been said very clearly. Zhong's Group has fallen. The share let out in the clothing industry will definitely be coveted by many people. But Chu Yuan opened his mouth. That is equivalent to designate those shares to Xianran Company to eat. How could Luo Mashwan not be excited? Thank you, Mr. Chu. I will definitely live up to your expectations of Xianran Company. Luo Mashwan arched his hand at Chu Yuan, then bowed deeply. Chu Yuan casually smiled. Do a good job. And if you have any problems in the future, you can talk to your son-in-law. Luo Mashwan nodded deeply, which was saying that in the future, if Xianran Company encountered something, they could use Lin Feng's channels to come to him for help. The fact that someone of Chu Yuan's status could say something of this magnitude showed Lin Feng's great face even more. That's good. The Zhong family members have all been arrested. The matter is satisfactorily resolved. The rest of the things Lin Dong you should be able to do well. I'm not going to get involved here. I'll go back first. There are still a bunch of things waiting for me to deal with it. Well then, Mr. Chu, I'll see you off. Lin Feng and Chu Yuan were side by side, walking in the direction of the gate, and Wang Shuowei also greeted the police officers escorting the Zhong family members to follow behind the two of them. Not long after, Lin Feng folded back and looked at Luo Mashwan with a smile. Uncle, fortunately, the Zhong family's farce, it's over. You don't have to worry about anything in the future, and the Zhong Group will be acquired by the people I arranged at a low price in a few days. My idea is like this. The shares of the Zhong Group will be left to you, Uncle, and then the Xianran Company will be merged into the Zhong Group, and finally the company will be renamed. Luo Mashwan was taken aback. Lin Feng's move was equivalent to giving him a group with a market capitalization of billions of dollars directly. This gift was too big. Little Feng, it's still most appropriate for you to take the shares of Zhong's Group. It's enough for me to only take the small share that Xianran merged into. If you don't want to manage it, then I'll manage it for you. But the actual controller of the company should still be you. Lin Feng smiled. A small Zhong clan group. He was really a little bit unwatchable right now. Uncle, I've already decided on this matter. If you don't want the shares, then give them to Nan Chang, so you can stop pushing. Luo Mashwan wanted to say something else, but he was directly interrupted by Lin Feng, forcefully making him accept the Zhong Group. Uncle, Zhong's Group itself is the largest clothing company in Jiangchuan province. And although there will be some turbulence from the handover in recent days, the group's foundation hasn't been damaged, so it's still not difficult to maintain its current share, but it won't be very easy to go further. Luo Mashwan smiled faintly. Xiaofeng, you don't worry. Since you give the company to me, then I naturally won't let you down. I don't dare to say anything else, but doing business, it's still considered to be some talent. Once upon a time I have deduced that if I come to manipulate the Zhong's Group, what will happen to the business? And now really hand it over to me to do it. I believe that I won't be too bad at what I do. Good. I'm also relieved to hand over the company to Uncle. It's not convenient to say more here. Let's go back first. I believe that in a few days, the company will be handed over. Then Lin Feng, Luo Mashwan's family, Li Bad and the brothers from the security company came out of the building as they had come. That clock that Lin Feng had brought with him was still displayed in the building's lobby. A gust of wind blew over, and the sound of the bells rang came out as if they were praying for the Zhong family. The next 3 days, Zhang Lei arranged his professional team to come over to buy the Zhong Group at a low price. And then the money from the sale of the company did not fall into the hands of the Zhong family. Lin Feng will be used to compensate for the Zhong family once harmed the people. As for the evil Zhong family atoned for their sins. The acquisition of Zhong's Group went very smoothly. Then Luo Mashwan took office, first merging Xianran with Zhong's Group, and then renaming Zhong's Group to Xianran Group. Luo Mashwan new official 3 fire will be from the former group within the Zhong family cronies all plucked out. One not to stay, and in the entire Jiangchuan province clothing industry put out the word. Who dares to hire these people? Is in Xianran Group due against? Those people had no choice but to either change careers or go far away. And with the fall of the Zhong family, these people could not become a climate at all. Luo Mashwan in the company big reform. Originally he also asked Lin Feng's opinion, but Lin Feng these days busy with business. Luo Mashwan asked a few times after he told him to let him full authority. Do not have to ask him. And naturally, the main thing that Lin Feng had done in the past few days was to redate Luo Nanqing. The two people who have not been in contact for more than a year have good feelings, but in the end, they still can't go back to the old feelings somewhat. So under Luo Nanqing's proposal, the two people decided to redate for a few days to get back to the old feeling. Inside a hotel, Luo Nanqing pinched her waist and glared at Lin Feng. Is this the classroom you're looking for? Lin Feng had an innocent look on his face. Is there something wrong? Isn't this the classroom? Look at the two capitalized words above the door, classroom. Luo Nanqing continued to glare at him. Then explain what the last four words theme hotel mean? Lin Feng's face didn't change. Hey, I was stupid when I was in school. I only know the classroom. The four words behind it. I don't recognize it. Luo Nanqing grunted. I said, I want to find a classroom, to refine the feeling when we used to go to school. But you can be good. Directly pull me to the hotel. No wonder you want to cover my eyes before you come. So it turns out that from the beginning you do not have a good intention. Lin Feng grinned. Nanqing, you're wrong. Even though this is a hotel, it's also indeed a classroom, isn't it? There's actually nothing wrong with this place itself. It's you who's thinking wrong. It's not the hotel that's wrong. It's your evil thoughts. Lin Feng's crooked reasoning was set in stone. Luo Nanqing at first even felt that it made sense. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng's hand was reaching up her ass, she would have believed it. At least let's go in first and take a look. If you think it's not working, then it's not impossible for us to change to another place. Lin Feng didn't wait for Luo Nanqing to reply, so he took her hand and pushed open this classroom-themed hotel. Chapter 88, Memories of High School. Luo Nanqing was dragged into this classroom by Lin Feng. The moment she entered, Luo Nanqing froze slightly. The podium, the blackboard, the desks and these familiar things seemed to bring her back to high school. Back to the days when she was at the same table with Lin Feng. Back to the days when she was tired but happy because she had Lin Feng by her side. But those memories were soon torn away by a double bed inside the room. Lin Feng pulled Luo Nanqing to sit at the classroom table and chairs. Lin Feng stared at the blackboard in front of him, as if he had remembered some good memories from the old days. Luo Nanqing looked back at the bed several times and tugged on Lin Feng's coat. Let's go. The environment here is similar, but that bed in the back makes me always feel like something bad will happen. Lin Feng looked at Luo Nanqing and said, how do you know? However, Lin Feng said righteously on the surface, you didn't find it even after half a day of searching. I think this place is very good. Just now I looked at the blackboard and remembered a lot of things from the old days. As for the bed in the back, you don't have to care about it at all. We're cleaners. Luo Nanqing still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Feng. Don't think too much. You still can't trust my character? Nanqing, do you still remember? At that time we were like this, at the same table. At first we were not familiar with each other when we first sat together. Do you remember at that time we first started to get familiar with each other because of what? Luo Nanqing also stopped talking. Lin Feng's words brought her thoughts back to that busy and fulfilling senior year. Of course I remember. It was during morning reading when I was memorizing and you came up to me and asked me the lyrics to a song and then we slowly talked and weren't in the mood to memorize. Lin Feng followed Luo Nanqing's words and then went on to say, we've been chatting a lot during morning reading since then. Now that I think about it, I only scored a little over 600 on the college entrance exam. It's all your fault. Luo Nanqing gave Lin Feng a blank look. You're still talking about this? At that time when we first sat together, you deliberately didn't say that you were in the top of the class, saying that your grades were particularly poor, and asked me to give you problems every day. And then I realized that you knew all those problems. That's why no matter what you said at the time, I said I couldn't understand. And then all your free time in the day I came to see you. Lin Feng hemmed and hawed. You're still saying that? I just remembered now that you never listened carefully to what I was saying back then and kept staring at my face. Luo Nanqing said in an exasperated manner. Lin Feng immediately retorted. Nanqing, I'm going to refute you on this one. It's true that I wasn't listening to you carefully at the time, but I wasn't staring at your face the whole time. After a pause, Lin Feng continued. I was staring at your face, in addition to your legs. Luo Nanqing suddenly struck out and pinched the flesh around Lin Feng's waist. You colorful batch head. I'll strangle you to death. Although Lin Feng wasn't in a lot of pain, he was still very cooperative and begged for mercy with ouch 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 ouch. And it was as if the two of them had returned to the joy of being deskmates in high school, combined with the set of a high school classroom inside the room. Between the two people playing around, it was as if they had really gone back to 4 years ago, that busy and happy period of time. The two were a bit tired after frolicking around for a while, and at Lin Feng's suggestion, the two decided to go to the bed at the back and lie down for a while. But before going, Luo Nanqing came to a gentleman's appointment with Lin Feng. It's okay for us to go there and lie down, but you're not going to lay a hand on me. That's natural. Don't you know my character? And you can't touch while you're kissing me. A great man does things with honor and single-mindedness, and I certainly don't think of anything else when I do one thing. We're only going to lie down for a little while, and when we've rested enough we'll leave and find another classroom. That's natural. Everything is at your disposal. Nanqing. I'll think of something besides the above. Hey, what are you doing? Luo Nanqing looked at Lin Feng, who was undressing, with a wary look on her face and yanked the quilt on the bed onto herself to protect herself. Lin Feng smiled. I am a bit hot, so let's move on to the covenant thing. Did you memorize what I just said? Remembered some. Not all. Lin Feng scratched his head. So what time do you remember? Remember to make a move on you and touch you while you're kissing you. Luo Nanqing. For the next 3 days, Lin Feng and Luo Nanqing had been searching for the past. The two also quickly moved through the teething stage of their relationship, which they hadn't seen for over a year, and entered a period of passionate love. 3 days flashed by. Without realizing it, Lin Feng had already been here in Gonlin for 5 days. These few days Luo Mashuan initially took control of the former Zhong Group, which is now the Xianran Group, while Lin Feng was in Mingqing. The $10 billion of investment promised by Lin Feng had also arrived, and it was a one-time arrival. In addition to the key support for the smart home company Martian, the $10 billion had given a shot of chicken blood to all the large and small companies in Gonlin. It's obvious to the naked eye that Gamblin's economy is sure to climb higher next year. These company investment things Lin Feng left to the professionals, to ask Lin Feng what he was doing. Of course, it was reminiscing about the old days. On the 6th day of his stay in Gonlin, Lin Feng began to receive messages and phone calls non-stop, and Lin Feng knew that it was time to go back. Nanqing. It's been almost a week since I stayed here. It's time for me to go back. My parents have called me a few times. Do you want to go back with me? Lin Feng said to Luo Nanqing. Hearing the news that Lin Feng was leaving, Luo Nanqing was very lost in her heart, but after thinking for a moment, she replied seriously, I want to go to Qizhou after a while. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers. Chapter 89, 10 years younger. Hearing Luo Nanqing's reply, Lin Feng let out a slight sigh of relief. It's better not to go. Lin Feng was satisfied with Luo Nanqing's answer, but on the surface Lin Feng still had to frown and said, Nanqing, if you don't go to Qizhou, I'll miss you. Luo Nanqing grabbed Lin Feng's handle and said softly, originally, I also wanted to go back to Qizhou with you, but my parents are here. But don't worry, I'll go to Qizhou to look for you when I free up some time later. Lin Feng didn't move on the surface, but in his heart, he shouted, it's not actually necessary. A moment later, Lin Feng's eyes rolled and he thought of what to say next. Lin Feng's hand was still massaging Luo Nanqing's body. His tone was soft. I know, Nanqing, you've gotten used to life here in Gonlin all these years. It's a bit selfish of me if I let you go back to Qizhou. Besides, uncle and auntie should be staying in Gonlin as well. If I let you come back to Qizhou with me, this would be the same as separating the two of you from your aunt and uncle. And as I thought about it, I felt that this would be too inappropriate. It doesn't really matter too much. I can still come back once in a while. No, I think it's better this way. You stay here. You don't have to come back to Qizhou with me. And I promise you I'll fly over to see you every 1 to 2 weeks. Will this be too much trouble for you? You still have to deal with things every day inside your company. It's too much trouble for you. Luo Nanqing said for Lin Feng's sake. It's okay. Right now I'm not too in charge within the company, so I'm not particularly busy. And in order to see you, even if it's more trouble than it's worth. So what? Even if there are thousands of miles between us, I will spare no effort to rush over to see you. Because I love you. Luo Nanqing's eyes immediately became soft. I love you too. Day 2. Lin Feng got out of bed in high spirits. After Lin Feng woke up, he first did his daily check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining proficient-level medical skills. The host is now concentrating on the great success of Western medicine and can cure most of the diseases in the world. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Today's check-in was a lot better than the previous days. When his consciousness entered the system space, Lin Feng saw the sign-in rewards for the first 3 days inside the system space. A top-level singing, dancing and rapping card. The host can use it by himself or give it to the rest of the people. After using it, it can instantly give people top-level singing, dancing and rapping abilities. A face value enhancement card. The host can use it by himself or give it to the rest of the people. After using it, the user's face value will climb 1 notch higher on top of the original one. 80% of the shares of Miles Games. The host will have full control of Miles Games in the future. Each of the rewards, and I can't say they're useless, are just a bit of a cockamamie. Singing and dancing rap card. He is not Quin. This thing seems to be useless, but Lin Feng remembered that he let Zhang Lei go to buy Longfei Entertainment. When the time comes, you can give this card to the company's artists to use. As for the face enhancement card, it was even more chicken ribs. Whether it was Lin Feng himself or his confidants, every single one of them had world-class looks. There was no need to use the face enhancement card. The last of the game company shares will be thrown aside for now, so you can check them out when you have nothing else to do. In addition to the sign-in rewards for these 3 days, inside the system space there were also the rewards for triggering random quests. When he was chatting with Chu Yuan at that time, 2 health cards. Lin Feng's mind moved. Use the health card. Use it on my dad and my mom. In an instant, the 2 health cards inside the system space turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Chi Zhou, inside Maplewood Hillside. Zhang Yu, who was cooking breakfast, and Lin Tianya, who was sitting on the sofa waiting to eat, didn't realize that 2 streams of light flew in outside the window and each merged into the bodies of the 2 men. Cooking Zhang Yu body a beat. She only felt a warm current in the flow through their body limbs. From the former stand for a long time will be sore and tired. Waist does not hurt. Legs also have strength. Arms more flexible than before. Even the skin to touch are smooth a lot. Zhang Yu hurriedly turned off the fire and quickly ran out from the kitchen. Lin Tianya on top of the sofa was also like Zhang Yu at this time. His whole face was filled with unbelievable surprise. Sonny, I just suddenly felt like I had energy all over my body. My back wasn't sore. My legs didn't hurt. You too? What do you mean I'm like that too? Are you, too? Yeah. I was just here looking at my cell phone and then all of a sudden I felt a warm current inside me and the 2 men spoke each of their experiences just now, and realized that the changes in their bodies happened at the same time. As if all of a sudden all of the various hidden diseases in the 2 men had recovered. The 2 thought for half a day and didn't feel that something was wrong, after which Lin Tianya suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, you seem to have gotten younger." Zhang Yu first froze when she heard Lin Tianya's words, then she also saw Lin Tianya's current state. You seem younger too? The 2 men rushed to the mirror, then looked incredulously at the 2 people inside the mirror who were at most in their early 30s. We won't be traveling through, right? Lin Tianya exclaimed. It doesn't hurt anywhere on my body anymore, and I've gotten younger. It does seem a bit like I've traveled, but if we've traveled, how come we're still inside this villa? If we went back more than 10 years ago, this neighborhood wasn't even built, right? Fair enough, so what's going on? The 2 men now had question marks written all over their brains. After thinking for a while, Lin Tianya suddenly stared at Zhang Yu, then suddenly thought that he had become younger and should revitalize himself as well. So he smiled and said to Zhang Yu, "Wife, you're so pretty. I'm begging for 5-star reviews, gifts, and flowers." Chapter 90, The Old Man Who Coughed Suddenly. Zhang Yu still didn't understand what Lin Tianya meant. Why are you suddenly saying this? We still haven't figured out what exactly happened to us just now. The one who could give birth to such a lustful man like Lin Feng. Lin Tianya was naturally not an oil-saving lamp. He directly hugged Zhang Yu. "Ah, you don't care how we became young, but I think this is an opportunity given to me by God. Once upon a time, because of our age and declining body functions, we haven't done that for how long? Today, I want to make a sister for Xiao Feng." Although Zhang Yu was already in her 40s, when Lin Tianya talked about this, a scarlet red immediately ran up on her face. Why did you suddenly think of this? Little Feng is away on a business trip, and Miao Miao went out early in the morning, and according to her habit these days, she only comes back at noon and in the evening, so we still have a lot of time. Then you hurry up. My breakfast isn't ready yet. Zhang Yu was also very moved by Lin Tianya's words in her heart. This kind of thing, I'm sorry, it can't be fast enough. I'm confident in my current body. Come on. Lin Tianya picked up Zhang Yu, did not even go to the room, directly on the sofa began to create a sister for Lin Feng. Gamblin. Lin Feng's consciousness was still stuck in system space. At this moment, a panel appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. Host, Lin Feng. Battle strength, 200. Battle strength of an average adult male is 100. Wealth, almost $10 trillion. Currently owns companies, Huarong Group, Everything Reversal Company, Lin's Security Group, Wanli Game Company, Longfei Entertainment Company, Martian Intelligent Home. Currently have special skill cards, singing and dancing rap card, face enhancement card, 10 shopping rebate cards. Lin Feng stroked his chin, seeing the battle power column above the panel. Lin Feng remembered an agreement he made with Zhang Shan a few days ago when he was at the Zhong Group building. After returning to Qizhou Security Company, come up with a challenge within the entire security company, and only if you win will you gain the respect of your brothers inside the security company. Although Lin Feng was confident in his current combat power, in order to avoid overturning the boat in the gutter, Lin Feng inquired to the system. System, now that I'm fighting the people inside the security company, do I have a good chance of winning? Currently there are 100 brothers used for fighting inside the security company. All of them have a battle power between 150-180, which belongs to the superb level above this world, while the host's battle power after experiencing the system reinforcement is 200. Inside the security company, except for Li Bad, the host's battle power is the best, but the winners and losers of the fight are not only related to the battle power, but also closely related to the battle experience. The people of the security company are all from the real battlefield underneath, so it may be really impossible to say who will lose and who will win in a real fight. Lin Feng nodded slightly. The system was saying that his combat experience wasn't very good, which was something he lacked. By the way, what is Li Bad's battle power? Is it higher than mine? Li Bad's battle power has already broken through 220, and is extremely experienced in battle. If it's a life and death battle, the host won't survive more than a minute in front of him. Li Bad can be said to be among the most powerful group of people in the world. Lin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. His own bodyguard was so powerful. It seemed that in order to not let himself go back and lose face when he challenged at the security company, it was necessary to go and find Li Bad to spar first and sharpen his combat experience. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's consciousness came out of the system and then called to inform Li Bad. The trip to Gamblin is over and back to Qizhou, Gamblin Airport. Lin Feng and Li Bad didn't go together, and when Li Bad left this time, all of them didn't take an airplane, but drove back in the coaster they came in. Li Bad said that he usually didn't take airplanes if it wasn't a very urgent situation, and neither he nor his brothers in the security company liked airplanes. According to him, it is because every time he takes an airplane, it is easy to think of the old days when he was a mercenary, and every time he went on a mission, 8 out of 10 times he took an airplane and then opened a parachute and jumped down. Lin Feng didn't force Li Bad. There was nothing on the way back anyway, so they could go back however they wanted. Lin Feng walked into the airport terminal, then walked straight towards the VIP waiting room. Inside the waiting room, Lin Feng had planned to rest his eyes, but a sudden commotion caught his attention. Cough up, cough up, cough up, cough up, cough up. The violent coughing sound came from the seat behind Lin Feng's left. It was an old man who looked like he had already entered his old age. At this moment he didn't know what had stimulated him. His face was bruised, and his coughing sound was constant, as if he wanted to cough his lungs out. Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me, Dad. The waiting room was quite crowded at this time, and everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the coughing old man and the middle-aged man who was shouting. Waiting room attendants were on the scent. Sir, what happened? Is this old gentleman all right? The attendant looked nervously at the old man. I don't know. I was fine just now. I just dozed off. Then all of a sudden I was woken up by the sound of my dad's coughing. Geez, it's all my fault. My dad has asthma, so how could I not care that he's sleeping alone? The middle-aged man looked remorseful, and his expression was indescribably tense. The old man's coughing sound was reduced compared to just now, but this was not a precursor to recovery, but rather, there was phlegm blocking the inside of his throat, which could be life-threatening if it was not dealt with in a timely manner. Don't worry, sir. We have an emergency medical kit in the waiting room, which has asthma medication. Or do you have any medication with you that your father needs to take? The attendant said anxiously. If someone had an accident here, she would definitely not be able to eat it. The middle-aged man looked like he suddenly realized. I remembered. My father has always had asthma. He should have his medicine with him. I'll look for it. The middle-aged man began to rummage around in various pockets on the old man's body. Perhaps because his movements were rather large, the old man's eyes stared as if his eyeballs were going to bulge out. Very appalling. I found it. The middle-aged man finally found a bottle of medicine from inside the old man's side pocket after a great deal of effort, and then started to pour out the medicine with his hands and feet, but probably because of too much nervousness, the pills spilled all over the place. You've got to hang in there, Dad. I'll pick it up and feed it to you. Sir, let me help you pick it up together. The attendant joined in picking up the medicine. After the middle-aged man picked up a bunch of pills, as if he was afraid that someone else would get there first, He hurriedly broke open the old man's mouth and stuffed at least 10 pills all into the old man's mouth. Lin Feng frowned as he watched this scene, and had a hidden guess in his heart. Chapter 91. The middle-aged man will be at least 10 pills all brain all stuffed into the old man's mouth. The old man was originally throat was blocked by phlegm, and now by the pills will be all the mouth stuffed. The face has risen red, the life of the dying, life and death and a line between. The middle-aged man's hands were busy and he looked like he didn't know what to do. Right at this moment, Lin Feng walked over, circled around to the old man's back and lightly slapped his palm on the old man's back, who violently opened his mouth wide and spat out all the pills inside his mouth. The middle-aged man and the service staff were all stunned, obviously not noticing when Lin Feng had appeared. Who are you? Do you want to get my dad killed? If anything happens to my dad, I want you dead. The middle-aged man stood up violently, and the old man's unsupported body fell to the ground. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man. Instead, he helped the old man up. Then his index finger and middle finger came together and pointed at the old man's abdomen and throat successively. The old man's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. Then a mouthful of thick phlegm was spat out. The old man's face obviously improved, followed by Lin Feng's quick eye picking up a pill on the ground and sending it to the old man's mouth. Swallow it slowly. After taking the pill, the old man's face finally returned to its normal color, breathing heavily, with a look of having survived a robbery. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, his eyes fiercely shrunk, and he quietly threw an item in his sleeve to the side, before rushing to the old man's side. Dad, you're okay? You scared the hell out of me. Immediately after that he flung himself on his knees in Lin Feng's direction. Benefactor, you saved my dad. From now on you're my Yi Long's benefactor. I kowtow to you. Lin Feng looked at the man. A guess flashed in his heart, but on the surface he didn't voice it. No, I know a little bit about medicine. It's just a matter of raising my hand. Lin Feng smoothly helped Yi Long up. However, Yi Long didn't get up, but turned to kneel to the old man. Dad, if it wasn't for this benefactor, I was furtive. Maybe you just now. I'm guilty. The old man took a breath and gently waved his hand. It's fine. You've been furtive since you were a child. And this is an old habit of mine. I don't blame you. Then the old man looked at Lin Feng. This little friend, my name is Yi Gong. If you don't mind, just follow the others and call me Yi Lao. This is my eldest son Yi Long. Thanks to you today. The old man thanks you. Lin Feng smiled lightly. My name is Lin Feng. Yi Lao can just call me Xiao Lin. What happened just now was just a show of hands. Just now, looking at Yi Lao's appearance, was he guilty of asthma? Yi old man usually commits it often outside? Although I've had asthma for some years, because I've been taking my usual medication and going to the hospital regularly for relief. I've had very few offenses outside in the last few years, and the occasional ones have been due to triggers, such as particularly strong pollen or other triggers. Lin Feng thought of something, and then the speculation in his heart just now was further verified. Then Lin Feng looked in Yi Long's direction without a trace, then continued. Can you tell me all about your triggers, Elder Yi? Elder Yi slowly nodded his head. Of course you can. I have the medical records with me. Xiaolong, take it to little friend Lin. Yi Long took out a medical record book from inside his bag. Benefactor, look. Lin Feng flipped through the medical history book, then closed his eyes. With proficient level medical skills in. At this time, Lin Feng was like a high-speed computer. Chinese and Western medical skills came with countless sentences recorded in ancient books flashed through his mind one by one. About 10 seconds later, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Found it. Benefactor, what did you find? Yi Long asked strangely. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Nothing, just thought of something. Then Lin Feng looked at Yi Gong. Elder Yi, I know a little bit about medicine. Your asthma can't be cured for so many years. Do you want me to give it a try? Yi Gong froze. You have a solution for my asthma? I have traveled to all the major hospitals in the country. Even the first hospital in Kyoto can't do anything about this. It can only alleviate it, but not cure it. My little friend is not kidding, right? I once followed a mysterious person to learn the art of medicine for a period of time, and it so happens that my master taught me about the treatment of asthma like you, Elder Yi, but I'm just trying it out, and I don't dare to guarantee that I'll be able to succeed. Benefactor, your master is? My dad went to the major hospitals to seek medical treatment over the years, and the country's various god doctors have friendships. Perhaps my dad also know that mysterious master of yours. Lin Feng shook his head. That master of mine is very mysterious. He only taught me for many years and left after that. He said that he would never enter the world again and find a mountain forest to live out his life. So the probability is that Boss Yi doesn't know my master. And before my master left he also instructed me not to say his name to anyone. Yi Gong slowly nodded his head. Some is a person who is already tired of the mundane world. But little friend, your good intentions I heart. But maybe your master to come also cannot help. This is the old disease. Maybe until I this old bones into the ground also cannot be good. Yeah. I remember my dad has had this problem for more than 10 years. Yi Long echoed. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Try it. If it really doesn't work, it might really be because I'm not very talented. Then since little friend wants to try, then feel free to come. Anyway, this life of my old man was saved by you, so feel free to toss it around. Yi Gong said boldly. Dad, I can't. Your body and bones can't withstand any more tossing and turning now. Benefactor, I know you want to try your medical skills, but my father really can't be tossed and turned nowadays. Yi Long looked like he was thinking about Yi Gong's body. Little dragon, there's no harm in it. Since little friend wants to try it, let him try it. I'm not old enough to do that. Little friend, what do you want to do? Feel free to come. Lin Feng arched his hand at Yi Gong. Elder Yi, I'm offended. Lin Feng's fingers gathered strength and pointed at an acupoint above Yi Gong's chest. Yi Gong's eyes instantly widened, and it was as if the asthma from earlier was about to repeat itself. Immediately after that, Lin Feng slammed on Yi Gong's back again. Although it seemed to be very loud, Lin Feng collected his strength and tried his best to widen the area of force. Lin Feng's eyes Yi Gong's internal body organs. Acupuncture points jumped to the bottom of his eyes. This is not a supernormal ability, but the human body's internal various acupuncture points. Organs familiar with the basic operation. Inside Yi Gong's body. Under that slap from Lin Feng just now, the silted up phlegm as well as the tiny residues of all sorts of triggers were all swung up. It was too late. Lin Feng flew another point at a few acupoints above Yi Gong's back, and finally concentrated his strength a little, from point to point, and violently shook. Ahem. Cough cough cough.